Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Competition. Today, we have two amazing regions that we are revisiting for our virtual event. We saw these two regions live, the Midwest and the Southeast region of the CENC. We were there live in South Bend and Kissimmee, Florida, where we played Overwatch and Rocket League in the later part of 2021. Now, starting 2022, we are revisiting those regions for Valorant and Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. It is so great to be here and welcome everybody. Let's take a quick second and let's get it hype here. Let's get it hype. Let's wake up this morning and get it going. This is going to be some fantastic Valorant that we're about to see. 16 of the top colleges, 8 colleges, in both the Southeast region and the Midwest. So if you're on Esports U, twitch.tv/esportsu, you will be joined over by Caster Camel and Dan Dryad for our commentary on the day. If you're over on twitch.tv/esportsu2, you can enjoy some of Catnator 3K and Spicy Pyro. Those will be your casters for the day over there. But we have some amazing action today so far. We have Super Smash Brothers later in the day. We start out the mornings with Valorant, and we have some amazing prizing too, which I just want to go over really quickly. We actually, first place for both regions and both games will achieve $1,000 in cash money and qualification to our major final nationals in Atlanta, Georgia, first week of May 2022. So a lot here at stake for these top colleges. And I just want to give a round of applause for all the colleges competing, playing, the coaches, the directors that have made this all possible. And of course, Esports U, CSMG, the Collegiate Sports Management Group, and of course, the Collegiate Esports National Competition. I am your host for the day, Paulie Hype, and we will have so much action as we go on through the day. But without further ado, I would love to throw it. If you're watching Esports U, remember, that'll be the Midwest region for the entire day. And let's enjoy some Dan Dryad and Caster Camel. If you're over on the Southeast region, that'll be twitch.tv/esportsu2. And that will be, of course, Catnator 3K and Spicy Pyro. So without further ado, I would love to throw it over to those guys and enjoy some casting of some top collegiate Valorant.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Paulie, for that introduction. The CENC Midwest Invitational here. Camel with Dryad. I'm excited for the collegiate games we got today. It's going to be 6 in total, and can't wait to get started.
Absolutely. A lot of good matches that we're going to have today. And it's only one map for all of them, one opportunity to take those victories. But because of that, we're going to have 6 of them. So a lot of possibilities again to take that victory in that group stage. That can be so difficult to make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, every win counts for these teams. And we will start on the day with Ohio versus Buckeye here. It's going to be an exciting match for sure. And like you mentioned, best of 1 format. We're just going to be waiting on the map info here. And once we know that, we'll direct it over to you guys as soon as possible. But regardless, Dryad, what are you expecting from these games? Are you expecting them to be close? What are you looking to see from these teams?
Absolutely. I would love to see those maps being closed. And I think we definitely have the possibility to make it happen. But because we expect that really high level of competitive gameplay, I think we're not going to see any crazy maps, right? I don't think even the possibility of something like a fracture, maybe a breeze is even questionable. And I think we rely a little bit more on those maps that we had in Valorant for longer that allow teams to prepare a little bit better for a tournament like this one. So maps like Ascent is one of the classics that we can see the most. Icebox as well. Very is one of those maps that you know exactly what agents people are going to be playing. So it can be a little bit easier to predict and to plan accordingly for a match like the ones that we're going to have today.
Yeah, absolutely. So we just did get word that it is going to be Icebox. So definitely
Yeah.
some staple picks on that map. You have the Sage, almost a guarantee for getting onto those sites, getting that wall up and getting that plant down. So it'll be interesting to see, how these two teams, decipher what agents to pick. Chamber has also becoming more of an option for
Right.
teams as the agent has been played more and more in VCT and the other major tournaments here. So I'm excited to see if maybe a Chamber gets locked in as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would love to see a chamber in something like Icebox. And like you said, a lot of teams are starting to play him a little bit more, starting to feel a little bit more comfortable because you can also get so much done in an eco round, right? That is what his kit is about. So it is so nice to see that possibility. And it would be nice again because Icebox is a map where there's always going to be that double duelist, that Reina, that Jet, and then the Viper. Everything in that map always looks pretty much the same, both for attack and defense. There's not a lot of variation. So when you start bringing that variation here and there in tournaments like this one, then it opens up the possibilities for what you can do next.
Yeah, especially considering this is a best of one, you want to put your best foot forward. And, if you have a certain strategy or a trick up your sleeve, now is the time to do so, get those wins, and try and make your way out of the group stage and move on to day 2, which is tomorrow. So, yeah, regardless, just waiting here on I think just waiting on the teams now, just to get them ready. It's early in the morning. We got to give them some credit here
It's
for getting there.
early.
Hopefully they're warmed up. I mean, really, hopefully they're warmed up. That's kind of the question I have. I mean, are you even warmed up? Are you ready? You have to get up at 9, 8:30. Get the warm up in. I don't know. It's going to be tough.
That is one of the things that I was thinking about. It's definitely something that can affect teams, right? There's some teams that the first matches that they have, they're ready to go. They have their coffee, they're prepared. But there's some others that start to feel better and better the more that we see them play, right? So maybe those matches towards the end of the day that we're gonna see today are going to be a little bit more intense. But that doesn't mean that the first one that we're gonna have isn't gonna be a good one.
No, absolutely. I'm excited. Hopefully we do get to see some good first games here, but it looks like we're just waiting on side selection here from both of these teams. And once that is underway, we'll get right into agent select and see what these teams have crafted for Icebox here. But yeah, regardless, excited to see what happens here. 6 matches for today. As you guys know, the winner of this tournament will be moving on, guaranteed a spot in that CENC main event in Atlanta. It's going to be exciting to say the least. So, as we've been saying, as we've been preaching since the start of the stream, these matches are very important, and moving on to that day 2 is so crucial.
Absolutely. And you want to take those small victories right from the beginning. You want to feel the confidence that you can make it to tomorrow, that you can make it to Atlanta when that comes to play. So it is a lot of pressure where you have to take those wins one by one. It starts small. It starts with the first round with those pistol rounds that can make a lot of give the teams a lot of momentum. And then it builds into how do you win that first map that we're going to see from them, and how are you going to continue winning without being exhausted, because that is also one of the factors that can happen. One of the many things that can happen for the mentality. And I think the mentality of players is one of the main things in Valorant, right?
Yeah, for sure. That's my next point, actually, fatigue and how that's going to affect some of these players. 6 games is a lot of Valorant, but it looks like the ready checks are going out. So hopefully we'll be able to get into the game soon. But yeah, fatigue definitely going to be potentially an issue, but it looks like we are going to get into agent select here. So we'll see if these teams are primed and ready for their first game of the day. And Dryad, I'm excited. Let's get into Icebox.
Absolutely. And again, I don't think we're going to see any surprises. Maybe one even. That would be the most that I would expect when it comes to the compositions here. Icebox, one of those maps where there's not a lot of variety on what to play and what works out and what doesn't work out. It just seems like just the way that the map is and the way that the composition was figured out so many months ago was perfect, and no one has tried to change it. So yeah, of course, there we see the Reynas being locked in, the Viper as well, that can control so much space. We talk about the Viper's pit and the value that it can get to any team, which is absolutely insane. So taking advantage of that from the beginning is going to be nice. I see maybe hinting towards that chamber, but we'll see.
Well, looks like he'll swap off last second. Definitely looking to match with the Sage. We'll see what happens, though. As Sean, he's teasing us here. Not sure what he's going to go for, but regardless, as we've been seeing, as you mentioned, the double duelist, the Viper, the Sova, pretty standard stuff. Now just waiting on Sean's selection. Does end up going for the Sage. Doesn't want to go for the Chamber. It's too early in the morning. He can't hit those Sheriff headshots yet.
It's a little too early. So yeah, no Chamber, but it makes sense. Again, going with a Sage, you don't want to not have a wall to work with, right? It just seems so difficult, especially when you're going towards that B plant and you need a wall to feel safe, to make sure that no one's gonna hit you from all the different angles that the defense can do so. So the Sage is going to be very nice coming for Sean, and yeah, like you said, it's going to be a mirror match. Everything expected, everything for that information, and of course, everything for those pistol rounds that start building the momentum and start giving us an insight on how aggressive teams like to play here.
Yeah, definitely we'll see their tendencies here. We will make sure that the graphic above is changed. It might be a little confusing, but we do have Ohio versus Buckeye. I'll hopefully get that graphic fixed up for you guys in the stream. But regardless, going to see the ghosts here. Big Daddy Anas going to go for that Sheriff. Just try to maintain some of this ground. But so far, it looks like a 3-2 split. But the bomb's going towards B, so it looks like mid's going to be a diversion for the start of this game.
An interesting way to start it off, right away from mid to B. One of those entrances that are a little bit difficult. We already see that Reyna getting taken down. The numbers starting to go for the side of the defense, and they haven't even rotated fully yet.
Now the plant's going to go down. But so far, Anas gets one more, and here comes Sean peering around the corner. Will he be able to find the shots? He does, and the spike has already been planted. The defuse is going to come out. Does Micah have the lineups here? It's going to be a really awkward spot. There's one snake bite. Does Sean have enough time? He's sticking the defuse, and he's got it. Chop chops. Takes down Micah in the end. He's good for 3, but regardless, it will be Buckeyes winning that first round.
And that is where you see already the value of a stage, the value of a wall, that the fuse is sticking, and there it is. The pros don't fake. Right away to start it off, just immediately getting the kills, taking the advantage, going for the defense and not letting it go until it was done. So the defense here being able to take the advantage, very nice to see, allowing them to go into a little bit of that transitory round where they can buy those specters. They have the Marshall as well towards mid.
Here we go. It's going to be an A push here. The bomb over towards A. You have 1 and 2 members over in mid and B, so it's going to be now Chuck watching over mid. Regardless, Anas, he's already able to take down He's one shot, bro, and that's the Reyna gone. That's one of the entries on this Ohio squad gone. It's going to be very difficult now trying to get onto one of these sites.
Yeah, it gets a lot more difficult, so that information once again has to take place, has to gain anything, because not even the gunpowder is going to be available for the side of this attacking team. So playing passive for Ohio, playing for that information, trying to get 1 pick or 2, messing the economy as much as you can is kind of the best thing they're hoping on the second round.
Let's see, the diversion, the distraction towards B. Chuck the Human will hear this defuse once it goes down to the plant, excuse me. So now we'll go down here from Amor. There's one more snake bite here. It's going to be towards that spike, but not going to find too much value as Ohio will get that plant down. Once again, looking for that plant money, and now will be able to play for lineups. Purple guy will dash away to safety. He's going to be running for the hills for the time being, and still Chuck the Human with this Spectre. Chop chops, he's good for 1 on top of Purple guy. That's a great kill and a great frag to help this defense here. It's going to bolster the defuse as well. Kamei gets good for 2. And it's going to be Micah now with these headshots flying in, but he's in a whole world of trouble. Dryad, he drops, and it's going to be 2 rounds in a row, but definitely expected due to the gun advantage.
Absolutely, and again, everything that you can hope for on the side of Ohio in that second round was maybe get 1 pick or 2. Anything else is a difficult situation. But looking now at the economy, looking now at what's ahead, of course, we know that the rifles are going to start taking a role in this game and start taking a part into what Ohio can do, and that is the advantage that they can take. But that means probably a rush as we see them all looking towards that A side, and on top of that, taking those gunfights from the distance.
This is the round that counts for Ohio here. They have the gun advantage for the time being. They have these Vandals and Phantoms in their toolkit, and they will look to flood their way towards A. But there is a Viper Wall already, and Zed already takes down Anas. Kamei trades it back. It will be, for the time being, a 4v4, but already a decent frag considering, the gun disadvantage, and Kamei trying to go from downtown. Can't find the shots.
That is why you benefit so much from taking those gunfights from a distance. If you are on the side of Ohio, right, you have the rifles, you can guarantee that the kill is going to happen a little bit easier for you. The engine's already coming in, and the wall as well to get the plan done.
Well, the wall will go down. Chuck still anchored around. There's going to be Chop Chops bringing out the Protractor, takes down Amor. He's got this recon dart along with the drone. So much utility still for Chop Chop to kind of sniff out these members of Ohio. He's going to look to gain some intel on top of the site. They get so much value. Sean's going to be good for 1. He's 1 shot, bro, able to trade it back to Smith to safety. But he's got to be careful. Kamei will take him down. Now it's going to be the lineups here from Zed. Does he have one more in his toolkit? He does not. He only has the drone, so no more stalling here for Zed. He's going to be having to force the Pier's way out. He's going to look for the shots, but the defuse is already coming in. No more utility for Zed to work with, and just another stick.
It's now the third one that we see. That is definitely a pattern that we have to keep an eye on, right? The minute that they start defusing, they don't let it go. And it's been 3 rounds now, even with a member alive, even knowing the possibility of that Soba for the side of Ohio having lineups. It didn't matter. It was going to be Buckeye sticking to that defuse and making it happen, pushing us to a 3-0, where now it is them who have the better economy to work with. Now they even have an operator in the hands of that Jet, and we know how that works.
Well, Lycan will go for the judge, so I wonder if they're going to try to burst onto one of these sites, pop that Viper's pit, but this wall, you know, it's early in the morning, Dryad. Let's get those walls out of the way here, but here we go. Here comes Michael. He's immediately taken down. Sean's good for 2. He'll take his way back here, but he's going to go for 3, just barraging every single member of Ohio he can get his hands on right now, and the recon dart will come in as well. And already this attack is going to be potential formality. 1 is good for headshot, bro. Regardless, that's going to be it for the time being.
One of the worst places where you can lose the spike, right? There's nowhere to go. There's 2 entrances, and on the other side is just the defense getting the kills, taking the advantage. All thanks to Sean in the 3K that he was able to get towards the beginning. That was only set left remaining, and they know exactly where he is. They're going to get him right away, pushing us to a 4-0 as we see Buckeye getting ahead and denying every possibility that this attacking team wants to bring to the table.
And this, you know, starts to become a snowball effect, you know, on Icebox here, where you see now the economy for this defensive side. If Big Daddy and Nos can land these op shots, it's going to be hell for Ohio to make their way out of this attacking side with, you know, maybe 4 rounds here, because they're going to buy on this round. If they lose here, it's going to be rough for the next couple of rounds. So Buckeye gaming in a really good spot going into this 5th round, and let's see if they can take advantage. They do have 2 ultimates to spare here as well. They have the revive as a get out of jail free card just in case one player goes too aggressive.
Also, the Viper's Pit available for the side of Ohio would be nice. After they're able to plan, they use that Viper's Pit. They deny so much visibility, so much space on the defense, where even that defuse is going to cause them a lot of damage taken while they are inside of the Viper's Pit. So it seems like that is a possibility, as everyone on the side of Ohio is heading towards B. No one flanking, no one lurking. Everyone just ready to go and ready to get those kills out.
It's going to be a bit of a cookout here over towards B, as the Viper's Pit will be initiated and the spike is down, and now everything is in the hands of Ohio. They have this Viper's Pit. They have all the autonomy on B site, and there's no flank really to be had right now for Buckeye, so they're going to rely on the entering here. Chop Chops has the Owl Drone. If he's able to tag Micah, that could be absolutely massive to start this attack. But it will be destroyed for the time being. Look at a good mark, and here come the shock darts raining into the back of yellow. Chuck is going to be good for 1. Chop Chop's good for 1 more. They're going to start rifling onto the site, but it's traded back well by Ohio. And this could be a chance here for Purple Guy to get things going. Chuck the human, he's going to be concealed inside of the Viper's Pit. He's good for 1. He's good for 2. He'll stick the defuse, but he gets sprayed through, and Zed now will be good for 1. And the spike will detonate. Buckeye Gaming, no time there, and great play by Ohio. They get the Viper's Pit down dried, and the rest is history.
Yeah, and we saw both of the Viper's pits coming in, and that was really nice on the side of Ohio. The first round that they were able to win, and in a way where they were just rushing into the B side, using the Viper's Pit and getting value out of it right from the beginning. Even when the defense knew that someone was going to play towards that yellow, that is so common. The information wasn't there, the kills weren't connecting, and the visibility again is denied in a way where it's so difficult to get anything done. But luckily for them, you get that ultimate out of the way. Now you can face ultimates that are a little bit more predictable, a little bit easier to work with. Even when we talk about what comes next, that Hunter's Fury can deny a plant, can deny a defuse, and that is one of the things that I'm looking at. As we see, there's going to be a disconnection coming in on the side of the defense. And it seems like it's going to be that Jet.
Not good. Not good. Hopefully it's not over on the East Coast. I mean, you know, yeah, there was a big storm, so maybe he's at his home right now, but hopefully he's okay. Looks like he has reconnected here, so Anas will be back, and I'm sure we'll start this game momentarily. But finally, Ohio get a much-needed round, and They put the economy, it's not great for them yet, you know, due to the fact that Buckeye were able to get so many kills in that last round, but still definitely a way for Ohio to get into this game and really start to gain a bit of flow in this game. They have 4 ultimates to use here. They have that Hunter's Fury from Zed, and as we know, he does like to play these lineups, so I'm sure he has something up his sleeve, but Anas immediately, instantaneously takes down Purple Guy, and any semblance of an attacker from Ohio that starts with that jet dash is going to be null.
Yeah, and it's a good way to come back as well. Yeah, he was disconnected for a second, but now he's ready to go, and the res as well is ready to go for the side of Ohio. Going back online, once again, a 5v5 where that information is going to be crucial, and I don't think anyone wants to get close to the operator again. So that rotation slowly taking place and going towards B. There's no one really there, though, besides that Viper on the side of the defense.
See how many kills Chuck can find here. Already, Recon Dart will be flying forward. Now Micah will just play for the cavalry to come in. The bomb will be now moving over towards B as we see Purple Guy maneuvering his way towards mid. That could be something that really influences how this round pans out. You get mid that really creates space and creates a flank that the B side has to worry about. The spike will go down, and now it's going to be a lineup game. Purple Guy good for 1 on top of Kame. That's one of the main duelists here for this BGC side gone. And now the lineup starting to flood in from both sides, just playing for this utility Dryad, waiting and prowling for their opportunity.
Those lineups can always be so nice, and we saw it right there. A trade, a little bit of unexpected to start it off, but the kills now for the duelists are going to connect right on. He's the one shot, and there it is connecting with that Reyna. Only 1 member alive on this defensive side, knowing exactly where the enemy is going to be, but nothing else for Chops can be done as he gets taken down. He had to push forward, or he was going to get taken down defusing the spike, and one way or the other was not the perfect result that they were waiting for. Now Ohio gets another round.
I mean, they didn't use Hunter's Fury. They still have, you know, ultimates available. Yes, they did invest that revive, but you know, it was for a good cause, and they ended up picking that second round win up for themselves. But now, so many options for this Ohio squad. They still have key ultimates here for their roster they can use to potentially bolster this attack and look for another play here. But fortunately, for the BGC side, they do have a revive and the defensive Empress available here. So potentially, if Anas can find an op kill, it could have been big. But now Purple Guy has this ops. That's a good counter Dryad to try and deny some of this long-range engage that BGC have.
Definitely not the first time that we see the operator, but this time he doesn't get the immediate value that it did on the last round. So that means a little bit of information, a little bit of intel that is going to be required if this attacking team wants to push that operator, wants to get some value, wants to get that kill onto that jet. And last time it didn't work out. It seems like this time they don't want to risk it. And once again, it's going to be a rotation towards B, but the Viper on the side of Buckeye playing a lot closer, playing towards that snowman, and just waiting to see they know exactly where that's coming from.
Only 1 snake bite here for Chuck to work with. He will destroy Minerva, not fast enough, and now he's going to get rained down with utility. 16 HP for Chuck the Human, and Wind will kill him now. He's got to be so careful. In Ohio, they already have the plant down. They have the Hunter's Fury available if they want to go for the post plant, and the onus now, Dryad sits on BGC. It's such well-played post plant by Ohio right now.
Oh, but that first kill already, this Reyna has been on fire since that last round, getting so many kills, and now trying to do it again, playing towards that yellow. It's another one, but the trade is going to connect right away, and it's a 4v3. The defense doesn't have the numbers to see that, though. The kills once again coming in, and Kamek giving another chance. Empress getting so much value, and again, is the defuse sticking and making it work. Over and over again. This is insane what we're seeing on the defensive side. Buckeye are so good at taking control of that space, retaking control of that space that they lose, and with that, just denying any possibility, even with lineups, to deny that defuse.
At some point, Ohio's gonna know. I mean, they're not faking anytime soon, Dryad. At some point,
they're not.
Ohio's gonna be like, all right, well, guys, like we can't just bank on them just not sticking it, because we've seen Sean on multiple occasions hold that defuse. He is content with just saying, yeah, I'm gonna risk my life for this, and once again, they pick up that round. And now, it works. It's just insane. what just high IQ plays, Dryad, all the way.
It is absolutely insane. It's so rare to see something like that happening. Like, sure, maybe you see it once in an entire map, but multiple times now. It is so crazy what this team is able to do, and because of that, they're getting ahead, right? It's been 3 rounds like that now, and that means 3 rounds out of the 5 that the setup Buckeye has won has been just because of that defuse, just because they are sticking. That means a little bit of changing has to take place on the side of Ohio to take the advantage, and that means a very, very slow round for them now.
Methodical pace here from Ohio. For the time being, it will be potentially an ace-sided push. And now Chuck, he's going to hear a lot of noise. He's going to hear this Lear as well, knows something is brewing over towards A, and they'll call over the cavalry for the time being, but doesn't have a lot of toxic left. And actually, it's going to be a rotation. And, you know, Drive, there's still plenty of time here, 35 seconds. They can make it over to that opposite side if they want to.
And another rotation is like it's taking place with the defense. You're still playing default. You're still all across the map, and they get that first pick. That is going to be very nice for them to continue getting that momentum, knowing that now there's no more possibilities. And this side of Ohio, they can't run anywhere else now.
Yeah, I mean, BGC called Ohio's bluff. They should have enough time here, but the Hunter's Fury going to be coming down. 70 HP on Emer. He's going to be taken down from downtown. Chop chops. Oh man, he is feeling it right now on this Sova. Now here come the lineups here from BGC, trying to dissuade Ohio's push. There's the flat versus Anas. Will he stick this defuse? Purple guy, he's good for one with this operator. It's just going to be half though, and Kame, he'll be good on one top of Zed. Now Anas will continue the defuse, and there's just nothing that Ohio can do. Once again, it's going to be another situation where potentially they tried going for an A fake try, it looked like, but I mean, Chuck was all over it. Everyone was all over it. Kame was all over it, and BGC win their next round.
This time around, it just seems like the side of Ohio was waiting for someone on the defense to peek them so they could get that kill, but that wasn't really the case this time around. No one was peeking, no one was getting those kills, and that means that they have to push one side, and because they were running out of time, 30 seconds for them to work with, it was just now or never, everyone going in, pretty much running to make it work, and it didn't even work the way that they wanted to. So again, the advantage continuing to go for the setup Buckeye, and probably a faster round, it seems like, on A side, which we also haven't seen a lot of.
Well, crucially for Ohio State, they were able to keep that operator. And now A will be the target. Anas should have heard that zip line here, so he does know at least one is over towards A. And this time, Ohio, they're going to put all their eggs in this one basket over towards A. Makes sense. They're on a save. There's not really much they can do if BGC plays their cards right, as Anas has the daggers as well, has all of the utility he could ever want and more. And now Emer will go for the plant with that Sage while, you know, you're guaranteed that plant. And now they're going to play for the post plant. They have a ton of utility to work with Dryad. Let's see if they can make it right.
That was really nice, just so the operator going all the way back just to keep the numbers advantage, or the same amount of numbers at least, going for both of the teams in this time around for Buckeye as they all push together, try to force a defuse again. That can happen. Already having the first kill. They're already here, but it's going to be a fake one. They were expecting a Hunter's Fury. They have to move away, and Cam in the meantime is going to get 2 headshots right into the enemy team. 1 member alive, only for Ohio, and the defuse is taking place. Has to run away. Seems like can get away with their life, but not with the round 7-2 that we have right now. And Buckeye absolutely on fire right now, unstoppable team, and I love the way that they're making it work. Right, it's not only about the really interesting new pieces that they're having, but also the way that they're playing together as a team. One of the main factors in how you win or lose a Valorant game, especially one like this one. Again, only one map, only one opportunity, and that means that we saw the Jet on the side of the defense. She knew exactly where the team was coming from, so she decides to back up with the operator and get value just playing all together as a team for that retake. Work out perfectly for them. Now it's another round for Ohio. Let's see what they can do here.
Big miss there from Purple Guy, but if you are an Ohio fan, you're picking at straws. Or I guess the one bright spot is you are able to keep that operator, but Purple Guy has not found much success. BGC are not giving him the opportunity to go for these op shots, but now B will be the target. This Poison Orb will conceal the aggressors here in Ohio that trying to get something done there. Purple Guy can maybe get a flank off. And a frag there could be big. He will take down Kame. And now Ohio will get this plant down in a 5v3. This is definitely winnable for Ohio with all the post plant they have, with all the utility they have. They have Micah's Viper Spit as well, just in case. And Purple Guy with this operator just hawking down on this spike.
I'm really surprised they didn't use the Viper's Pit already, right? You would expect it right as the plant is coming in, but you see that hesitation. They have the numbers advantage, and maybe they can think they can get away with it. We have to see, because the damage that can come in for the setup Buckeye is something that we've seen over and over again, round after round. There it is, Sean already getting 2 kills, making numbers even in time, being the biggest enemy in here to work with. The trades are coming in, the rest is going to connect, but Ika on the other side is going to make sure that nothing else can happen. Sean with the 4K, but time again, the biggest enemy seems like it's not going to let it happen just by about 1 second. And finally, Ohio is going to get the clutch. It's going to get another round.
Yeah, it feels like all their round wins are due to this post plant, utility-based situations that they put themselves in, and once again, Zed remains the last one alive. He's just able to hold his shock darts for such a long time, and it allows so much time to be chewed off the clock for BGC, and they just didn't have enough in that last round there. So will be a pretty awkward buy. You're just going to see one Spectre. Should be a Nos buying up here, but regardless, we'll just go for the Sheriff. So he has the daggers available, and he'll look to go aggressive with these and try to save up the economy just with these last couple rounds and a half.
And a very early Viper's Pit means that everyone in the numbers advantage is going to face towards that A side, and already taking one down, taking that Jet down, denying any other possibility. Once again, the res coming in. You already know that it's used. You already know the location of that one. And again, with that Viper's Pit towards that B side means that, I mean, for the setup of Ohio, you just have to go towards A. There's pretty much no other possibility unless you also want to risk your life on the other side. Cam is waiting for that. Has been popping off. Can do it again here.
Absolutely no flank to worry about, fortunately, for Ohio State. The drone will come in, and we'll get a bit of intel. Now Anas is going to be trying to crawl his way back onto the site. He will spot one, misses the dagger. Oh no, that's absolutely awful. And now it's going to be ProBuckeye getting 1 kill out of it. Kamei just trade it back though, and now Anas is right on top of so many members, and Micah is going to be good for 1 now, concealed and lurking inside of this Viper's Pit. So much to work with now, and he's one-shot bro, will aggress forward. Kamei also has the Sage Ball to worry about. So many pieces of equipment here used right now for Ohio to try and work around this site and get this bomb down. They do indeed, and now so much time on their side as well.
Oh, and they can't see each other. Now it gets spotted. Kamei with the 3K can get a little bit more, and Sean is going to allow that to happen as well. 4 in the hands of Kamei on this Reyna, being able to guarantee that round for the defensive team. Almost running out of time again, but this time around making it happen, taking us to 8 rounds won by the side of Buckeye, and that was so nice play. They were not pushing in all at the same time on that Viper's Pit, but trying to get some information and those openings that were everything that the defense needed. We saw that late rotation as well for the Viper, of course, on the defense, because she was towards the east side, not letting the her own Viper's Pit down. And then she makes that late rotation, but it ends up working out, giving a little bit more information, using those lineups exactly the way that the defense needed to on the side of Buckeye, guaranteeing a pretty nice lead into the second half. But we have one more to go in this first one, and it can be Ohio taking us to 4 rounds going on their way.
Just want to get the Castle Curse out of the way early, Drive. We have a lot of games today. I said Ohio was going to win that round. Didn't happen. Thought for sure, especially in the Viper's Pit. They had so much to work with, but was not meant to be, and now it'll look to be.
It was close.
It was close. It was close. We'll give them credit. It was close, but now they go towards B. They couldn't go here last time due to that Viper's Pit. This time it is all open, and it will be now open season here for Ohio. They will place down the spike, and this is their MO. They run away here. They will look for these post plants and look for these utility options. Is now Chuck. No Viper's Pit available for him as well, so he'll not be able to get onto the site, but Chop has all this utility to play with. Still the recon art as well to gain some vision here towards the back of site over towards yellow.
Yeah, you just know everyone's playing yellow every single time, and everyone playing so careful here, but that doesn't matter. Sean and Kamei once again popping off 3K, make it 4, make it look easy for this team, make it look easy for this stage. Flawless round going on for the defense. A nice way to end up this first half. A very, very clear dominance for them, and how comfortable they feel on the defense that just came to getting those kills at the end of the day. You can get the information like we saw with Chops. They knew that they were 2 playing towards yellow, but at the end of the day, the ones that are getting the kills, the ones that are really guaranteeing the advantage has been Sean and has been Kame, this Reyna and this Sage, which is a little bit of a weird combination, right? We always talk about the Reyna and the Jett more than anything, but this Sage is definitely one of those battle Sages. It goes in, gets aggressive, gets the kills, and has absolutely no fear, knows that she can take those duels, and she does it.
Yeah, BGC say to hell with just waiting for these post plants. Let's just burst right in front of them and go for the kills, and they do just that and find themselves now 9-3 up over Ohio. Now Ohio just clinging onto this 9-3 curse, hoping they can get some frags here, and it will be one shot. Trying to gain some footing here on towards A, but they'll be forced off the site for the time being, and now it's going to be a rumbling now for BGC. They already get the plant down, and the wall as well will confirm it, Dryad. And right now for Ohio, they have to wait, buy their time for the rest of the members to come over.
A lot of utility being used very early on in those walls again, making everything in the vicinity much more difficult to work with. But the 5v5 pretty nice for this pose, and already the first kill coming in for this attacking team. Zed and that information getting denied one way or the other, and both of the lineups as well. Both of the lineup possibilities, the Viper and the Sova, getting taken down early on. And playing for those picks, gets half. That is pretty nice. Already knowing that one is going to be playing under, but Kame with the 3K, can he make it 4? Of course he can. 10-3, attacking team taking the advantage once again on this pistol round. Second pistol round going their way and just taking that control from the beginning. Again, those lineups got denied from the beginning, and even the wall that got shot down didn't do much in the way the defense was expecting to.
I thought, Dryad, we would get to see just him sticking it out right in front of him. Just saying, yeah, I'm just going to do it right in front of your face. You're not doing anything. But wasn't meant to be. He did get half, but
yeah,
that, not meant to be. And now Kame, I mean, he's force buying here a Phantom with full shield. And Micah, he's walking right into the rampage in Kame, but for the time being, he will back away. Did spot him out, but Purple Guy now with this shorty could get a ton done. He will press secure the orb, and now Sean, wrong place, wrong time, but Chop Chops watches it. Great communication there by BGC, and that will be taken. And now one shot over the sliver of HP. Chop Chops gonna look to bring out the protractor once again, but not gonna be a math major this time, and will go down.
One
Spike,
enemy
and now
remaining.
BGC all control in a 5v2, and it's just an earthquake now on top of A Dryad. 11-3, and BGC in full control.
The absolute mental game that side of Buckeye is playing is insane. Even buying that Phantom, having no fear second round, and getting away with it more than anything, it just shows the confidence and the performance that this team knows that they can get. They've won already both pistol rounds. They need only 2 more to take the victory off this map, off this match. So might as well force, might as well get away with things like that one that shouldn't be happening. They shouldn't be getting away with. But the full force buy now, ideally for Ohio, should put a challenge into what we saw, into the Phantom that we saw in that round 2 that's still alive. But already, as I say that though, a first pick coming in for Cam, and that is exactly what we would expect from this player.
This time, Micah, not so lucky, not so fortunate to get out alive, and now the drone will be used to try and advance forward. They did not spot that Sage, I don't believe, so that'd be a good piece that Ohio can maybe work towards. Is looks like the spike is going towards A, so this is all just a ruse. Dryad, as A will definitely be the target, and nobody is over towards A. It's going to be a ultra marathon to get back.
Oh, and look at that rotation taking place. No one towards A, like you said, to the plant. Should be going down comfortably, as the rotation for the defense is going to be taking place. No one flanking, no one doing any crazy rotations as well. So that means that they have to play together. They can trade each other very well. This is something that they have already proven they're very good at. But yet, immediately taken down by Zed. That means that the opening is right in the hands of Ohio. Big possibility for them. Just with that numbers at 4-3 that we have right now. They just don't know where the rest of the team is.
Puts himself in a really decent spot. It'll be good for one. Can he find Purple Guy? He cannot. Purple Guy dashing away to safety now, and a 3v1 is going to be so difficult for Chuck. He's got no snake bites to work with, and one shot, Royal will just stick to the fuse. He does have time, though. He will go for one more. The defuse doesn't come in time. Oh my word! Wow. Chuck barely does not win that round. It was close. I thought for sure the defuse would come in. It does inevitably in Dryad. I mean, Ohio barely get away with that one.
This is one game of defuses, of crazy defuses that we've seen. It is insane the way that they're making it work and the way that it just seems like every time someone can get their hands on the defuse, they make it happen no matter what. Now that means that Ohio gets another round because their fourth round and they have a long way to go, but it's a nice way to start it off, just keeping some of those rifles, keeping some of that economy. As we know that Buckeye also has those rifles this time around to work with, and they are looking towards a very aggressive push towards B site.
It's going to be the lone wolf here in Micah to watch over B. He's got this Viper wall. He's got 2 snake bites to work with. And he might just give them the plant here and wait for the retake, but there's going to be one to buy some time. The wall is going to be down, and now they'll spray through. He's going to be forced to back away for the time being. Kamei's going to be good for 1 and good for 2. Oh my lord, bring out the vac bands. He's just too good with it. And now with 2 frags and a bag of chips here dry, they're just going to back away to 5v3. Everything going BGC's way.
Embarrassing.
Oh, on the other side, though, kill a little bit unexpected, and the Jet getting taken down, and this attacking team means the numbers advantage is now not so much, still very much able to make it work. That Blade Storm for Purple Guy coming in, playing for that information, trying to get and trying to spot anyone peeking after that yellow, but it seems like it's not going to be the case because Cam another has gotten 1-2. How many is he gonna get? 4K for this player, and now pushing us to match point 4-12 that we have right now, and in dominance all in the hands of this Reyna, pretty much in the collaboration with the rest of the team. But 25 kills Cam has right now, and so many possibilities to get this over with.
Kamei about to drop a 30 bomb here. Let's see if he get the ace and just round it out. Clearly had a balanced breakfast, Dryad, because he's just playing better than everyone else in this game. He's gotten the food inside of him, and he's got the fuel ready to compete here today. And clearly he is come ready to play now with 25 kills here to his name. 12-4 for BGC so far, and they've had full control every which way, but finally a bit of stronghold here on the defensive side. He's one shot bro, will take down 1, looking for 2, and barely seeing the headpiece there of Sean. He's going to be forced to back away for the time being. No more martial shots in the tank. He's got to reload. It's going to be Kamei. Good for 1. Will dismiss away to safety. Chuck rifling his way inside, and there's the Reyna gone and dusted. Both duelists are out. The plant going down for BGC, potentially their final round here on Icebox.
3 members alive in the meantime for the side of Ohio. It means that they have to play together. They have to trade each other, if anything, to have a chance here. But the economy, not the best. Being able to pick up a rival is going to be massive for the side of Manta. He's trying to spot and does spot one of the members. Trade once again coming in. This is exactly what they have to do, at least to guarantee a chance into this round, into this map. One last opportunity for Ohio, and it seems like it's not going to be possible as long as this Reyna is alive. Has been unstoppable. Does it again. Another 3K that we see for this player. A nice way to end it. 13-4, giving that very, very well-deserved victory.
Yeah, tuck that one away with extra pillows and blankets, Dryad. Clearly, BGC were the better team today, and in that best of 1, they come out on top. But regardless, I mean, great showing from Kamei. Clearly, the MVP of this one, leaps and bounds over everyone else in this lobby. And for, the opposite side in Ohio, but just never really felt like they were able to take control. There were some exchanges in that post plant where they were able to, buy enough time in the first half. But when it came to defense, they just had no match.
Absolutely. I mean, the Reyna was insane, but also the defuses that we talked over and over again, because that is not something that should happen, and also not something that happens very often in any game, not even ranked games, not even any level of Valorant. We see defuses like that when everyone has some lineups to work with, everyone is able to at least trade it, but the way that it went down gave such a big advantage for this team towards the beginning that Ohio had nothing else to do, especially even jumping into that second half where things became a little bit more difficult to work with and the economy was just not going their way.
Well, looks like we're going to go to a quick break, potentially try to get an interview here for you guys. But in the meantime, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more Valorant action coming your way. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the CECC Midwest Invitational here. After that first game between Buckeye Gaming and Ohio State, we have an interview here with Kamei. I'm excited, to say the least, to get some insight on that game. We're going to bring him in right now. What is up, Kamei? How's it going? Love the shades, dude.
Thank you. It's good to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. After that first win, we saw a lot of pretty interesting plants, diffuses. I mean, there were some sticks. There were some fakes for the most part. But did you have any strategies going into that game? We saw a lot of post plants and a lot of ways you guys were using that utility. So tell us about that.
Yeah, honestly, we were pretty worried about this game. So we came in switching our comp up just because we wanted to see how things would be different, especially Ohio is kind of an unknown quantity for us. So we swapped our comp up a bit, tried to flank a lot, which sometimes didn't work on defense. But for the most part, I'm pretty happy with how we played. And we knew wall plant would be pretty strong. And like you said, it kind of worked out most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, you guys were able to take the advantage from the beginning on that first half and the rounds that we're getting right after, just based on that. But tell me a little bit. You said you changed your composition for this one because we were talking about it towards the beginning. There's not a lot of variation towards Icebox, but do you think your team can pull off something else? Maybe that we haven't seen. We talked about the chamber a little bit towards the beginning. We didn't really see that possibility, but even coming into the matches that you have remaining today and the ones that you can potentially have tomorrow, how do you feel about that variation in Icebox?
Oh yeah, we'll definitely change it up, but I'd rather not leak our strats. I don't want to give too
Okay,
much
no,
info
that's
away.
fine.
It's okay, Kamei. We understand. Don't worry. So,
Yeah.
there's a lot of games left to play, and you guys have a lot of games off stream and on stream. Who do you guys think is the biggest, threat to you guys? If you do, consider anyone a threat to you guys in this group, you did mention that you, were scared of, or potentially like you had to change your comp going into this game. Any other teams that you're worried about?
From our group, we've heard some decent things about Ball State. Not really sure about Minnesota, but overall, we're looking forward to meeting Illinois at some point. We play them in a different league, and we kind of want to give them some payback,
Of course.
Yeah, and the last question. So you had a really good performance on that, Reina. And tell me a little bit about that. Is that just, again, it just goes back to the composition that is good in Icebox and what works for you. But are you usually the one helping your team out the most with the kills while everyone is trying to get that information for you? Or do you think it kind of depends on the map?
It definitely depends on the map, but I'm usually supporting our main duelists. And this match was just kind of they were giving us a lot of space, and we were taking complete advantage of it every single time. It felt like. So I'm gonna give most of the kudos to my team for helping support me.
Well, absolutely. It was a team effort. Kamei, thank you so much for this interview. If you guys want to check out Kamei, there's his Twitch below. Definitely an exciting player to watch, no doubt about that. But we will be going back to a break here. And next, we will have, I believe our next match is Butler versus Kentucky. So we will get to that game momentarily, but stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational here. The teams are ready to go. We have Butler versus Northwood here. Excited to say the least, Dryad. And it's going to be Icebox again. You said in our break here you want to see Icebox. You get more Icebox, so here you go.
Yeah, because I was thinking about it, like, if we're going to have only one map today for all these teams, for all this matchup, so might as well go to Icebox. Why not, right? It just makes sense, and it is one of those maps where, again, you know what the enemy team is most likely going to be playing, or for the most part, you know what they're going to be playing, besides maybe one change or two. So it's a nice one to know more than anything the play style, because if everyone is playing the same, but we're going into a mirror match, then you can think of more than anything the way they're rushing into sites, the way that you're controlling those sites, and I think that is what makes the difference the most in a map like this one.
Yeah, absolutely. We will see these two teams just getting their ready checks out, and we'll be all set and ready to go. But yeah, like you said, previously in our previous game, there's not much diversion, from what comps you can really play on this map. We did see the hover from Sean with that chamber earlier in the day. We'll see if potentially there is a chamber onto this map, but we will be going into agent select here. We're getting the ready checks here. So Dryad, over under on the chamber. What do you think?
I think Chamber is one of those agents that is really good, and I think we're gonna start seeing more and more. The more that we see Valorant this year, and yeah, there it is. It's going to be locked. So the question is, how do you capitalize? How do you justify capitalizing with Chamber and his abilities over everyone else that is pretty much standard. So it seems like instead of a Reina, it is going to be the Chamber coming in for this team on the defense. And that is one of the things that makes sense, right? Everyone talks about it. Chamber sometimes plays like a duelist because he's always looking for those kills. That is literally his kit. It's all dependent on getting kills and in getting value out of the guns that he gets. So it plays a little bit more of a duelist, but more of a passive duelist. And it's going to be coming in on both sides. So I expect not a lot of rotations. The Reynas usually like to go in, like to get value just from catching the enemy off guard, especially with the Leer. But when you have a Chamber, you have to play back. You have to play almost like you have an operator to get value. And I think that is something interesting to see and one of the possibilities as we start seeing more and more of this agent.
So it looks like Northwood will opt in for no Sage for their composition. I feel like the Chamber is enough there of a Sentinel. They're going to pick up the Raze as well here for Tyler. And I think Raze is especially one of these duelists, no Reyna, no Reyna here. So you're going to go for the Raze instead. It's definitely one of those picks that really you're going to have to frag out. A Raze that's on the bottom Dryad, it's not a good sight. And we saw previously performances, from the duelists that weren't up to par, but hopefully you can see Tyler, if you are a fan of his, pop off on this Raze pick, as if you are able to gain space, if you are able to get those double satchels on the site, it can be so easy to gain control of one of those areas.
I want to see how much value we can get with this Raze, though. Again, like you said, you can get a lot of things done, and Raze is one of those agents that can get up top of on those boxes, which gives her a lot of mobility, a lot of unexpected kills that she's able to get and catch the enemy team off guard. But overall, I think the Raze is just so much stronger in closer maps, where in something like a split where we see her often, or even a bind where it's a little bit more likely that we see this agent. But in the hands of Tyler, I want to see more than anything his own performance with this agent, his own personal take on the way that you can use her abilities to get a little bit more. This attacking team is ready to go, but Icy coming in hot, 2 kills. And a good way to start it off for the defense denied that immediate push that was about to take place.
First, you got to pick up one more, and now this attack from Northwood has been stopped for the time being, and potentially Firsty on the flank. He'll be good for the final kill on Drakeus. No way Drakeus has a chance there, and Butler off the back of Icy in those first 2 frags pick up round 1.
Very nice for this Chamber. The opening picks were everything that the team was hoping for. The Headhunter can get so much value, and we see it right there, right? That is one of the reasons why you can justify in a composition like this, in a team like this one already, you can justify bringing in a Chamber over a Reyna, because it's just going to go in for the Headhunter, get 2, and open up the fight, deny that rush that was about to take place for the side of this attacking team, and now changing things around, but the attacking still should be very fast in that A side.
There's no Chamber to worry about, but there is Firsty, who is good for 1, but does immediately get traded back to the Benji there, being there in time. Tyler, good for 1 more, and right now, they are stampeding onto the site as Northwood getting 3 quick kills. Icy's gonna be good for 1. That's a good trade, but still the plant will go down, and now Northwood in a man advantage. Let's see what they can do.
It's Icy trying to take that high ground advantage and trying to get those picks, but getting that information is going to be a lot more difficult. Taking those duels one by one is really difficult. Might come in. Good lineup there. The trade is going to connect right on time, and only Icy remaining. We already saw what he's capable of doing. Got 1. And it immediately goes in, has to reload for a second, but might be able to get away with this kill. Nope, not going to be possible. On the other side, one Chamber gets the other, and the attacking team gets to 1-1. A very interesting way to start off this match. Already very, very intense.
This, is a big round for Northwood. They stop what would have been Butler looking to bonus on that next round. So now, good situation here for Northwood. They're going to be able to buy up here Drakeus and Fergza along with Dip, be able to pick up those Vandals and Phantoms here, so that could potentially
stop their advance,
help to advance this attack. But regardless, will be 3 over towards A, and once again Icy for Butler is here. Let's see if he can make do from round 1 and gain some more footing here with that Sheriff that he has at his disposal.
when the economy can work out really well, really good way as well, as Icy does get taken down. Numbers advantage going in for the kind of this attacking team, but the Planets are down already. Benji on fire, 3 kills. Now the champion is able to get his one remaining. Instead of Butler, seems like it's not going to be possible to get anything else done, and just with the economy, just with a couple of those rifles, the attacking team taking the advantage and looking like a very aggressive team already.
Yeah, this team gets on the site quick. They really like to push the pressure and make Butler work for these kills, and it will be now Icy already having that tour de force after 3 rounds. That's pretty crazy. Let's see if he can make do. He will be able to save. That's good for the economy, and now with this tour de force, you gain so much footing, and you have, you know, certainly the best gun in the game so far right now. At least there's no operator on Northwood side, so
you want to play? Let's
see if Icy can get things done.
He will be using that ultimate, that tour de force, to see if he can get any value out of it. We hear the shot, but no kills connecting just yet, and we can expect things to happen differently this round. We see everyone of this attacking team across the map, not rushing in that A again, and already the opening pick the Dip is able to get might be the entrance that they were waiting for into the B side. We haven't seen yet. It seems like everyone is still spread all across the map, trying to get that information, playing for picks more than anything to take another round.
Looks like they're going to use this tour de force as almost a distraction, a bait, if you will, as Butler have 3 members over towards A, and that's going to be the rotation from Benji and Butler. Are aware of it. You know something is brewing here, and now Dip is in a really decent spot. If he can get things going in this flank position, it could be major, but for the time being, the spike has to go down first, and Drakius will do just that. Tyler will loft over a grenade to the back of Snowman here, try to gain some value. No damage for the time being, but still Dip in a really decent spot. Icy is going to be good for 1, and firms the drop. Sets the Sova gone. No more darts here for the host plant. Tyler going to be able to take out Deathless. Dip weaves his way through traffic. He's good for 1. Finds Icy. And now it's going to be a 4v2 here. Drakius lurking in the shadows. Benji takes out 1. He takes out 2. And that op is doing wonders for Northwood here on round 4.
A tour de force getting so much value as we expected. The value that this agent is able to bring to the table is insane, and bringing new possibilities for a map like this one. 3-1 that we have right now, and this attacking team that looks on fire. We even saw Viper's Pit coming in so early, just because they had it available. They got it after planting on Spike, and might as well take the advantage of it right away. That way they have more possibilities to deny the visibility the more rounds that we see coming in next. And that means that on the side of Butler, they're going to be forcing this round.
Yeah, plus he's got a Bucky, and I understand the mindset. You know, Northwood is going to play aggressive. Potentially could look for some cheese kills, but he's already got a sliver of HP. Smiley is going to be good for 1. Deathless trying to maintain some control and footing on the site, throwing down slowers, but it's just a death ball here from Northwood. Already Icy drops, and now Deathless up here around the corner. He doesn't expect one coming. The timing, they're not on his side, and Tyler will be good for 1 more, and now it's a 3v1. It's going to be so daunting for Smiley here to make his way on the side. Let's see what we can do, but it's a 1v3. It's going to be so difficult, and Drakius has his number, and Smiley leaves the bullet short. It's going to be 4-1 here for Northwood.
Smiley also had an interesting rotation there. It seems like this Viper wanted to go on the flank, was able to get one of the players on the attacking team on that mid rotation, but nothing else was able to get done, as by the time that he was there and he was ready to flank, everyone on the defensive team was already taken down. Everyone on the side of Butler didn't have any other chance into that one. So now we see this attacking team getting ahead more and more, and just the rotation of the ultimate seems so nice, including the playtime that is already available and already going in trying to get some kills.
Wanting those kills indeed. He's got the Blade Storm popped, and that Boombot got a bit of safety. So they know nobody is directly on top of the site, but here come the remaining members of Butler. It's going to be Dip parachuting up top, and he doesn't find much luck, much success with these daggers for the time being. Benji going to be good for 1, and now Dip floating over. He'll find Icy and dashes way back to safety. What a play at a Dip, but here comes Firsty trying to match it. Can't even do just that. He's got a couple daggers left, but it's too much to deal with, and Dip now will go for the plan. It's going to be Deathless in a 1v4. It's going to be such a difficult task at hand. He'll try to spray through, use the whole clip to get him by the kill. And he'll get sprayed through the wall. Tyler, great intuition there. And another round win going the way of Northwood.
Another very nice round going in for this team, and the Bladestormers coming in for both sides, making things so much more difficult because any positioning was at risk, especially as we saw it for the side of the defense. That means that they were able to force that round, but this time it has to be a save. There's no other possibility, and even a save round is looking risky for what can come next. The economy is not looking good at all on the side of Butler. So one pick or two can do everything for them now.
Again, Northwood go back over towards A. Each side is giving them massive upside, but they're going to go back over towards A. Smiley, though, like a decent frag on top of Benji. That's a decent pick to start potentially the exchange here, but Tyler will be good for one. Takes down the Sage. It's going to be now traded back and forth. Everyone exchanging blows here as now Ferbs up. Will walk right into the barrel of Ferbsty. They'll drop down. Now as Drakius is good for two. Great transfer there for Drakius. And now leaves this one to 2v2 advantage. Still plenty of time on the clock, even for a rotation Dryad.
It is definitely a possibility, but we have to see how these duels are going to take place. 2 members alive on each side in the rotation. Seems like will be taking place slowly. Just denying any information that Butler can get, because like I said, it's a safe round for them, and 1 or 2 picks could have done everything, but they did already more than that. So massive possibility they were able to even pick up some rifles, and it seems like they can get really close to each other here towards mid. Nope, going all the way back on the defensive side, and Dip is going to look for them.
It's the mind games here. It's a rotation game on point as now Dip work his way inside. The timing isn't there. What a shot by Dip, and he evades detection there. It'll die. Is now Smiley is gone there.
Last player
down
standing.
13 seconds. Mr. Force, he's gonna play time right now. It's gonna be great. Dropping now. Dip in a 1v1 isolated. He finds the kill, and Mr. Force drops. In the nick of time, Dip though, in clutch situations, Dryad, that shot was so crispy. The Colonel would be honored. What a play.
It seemed like he thought he wasn't gonna get it, but it just happened right when they needed to, because we saw a dash, and it just, the timing was a little bit messy, but it worked out, right? So that is all that matters right now. It's that Northwood continues to take the dominance. It's a 6-1 that we have right now. It's another round where they can buy, and a good possibility the Butler had there, but the possibilities once again always get denied when you're expecting at least. So another really quick one that can aim towards A, and it's definitely going to be quick. Already the first kill coming in. Sage getting taken down in that rotation. On the flank, taking play. What is Tyler doing? What?
Odin Gamer, now he's gonna pop the satchel, so look for the shot, will misfire, but maybe we'll look for one more kill with the pistol. He does, and Force drops. And like we talked about, the Rays, you can go onto these sites so quickly. He's able to get so much done, and Dip finishes off the round. And it's all Northwood right now. Odin Gamer Dryad. What a play by Northwood.
Tyler made that whole round for him look like a montage. That was insane. Just going in with Yon and getting the kills, and it is not even the abilities that we saw towards the beginning, and it's not even information. It was just the confidence playing through, going in and being able to guarantee crazy stuff like that one. But and good way to start it off, a good way to keep it going. Only 1 round that Butler has been able to get, and that was a pistol round. Everything else is not looking good, and just because they don't have the economy, they have to be extremely careful now. Pushing in though, and not getting value of it.
Butler put all their eggs here towards A. They wanted to aggress forward, and now Force will stop the Hunter's Fury. Not going to get much luck there. The shot is going to be raining in from Firsty. Is going to be good for one. Benji trampling his way inside. He's going to be finding that Sova, and Force drops. There's the post plant gone. Deathless, only a judge to his name, but it's in a great spot if he can get around the corner. Firsty good for 3. Really carrying the load right now for Butler, but a rotation is imminent, and it's going to come in, and Tyler is right in the right spot. He takes down Firsty with that Odin, being a thorn in Butler's sides, and right now Northwood have a plant. They have a 2v1 as well. Definitely a winnable situation for Butler, but it's going to be tough.
It is insane the way that Tyler is playing here. He looks so confident in everything that we see him do. It's like he just knows that the side and everything that he's doing will go his way, but it's not guaranteed just yet. The possibility that Butler has here, but they have to face it by first. They have to take those duels one by one to guarantee any possibility here to see them slowly going in. That Jet all in her hands. The lineup might make things a little bit more difficult. Tyler taking the Jet down. It's a 1v2 that will be over as soon as it started. 3 kills that Tyler is able to get. 8-1 for Northwood, and the momentum that continues to go for this team. They have absolutely everything they can dream of. They have the rifles, they have the heavy shield, they have all the utility they can expect, and the ultimate as well. Another tour de force that is going to be available, and might as well use it, right? If you are performing to this level, you don't even have to save it for any eco round. You can just get value out of it whenever.
Absolutely. Fortunately, though, Icy does have a tour de force of his own. Let's see if he can potentially use that as tip. Will make his way over, finds the shot on top of First. He is revealed. He's got to be careful. 50 HP here on Dip. He's trying to prance his way out of this one. He's got knocked to his aim. Does he find the shot on top of Smiley? He does not. He's got to reload. Where's the no-scope? It's not there. Oh, man. Smiley barely gets that kill with the Dip. Dip was going for it. You got to love the aggression from Dip. And he is able to find one, but Icy, with this tour de force, he's able to find Tyler, one of the hot hands for this Northwood squad.
And the numbers might be difficult, but it can be a possibility here for Butler. One of the biggest possibilities that they have so far, actually, to make it work. But again, trying to get some information. Doesn't connect the kill. That is massive. That information has been revealed on the other side. And Benji already getting a kill into the Sova. Information is going to be 91 and 3-2. Not a lot of health to work with if you're on this Butler. If you are this Camber, just hoping to get a kill or two, hoping that they're going to walk into your crosshair, but not going to be the case this time around, or all the rounds that we saw before. Northwood is looking on fire, and they're not planning to stop anytime soon.
Benji's jump peeking just right in front of Forrest. I mean, that's just the way that this game has been going, Dryad, for Northwood. And, you know, no Sage to get onto these sites. It's very interesting that Northwood, you know, they've constructed this composition with no Sage, no wall to really gain any, you know, easy plants on the site like Butler have, and they're still making it work. They're still getting these round wins pretty convincingly, and it's because of Dip, it's because of Tyler going for such aggressive plays, but Icy picks him out of the sky and takes down Tyler there, and Butler in a 5v4 potentially can win this round. They've seen these positions before, and Dip makes him pay, takes down Forrest, firms up, first his way inside it. Will be a trade though for Smiley, but Dip parachutes up top from the rafters and takes down Smiley. A good trade there, and now a 3v2 Spike is there. Or Dip is trying to get the dagger shaking over Firmsy. Firmsy's right there with him. And a 2v1 here for this game. He's got the tour de force. Does he have time? And decide he does not. First, really feeling it with those shots with that Vandal. It's a 3K at the end of it all.
Last round in the half.
One that they definitely needed to make things a little bit more even. Still a massive difference, but a 9-3 wouldn't be bad for them at all. And it's gotta be catching them unexpectedly, right? What we saw for Northwood there was just them going in from different places, being able to take those picks and to take down the enemy one by one, wherever they were towards mid, towards a tube, or that A side that we saw the most was getting value. But now I think they're going to play more careful. They don't want to give them another round. They want to get these double digits as soon as possible, and the Viper's pin will be coming in. As a defense 9 the entrance, the Wrestling 9 the visibility.
He's spotted. Dip is going to be good for one on top of Deathless. Thirsty still inside of the Viper's pit, but he will be taken down. Firms up with that Hunter's Fury. He is good for one, and that's the Jet gone here. And it's going to be a get out of jail 3-card potentially. They're just on the zip. Dip can't leave, Dryad. What's going on? They're betraying their team.
No, look at the confidence as well. Just to get the kills. Smiley, though, on the other side, being able to get 2-3 members to life for each side. With so much damage that was taken on the side of Butler. Make it 4 and can even get the ace, though.
Not even sure what the plan there for Northwood was, but regardless, Dip now going to be able to run for the hills. It's the last round. I assume he'll just try to wrap around. The bomb is so far away from here. He's got an op to his name, and that's about it. So Butler will be able to hold off and stave off this Northwood assault. It's about
30 seconds
9
left.
rounds in a row, just about, and it will be a 9-3 curse that Butler have to hold on to. Same as last time, Dryad. Same as the last map we just saw between Buckeye and Ohio. Let's see if potentially there's a kill towards that opposite side. Dip. Is he going to be in the right spot? Does see the shots coming down. Won't even be good for one. That's about it. But
10
Dryad,
seconds left.
I mean, still a decent half for Northwood, all said and done.
Absolutely, a very good round and a very good half more than anything for them. Just to take the advantage as much as they can. Try napping him, not gonna work out. Look at that, it's an ace actually working out for Smiley. And yeah, a run where they're able to highlight themselves a little bit more, but a round that was a little messy. We're not gonna lie, we definitely saw all the craziness that was taking place towards that ace side. And again, it is a 93, a lot of different possibilities, but that pistol round is going to be crucial if Butler wants to come back. The pistol round and then the following run can do miracles for them, and they definitely need some early picks to take the advantage like that one. If they want to deny Northwood from taking the victory, from taking more than anything in those double digits, where every single round after that becomes terrifying.
Absolutely. And now let's see if Butler have any different strategies that they're going to impose here against Northwood. It's going to be an uphill climb from here. This round is a great way to start off this momentum building process. Let's see if Northwood can kind of snuff out this aggression. It will be the shock darts raining down from Northwood. And there's Firsty. With this Sheriff, Icy going to be good for one in the back half. Drakeus drops. And now Icy, he's got control through the kitchen, and that might allow rotation to come through as well, Dryad.
A little bit of damage that is taken for both of the teams, but able to heal right back up. And Butler taking a rotation, playing towards mid. First, he does get taken down though, so the numbers will continue to go towards Northwood. Not really a surprise here as the plant is trying to go in. Damage trying to connect as well thanks to that raise, and the paint show still available but not used just yet.
Smiley gets a 2-for-1 exchange there, and he's going to look for 3, and he's on a nuts flank right now. He'll try for the flick. He doesn't have enough bullets. Oh, so unfortunate, but Mr. Fours has his teammates back there, and be a good start for Butler. Northwood, they had a chance in mid there due to the Tyler kill, but didn't end up really culminating into anything, and Butler crucially win this pistol round and can start building on this economy and potentially looking to make a comeback.
It's going to be difficult, but it's possible. And I'm looking at Smiley and the possibilities. As long as Slayer is able to get kills, there's still a chance for them because he's been popping off in the last couple of rounds. He got an ace even and on that first half. So the momentum might be going towards them. Maybe they're feeling it a little bit more into this one, but it's all going to matter. And just depending on what goes on into the second round, right? It's got to be all about getting value out of the economy that you just spent to get anything done. And it's already one chamber getting the other. Icy this time around not being able to get the opening pick, already getting taken down.
But this back, so Smiley is going to be good for one. Firsty grabs another. Smiley's got an inkling of suspicion that there's more members here as Benji can look to run for the hills. Only a pistol to his name and no sheriff bullets left in the chamber. Here is now Benji gonna brawl here with Firsty. Doesn't really have any teammates, so looks like he's just gonna play for time, wait for Drakeus to come over, but it's only a shorty drive. It's gonna be so difficult for Northwood to even make the round of the site, even with all the utility that they do have. It's really just not enough, and Butler are gonna hold these angles. They have the gun advantage, and there shouldn't be really any way that Northwood can get onto this site. It's gonna be difficult. Tyler gonna press his way forward. Does find the shots on Mr. Fours. Benji takes down Smiley. Firsty gonna be good for one with that Marshall. Benji gonna drop here. Firsty good for one more. Look for the no scopes. Deathless is there with him, and Tyler drops. It's a lot closer than it looks, Trav, but 5-9. Butler slowly but surely making their way back into it.
They're making it work now. Another round going their way. Still a long way to go, but the economy can make it possible. Yeah, it's going to be a force coming in for this team of Butler. They know they have to do this. There's no other possibilities. They have to win those duels, and that means that that gunpowder can do everything. Those rifles can do everything. So force coming in kind of for both sides and giving everything that they've got as an attacking side is gonna spread all across the map, and more than anything mid to B seems like it's going to be one of the possibilities. But first, you're already taken down. He was popping off on the last round, and now you're not gonna count with him alive. That might make things difficult here.
Big blow. And you don't have a revive. You know, Smiley is one orb away from that Viper's Pit. That could be massive. But right now, Drakeus is going to be denied a bit of vision here. That Poison Orb doing a great bit of job there. Drakeus will be forced to back away. But you see over towards A, Icy So watching over for a flank, nobody really creating space, but Dip taking a very aggressive angle through mid. He'll spot Smiley here. Does Smiley have a suspicion of mid? He's going to look around the corner. Dip going to give a look over two. Poetry in motion for Dip. He finds three. And Dip just shredding through everyone on Butler. And right now, it is all Northwood on this round.
Dip knew that there was something going on, that there was a weird rotation happening. One after the other, make it 3 kills and give the numbers advantage. Give all the kills. Give the round for the side of Northwood. They were waiting for it on the second half. They finally get it, and now this is where they started to shine the most into what we saw towards the beginning of this map. It was getting the economy and being unstoppable with it, forcing the enemy team and forcing Butler into a safe round over and over again.
Will be just an awkward buy here for Butler. 5 to 10. Have the Viper's Pit available for Smiley to get this fast one on, but Furbsa, an immediate kill there onto Icy will stop any sort of rotation.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Here, but in the meantime, it is all Northwood on this round, and taking every kill they can.
There.
No, really quick one. Almost making it happen now. 11 rounds going in for Seven Northwood, and with the potential to get to that match point into this one. Ultimate's available is going to be the showstopper, and a couple others are about to be ready. Maybe an orb, maybe a kill can guarantee that. And those 2 ultimates that can be available on this defensive side are absolutely massive. We are talking about a Tour de Force, we're talking about a Blade Storm, and those, when we've seen them in the hands of Dip and in the hands of Rip and G, then they can do so much more.
Dip gonna be good for one once again. Icy dropping so early on for Butler. And now it's gonna be a rotation ensuing here. Let's see how A pans out for Northwood. Already getting that early frag. Butler does have the Viper's Pit available, but they're playing so aggressively forward as Northwood. Drakeus gets one more kill, and they're just playing with their food dryad.
Couple more to work with though, and anything can happen. We've seen they're slowly waking up, slowly feeling better, but the trade is going to be interesting. And that Viper on the other side of the defensive side getting 3 kills, and it seems like throughout this entire match has been all about who's able to get the most triple kills, or even 4, even an ace that we were able to see. But it seems like overall has been happening more for the side of Northwood and all their players than anyone else. It's been a moment for them to pop off, to highlight what they're able to do against the enemy.
Right now, it is the Dip and Benji show, along with Tyler. I mean, 3 players here. Nearly Tyler almost has 20 kills. It really just goes to show the level of consistency that these Northwood players have, and really it's a collective effort from each and every single member of this Northwood squad. And with this operator available for Dip, he'll look for an aggressive play, but that smoke orb will deny it for the time being. He is confident, though. It's oozing in his veins. He will be decayed for the time being. It's going to be such a timing factor for Dip. Oh, my word. Icy right there in front, but he will look to go through mid instead, and he'll just buy his time for the moment. Has that operator, has those daggers. Doesn't want to die too early on, especially with that early pick as well, and a man advantage.
Well, and that kill is not going to connect. One of the players is going to be spotted. Not really expecting the chamber to be so close yet. Going to wait for him to peek. Not going to be the king. Can get a kill, and that is exactly what is going to happen. Dip making it look easy with that Blade Storm. Good for 2. Can get a little bit more. He will. Another hit as well. Number 6, the guaranteed victory. That is going for the side of Northwood as they take their first victory here on stream, 13-5.
Wow, I mean, what a play at the end of that game. Just Jet Diff at the end of the day there, Dryad, and another Icebox map that turned into a bit of a blowout towards the end of it. Yes, there were spurts there for Butler, but in the grand scheme of things, Northwood, they were pushing up on defense so far forward. You could tell that they knew what they were doing. You could tell how confident they were. But regardless, great game from both sides. And I mean, anything you want to mention? Because Sage was not picked by Northwood, and it just didn't matter.
Yeah, I think more than anything, this is a weird case, right? Because we saw a lot of different agents coming in, but I think the only one that was really highlighted based on utility was the chamber. I think the race was just Tyler getting the kills with the rifle, right? It wasn't a difference that you can tell. Maybe this agent can be better. Maybe this agent can is it's better or worse than someone else. It was, I think, just the confidence coming in for Sarah Northwood that allowed them to take the advantage from the beginning to hold it all the way until the end.
No, absolutely. We will go to a quick break. When we come back, Buckeye versus Minnesota. More Valorant action with me and Dryad. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational. I'm Camel. Next to me is Dryad. Finally, the Icebox streak ends. We're going to bind here between Minnesota and Buckeye. It will be Minnesota on defense, Buckeye on attack to start things off here. Bind, definitely an interesting map, to say the least. Maybe we see that Raze again that we saw earlier on Icebox in that previous map. Raze definitely more known to go to that bind. Definitely a decent pick over there. Anything else you're expecting or hoping to see?
Yeah, absolutely. The first thing that came to mind when I heard Bind was that race, just because you can get so much more value out of using your utility properly. And I'm thinking something like Kuka can be really nice just to have that race there, take control as much as you can, and even showers as well. So Bind is one of those maps that enables you to do a lot of that, use a lot of that utility. And besides that, I think an Astra is always nice to see. We haven't seen it today, of course, because we were only seeing Icebox twice in a row, but Astra, for me, one of the better smokers that we have, just can get so much value with that utility too, and deny the plant, deny the defuse as well. And that is, to me, what is going to be key as we see all the matches that we're going to be missing today.
Yeah, absolutely. That Astra, if it is end up, being picked, can be so influential with those divides, and we will see if it is only the third game of the day, so I don't think fatigue is going to set in quite yet. Potentially, when we get later on in the day, that becomes more of a factor. But looks like we are going into draft here for the agent picks. I'm excited to see what we do end up witnessing on Bind here for Minnesota and Buckeye, who we saw earlier in the day. Anything you're expecting to see change from Buckeye Gaming? Though they did have a pretty convincing win against Ohio, but any changes or adaptations you're expecting?
I think I expect as much aggression in terms of playstyle. Obviously, we talked about it a little bit already in terms of compositions. We know for sure that is going to be different here in Bind compared to what we saw in Icebox. So, more than anything, to me, what is going to remain consistent for this team, and knowing that the victories that they were able to take already is just going in, having that confidence, knowing that they can guarantee kills very early on and just make it work in any way possible. And Kama now switching into the sky, pretty much expected. And it is one of those possibilities, right? A lot of those Reyna mains, they like to play that sky, and that gives them a little bit more flexibility for maps like this one, where the Reyna is a little bit less viable and you want to rely more on a duelist. Like we talked about the Raze being effective, the Astra as well, to deny a little bit of information for the enemy team. And then you have that sky, that initiator that is probably, if not the strongest initiator that we have right now, to get some information early on, communicate with the rest of the team, and make those rotations happen as soon as possible.
We'll see if those rotations come in. Love this pick though for Kame on this sky. The way he plays Reyna so aggressively, having his own flashes to work with, having that dog as well to scout would be massive potentially for Buckeye Gaming here as they start on attack, and we'll set the pace here for the course of this first half. It looks like it's going to be 3 over towards A, and that KJ, setting up on A, it's going to be difficult to press forward onto that site. We'll see if Buckeye Gaming have any rotations or any plays up their sleeve, try to get onto one of these sites, but it looks like the Boom Bot, pretty standard stuff, just going to try to scout out Hookah.
That early information that is always nice to have in those pistol rounds as we jump into the third match on stream today and try to get some kills on the way for both of the teams' information given. We know this one was going to be long, especially in this attacking side as they try to push in. A little bit of damage that was taken early on by Frostbite, but shouldn't affect this player too much, just playing all together, playing as a team before guaranteeing those kills. And it seems for the side of this attacking team, everyone's stacked towards that long positioning, and they want to get those trades going as soon as possible. Less than a minute remaining for them.
A very slow, steady pace here for Buckeye Gaming on this pistol round. Not looking for anything too crazy or hectic to start things off, but this flash will be the go signal. Frostbite saw one, but Kamei saw him two, and Frostbite's taken down. That's a great pick to start things off, and now it'll be a flooding, a monsoon of offense for Buckeye Gaming here as they take the site, take 2 kills with them, and now put themselves in a 5v3 advantage, Dryad.
The pistol round, that can be so intense as it's starting to shape out. There's 3 members live on the side of the defense. They have to play fast. You don't have a lot of time as well. And the Sage hiding right on top of that spike to get that trade going on. But it seems like it's not even going to be necessary. There it is, the same aggressiveness that we saw early on coming in where this attacking team is going to be alive once again and just all playing together, guaranteeing that Sean is already going to get a couple kills going on for him.
Sean able to flank from that CT position and caught Minnesota with their pants down, and that'll be the first round over towards Buckeye Gaming. Going to see the Spectre full buy coming out here for Buckeye Gaming, clearly confident, and it'll be interesting to see how aggressive they do like to play this one. We saw in that first round, very slow, methodical pace, and when we saw in that previous game, we saw of them on Icebox, they played these bonus rounds, they played these, buy rounds very aggressively, very quickly. We'll see if that pace continues or if they change things up.
There's always a possibility for a change, especially when teams can become more and more predictable as the rounds go by. But I don't think Kame has any idea. The crosshair on the complete opposite side, and not even the trade is going to be a possibility. The share being able to be good for 2. The information is going to connect right as well, knowing that someone else looking towards that long. And that means that the defense is going to have the numbers to work with as the rotation tries to take place. No, it's going to be still towards the B, where the spike wants to be planted, but it seems like it's going to be hard still just to make their way in.
Big here for Abstract. He can't find one, and that's going to mean the site will be contained for BGC, but there is a flank emerging right now for Minnesota. Potentially 2 free guns for them as well. Frostbite will watch over. Sean going to be good for 1 on top of Cobalt. Only has 40 HP to work with. Will drop down to Baby Soap. Rifles in some bullets inside, takes down Sean, and Os is going to be good for 1. Chop's good for 1 more, and now it's all on Frostbite's shoulders. Only 48 HP. He's got a flash to work with. We'll throw it towards the left, and meander his way over towards the right. 22 HP for Frostbite. In the nick of time, he won't have anything left to say, and Chops gains that last kill, and it was a decent attempt from Frostbite. Those 2 frags were massive, but Minnesota could not convert.
A lot of the economy that was lost, though, for the side of Buckeye. So that is where you take advantage if you are on the other side, right? That you don't want to buy if you're on the side of Buckeye, but you also don't want to save. So it's this weird situation where you have to force, but it's going to be risky. And it is taking those sacrifices just because you suffer so many losses. At least keeping 3 of those Spectres alive for that 3rd round is always ideal. Not really the case this time around, so those ghosts are going to be alive and trying to get more from the distance, or trying to get as much as they can while we have those Spectres playing a little bit closer and personal to what the defense is trying to bring to them.
Now Gambit has got to be careful here with Frostbite, and Os is going to be good for 1. Abstract immediately drops. He'll back away from Hookah for the time being. Still 2 over towards A, and rotation is a possibility as well if they want it, but it looks like for the time being they are content with B, but they have this teleport to work with as well, Dryad.
That TP that we haven't seen just yet, but it's so early in this map that maybe it's a strat that they're keeping for that mid round, and that is exactly what's going to take place. Frostbite good for another one. Kame already does get taken down. Doesn't know, but definitely suspects that there's someone still in that long positioning or just waiting to use that TP. I like this positioning as well on the side of the defense. Not everyone rotated. Everyone was waiting for surprises like this one. 60 HP to work with, and Baby Soap does get taken down. The plant will be going down, and that is a 3v3 as everyone from the defense is able to come back to this positioning to A and try to get once again those kills as soon as possible.
They won't have that Viper for that post plant. Gambi gonna be good for 1, takes down an Os, and now Buckeye Gaming in a 3v2 here. Making a 2v2. Chops, he's good for 1 with that ghost, and now it's going to be Cobalt looking to make a grand entrance onto the site, but he can't find anyone for the time being. Chops goes to the revive. The defuse has to come in eventually, and here it does. Cobalt, good for 1. Steadfast here on the defensive line, holding down for Frostbite's defuse. B is taken down. Chuck the human, just going to play for time. They did get half, though. Cobalt, fake. He's got the shot, he's got the kill, but doesn't have enough time on the clock. It's going to be so close, but he does. 1 second left there, and a great round for Cobalt, great round for Minnesota, bringing them right back into this game.
A really good round, almost playing for time perfectly for this Buckeye, but just 1 or 2 seconds that really make the difference. They're waiting just to get that final kill. And that first half that they were able to get in the defuse did everything for them to get that one. And still, it's very risky for both of the teams. You're suffering a lot of losses early on. And even though that was expected on this Buckeye, knowing that they were only having specters and ghosts to work with, you want to obviously get as many kills as possible, especially early into the round, to get that information going on. But the rifles this time around on both sides, that is going to make things a little bit more even.
Well, Anas has to walk through this Astro Smoke if he wants to make his way over towards Gambi, and he is lying in wait with this judge, waiting to pounce on any member of Buckeye Gaming that comes forward. But the spike has been left behind in spawn, and Buckeye Gaming, they understand that, it's not going to be easy to get onto one of these sites. There's so much utility to play with. There's so much utility to work through on the side of Minnesota. So they're leaving the spike behind, wanting to burn some of this utility on Minnesota and try to alleviate the pressure once they do inevitably get onto one of these sites.
The information so far not the greatest, but the Seekers are going to help with that a little bit more, as they have to at least shoot them, and that's still information given for the Sky to work with. We see the Viper and all that utility going on. The stopping as everyone is going in. The possibility for the judge is not longer there. The trades Bakama is able to get 2 kills right there. 4 members alive for the Buckeye. They can get more, and they will. Only 1 member alive for Minnesota. Only this Killjoy. They know exactly where she is after hearing that TP. They might even try to contest it. Just pushing a little bit more aggressive, and this positioning is impossible to get fast enough. Look at them. You cannot possibly get those 2 headshots in time. Almost it worked, but yeah, it's so difficult to move your crosshair right when you need to. And there it is, another round going in for Buckeye. I love the way that they played that one.
Yeah, decent attempt there from Baby Soap, but like you said, it's almost inevitable there. It's so difficult, especially with 2 people watching that same angle. And now this is potentially, where this save comes in from Minnesota. BGC can try and gain some footing and try to gain multiple rounds in a row. They were able to pick up those first 2. Crucial Minnesota stop. That makes this 3-1 here, but the bye is in BGC's favor, and they're going to have to rely on Frostbite to get 2 more dinks with those headshot sheriffs, because unfortunately, BGC, they have so much advantage with these guns, but Gambi has these daggers. He can be a difference maker in this round.
When this Blaze Storm that is playing so aggressive, immediately going in, but no kills yet. It does get taken down. Trick the Human knew exactly where this Jet was going to be, and with that is going to be once again Buckeye taking the advantage, taking the man advantage so early on, as we see them slowly but surely trying to push from showers, and the Seekers available and ready to use whenever.
It's going to be a massive undertaking here for Baby Soap, but he's got a Sheriff, he's got the Swarm Grenades, he's got a bit of time to buy here, and he's going to be able to spot one. There's the shots on Chops, and that's a great kill to start things off, but the plant will go down, and Baby Soap will swerve around the corner. Here comes Abstract skirting inside. Only a pistol to his name, though. There's just not much he can do. Sean has the shots, and he has the kill. Abstract will fall, and now Baby Soap slowly but surely pushing onto this site, but he's got 34 HP. He's got to be careful to run for the hills, but only 21 HP. Frostbite long for the world. Same with Baby Soap, and the rest is history. Anas claims 2 kills at the end of it. BGC 4-1 after a very convincing round with that gun advantage. They make do.
A very late rotation from Frostbite too. He was stuck on the other side of the map, and making that rotation when everyone from his team was already taken down made the possibilities of where he could be coming from much less. So the attacking team once again for Buckeye was able to predict right where the enemy team was coming from and how to get the kills right on. So another force buy that we're going to be seeing here from Minnesota. Not ideal, but is what you got to do to take advantage. You start getting those rounds as soon as possible, as we see the rotations of those ultimates to continue to be one of the biggest highlights the Buckeye is able to get here.
Big engagement here for Gambi and Sean, and Gambi doesn't fancy his chances, will dart away to safety. He knows he's on defense, doesn't have to play for any sort of aggressive angle if he doesn't want to, and for the time being, Spike's still left behind, and this is the strategy that BGC have been employing so far in this game, and it's worked wonders, and there's going to be the flash for Flash, and Frostbite for the time being. Can't really see much, but now the stars will go down. Still a bit of a diversion over towards Showers, and it's leaving 2-3 members over towards A and allowing the spike to potentially go towards B.
Yeah, there's no one there. The showstopper is going to connect right into the Astra, and with that, the entrances, especially towards the elbows, they are going to get denied. The spike hasn't been planted yet, though, and Sean was expecting Frostbite to be pushing right from there. Sphere to deny that plant. It seems like it might be working out. Has to move a little bit more. The plant has not been down. 30 seconds remaining. Now they're going to try it again. Now they're going to be able to connect it, and that information that is given thanks to that Sobot is there. So now the question is, how is the defense going to push here for this post? They lost 2 members early on, so they have to play together here.
Actually, they'll just save. I mean,
yeah, they're just gonna save.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, 3 alive here. They have a lockdown. That's really just about it, and they don't really want to try to make this any harder than it is. So they're going to save these 3 guns. Smart here from Minnesota, and they will understand when they are beat. And we'll leave that turret behind towards CT just in case they can see and look for some exit frags. If Gambi can get 1 or 2, could be big for them, but now Kamei will be around this corner. Gambi gonna hear it, but Kamei is able to take down Gambi. Baby Soap good for 1, but they both end up dropping in the save. Was for nothing.
Hungry for those kills and not really working out for Minnesota at all. At that point, it's just better to run away with the guns. And it was risky. Again, I mentioned it before that round. They were completely forcing into that round, and they could have gotten away with it. I mean, even if they save those 3 guns, that is pretty good to work with, and then you can figure out what to do with the other 2 members. But now only 1 of those rifles alive, and there's going to be light chills coming in. Not a lot of possibilities besides hiding in those corners, hoping to get a kill or 2. But even with the judge, they haven't been able to get it. So what chances do they have here into a safe round where even the ultimates are not going to benefit them too much, right? We talked about what ultimates can give you kills, and of course there's going to be that Blaze Storm and maybe that showstopper, but we already saw it being used on the other side. So again, the possibility is suppose this defense gets denied, and they have to play this extremely careful to get a pick or 2.
There's the Seekers. There's the drone. We'll spot a couple. They have the Seekers. They have the flashes as well. And once again, BGC are leaving 1 over towards A as almost a diversion for Minnesota. But eventually they have to understand that 1 might have to just rotate over, and you can leave that KJ on an anchor. It's not the end of the world. It's to survive on its own, but here comes the slow warp to the top of there, so that's the thing. But here we go. Here comes Kamei, gonna be able to take down Frostbite, and Anas is gonna be good for 1 more. Gambi drops in this divide, working wonders for BGC, slicing the map in half, and they're able to get the spike down as well for the time being. BGC, full autonomy, full control in a 5v2.
One of the strongest ultimates just to deny information. It is insane what a Cosmic Divide can do, and we saw it right there. The spike planted, not even able to hear it, and now maybe Soba has a risk to take here, knowing that the wall is going to be watched. There's not even possibilities to go in, only a sheriff to work with as well, and the lockdown continues not to be used as the kills are doing everything for Buckeye once again. We saw in the first match of the day, we continue to see these players, everyone being highlighted for them, as it is just playing for picks and working out exactly the way that they wanted. The economy is looking amazing for them.
And this has to be around for Minnesota. Finally, Gambi able to pick up this operator on defense with the Jet. It's a staple. You have to get kills with this operator. You have to try to create some space and alleviate the pressure from Minnesota, because right now it has all been BGC the whole way through, and they have a Viper's Pit as well. They have this revive just in case, and Cobalt gonna look to play aggressively, but he gets taken down, and Us is good for 1 more, and now a 5v4, but traded back immediately. Gambi makes do in the promise and gets a kill there with that operator, even things up here at 4-4.
And the operator can be nice at least to create a little bit more space to work with on the side of the defense. So like you said, this has to, I mean, this is the biggest possibility for a comeback right now in this sort of Minnesota, especially in this first half, is to get the kills coming in, and the operator is going to help a lot. But Frostbite already taken down the initiator that goes down, and that means that the Viper's Pit is going to come up online and available, as the damage is going to do everything. Lineups to deny a little bit more of space, but again, and over again, we continue to see the trades are doing everything for Buckeye to keep the numbers advantage for them going on.
Oh, it's a great Viper's Pit fake here. Baby Soap, though, fortunately was there with the rotation. They understood that no one is on B, and that's going to be the KHL lockdown used. The plant should go down from Chuck the Human. He does have plenty of time, but the question is, can he get out? And he won't be able to. Baby Soap right there with him. Checks him out, takes out Chuck, and now the lockdown will be used. Nobody will be detained. The defuse is going to get half at least here. Baby Soap going to get barraged with bullets and pelted down. Sean's good for one more.
That half.
Here comes Anas, gonna spray his way outside. Gambi gonna abstract, immediately get 2 more. And it's all gonna be on Kame. He can only watch as Minnesota will finally win a round here and make this 2-6, and they pick up that operator crucially for Gambi.
Definitely needed that operator, definitely needed to keep that online. So it's nice to see Minnesota continuing to be on this game, continuing to perform and to do a little bit better compared to what we saw in the earlier rounds. And that is where it shows how those rifles and those operators can do so much. That first pick that we saw coming in for that Jet did so much, and now it is enabling them to work a little bit better for that information, right? That Cosmic Divide going to be available. And on top of that, you have those Seekers that you can use very early on into the round just to at least create that hesitation of, does this attacking team want to go into the same site again, or do they want to change things around?
Ooh, Sean. Almost saw stars there, but he is able to get out of there just fine. Minnesota have to rely on Gambi here with this operator to gain some frags here and abstract. For the time being, will peer his way out. Baby Soap going to be good for 1. Here comes Chop Chops. He's taken down. Good trades, though, all around for BGC. And now, Chuck will maneuver his way on towards the site. Cobalt going to be good for 1. Anas is dropped. This Guardian for Cobalt doing absolute wonders. And it might be a timing here. Chuck, Gambi from downtown parachutes up top and takes down Sean. But Chuck on fire right now. His barrel is absolutely smoking, and now first fight. He will pop the Seekers. He understands it's such a big round to win. And the spike hasn't even been planted yet for Chuck. He's got to get over there and get the spike down. He's got 43 seconds. Potentially, he can get there over, but Frostbite's going to be a timing game here. Concealed in the shadows. Frostbite, he's got a flash ready. Chuck turns the blind eye. Frostbite, 1 more. He's so blind, he's got freaking flyer miles on him. And Chuck remains composed and takes the kill there on Frostbite. 4K for the Astra. Chuck, the human? No, Chuck, the god Dryad.
How does it make it happen? Flash 2, right? That was insane to get the kill towards the end. It seems like even in that 1v1, he didn't have the advantage. Those stars worked out nice, but he had to move close. He had to get the spike, and that put him in a risky positioning where Frostbite was almost able to capitalize from, but too far still. Even in that 1v1, didn't make it happen, and now is forcing a save into what Minnesota can do next. I love to see the effort, everyone being able to be highlighted on this side of Buckeye. It's been the duelists, it's been the controllers, it's been everyone playing together to make this victory, especially, or at least on this first half, work out the way that they want to.
Absolutely. And good frag there from Frostbite. Will take on Chop Chops, but it's immediately transferred back over towards Kame, who gains that kill, and now Chuck doesn't turn the corner. Gambi gonna be good for 1. Anas, he'll barely be able to take down Gambi the next time. That smoke not gonna be able to be popped up. And now the plant will go down over towards A. It's gonna be a 3v3. There is the divide available, and I wonder if they will end up going for that. But Kame gonna be good for 1. Cobalt dropping. That's the Sova gone. That's the intel. That's the utility to get onto the site. Gone's gonna be so difficult with a controller and a sentinel getting onto the site for Minnesota.
Like I said, the numbers are going to be around the same, but getting the kills, especially with the damage already into Kamek, can turn things to be a little bit more risky. Minnesota has a big chance here, but with the economy, only classics to work with, it's not going to be possible. 8-2, and Buckeye continue being dominant, continue being on top. Even on the interview that we had with Kamek, he said it. He didn't know about the performance that Minnesota could have compared to the other teams as they were expecting. So now they're starting to figure things out. Now they're starting to figure out their playstyle of the enemy team. And even as they're figuring it out, they continue to be in top, and that does so much for them.
Kame sitting at 9-5-5 has had a great game so far in the Sky. Has been able to facilitate BGC's pushes, and BGC, we're seeing 2 different styles, you know, from Bind. Starting on Icebox, they played very aggressively and very committed to one site after the other, but this time they're leaving the spike behind. They're burning utility. They understand that on this sort of map, they're not going to have the luxury of going aggressive, and they're going to have to wait things out for the time being. Gambi, though, with this operator, can he find success that he did previously? It really rides on getting an early frag, gaining that man advantage. But even if you do Dryad, there's a revive available, there's a cosmic divide available. Even if Minnesota gain a kill, there's so many tools for BGC to work with going into this next round.
It's interesting to see the Sage 2 playing all the way back with Spike. Doesn't want to risk the Spike going down. Doesn't want to risk it, so she's going to let the team with the rest of the information before deciding if A or B is going to be safer for them. And for that, one pick at least is going to be needed to give that confidence as the attacker team has been able to get over and over again. It seems like even contesting Hookah is not going to be a possibility. So much utility used there, especially from that Killjoy. The guiding line revealing that someone was looking towards short. But the kill is not connecting. Yeah, the operator doesn't get any value. Was not expecting so many members to come back right from there. And the paint chills to the backside, creating a little bit more space with the kills. Now Baby Saw being able to be good for one. Needs a little bit more to work with.
Sean, he's already made his way on top of the site. He's so aggressive here on A. He's been the lone member. They had him with the blind light, but they didn't save onto him. And now it's going to be Kame. Good for one more. Sean really adding insult to injury here and punishing Minnesota. And now 2-9 for BGC, really making do on this first half of play and really dominating Minnesota to start.
Sean, we saw him popping off on the first map that we were able to see from him, and he's able to do it once more. That snake fight worked out perfectly just to create a little bit more space, just to create that hesitation, and then just with the rifle being able to guarantee that very nice. It might be a similar scenario too as that first map that we saw from them, a 9-3, but it's all going to be defined by what Minnesota can do here on this defensive side. And the economy is not looking ideal for them, and saving and is just buying as much as you can into this last round to get anything done.
Yeah, 4 ultimates as well on BGC. There's so many tools here. No Seekers, unfortunately, but they do have the 2 flashes as well. And there's going to be the ghost signal. The showstopper going to be used for Anas. He's in the back of sight. He's going all the way forward. He really wants a kill, but he can't find anything. And now he'll just maintain control, maintain posture on the site. The bomb will be planted down. And this wall doing wonders here. Abstract, he's got to be careful. We'll be taking a rain of bullets and a rain of terror for Chop Chops. And there's the Viper Spin initiated. All control here for BGC. And now Sean in his playground. Let's see if he can make things happen.
Yeah, it's all about the kills now, and the Viper Spit denying a little bit of visibility is going to work out though on the other side because Buckeye is a fire. Kame good for 2, needs a little bit more, 1 more kill at least, and they know. They have a suspicion exactly of where Jet can be. Now they definitely know playing towards Hookah Night Flash, and he has to run away. The dash doesn't even work out the way that they wanted to. Another one though that he's able to get, but the time is running out. The defense is not going to happen. The attacking team will be getting away with this round as well. You know it is not going to be like that first map that we saw for Buckeye, but even better. Double digits already for the side of Buckeye. Well, on the side of Minnesota, only 2 rounds that they were able to get there.
Man, oh man. BGC come out of this next game with vengeance. And they are ruthless here on Bind. 10-2 to start things off in the first half. And looking to make this one a quick show indeed, as right now they have a couple of members over towards B, a couple over towards A. It looks like it's going to be a stack for Minnesota on this B site. They're going to have potentially maneuvering after the fact, but actually they're just trolling me. Dryad. Okay, it's going to be 2 over towards A, 2 towards B, 3 towards B, excuse me, and the spike going to be left behind. So Minnesota, taking that same strategy BGC did, waiting out, trying to buy some time, burn some of this utility, and make it easier to get onto one of these sites. But Gambi needs that pick on Chop Chops, can't find it, 22 HP, but he's got that Sky healing, which will top him off for the time being.
The Sky healing always nice to have, especially early on before the fight even starts, so you know that you can use it knowing that there's nothing else at risk. As Chop Chop still knows that there's someone there trying to go in, and the Astra trying to help out as well. First kill though on the other side and playing towards long. It's going to be Kame getting and denying that information from the Sova, and there it is, a little bit more of healing that this guy is able to get before the push that we can expect for Buckeye any minute now.
They're going to have to wait on this Sky to work its way over towards B, but the smokes will be planted. They still think someone's in hookah, but Chop Chops has moved over outside of this window area, but he's going to get sprayed through, still holding his ground, still waiting, lying in wait. Kamei gonna be good for one on top of Frostbite. He sees the turret down. He knows that KJ is in hookah. Oh man, 79 HP on Chop Chops. He's got the heal as well. 30 seconds for Minnesota. As soon as they move down, that's gonna be the go signal. Chuck is gonna be able to take down Gambi through the smoke. Great intuition there. He's gonna spot the barrel. Chop Chops is good for one. Can he find two? The jump shot not gonna be there in time because Chuck got it first. And a flawless round for BGC. Really just attacking and just destroying Minnesota in this game.
Oh, the patience as well that we saw on the defense. Chop Chops, just knowing that he was at risk playing there. He saw the turret going down, and then you start sweating about what can be done, or if you can have someone else from your team shoot the turret so your location doesn't get revealed. And it worked out exactly the way that they wanted to, at least good for one, and the rest of the team was able to clean up the mess that was left behind. 11 rounds now going for the side of Buckeye. Only 2 more to go, and this is just the beginning of the second half.
Let's see what Minnesota try to accomplish here. Going towards A, the spike is over in that general direction. The Viper Wall can be primed. The stars will be issued, and now so many different options for BGC to play around with and work through inside of these smokes. Abstract will do the same. Now Baby Soap just waiting for his opportunity. Cobalt has the Spectre, could make some noise. If Sean gets too close, it's going to be a timing game over towards Showers. And it will be Cobalt who wins that one out over towards Sean, and that's a great frag for Minnesota to try to get onto one of these sites, but still Anas holding down Showers with the Sheriff. He is spotted, and that'll force the disengage and potentially an A-site take.
And that kill that can do so much for Minnesota, at least to get a little bit of confidence back, but so much damage that was taken early on by a couple of their members makes the way to go in a little bit harder. They have to get one more to guarantee that A push that you mentioned, and that means that utility is not going to be there. And on the other side, Chuck Human able to get that kill means that we're going to be even, and the damage is mostly going for the side of Minnesota.
The flash is going to be used there for Kamei. He's got one in a couple of seconds here. Gambi going to be good for one. Kamei stampeding his way inside. Will be good for one, but here comes the cavalry. It's going to be Minnesota gaining a ton of footing on towards A, and they have plenty of time to get this spike down. It's going to be all on the shoulders of Chuck. Let's see what he's got. No stars available as well. It's going to be so difficult to maneuver his way onto the site, but here he goes. He's got a Spectre in hand. We'll spot Abstract. We'll look for the shots. He'll maneuver his way inside of U-Haul now, and
9 bullets.
spike ticking. It's going to be tough. He's got the time, but let's see if he can do it.
9 bullets, and you're not really sure where he is now. Definitely spotted, has to reload and try to get those kills, but they're playing so close together that it's impossible. Jed with the 3 kills as well, and Minnesota gets another round, but it was not the best round for them to get, right? Because the economy is still not working out, and the win condition for this team, the comeback condition for Minnesota has to be winning on those rounds where both of the teams has rifles. So we haven't seen that yet. We have to wait a little bit longer for that one. And it seems like Buckeye, I like the way that they respect the enemy too. Even though they have the advantage, they know they don't want to make any crazy mistakes that is going to cause them more losses. So that means a safe one for them, and they have nothing, not even shield to work with.
Baby Soap will be good for one. Sean, though, does trade it back. It's a good frag for BGC, but doesn't result in much. And now Frostbite just galloping his way inside, takes down Chuck, and it's already 2 only alive for BGC. 4 hungry attackers here for Minnesota, really looking to make do towards B. As Gambi will lurk around the corner. He's got the flank here. This is going to be a long, slow, arduous journey for BGC, and they have a flanker to worry about as well, potentially, if they can sniff it out in time. Looks like they're thinking about it. Here's Chop Chops around the corner. Oh, my word. Gambi, what do you have in store for us here? Oh, my word.
Oh.
It's gonna be a scary movie, Dryad. Oh, my God. Get out the popcorn. Here he comes. Here comes Gambi. Here he's going to knife one. He takes down one, dashes. He'll look for 2. Oh, my word. Gambi trades it back. Hey, we love to see it, though. Great play to Gambi, but it is traded back with BGC.
Yeah, the patience, though. I think the dash was the biggest mistake. Could have got them both in time, but now nothing else can be done. And for the side of Buckeye, all you can do here is just try to get maybe a pick or 2, maybe luckily try to get anything else because staying alive is also going to cause damage. So there it is, getting taken down. At least not given the economy of that the enemy team got the kill though. So that is just something to work with. And again, I like the way that Buckeye is respecting the enemy though. They know that there's a massive advantage that they have. So, but even then, that doesn't mean that they're going to make mistakes. That doesn't mean that they're going to force where they don't have to. And that was a full save, like I said, no shield to work with. So they were already not expecting to get a lot of kills done. But now their rifles are available.
Rifles are available for BGC. Let's see if they can use this advantage that they have now acquired against Minnesota. There's the jet knives available, potentially, if they want to go for that route from Minnesota, if they want to get onto one of those sites in that manner. But Chuck holding down Hookah. Right now, it's going to be a slow-paced affair here from Minnesota, understanding that they aren't in a gun advantage. They have to play this one slowly and work for picks.
This is the biggest chance here, and this is a crucial round. You don't want to take Buckeye to match point. So the initial picks are going to be essential for Minnesota to get anything done. And look at how careful they're playing as well. Slowly pushing towards A. Everyone playing together, but only the Sky on the other side. Trying to get some information, trying to distract what can happen into the B side, and even denying that full rotation that can take place. So far, is playing very nice. Just 3 members into the B side can have a good opening into the A for the attacking team.
Nos now knows at least 1 or 2 members is over towards Showers, and Sean is in a decent spot. The recon art will not be giving vision to over towards Sean. He is good for 1, can't find 2. Gambi trades it back. And now it's going to be a flooding, an earthquake here over towards A, and it's going to be trades back and forth for both sides. The plant, though, still hasn't gone down. 15 seconds for Minnesota to work with. Now 14, make it lower and lower as here comes Minnesota trying to get this plant down. They will inevitably do just that. Baby Soap knows the flashes coming from heaven, and now it's going to be a barraging here for BGC. With this retake, they're going to be able to get onto the site with those flashes. Now Cobalt puts himself in a very advantageous situation. He's going to venture onto the site, but Chuck the Human sifts him out, takes down the kill on the Sova. Baby Soap, no utility to work with. He'll work his way out of the smoke, but he's immediately taken down, and it's going to be a flustered Minnesota Dryad losing their 12th round and putting BGC on match point.
Minnesota had a very difficult task here too, because the spike was planted very late into the round, and everyone for the side of the defense was already rotated, and they already knew where the spike was getting planted. So that meant that for the attacking team, for the side of Minnesota, the 2 last members left, they didn't have anywhere to run, they didn't have anywhere to hide, so they had to play towards lamps, and that was exactly where the defense was looking at. They were just expecting them to peek to get that kill over with, to get their round over with, and now pushing us to the match point, knowing that there's only 1 more to go potentially. There's even some ultimates that can be available for this Buckeye to get this over with.
Oh man, Anas, he's feeling it with this judge concealed and shrouded in mystery inside of this poison orb, and Baby Soap is none the wiser. And it will dissipate. This is going to be so careful for Anas. He hears the noise. Sean takes down Baby Soap. Fold him up like a lawn chair there. And now 4-12 here for BGC with a man advantage. And Anas doesn't know where 1 is. Cobalt's right in front of him. That boombot will be a good bit of intel, as now he knows someone's over there. There's the grenade bouncing off the wall, trying to dissuade Cobalt. He's going to waltz away to safety over towards U-Haul. And for the time being, BGC have thwarted off this A push, and a rotation could be a possibility. Still plenty of time for Minnesota, though.
There's time to work with, but the kills have to do everything. The Seekers are going to come out, trying to reveal if there's a rotation taking place or not, and that is going to give the opportunity even for a flank coming in for the side of the defense. But we haven't seen it yet because Minnesota hasn't been able to take control of any space of the map, any area of the map. Everything is still controlled by the defense, and that is how they are still staying on top of their game and how they continue to take advantage round after round. Again, there's only 1 more to go. That information is given to him. I know that there's 2 there, and the guiding light makes things difficult. Flash twice, and that wall is not ideal. Doesn't work out. Get good for 1. Can make it 2, and the rest of the team is going to be there right to support him right when he needs a Minnesota. Only 1 more member alive. That turns into 0, and another very convincing victory. 13-4. where Buckeye is able to stay on top, is able to take that victory.
Great showing there from BGC once again, showing out in this type of way in a really dominant fashion in this third game of the stream. And Dryad really showing that they can play multiple styles. And we saw it on the Icebox game. They were able to play more aggressively. In this game, they were playing more back and more cautious, waiting for their opponents, waiting for Minnesota to make the wrong move and buying time for that utility to be used. And once it was gone, they were just able to waltz onto the site and take stuff for free. And Dryad, I mean, that's really it for BGC, just confidence, and it's probably going to be moving all the way into these next couple of games because they are really feeling it looks like.
Yeah, they are looking really good. Definitely one of the teams you want to keep an eye on if you haven't faced them yet. And everyone is playing at the same time, right? So it's hard to keep an eye on all the teams and what they're playing and how they're playing to study them. But it's going to be good, I think, as we see Buckeye moving on, because I definitely expect them to play tomorrow too. So making just studying them as much as you can if you're on the other side and trying to see what you can do. But they have so much variety for me. They have so much flexibility, and not it something that we saw not only in the way that they can play both aggressive and passive, but also the different agents that they're able to play, and they look really good with.
Well, we'll see if Buckeye Gaming can continue that trend, look to top Pool A. But regardless, our next matchup will be Kentucky versus IU in just a moment. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more Valorant action coming your way. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational. We're almost halfway there, pretty much halfway there in the day. We have Northwood going up against Indiana. It's going to be on Bind. So we're just getting the repeat maps, Dryad. It's our lucky day. It really is.
Yeah, absolutely. A good map too for different possibilities. I think the last match was really a lot of different agents being played. But more than anything, all the highlights that we've seen have really been just getting those kills and being able to frag out and really pop off like we've seen over and over again. But now the good thing is that we get to see a team that we haven't seen on the stream before, and that is going to be Indiana. So I'm curious to see what they're able to do, right? Every time we get a new team is a lot of question marks that we have. And as the rounds go by, we start to answer them slowly. So it is nice to see what they can do and how far they can get, everyone playing against each other. And we talked about it. We are right halfway through. So this is when teams can start to feel better about their gameplay, start to feel worse, right? Many different possibilities, and the confidence and the mental that plays into Valorant, like we talked about.
It looks like from what we've known of Northwood and what we saw on Icebox, Benji going to go back towards that chamber. And the only change, I believe, is Drake is on Viper on that Icebox game. So he swaps over to the Astra here for Bind. And Tyler on that Raze, what we saw him, be able to do was pretty incredible in that Icebox game. But it's going to be countered with a Raze of Indiana's own, as Memphis will be able to pick that up. And as we head into here, I'm excited to see, as you said, Indiana first time on the stream, how they compare to Northwood. And it's going to be Northwood start on the defensive side, so we'll be able to see if this chamber can get the value that it needs on defense.
Absolutely. And it's nice to see the raise in a map that it makes a little bit more sense, right? Especially in the hands of Tyler, the way that he was using his utility, the way that he was using those naturals, it really seems like he has a very, very clear understanding on how to play race and how you can get value with race. And now in a map that is truly enabling him to do that, this is one of the players that we have to keep an eye on. On top of that, I just think overall, the composition coming in for Northwood just seems to be a lot stronger, right? You have also the chamber, and we've talked about what he can do as well multiple times, and it's just a very well and full compositions against maybe even a Viper that some teams are very hesitant to bring to the table, especially here in Bind.
Double controller here for Indiana. We'll see how they pan out going. Starting on this attacking side, as that dart will gain a great deal of intel as Ferbs, along with Benji, will be forced to back away for the time being. But Smart Punch taking a lot of space up towards long, will be jousting with Benji, but with that Sheriff, it's not a 1v1 you want to take. And now Tyler propped up here, but Dips has Memphis's number. It's a great Sheriff kill to start things off, and Indiana down. That's Now members and Smart Punch dashes to the TP, but he still gets taken down. Ferbs continues his aim and gets that kill, but it's traded back immediately. Now a 4v3 in favor of Northwood.
Poison orb emitting.
And it seems like everything is about to go down here. The spike is going to be planted. No one around to deny that possibility. So it means that Indiana can't get in that better positioning. Just try to play. Just to try to maybe use some lineups before that information that we see the drone trying to get early on and spotting at least one member towards slam to make things difficult. Gets stunned, gets taken down the train, and once again working out perfectly. But now it is Northwood who's shining a little bit brighter this time around. On the other side, it is going to be the Viper fighting for her life, but it's not going to be possible as this first pistol round will be going for the side of Northwood. Gets half out, has to get the other half, and there it is. That one victory that they are able to get, that starting of the momentum that can continue to build for them.
Northwood gonna give that plant over towards Ferbza, trying to get that Hunter's Fury on lock as soon as possible, and it's a great round win, and it's off the back of a couple kills there from Ferbza, really making do on that first pistol round. And now we see it's going to be potentially some Spectres here in the Sheriff. Tyler going to go for the Ares, and we haven't seen much of the Ares as of late after the changes. You know, it's been definitely an interesting gun, to say the least. You know, it had about a week or two of just, you know, you had to play it or you were trolling, and now it's kind of fallen off. I mean, what do you think about this one going for Tyler?
Yeah, absolutely. Not the best one, but I think in the hands of Tyler, he can do so much. We already saw him in the last map that we had the chance to, but the Auden and on race, which is a very interesting combination, but he was able to make it work, right? So, if anything in the hands of him, I feel a little bit more hopeful of what can be done. But yeah, not the greatest gun to use, especially into the second round, where we know that the Spectres into a team that just won are going to be the default here. A lot of slow pushes that are taking place in the meantime for the side of Indiana, right? There's 4 members alive, and no one wants to push, especially into this gun.
Oh, Ted, does he have the angle? Oh my God. The patience is massive from Dip, and he gets the flank, and Ferbs are gonna add insult to injury. Drakius is there as well. What a play out of Dip to hold his nerve, wait for multiple members, then take the shots.
Yeah, that is insane. The patience that these players have are so insane. We usually see the minute that you see the enemy team, you're trying to shoot, you're trying to get the kill. But now, just playing careful and knowing that the numbers can do so much once you know there's at least 2 to guarantee the kills, and giving that information to your team, that is so helpful every single time. So that Northwood this time around going with that second round, trying to get the third one as well, and I think it definitely have a possibility to do so, right? Bind is one of those maps where there's a lot of angles that are very close, and that is when this Spectre can shine a little bit more, can do a little bit more, and can even catch their rifles off guard as Northwood tries to hit the economy of the enemy once more time.
And Northwood continuing with these flank options. You see 2 potential pincer maneuvers here for Northwood, as Dip has made his way all across, and now Drakius gonna brawl here. Tyler spot the elbow, gonna take down Polly. It's a great kill there, and now a 5v3 making a 5v2 is right now it is all going the way of Northwood. Tyler gonna be good for 1 more. Now Smart Punch all alone, and U-Haul is gonna be good for 1. It's good for 2. Smart Punch, what do you have in store for us here? It's a 1v2 situation. He's got all the utility left in the world, but Dip, he's got his number. Jet Dip there for Dip, and he makes it happen there for the third round. Tyler will give the defuse over. It's gonna be 3 in a row for Northwood, despite the disadvantage. They're picking up some new guns, and they're gonna feel confident going into round 4.
The rivals being picked up as well, looking nice for Northwood. We already saw what they're capable of doing, and this time around it might be even looking better for them. It's a lot of questions that we have yet, but what they did on the map that we got the chance to see them was just messing with the economy of the enemy team every single time. So now they're starting to do it again. They're starting to look strong and forcing a half fight coming in for the side of Indiana, where nothing really feels right. We have those light shields, we have the Spectres, but you're going to face so much more pressure coming in for Northwood. Now even with a Blade Storm.
Smart Punch takes an aggressive angle. Hits his judge. He can do some damage. He's good for one, but the blast back takes down Smart Punch as Tyler disintegrates the jet. Now it's going to be a 4v4 situation. Tyler's spotted. He's got to make his way out of there. He'll get one out on his way out. Memphis drops. And now Druff will go for the plant. There's the grenade being thrown inside. Tyler will spray, but regardless, plant is down. Now it's going to be up to Indiana to play for this post plant. They have the soap, they have the Viper, they have the Astra. A lot of ways to buy time, but Dip not going to make it. Good luck for one with the right click. He'll fucking volley through the wall. Dip is absolutely insane right now, looking for one more kill. He wants this 3K. He'll look for the fuse instead. He's just going to hold it down. There's the pull in. Won't even get half an opt. First one alive. Does he spot Tyler first? He does not. And Dip, insane plays on this jet, playing with so much confidence. Tried. You can see it right there.
Playing towards lamps as well. With the jet, ultimate can be so risky. We see a lot of players even trying not to use the ultimate in that area because it's so close, but rather just using the rifle or whatever gun they have, even a classic, to make it work. But Dip just makes it look easy with that Blade Storm connecting one kill, and knowing that the Sheriff on the other side with the information gain was able to get the other through the wall. That is absolutely insane. 7-1 this player is right now, and it was map where last time around we saw some highlights for him, but it seems like it came and went really fast. Now it is all about him and what he can do just to start it off, as the Blade Storm now is on the other side.
Way over, will find Drakeys but can't find the shots. 1 HP on Smart Punch. Oh my word, he's got to be so careful. One bullet, one stray shot will take him down. No healing on this Indiana side, mind you, so Druff will go for the plant. Once again, they will use explosive, but Dip able to find Smart Punch in the nick of time. The timing not on his side, and now Dip will use that to work his way in. Let's see if these smokes can help him out. Memphis gonna be good for one. He's got 60 HP to work with. There's the boom bot as well. The shot guards won't find their target. Here's Memphis peering around the corner. He's got the blast back as well. So much time to buy. He's gonna be looking around the corner. It's gonna be good for one, good for two. Druff finds one. Benji though, gonna trade it back. Now with 22 HP, he's got nothing though, and will be Druff putting that one out against Benji. 4-1 here for Indiana. Finally scraping together around.
It's so risky too, though. 7 HP towards the end of the last member alive to make it work, and it could have worked. It just seems like the reload wasn't on the side of the defense for the first time, so that is going to give Indiana the first round here on Bind. It is 4-1. They still have a lot to go to try to catch up, but it is definitely possible, especially now that they can buy. We talked about it. It was a half buy that we saw from them last time. They were able to make it work, so that means that the economy is going to shine a little bit more this time around. As Dip is looking to play aggressive with the operator. I think he's going to get spotted, and he will get spotted right away, but no one close enough to contest it.
Continue to look forward, but will just be a full play over towards B, as Pauly is in the area over towards Showers. That could be something of note, as 3 members actually working their way inside of A site. So we're going to try to make some noise over towards A, but the spike is implanted at B for the time being. Indiana have 3 ultimates to work with as well. They have the Divide, they have the Hunter's Fury, along with that Showstopper.
You want to fight
With those double blastbacks, he will look to go inside, but Dip, he's just playing clay pitches at this point. He's got another kill on top of Memphis. Has not been having the best game, and that's going to really make it difficult now as Drakeys takes down Druff, and just like that, 2 quick kills, but the spike will still be planted for, so it's good money, but is it going to be anything for Indiana to do?
Last player standing.
Oh, and shot across the other side. Indiana, only 1 member alive, and the defuse, you know that they're going to be sticking it until the end. Viper on the other side, at this point, just gotta save your gun. Nothing else that can be any other possibility. Is Northwood, they get their 5th round, and now they have even a little bit of the extra economy to work with if they needed to. Even if they lose the next couple rounds, they should have enough to make it work. They should have enough to still continue to buy rifles. And again, this is the momentum that you want to stop as soon as possible for Indiana, but it just hasn't been possible. I think we talk about the information that the team is able to get, and it seems strong enough, but at the time of getting picked and at the time of playing for the post, that is when they're having no difficulty.
Tyler bit up a bit more than he can chew there, and Ted will be good for one. Getting sprayed through his Ted, 75 HP. Memphis also very low as well. Drake is going to scurry away to safety, and will look for the concuss as well. He'll work his way around the corner. Will be able to take down Memphis. Great frag there for Drakius to trade things back, and even things up at 4-4. And the divide will be used as well to try to stop this A push.
4 members alive and 4 on the other side. Northwood, they have the advantage just because of the control that they have. As they see that though, 2 kills coming in. This Jet being able to get the opening that the team was waiting for, and everyone else in the defense, the last 2 members playing on the other side of this crossing side. The visibility is not going to be there. 3 kills coming in for Smart Punch. Can get 1 more. And David just playing carefully towards them. Spawn is Nova, but with is not able to connect the shot. As they say that though, the classic is going to help that happen just in time. The drone doesn't get the information that they needed to, but they don't need it anymore as well. Dip, careful. One is not going to connect with the operator. Now, another round going in for the side of Indiana. Is a 5-2, and a good way to continue going as many rounds as you can. That is the one condition for Indiana, just getting as many rounds as possible into this first half, knowing that this is one of those maps that the defense can do so much better on.
Yeah, and now it's going to be the double op setup for Northwood. They have Benji's ultimate here. They're going to have him save, and it's going to be the Tour de Force plus Dip's potential op. Is he actually just going to go for a Vandal instead, keep the credits. So it's just going to be 1 op here for the side of Northwood, but still so much value with this Tour de Force. Can gain so much space, and looks like they will implant him over towards Showers. And Tyler, that last round, you know, went very aggressively, and I think now he's going to be able to hold his nerve a little bit more. Maybe just was testing the waters, if you will, Dryad, but for the time being, he'll stay around you all, stay around Lamps, and try to avoid some vision as Benji able to do it.
There is that information coming in, and Tyler getting that first kill for the team. Needs a little bit more, but doesn't want to risk it, doesn't want to go in just yet. The way that he uses his utility is just perfect. Those paint tools to guarantee that no one else is going to be pushing while he's reloading. And that means that 3 members alive, they either have to rotate or they have to risk it all towards the A side. In the meantime, the defense looking pretty comfortable with the last couple kills to get here, and they're not even rotating from B. They're staying. They know the possibility of that rotation for the attacking team. They can take plays at any time.
Well, they're going to rotate a little bit now. They have the TP available. And Tyler with only 34 HP. It's going to be a good kill for Pauly. Benji whiffs the op shot now, but 30 seconds left here for Indiana. When do they make their move? When do they make their mark? Still a couple members over towards B. Pauly gains another kill on top of Drakius. The Viper Spit will be issued. Indiana want this round win. A lot being invested here, Tyler.
Enemy remaining.
Pauly burns the ultimate only to die seconds later, and Tyler with a 3K here will potentially give the win over to Northwood. They do. Druff can't find the shots, and Ferb's up. Rifles at home there. 6-2 for Northwood. So much invested Dryad for Indiana.
I really don't know about the Viper's Pit though. It just didn't seem like the didn't seem like the timing was right. Ideally, you see it being used either right at the beginning or right after the plant. But none of those even happened. And so it was a weird situation where it seems like it was used to gain a little bit of space, but it was too late, right? It was about 15 seconds remaining, and Northwood already had all the advantage, all the control of sight to make that work. So 6-2 that we have right now, and another round that can be going for Northwood just based on the economy.
Once again, it will be an ace-sided push. So many difficult things to work through on these extremities. They're going to leave 1 member over towards B just in case a rotation or a flank does come in from Dip. We've seen that time and time again. Be difficult for Indiana to deal with, but they do have 3 ultimates. Don't have that Viper's Pit from last round, but they do have the daggers along with the divide here. A crucial 1v1 there towards Hookah, and it will go the way of Dip, who finds the kill on top of Memphis. And now Smart Punch with these daggers, if he can get something going here, but once again, another frag. Benji good for 1 more. Now a 5v3. So difficult for Indiana to work through these sites with really not a lot of utility to weigh with. The Sova not really there in time to get anything done with those recon darts. And Tyler now will spot Smart Punch. He's good for 1. Dashes away to safety. Benji drops, but so many trades coming from Logan. They're always on top of it.
I was gonna say,
Party's
Smart
over.
Punch last time didn't do so much with the blade turn, but this time around changing things up. 19 HP though, and that situation becomes a
30
lot
seconds
more
left.
difficult when the rest of your team has already been taken down. All you can hope for is to get the
Three.
kills.
Oh,
Thanks to the rest of
Last
the team,
player
and now
standing.
3 kills. But the trade's coming in. The spike trying to get planted is not going to be possible. And the fight for the Jets, who was able to get more kills, they were going to be even. But it's Northwood the ones being able to get away with that round, and that means that no matter what, they will be having the advantage as we jump into the second half. But we still have a little bit more to go here.
this is so smart here from Northwood. The composition they've crafted and constructed. You're always going to have an op user here, whether it's Dip or Benji. Now Benji is going to be the run to go with this operator, and he has that get out of jail free card just like Dip. He's got that TP. So if he's able to find a kill here towards B, it could be massive. Has to look for the op shots. And he'll wait for his moment. Will take down Smart Punch and TP just like that. And already that's your main fragger gone for Indiana.
Yeah, not an ideal situation. Of course, no stage for any of these two teams, and even the healing is extremely limited for anything that they want to get done here. So this attack team has to come up with a strategy. It seems like all the rounds have been extremely slow, playing for that information more than anything, but the information is not giving them the kills that they need. So going to be trying to go in. Memphis looking at the wrong side. 2 kills coming in for both of the teams, but so much damage taken now on the side of Indiana. Barely any HP to work with, and 3 members full HP alive. And Div is the one that is going to end up with suffering of the enemy. 8-2, and Indiana, they have hope for just a couple of seconds, but he got shot down as soon as it started.
It's so difficult right now for Indiana to really make their way onto one of these sites. They've never really had a chance. The economy has never really been in their favor over the course of this game, and Northwood have really put a stranglehold on this first half and are looking to continue this momentum and put themselves in a potential 10-2 situation after this first half of play. Benji has found success with this operator. Once again, it's just going to be a 5-stack over towards A. They understand that you can't peek over towards long. The operator is too powerful. They need to play smaller and more narrow angle strats, so they're going towards A.
I really just want them to rush though, and it seems like that might be what they're going for. This is just a pixel, but that is going to be enough. Tyler does get taken down. He was under that cloud, and with that, that opens up the opportunities, especially to play around lamps and to get that spike planted. On the other side though, the drone is going to get some information, spots exactly where the enemy can be. Spike down cannot be planted because the damage is already coming in. Once again, Northwood continues to be on fire, continues to make extremely fast rotations, but only now 1 member alive on this chamber and only an operator to work with.
Winnable 1v1. He has to have the timing on his side though, and he'll burn the TP and potentially look to try and go for this 1v2. It's a winnable 1v2. He's got the operator. No teleport though, no alarm bots here. And now Memphis will hunker down on top of the spike here. One over towards U-Haul. Will he where Memphis is? Benji, he's got to get this shot. Will he check this right corner? That's the question. He does, but Smart Punch has his number. And it will be a round win going the way of Indiana. Finally, after so long, 3 rounds in a row there for Northwood, and
I think we need
now it's going to be a trade back for Indiana. But like you've been mentioning, Dryad, the economy is so good for Northwood. Dip rebuys the op, and it's the same thing for Indiana. They have to worry about this operator time and time again.
Even when we see some early picks coming in for the side of Indiana, it's such a fast trade that Northwood is able to get, that the numbers end up mattering to none, and the difficulty just increases more and more. They're going to be showstopper, one against the other. Both of them are going to be used around at the same time, but Tyler comes up on top, and now Dev is going to play aggressive just because of that. Good for 1, and now 3 members alive. There it is, the advantage that Indiana had just for a couple seconds gets shot down over and over again, and now Northwood, they have everything to work with. They have space, and they have a potential flank even coming in though.
Ooh, Dip can't land the daggers. And Ted going to be good for 2 here on this Astra. Trying to buy time and space here. Spike still not down for Indiana. As Northwood Drakeus.
One enemy
It's going to
remaining.
be a timing game, and Drakeus doesn't spot Pauly from the rear. Now Benji going to be in.
Spike planted.
Will be good for one here. Will find the shots, but takes too long. And Smart Punch reacts and takes down Benji there in the nick of time. 8-4 after the first
Switching
half, so it's not
sides.
as bad as it is for Indiana. It could have been, 8 or 10-2. Could have been really, really rough for them. But Northwood still a four lead cushion. It's good, but it's definitely come backable for Indiana.
Absolutely, it is very much a good possibility and a good chance here for both of the teams even to shine. It's all down to the pistol round and what happens here. It's those first 4 or 5 rounds, they're always messy to see because no one has a better economy. It's just fighting to get to the top, fighting to steal a couple of the guns from the enemy. So those are the ones that are going to matter the most, especially for the set of Indiana to try to match up the score of their enemy, and they have 4 rounds to go to do just that. So in the meantime, Northwood looking towards that B side, looking towards pushing, especially from long, as we see the spike going that way too.
Really use this drone as almost a safety net here. He's got no cloud burst, has the dash at the helm and ready. Tyler will be good for one on top of Druff, immediately traded back to Dip. And he finds one shot on top of Memphis. Drakeus will be good for one. Finally, Memphis drops after a rain of bullets hits him. And now it's going to be a 4-2 already. Bomb is planted. And now Northwood take their positions and take their angles. It's going to be so difficult for IU to get back onto the site.
Indiana, both of them playing in that same area too, so no opportunity for flank, no opportunity to catch them in different parts of the map. And now even revealing exactly where they're going to be located after that shot. Everyone playing outside, they like the strategy for that Northwood. They're not making any mistakes, they're not picking where they don't have to. And only one member alive now is Smart Punch versus the world, and it seems like this time around it is not going to be possible to take the victory for the set of Indiana. Again, this was a pistol round that they definitely needed, but they're not able to get away with it.
Yep, now you're going to see the buy come in and potentially dip here. Once he refunds this, he's going to be going for a full force Vandal here with the half shield. And it makes sense. He's been feeling it this whole game. The aim definitely has been on point with the daggers, and now we'll force up in this Vandal, and it's only pistols right now for Indiana. And they're going to be in for a rude awakening here for Northwood in their attack as A looks to be the target. Unfortunately, though, majority of the Indiana defense is on A, but let's see if they can stave off this aggression, as it's going to be a lot to deal with in a short amount of time.
And going in with that information, knowing that there's no one up close to her slumps, but having to back up so much damage that was taking things to those paint shells, making that situation so much more difficult. The first kill coming in too with the dart. The last dart being able to connect with Hulu. Brosum gets another one. And only one member alive. This is a disaster for Indiana. The last chance that they have remaining, it starts to fade away. Double digits now for Northwood. That was such a nice kill. That is where we see the use of utility. It is something that I've been waiting for more than anything. It is not only about the kills, but it's about the damage that you're able to do to the enemy with the utility and with the agent select that starts right from the beginning. And that is a really good way to see that shine.
Yeah, and that damage sticks. So there's no Sky, there's no Sage on either side, so no real way to get that health back up. Once you do get hit by that utility, it sticks. And we saw Ferbza there with that double kill, with that shock dart.
Take flight.
It rains through here for Northwood, now leading 10-4. Looking to really put a name on this group, and there will be another A push here. If an A broke, don't fix it right. And once again, they go for the same time. First, Tyler gonna lunge his way inside, but he's immediately taken down. Smart Punch will be good for one. And finally, Indiana stave off a bit of this aggression. What a again? Smart Punch again. Smart Punch. He's living on the edge, Dryan. He's living the high life.
Every single time, that is so difficult. He always takes so much damage, either early on or in the most unexpected ways possible. He's always fighting for his life in every way possible. And this time around, it just seems like Indiana might be figuring out what to do, how to solve this issue. A couple kills coming in. There it is. The 1v2 is very much doable here. But Indiana has to play extremely careful. The spike has not been planted and is right in the middle of side. Not an ideal situation to deal with if you're Dip. But hopefully, he's just waiting for someone to peek exactly where the crosshair
30
is,
seconds
even though it
left.
seems like that is not going to be the case.
Studious here in his approach. Will pop the cloud burst down. He's got to find the spike. He can't find it right now. He's trying to work all the way around the side. He
got
does
the
spot one. Wait, clear around the
No
corner.
charges
Pauly, a barrage of bullets. Dip, fancies his chances. Will go aggressive. He doesn't spot the corner, and Pauly, right there in time, gains the shots and gains the kill. There's a definite 1v2 possibility for Dip, but it's just unfortunate the way he was holding that angle, that corner. Pauly got his number.
Absolutely, but even then, I mean, look at the economy for
Yeah.
the side of Indiana. I mean, it's still not looking good. Everyone in the entire lobby is struggling to get anything done to be able to buy all the abilities that they want to, even some light shields that we see being bought to ensure that their rifles are going to be brought to the table. And that means that Northwood nonetheless can take the advantage very early on. They have been doing it most of the rounds. They still have double digits. They can get over with this as soon as possible. That is what they're hoping for. Some information is going to be revealed. Someone playing the worst line, even denying the jump. That was a beautiful kill. That was a beautiful coordination of utility to make that work out.
Tyler, he didn't want to go to the dentist, but he had to. He had to die. And just like that, he drops an out rough, concealed in the shadows here of the smoke. Oh man, he's going to be in for a big surprise. Here he comes. He gets rained down with bullets. And Josh is going to be good. And now he gets smart punch. Good for two with this judge. He's inside of the smoke. Now it's a battle to the game. We'll take down Drakeus. Dashes away, but Tyler.
Last
still
player
able to find the pick.
standing.
And now Benji from the flank. Pauly has no idea. It's going to be a timing game here. Now Benji, slowly but surely, lurking his way around the corner. The defuse will come in. There's another fake. He'll spot the barrel. He'll find the shots. Oh my word, it's going to be so close. Benji, by the skin of his teeth, able to take down kill. 30 HP to spare Dryad. It was close, but it's all calculated.
Absolutely. It was very close. He almost whiffed for a second just because of the rotation that we saw into around that box. But we're able to make it work. 11 rounds now. Finally going for the side of Northwood. And 2 more that are going to be needed. I don't think throughout this entire tournament that we've seen today, we've seen a victory that has gone closer than the loser winning more than 5 or 6 rounds. So I want to say we are able to change things around here. The Blazemore coming in for the defense, hoping to do just that, hoping to get the 6th round under the belt for the side of Indiana, but the information once again going to take place first as we see Northwood pushing in from long.
Get out of my way! Get those daggers, but smart punch takes down Benji. He was the lurker over towards A, and it's a great piece of information now for Indiana. Dip looks to maneuver his way inside. He's got all pieces of utility to play with. Can he make his mark? No flashes to work with for Northwood, so Dip, he's gonna have to do it all by himself. But TP is a possibility, but smart punch is watching over the teleport, so Northwood kind of pincer. Do they have to make a decision now with only 55 seconds? They have plenty of time to go for rotation, but at the pace they're playing it, it seems like they're looking towards B as a target. Dip still trying to sniff out where these members actually are.
There's pretty much a commitment here on this side, and Dip is able to go in. They don't know exactly where he is, but look at that. Everyone watching goes on top. Can't get one. Does just that. The rest of the team on the side of Northwood will be cleaning up everyone else on site. And that means that for the side of Indiana, both of them are going to be playing towards Hookah. If they see the Blazestorm is still going to be available, the Cosmic Divide coming in is going to make things even more difficult. The opportunities to go in are just not going to be there, and because that the rotation has to take place, but the time is running out, they can't even hear it.
It's really going to be on Smart Punch. He's got the daggers. He's got a dash, I believe, and he'll go to use it. Doesn't spot him in time. Will get taken down, though, as Pauly.
Last player
good
standing.
for 1, but he has such little HP, but now it's going to be a 1v1 here with the timing. It's on Pauly's side. He's got 7 HP to play with Drake. He's 21. It's going to be so difficult, and Pauly gets around the corner. Does he have enough time on the clock? And it looks like he should, I believe. The time he does. 0.57 clutch there for Pauly. Needed that round win. It was so crucial. He finds those shots. Here's where Drakeus is and gets his number.
Right when they needed to, and another round for Indiana. So they're getting better. They're figuring out the enemy, but it always seems like is not one of these clean victories that we've seen mostly coming in for the side of Northwood. It is very risky. They suffer a lot of losses to make it happen, or they're just fighting against time to make it work. So now, it is what Northwood can do just to get this over with, and it's got to be a safe round for them, so we cannot expect too much besides maybe a couple picks going in, which every single time they've been able to do.
You want to play? Let's play.
Great kill there. Now it's going to be the chamber popped here for the side of Northwood. This is going to be a big investment here for Benji. If he's able to find a frag over towards A, that could be the go signal to make their way onto A. But like you said, it is a save. So just looking for frags here, just looking to put a dampening in the Indiana economy. And Indiana just content here with watching these angles in a 4v5. They have all the control in the world. And as long as they don't make any over-aggressive plays drive, they should be okay with just holding these sides down.
It is all they can hope to do in a round like this one, especially coming in for Northwood. They've been doing so good, but they don't want to give more rounds to the enemy. So that means playing extremely careful, and they've been doing so, but now you gotta get to another level of how careful you gotta be, watching every corner, hiding in every corner possible. Let's see the Jet is doing towards the A. Spotted, but not taken down. Good opportunity to keep it. The kills are just coming in from the other side. No one is able to take this Jet down, fighting for her life. And being able to get away with it. 2 members alive for Northwood. No kills that have been coming in for them. I say that though, 2 right on time. Their rifles are going to get picked up, and this spike is going to get planted.
This is a winnable round for Northwood right now. If they get this spike down, they have the showstopper for Tyler as well. Now a 2v2 here. Drakius gonna be good for one. Pauly, great intuition there. And Drakius, he's spotted. He's a sitting duck here for Pauly right now. A 1v2 for Drakius. Does he spot Druff around the corner? He does not. And Druff takes the kill, silences Drakius, and gives Indiana their 7th round win.
Good thing to get right on time, and another one also denying those rifles that are going, or that we're going to potentially go for the side of Northwood. So that means that as the full buy coming in is a force, essentially, because the economy is not looking too great for them now. And look at the ultimates. Pretty much every single ultimate available coming in for the side of Indiana. And this is how they continue to take advantage. Denying that plant would be absolutely massive. Just using the Hunter's Fury and just continuing to create that space and to even deny that space with the Cosmic Divide like we've seen them do a couple of times.
That Sniper's Pit as well to want to block off one of these sites later on in the game as well. But looks like the drone will be summoned over towards Long, and gonna try to spot a couple of members. They do. They smart punch as well. That's crucial. He'll be forced to back away, and the showstopper will be initiated. Here comes Tyler, hop, skipping and jumping over to the site. Dip will take out one smart punch for another. He's transfer back, and there's Tyler looking to make his way inside, but for the time being, it's gonna be a 4v3 chaos right now on B side. For the time being, Northwood has the control, and there's Hunter's Fury coming out from drop.
Hunter's Fury coming in, but doesn't get anything. Doesn't even get that information 30 feet to work with the Sova. So much damage coming in. The rifle that you mentioned will be online and available just to play that go inside for this defense, but it's not going to work out. The kills are coming in. Dib gets 3. Can't get another one on the other side though. The Viper almost makes it work towards it of Indiana, but this time around, so close but so match far. Point. It is 12 rounds now going for Northwood, and this is match point.
Northwood want to top the group. They want to go to that main event in Atlanta. They want to really put their foot down on this game in Indiana now. Only 2 ults here, Memphis and Ted. They have the divide, they have the showstopper there to potentially block off one of these sites, but right now it is all Northwood. They are feeling it dip once again, 1 orb away from that ultimate, so I assume we're going to see the same play as last time where they send that drone out and try to gain long, but already you see a couple of players on Indiana understand that, and they're going to try to take at least some footing over towards long, but once again, this drone will be able to get vision. That orb will be taken, and once again, Dip will have this ultimate for this push, and there's the Hunter's Fury as well.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury can be good to get some information. Doesn't seem like it's going to get anything. I was hoping this one was playing towards that left side of the map. Now coming in, only with a Spectre to connect the Indiana fighting on this map. and making it work. The showstopper does get another one spike on the floor. And no one can push in without taking some damage, without having
Last
to
player
face the
standing.
potential death here. 50 HP for the last member alive on the side of Northwood. It seems like it's not going to be possible unless everyone is trying to take the duel one by one. And of course, the side of Indiana is not going to make that mistake.
Now Ferbza will try to admit himself towards B, but I don't think that's a ride that you want to take, my friend, as he'll potentially look for the save. He's got the CHP and a recon dart and a dream. He'll fire it away. We'll be taken down for the time being. Memphis, though,
30
as
seconds
the
left.
smoke dissipates, it's going to be a bit of chaos here for Ferbza. Will be good for one.
Oh, doesn't
On
it?
top of Ted, doesn't know that another player's there on the right. I don't think he does. He'll check the corner. He'll spray his way inside. We'll find Memphis. We'll find Smart Punch, but there's too many angles to watch over, and Smart Punch closes out that round for Indiana. 8-12 here. It's coming up on the comeback time, Dryad. Let's see what this economy looks like for Northwood. Let's see what they can buy. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be a pretty weird Walmart
Should I
buy
play some stars in
for
this
Northwood. A couple
reality?
of guns, but actually Drake and Dip will save.
Not a lot of money either, but yeah, a buy nonetheless, and a buy that can benefit them. We see Dip is going to just be using that Blade Storm, hoping to get some kills with it, and we can definitely expect him to do just that. 26 kills so far, so many of them coming in, but the Blade Storm can do it again. Has been the player that has been getting the most 3Ks over and over again. So now with this, it's going to help with the economy, but it's also going to help getting 1 or 2 kills that are crucial for this team, and just crucial to continue getting this victory over with.
A big flank right now for Memphis, checking every angle, being extra careful here.
You are divided!
He'll work his way
No
through
one's
main.
looking.
Oh my word, here's so much noise. As soon as he turns that corner, he's gonna spot two. Ferbza still in the owl drone. The timing here is absolutely immaculate right now. Memphis, he muffs the first shot, but he is able to find one. Still good for Indiana. They have a 4v3 advantage. The ride will be summoned. Memphis gonna be huge on this
Strike down
backline attack.
A.
Tyler finally trades it back, but at what cost?
The Cosmic Divide will be going down. I don't think they heard the TP though, just because it was going down right at that time. So Dip stuck in a situation, able to get away with that kill. Not even looking. Really nice reaction time for this player. And now Tyler is back
30
trying to
seconds
plant
left.
the spike as soon as possible. There's 30 seconds to work with. And in the meantime, the side of Indiana is just coming back. Might be trying to take the Heaven positioning. Gets stopped just for a little bit. And now he's going to try it again. Yeah, the Heaven is the best thing that you can do here. Getting the visibility of where everyone else is. 2 HP. Being able to run away just now, though.
Crucially stays alive. The 2 HP Druff. They can find a shock dart inside of U-Haul. It could be absolutely
Player
major
standing.
Dip. Gonna work his way out, but he's immediately taken down. Oh no, wow. Ted is gonna be good for one. There comes the stick. The defuse here. Tyler is not gonna be able to find Druff somehow. The reaction times are too good there from Druff. He is able to stick this defuse out. 30 HP to his name. Not a problem for Indiana as they win their 9th rounds here. Slowly but surely coming up.
A nice Cosmic Divide coming in. It just forced the last 2 members to push and to get out of lamps, but they knew that they were going to be looked at and taken down. So it is a difficult one to deal with, but again, it is everything that you can do. Almost took everyone down. At least some damage was given. And now a full save round that it seems like we barely see coming in for Northwood, just because of how dominant they have been. But now they know when they have to respect the enemy. They know when they have to respect the boundaries. So a save round here is going to be nice for them.
Unfamiliar territory here for Northwood. Sitting in a pretty awkward position here, like you said, up the economy. Not sitting as great as they would have liked. And now they're going to leave the spike behind and just look for some frags. Any kills here for Northwood is a
There.
bonus for them. For the time being, this gun advantage, Indiana University are content with waiting for Northwood. The onus sits on Northwood there, and Memphis even spotted Ferbza for a brief moment. It takes a hell of a lot of damage for that. No healing. That's going to stick for the rest of the round. 18 HP on Ferbza. He'll still work his way through showers, but that one way is going to be difficult to work through as well.
Because of the save round, everyone is playing even slower than usual, trying to get some information, hoping that the defense is going to peek one of those corners so the attacking team of Northwood can take them down. With 45 seconds remaining, and you can play slow, but only so slow The defense is also holding in the corners. Will be able to get that first kill, the first blood coming on their way. And 2 more that is always able to guarantee 1 member alive. And only 1, make it 2 kills. That the side of Northwood has been able to get. 11-18. Nothing else. Just get taken down. The defense now get their round in Indiana. Really putting up a fight against Northwood. And now it is them who get to double digits.
And this is where it gets interesting. It's going to be
I should play some
finally a
Astro Stars in
situation
this
where
reality.
both teams are sitting at pretty much full buys here. Memphis going to go for the operator potentially, or he's just trolling me. Okay, cool. Thanks, Memphis. Oh, you're just...
Right
okay.
there.
He's just going to sell it, resell it. What are you going to do, bro? He's going to go for the operator, though. So that's going to be potentially an avenue here for Indiana to try to hold some of these angles. Smart Punch has the daggers, as well. We saw what he could do with those as well. So Northwood sitting in a pretty interesting position. And Memphis going to go for an aggressive play with the blast back and the op shot. Memphis, what a great play there, and it allows a man advantage for Indiana as well. It's going to make the push so much more difficult for Northwood.
Yeah, it's so much more difficult to work with when you lose a crucial member of your team, and this is a round that's needed to win this in a round where they're forcing everything. Memphis on the other side, expecting another push coming in, and no one even able to trade Memphis. 3 kills now. What else can this race do for this team actually carrying this round? No, this time around doesn't get killed, not able to get that crosshair right where they needed to. And now Northwood still 2 members alive. A lot of damage that was taken by Benji. 29 HP to work with. And now still a numbers advantage that is not really working out for this team of
I'm
Northwood.
blocking vision.
Really, the question is, do they think someone's over towards U-Haul? Do they think a rotation comes in? They have the teleporter as well. There is one watching Hookah, so this is going to be a crucial engagement. Smart Punch wins it out. Benji
30 seconds
is going
left.
to drop, and Drakius will peer his way onto the side. He will look for go for U-Haul. He will try for that 1v1 against Smart Punch, but it will be null and void. Is now 12-11, just like that, Dryad. 1 win away from Indiana taking this one to an overtime, and the first time out we've seen all day. It's coming. I mean, you know, I would have liked this like 4 rounds ago, but hey, nonetheless.
Yeah, like 4 rounds ago, if not more, to make it happen. But yeah, it is what it is now. It just seems like Northwood had to take a break before they've been just going with what they felt was right, what they felt would get things over with, and it just didn't happen. And more rounds were going for the side of Indiana because again they started to read and to predict what Northwood was going to do next, and they predicted in a very, very well manner, even coming in with a 3K that we just saw with an operator, which is bringing something that we haven't even seen much of before coming in from Indiana. But now they have the economy to bring this this gun, and now they have the economy to continue making it work. So it is pretty much now or never, right? It's either overtime or it's gonna be the victory coming in for Northwood. Nothing else that can be expected from this round. So Northwood taking this time out. Nice, they got some time to talk about it and how aggressive they want to push. I want to see a faster push where the trades are a little bit guaranteed.
Yeah, that's where they excelled. When Dip was making those engagements, when he was getting aggressive, when Tyler was going for those blast packs on towards the site, that's when Northwood were at their best. And we'll see here Tyler with this showstopper potentially.
You want to play?
Get
Let's
something done
play.
here, but the tour de force will be popped here for Northwood, and along with the showstopper from Memphis as well, just in case anything does go awry over towards A main, and he will just burn that over, trying to dissuade any pressure towards A. You hear that sound, you don't want to push up, so will be a bit of just timing for both of these teams, waiting things out. They know how crucial and how important this round is, Dryad.
Yeah, again, it is now or never for both of the teams to have a chance to continue being on this map, continue fighting on this map to get this victory over with. But it's gotta be slow, it's gotta be for improvement.
Oh!
How does he do it? He sees just a little bit up the jump coming in for Dip, and that is all that he needs to get that kill. Immediately predicted, and now giving a massive advantage. Dip down, it is such a disaster for Northwood.
Yeah, I mean, that's your main guy. Getting onto the site, that's that jet dash gone. It's any semblance of a clutch play gone. And now Benji with this tour de force has to find some sort
30
of play,
seconds
but
left.
the vision denial is massive right now from this Viper, and with 30 seconds left, the pace they're playing at Dry, they have to go now or never, and Tyler will pop it. It's all in his hands. Here he goes. He'll make his way to the site, but Smart Punch immediately destroys him, dissolves Tyler's pressure, and Indiana trying to run away here with their tail between their legs.
Last
15 seconds to go.
player
Trump looking to buy time.
Spike
Looking to trade
down,
space.
B.
10 seconds left here for
left.
Northwood. They gotta get the spike down. Benji will have enough time. And in comes the Snake Knights raining in. You don't have enough time, my friend, and Pauly beats him to it. And we will go to overtime here with Smart Punch.
Switching
saving
sides.
that round for Indiana,
Overtime.
able to immediately take down Tyler, just destroys him after the showstopper was used.
Absolutely insane what we're seeing on this match. Massive potential for all the teams. And for these two teams and specifically, we've seen, and I mentioned it throughout this entire day, all the matches that we saw early on, nothing got farther than a 13-5, 13-6. It was pretty much staying in that place. But now it is Indiana going online, getting everything and fixing those mistakes that were committing early on. And it seems like it really, really worked out for them. But they have 2 rounds in a row now that they have to win if they want to make that whole comeback.
Oh man, we saw Benji there. They did pick up the op dip, almost gets betrayed by his own teammate. Now Ted gonna take down Tyler. Already one of the duelists gone here, and now Dip. He's got so many angles to watch. Will be good for 1, will be good for 2, but Smart Punch finally trades it back, and the hot hand for Northwood is gone. And now it's gonna be a 2v3 here. The plant is already down. Indiana have so much control over the site, and really they can just pick and choose their battles as the spike is already down. The onus sits on Northwood.
And with 2 members alive and an op to work with, it's not ideal to see those duels that you know that Indiana is not going to make any mistakes here. They're not going to be peeking where they don't have to. You're not going to reveal information that they don't have to. Even though we do see that Darth doing just that, the position have to change. 2 kills coming in, they can make it happen. Only 1 alive, and he knows exactly where he is. Not able to connect it, though. The operator doesn't shoot fast enough this time around for Benji. And so it is going to be Indiana for the first time ever on this map, getting ahead 13-12, and they need 1 more to take the victory of this match.
12-7, now 12-13. Northwood have not seen a round win screen in a hefty amount of time, and Benji will go back to this operator even on attack, and he's going to be a glass cannon drive. If he dies early, it's just going to be so difficult for Northwood to get onto a site.
Yeah, it is going to be extremely difficult, and you know that Northwood has to be fully aware of any dangers this time around, especially as it's going to the attacking side where things get more difficult. Astra winning on the other side of Hookah, waiting to get some kills and at least trying to get some information that utility for Astra. This is where it shines out the most. He's going to be expecting right to stand. Sees half of the body. He's just a little bit of pixel, and that is enough. Tyler does get taken down. Tyler hasn't been having a good time here. And that means a little bit of a flank that can take place now for the defense.
Now it sits on Dip. Ted will place the stars down. Now Dip, will he turn right first? Doesn't spot the Astra. The timing here massive for Ted, but he will inevitably be taken down. As Dip is good for 1. Now a 4v4 Dryad with 42 seconds. Still plenty of time for rotation, plenty of time for movement from both of these sides.
Even though we haven't seen a lot of rotations though, so that is where the predictability can come in. It can play a role. There's a lot of risk here, and the numbers pretty much even for both teams besides the damage taken for some of them. The spike is going to try to get planted. Smart Punch immediately getting taken down. It seems like Northwood is just shining a little bit brighter. See that though, but Pauly good for 2. Can get more. Now it's a 3-2 and the spike gets planted. Doesn't time. Free kill coming in for Pauly. Can't get things over with. And Benji only 73 had to drop the only operator that he had and now has to peek, knowing exactly where the enemy is, cannot do anything, and cannot see them. A massive comeback and massive victory coming in for the setup. Indiana, they started very slow, but they started picking up the pace the more that we saw from them. It was the first half that was 8-4. They were not winning. They were losing so many rounds, but they figure out exactly what they needed to do into that second half and keep pushing that overtime that I'm sure Northwood was not expecting.
Yeah, I mean, great comeback from Indiana. Go from 12-7 to 14-12. Great showing out of each and every single player. It was a collective effort drive. And at the end of the day, it just felt like, Northwood weren't playing to their strengths. They weren't playing aggressively, and it almost felt like they got a little bit more scared as that game went along. It was very interesting, to say the least. Very fascinating play from both sides. But in the end, Indiana, first game on stream to make the group interesting, and now a lot more even as we head into our next match of the day, which, if I can look at the schedule, will be Buckeye versus Ball State. So we see Buckeye once again, a very aggressive team, and Ball State, who we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, it should be a good one too. And I'm so curious more than anything about the more that we see here, right? I think a lot of players, especially around this time, right? Because the first matches that we saw were extremely early for some of them. And so the more that we see, the more that they start to wake up, the more they start to feel that momentum going on for them. As we saw in Indiana, I think that the comeback, that is not something that can happen in every scenario every time, right? It is something that everyone is starts to really feel the momentum of the match, the comeback. They have so many rounds in a row that they were able to get. So now it is about the teams that are remaining and how their matches that they were playing, they had just played, are going on just to keep that win streak going.
Absolutely dry, but we will go to a quick break. When we come back, more Midwest Valorant action coming your way. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational. Quick little interview here with Druff, who joins us after a pretty crazy game between you and Northwood, and coming off of that 12-7 turnaround. I mean, what's the mindset after that game, or after that, last round? You're up 12 or down 12-7. How do you guys turn around, the comms? What's the mindset going into that?
We always thought it was winnable. We just had like a couple unlucky rounds that were like, if we do this better, if we calm better, if we like play off our util better, we would have won. So like that's what we did. We just kept going to the plan. A lot of good calls from my IGL Ted,
Yeah, did you guys expect it to be this close, or were you expecting to start dominant from the beginning, and that was not really how it turned out, and then you started to fix those mistakes as you went? Or because from what we heard from Northwood, they said they heard some things about your team, but they weren't really sure. So how was you used them before this match?
Northwood, a lot of good players on the team. We heard a lot about their good players on Twitter and stuff. So like, we always thought it was gonna be a competitive game. We think we have one of the best talent rosters in the like collegiate Valorant. So it's good to go put up against them early season and show how good we are.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations, Druff, on that win. I mean, anything else you want to look forward to? Any teams you're looking forward to playing or going up against in the rest of the group stage?
Looking forward to Farm Butler. Odin Val, not a good player, not at all.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens. And I have one more question for you. Is there any reasoning behind the bind, the bind that we went to? Is there any what are your takes on it as a team? Because there's a lot of different conversations about bind, especially when you only have one chance here in a tournament or in a stage like this one. There's only one map, so for it to be a bind, why do you think that is?
Bind's like one of our most comfort maps. It's like our comfort map early season usually, because we always do good on it. Like Ted's always got good strats for it. Memphis always pops off because he's on Raze now. Smart's always dashing the hall, getting judge kills. Like it's our comfort map usually. We got a lot of other maps, sleeper maps that people don't know about yet, so we're just excited to bring those out if they let us.
Well, definitely excited to see what you guys have in store for us here in the CENC, and good luck to the rest of your tournament run. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more Valorant action, more Midwest Valorant coming your way. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational. After that interview with Druff, we have our next matchup here of the day. It's going to be Buckeye going up against Ball State. It is going to be Ball State starting on the attacking side, and we're going to be going to Breeze for the first time today in the stream. I'm excited to say the least, Dryad. Excited to see what Buckeye can do on Breeze, especially knowing how they played. We've seen them a couple times before already. Very aggressive team, but also a very well-organized team who knows their strengths and weaknesses and can play and change on a dime.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of possibilities, especially in a map like Breeze, about what they can bring. This is a map that we haven't seen today, and honestly, we don't see very often in map pools. So it's nice to bring it to the table against against a team that we actually haven't seen on stream before. So I want to see what Ball State is able to do. I'm not really sure about their performance and how they've been doing, but again, it comes back to that conversation. At this point, if you are a team that already took 3 victories, you're going to feel pretty good about what is left. And on the other side, if you're a team that has been struggling throughout the day, that can affect this match as well. So it's kind of in between for these two teams to see what is going to happen and what is going to go down in Breeze.
Already, lock-ins coming through. Pretty standard stuff. I'm assuming we're going to be seeing a Viper from both sides. Definitely a staple on this map, and it'll be interesting to see also how the changes on this map will affect these two squads. But already, we're going to see another chamber, and especially on Breeze, you can get a ton of value, you know, planting for Cave, looking for options with that Tour de Force, as well as on B. It'll be interesting to see how Ball State contend here with BGC, and if they decide to match the aggression or try to buy more time for themselves and play to their own strengths.
Absolutely, and I really like the chamber. This is one of the maps where if I think a map where chamber can do good, it's gotta be this one. It's gotta be on my top 2, if not, I mean, the best map for him so far. You know that the guns are going to be great for the long distance that you have to take, and those duels are often from completely different parts of the map. Everyone is so far away from each other. Even if you're trying to flank, you know that it's going to be difficult to do so. So having a chamber is going to give a lot of control, especially towards mid on the for the side of this team, and everything else still looking pretty standard. I would say even the rain is really nice to see. Everything that is going to give you control of space that is so hard to gather sometimes in this map.
It's going to be interesting to see how mid control plays a factor as well. You know, if you gain control of Breeze, it really opens up the options going to A, going to B. So we'll see how these two teams play that one out. But regardless, just about ready to get into the game here. We will send us into game on Breeze here, and we will make sure those icons up top are changed momentarily. But yeah, Ball State going up against Buckeye here. Ball State starting the attack. They make it easy for us, Dry. They have all the same letters, BSU. They make it easy. I love that.
Yeah, nice one to see, and the compositions overall is still looking pretty strong. So it's also another thing that feels really comfortable for everyone. I want to see the performance that we've seen over and over again coming in for Buckeye and what they're able to do this time around. Sean not playing the Sage anymore, but instead is going to be playing that Sky. So that means a little bit more of an active role to guarantee the victories for the team. And he was able to do and to have that active role on Sage. So we can only imagine what possibilities he can bring to the table now on his side. An initiator as the kills are already coming in. It's a trade. One gets the other in a 4v4 playing towards mid that we talked about. That control that is going to be crucial. And Gamma already also feeling pretty comfortable back on this right now.
Looks like the rotation will come in. Nobody's actually over towards B, so Buckeye definitely going to have to change that up around. You're going to see the Sova move through Nest. The B will be exposed, and Ball State should get this plant out, so that's good money for Ball State, but still in a 4v3 will be a difficult fight. Nonetheless, Swoody will go for the plant. They have a bit of post lane here with the Sova and Viper, along with the Chamber as well for a bit of long-range consistency here, but they have a flight to worry about as well. It's going to be Kamei moving through elbow, working his way inside with a Ghost here, but he's making a lot of noise, doesn't have any Leers to work with, and with 32 HP on Sean, it's going to be a daunting task here. BGC going to work around on the side. Ian in a great flank position. Will be good for one. Can't find two. Sean trades it back. It's going to be Parker finding a kill on Kamei, and now Ball State in a 2v2 opportunity. Sean with 6 HP to his name will be able to find a kill, and now a 1v1 here. Sean going to propel himself up top. Spoody, does he spot the Sky? He does. He knows exactly where he is. The time is not on Sean's side. Look up the fuse. Will stick with half. Can he get all of it? He cannot. Spoody takes aim and takes fire. 70 HP to his name. Does not matter. Ball State in the first round.
And Sean had the right idea there, but only 6 HP to work with. Not ideal when you are trying to get that defuse. And even though he was able to get half, obviously there's so much more to get that dual one, to get that 1v1, to get that victory. So this time around, not an ideal situation, but its slow start has never stopped any team, especially in a tournament like this when there's a lot more to go. And this is where you see those Spectres being bought, but even Spectres in a map like this one, it's hard to get value out of them sometimes.
Drone is going to bait in a couple. BSU going to really turn the tides here and really put the pressure down on top of BGC. And already 2 quick kills, and Kame with 30 HP. Chop's no dart. It's going to be a full rotation. They know they can take any site they want. With the Sky Flashes up in 30 seconds, they will have the dog as well, so a lot for Ball State to work with going over towards B.
A rotation that is happening fast, and it is working out as well as fast as they can. 4 members alive in the meantime. Well, the Reyna took so much damage. I don't even think they can use anything to heal themselves, so it's got to be the plan. Coming in any minute now, as we see a little bit of a flank coming in. Cameron, 30 HP. Having a dream here, really.
Spike planted.
It's going to be a task indeed. Kame can be blinded for a brief moment here, but 30 HP. Doesn't have a healing as well, so will be tough for Buckeye to get into the site. But, you know, credit this to BSU. They're playing aggressively. They know they have the gun advantage drive, and they take full advantage. They go over towards A. They find a couple kills there, and they understand that they can rotate. They have time, and they do just that. And now, with full control on the site, they will be able to back away for the time being towards BGC spawn and save their guns as well. But for BGC, down 2-0. Nothing too surprising for them. They just wanted frags. They'll get 1, but that's about it.
It is not the first time that we would see that. They're just going to jump right into where the spike is going to get down. And with that, just make sure that the economy is going to be the best they can in a scenario like that one. At least they were playing together. And now they can get to what matters the most, which is going to be those rifles that we start seeing that the side of the defense starts bringing to the table. Even an op that they want to commit to. And I'm very curious about this one because on this jet, for this jet, we haven't seen a lot of operator kills. We've seen 1 here and there, but nothing that has felt consistent enough. So this is a big risk that they're taking.
And if you die with this operator on round 3, he puts a damper in the economy. But Kame, right between the eyes, he finds TN and takes the kill and will waltz away to safety. And already, a good start for BGC. Could have come at a better time, taking down one of the main members of this Ball State roster. And now, Ian, in a very precarious situation. Anas with this operator. Does he even opt to check shoot? For the time being, though, he will just play this one slowly. It's going to be a mind game here for Ian. Does he check around the corner? Oh my God. He spots him. He's going to take aim and take fire. Oh, the Spectre, man. What a bad gun from long range. Anas now with the operator still. He's got so much room to play with. And now Ian gets taken down from Chuck, and that's just unfortunate.
It's just a Spectre. It's just a Spectre. It's so hard to get killed with, especially when you're so far away. That is so unfortunate. He tried praying as much as he could. He did some damage, but it was lacking just a little bit towards mid, especially. And now, because of that, there's only 2 members live on this attacking team. They have to play together. The spike has not been planted. There's 30 seconds remaining. Everything going against them as of right now. And now we see those rifles and even the operator. As long as they're able to keep it, they have a big advantage here, and they're able to do just that. Camel Force with the 3K to start it off to get the first round victory to his team to continue building more and more of what we just saw there.
Well, speaking of force buys here, Parker potentially look towards this operator here, and if he does this on attack, definitely will be interesting to say the least. But yeah, Anas keeps that operator crucially, and for BGC, you know, having, you know, being on defense for the first half puts so much, you know, pressure now on Ball State to make these rounds really matter, because with the jet, with the operator, you have so much control over mid, so much control over in these long angles that Breeze does provide, and that will be a kill going the way of Parker. Sean drops. That's the Sky gone. That's a big kill for Ball State to start things off.
And the ops in one side and the other side trying to get some kills, but the information, it is going to be crucial to make that happen. As the rotation is taking place, everyone looking towards A on this attacking side, and the ops is not moving over and over again. He does it. How? Hammett being able to get away with that kill. The chamber that had absolutely no idea, and with that means that the positioning wasn't the best for the defense, but they were able to get away with it. We have to push together. The leader coming in, blinding or trying to blame for just a little bit, but having to back up. And it seems like this one is gonna be a save.
Yeah, they knocked on the door, but that's about it. They have the operator. They need to save that for the next couple of rounds. BGC understand how really much they can do in this situation. A 4v2, the bomb will detonate. They'll look for some exit frags, but don't think even going to find any. They'll just save these guns out. BGC will drop 3-1. And for Ball State, it's seeming like they're playing with so much more tempo right now than BGC. They're getting onto these sites a lot quicker. And BGC just look a little bit flustered. They look just not ready for it. And Ball State win their 3rd round in a row here.
3-1 we have right now, but I expect the score for this one to be even and to match any minute now. We've seen what this Reyna is capable of doing on this defensive side. We've seen what Sean is capable of doing as well. So now, with those rifles, with the guns that they were able to save more than anything else, they can make something work out. The Empress, I would love to see it in a point like this one, where you have just a little bit of extra confidence as a Reyna player. You get the confidence just to go in and to guarantee 1 or 2 kills, and that is just everything that the team is waiting for to get into try to take side as soon as possible.
Unfortunately, will be spotted in us. Takes down Parker, and that's the op user gone for Ball State for the time being. And they will walk back slowly, potentially looking for a rotation. They have that Viper moving towards B. Potentially could gain some ground if a kill happens over towards there. That could be the go signal for the rotation, but for the time being, a very slow, methodical pace for BSU. They understand that there's not really much they can do in this situation, but going for early engagements wasn't their forte, as that chamber will drop, and Parker now no operator. They'll be gone for the time being. 3-1 here for BSU still, and everyone playing this one very cautiously and slowly moving towards A.
This attacking team, they have a Viper right towards mid, but it seems like the defense is expecting just that first kill coming in and a trade right after. The operators, of course, doing miracles for both of their teams, but it's a 3 versus 3, and the rotation finally taking place. The Sky going from that B side to, it seems like, an A, with the possibility of also that rotation taking place for this attacking team, and it will go down towards B. Lineups coming in, just stopping that push for the defense for as much as you can, for as long as you can, because time is running out. There's 10 seconds remaining. The spike is going to be planted, and now the Empress is going to come out.
Last player standing.
A bit of chip damage. TN's good for 1, good for 2. A 3K here for this Jet. He is feeling it right now. And BSU just set up an absolute wall right now on top of B. I mean, TN. NT, let's turn that around. NT right now for BGC. NT on that push. It wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, it wasn't the one. And that means a save coming in, but 4 kills, really nice what we saw for this Jet, and he loved performances like this one, and especially in the duelist role, right? Not only it is expected, but it's also so nice to see just like everything fitting right into place the way that you expected. A composition like this one coming in for the side of Ball State, and a lot more possibilities that they have as long as they continue having that communication that is really shining out a lot here.
I've got your trail.
There's a flank towards Parker. Does he spot Chuck? He does. Anas on this lurk here. He'll look to make his way over. He's got a dash as well. He will spot Parker for a brief moment.
Spike planted.
Check this flank in the second corner. Anas, he spots a plethora of Ball State members, but with only a sheriff to his name, he can only do nothing and just take pop shots for the time being. You know, a 5v3 all in favor of Ball State. Everything going their way.
You know, it is pretty much expected where this Jet will be coming from. Cannot even get 1 to 10. 3 kills. Can make another 4K here. That immediately shot down. Chop also playing all the way back. And that spawn and trying to get 1, 2, even with that Marshall is not going to be the case. And once again, that tour de force, it can do so much. This is why Chamber is so strong in a map like this one. A lot of duels are from so far away that you use that tour de force and you know that you have a little bit of a bigger chance. It was even the mistake, even when we saw a couple rounds ago, the Spectre trying to get one of the enemies from the other side, it just didn't really connect. And so when you have an agent as strong as Chamber to enable you to have guns like this one almost every single time, you have the advantage to shine a little bit more, as we see the set of Ball State continuing to do a 5-1 and a little bit unexpected too, compared to the performance that we saw before from them and from the enemy team.
You can see a very aggressive angle being taken right now for BGC. 2 members up towards mid, and they'll look potentially for an elbow rotation. Looks like A will be the target for the time being. Now it's going to be J-Corn with these flashes at his disposal. Ian waiting for a flanker from this Hall's area to come through, but for the time being, 1 minute remaining. Ball State perfectly content with playing this one slow. Nobody is over towards B for the time being right now, completely exposed. Nas takes down TN. That's the hot hand, the hot barrel for Ball State gone. Now a 5v4 in favor of BGC with the Viper Spit available. They could use that to block off one of these sites, but B's still the target and still exposed for BGC.
It's a 45 that we have right now in Ball State. Still with the advantage, just looking at those rounds, but it might be changing
seconds
soon. It's going to be a lot of potential that we already know Buckeye has, but the question is, how are they going to develop it, especially in a round like this one? The Seekers are going to be used, have to be shot, their location is going to be revealed, or at least having an idea of where it's coming from. Cabin on the other side, 3 kills that he's able to get, only 1 remaining this time around for Ball State, and time is running out. The plan cannot go down, and now the operator will be finalizing this round. Second, going for the set of Buckeye. This is exactly what I was expecting from them. It seems like they were slowly building and getting that momentum, and now they're able to continue and to even match the score, I believe, just looking at how many kills Kevin has been able to get.
Anyone have funds to spare?
That works.
Really feeling himself here, 10-3 onto this Reyna. Now the economy back in a decent spot here.
Let us hunt.
For the side of BGC. Let's see if they can get something done here. Anas, great picks with that operator, has really allowed more spacing for BGC to work with. Ball State, with 3 ultimates of their own, will try to gain some space on one of these sites and play for the post plant they have. The Hunter's Fury they have. The Viper's Pit as well. So Smoothie will use that Aldrome. That will be the go signal for TN. He's got all pieces of utility to play with. And here we go. Ball State will make their way on top of the site. There's the recon dart going to the back of site as well. And that'll be the rotation from B. It's confirmed A. The plant will go down. Let's see how they play this post plant out after this plant.
Now the post is going to be interesting, and already a first pick coming in for the defense. The operator playing towards a double doors means that definitely is going to be at risk of being able to get away with their life and able to get another kill as well, watching that no one is coming behind, and that's giving a little bit more space of the defense to work with 2 members live in the meantime for the side of Ball State. And it seems like nothing can be done. The defuse, it seems like it's about to do it. You're about to connect it, and they do it again. Of course, the defense gets away with it. 3-5, and Buckeye, they are waking up again.
Waking up there, pros don't fake, and they'll just hold it down. Now they give the op over back to Anas and puts himself in a really decent spot with the daggers as well. And Chops has his Hunter's Fury. Chuck has the Viper's Pit. So plenty of tools for BGC. And we saw there, a very quick plant for BSU, but they weren't able to really get anything done after that. We saw Ian on the flank drive, but it was just way too late.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a risky situation there, but now it is another round. It is the round where it might be an ultimate heavy one. The Bladestorm already coming in, trying to get some information towards mid, trying to get some kills even, but no one peeking in and definitely expecting it. Being in that area, there it is, pushing right in for this defense, being able to get 2 kills. This Reyna does it again. Only 2 members alive, and Ball State, they have a difficult task here. They were aiming to go towards A, but now look at that. They are going to be completely surrounded.
What can they do? There's not many options here right now in a 5v2. It's going to be very difficult here with Anas watching over this operator. It's going to be an out battle, and Anas flicks up and takes down Parker. And right now, Anas parking his way on mid, and now Ian a 1v1 here with Chop. He will find the kill. It's a great frag for BSU, but at what cost, right? You know, it's 1-4 here in terms of agents here. 3-5 in the round score. It's going to be difficult for Ian. He'll plunge his way on top of Chuck, takes out another kill. The spike is so far away. It's going to be so difficult to even get over.
30
it's
seconds left.
Potentially a save. He's got 30 seconds to work with. And for Ball State, it's good frags, but right now, BGC somehow have ramped it up and are looking to tie this one up at 5-5 eventually.
There's no time to work with, and the operator will be guaranteeing the 3K. I like this performance. I talked about it. What can be done with this jet specifically with the operator, because before we didn't see it shine too much, but now I like that he's proving me wrong. He's bringing something different, and he's making a difference, a massive difference for his team. Now, the Blizzstorm didn't get any value for this side of Ball State the way that we're hoping for, so that puts things at a risk, and it means a potential rush will be and can come their way.
Let's see if the rush is inevitable. They will have a bit of intel due to that sky flash. The bottom light does make at least one known, and there's the dog as well. Everything being used there by Sean, all pieces of utility. Now Anas will spot that poison orb, and there's a bit of utility being used there by the Sova as well. The shock dart's raining over towards Nest, but so far B is the target. And Ball State looking to pincer inside. It's going to be Parker working his way over. Maybe he can get a flank here. Kamei going to be good for one. Dismiss the safety, but he runs right into two members of Ball State. He'll get taken down. Parker's good for one more, and Sean will drop. That's the sky gone and dusted. And Ball State somehow, some way will actually get this plant down, and Parker for 3. Can he make it 4? It's going to be enough. Missing the op shot. He's going for one more. Can't find it there. And for the time being, Ball State will get this plant down and have control and look for an impervious defense on this site.
The op on the other side, the Blizzstorm as well, that it seems like it's going to be necessary, having no idea. The Parker was already in 4, almost getting the 5th. And it's a 1v1, only 30 HP to work with for this Viper. Not so much, has no idea where the Sova can be coming from. And with the changes of the map, it is yet another challenge to face for this defuse, for this defensive team that has to play. Now, wait, has no idea still where that came from. Gets shot right through the wall. And it's a thrifty and a very unexpected one coming in. It's a 6-4 that we have right now, and I mean, Ball State being able to get away with it. It was all thanks to Parker, to that chamber absolutely popping off early on with that 4K that he was able to give his team.
So unfortunate for Kamei. We saw there he dismissed right into 2 members of Ball State. And there's just not much you can do there. It's just unfortunate. The Viper Wall was there, and now for Ball State, they stop that barrage of attack from BGC after 3 rounds, 6-4 here, and potentially looking to add more to that list. And they're going to set up 5 over towards me. It's only 1 member, Sean, and he'll spot a plethora, a handful of Ball State members. He has a blinding light available, but there come the Seekers. Sean is in a whole world of danger. He's got to be able to get out of this one alive, and he'll have eventually some backup, but it's not coming anytime soon. He's got to be able to get out of there.
Able to get out of there, but just in time, and the kill is already coming in. Sean does get taken down, and the Viper's pit is going to come up online. 5 members live for this attacking team, and a really good post scenario that they have right between your eyes. Now, a little bit more is going to be needed. That information that they're trying to place, and the kill that doesn't connect. He ends up get taken down. It's such a disaster for this attacking team. The Hunter's Fury coming in as well.
Smoothie is going to be good for 1. Chuck, does he spot any of these members concealed in the poison? He does not. J-Corn going to be good for 1. J-Corn taken out from the rear. Just not enough time for BGC though. Smoothie getting it done here, doing his best Hanzo impression, raining down daggers, raining down darts, making it look so easy. And BSU 7-4 here, looking to make this one an 8-4, but the economy is in favor of both sides. It will be a full buy throughout, and there are a couple ultimates ready. We need to see Kamei pop off once again on that Empress. We saw him do it before. Can he do it again?
He has done it multiple times throughout the day, but yeah, can he do it again? That is the question. A lot of what happens in the round is defined by what Kame and what Sean are able to do in the early round.
want to
So that means
play?
that if they
Let's
get
play.
taken down, that possibility gets denied. Now, we're gonna be seeing a tour de force. That means a little bit more of the difficulty to commit to one of the sides as well. But we see this attacking team this time around, they're gonna have no fear. They're going to try to go in with that utility and no kills so far. But now, as we see that they're coming in, the trace is going to side seem impossible. And 4 members live for this attacking team going for the plant. He might just do that.
Ball stayed, and now 2v3 as J-Corn falls. Smooty in a pretty unfortunate position. He's got to back away to safety and does. Nick of time, and now Nas with this dash and will look for an acrobatic play indeed. He will spot out Smooty, who now pelts the back of sight here. The snake bites come raining in. Anas
didn't know.
in a great spot. They have no idea. Anas good for one. Can he spot Ian as well? Ian taking a hell of a lot of damage. He's got to be careful. And now Parker playing for this person.
Last player standing.
Down the spike. Here comes Parker raining down the op shots, but he can't find any kills. And Anas is good for 3. Beat Chops getting the defuse, and at the end of the half, it's going to be 5-7 in favor of Ball State, but BGC slowly but surely working their way back into this one.
Switching
Ball
sides.
State, yeah, having the advantage, but anything can happen now. This is one of those matchups that I realize it can be extremely close. Just looking at the performance that Buckeye has had throughout the day and the potential that they have to win those rounds, they were able to do just that. I think it's going to be extremely even, especially as we see this team now going into the defense where they have often seemed a little bit more comfortable and where they can get things over with a little bit faster just based on the information game that they're able to play so well.
This is the closest game we've seen all day at the first half, 5-7.
Yeah.
Both these teams very evenly matched. Both these teams wanting to go to that LAN event, that main event for CENC in Atlanta. Both teams wanting that opportunity to show what they have, and this pistol round so important for BGC to look to tie things up at 7-7. There comes the dagger. Lofted over the entire BSU lineup. TN gonna get a dink, gonna get a kill actually on Chuck.
Spike
Wow,
down A.
TN really feeling it right now when he just sprays to the Vipers wall. You never know.
Yeah, you never know what can happen, but now a little bit more is going to be needed. The spike is going to be planted, and they know exactly where the team is going to be. At least one hiding behind pyramids just to get that plant done. So push is going to be necessary for the defense. The trades are coming and going at the same time. The damage it can connect and does a lot against 2 of the members of each team, and the numbers again for this 42 HP. That can keep the team alive. Doesn't do it this time around. The defense, the 3 members alive, has 1 more to get. Sean good for 2, but that is all that he said. And that 3K that we see Parker able to get here is going to make things so much better for the defense. You're going to feel so much more confident into the second half as we jump right into it.
Big round there for BSU, and it looks like it's going to be a force for BGC potentially. Sean will go for the Spectre. That's about it. Only one who could buy there, so it will be potentially an avenue for Kame as he's actually going to go for this Bulldogs. This is a big risk here for BGC, and let's see if they can make do, and let's see if Kame can get something done with this longer range weapon.
What can be done here, though? It's going to be a force for a couple of the members, which is interesting. The first time that we see it too, a force into the second round. The first time that we see it today, and it is for a reason. It is very unlikely to see things like that happening, especially because not everyone is forcing here. So it's gonna be kind of a now or never situation for them to get value out of it. They have no idea though that TN is going to be hiding there. Good for 2, right into their head, and 4 members alive for the defense. Is going to go as planned for this team. 1 more to get, and Sean against 3 members of the side of Ball State. I don't think it's going to be possible. Even the Spectre is not worth saving. The location is going to be a reveal, and nothing else. Not really any other hope for the Sky. Gets spotted, has to move 45 HP towards the end.
This is so unfortunate for BGC. That drone didn't spot TN in that little corner that they added a breeze, and it punishes them insanely hard. He gets 2 kills out of it, and that flash as well, really well timed from all members of Ball State.
30
making
seconds
things happen.
left.
Now Sean only has 1 blind light, over the blind light, and immediately is taken down, and his lifeless corpse there. There's now BSU really putting the pressure on BGC right now, 9-5 after a force from BGC.
Yeah, this is why those forces into the second round are not good. I mean, unless the enemy team has double digits on you, it's just not really worth it. You risk so much like we see the teams doing now, and now it is Buckside in a massive disadvantage into what can happen next, because they can't even count with the economy for this round. So a full safe round that we're going to be seeing for them, not taking any of the risks, but I don't even know how many kills they can get away with, right? Because it is Ball State really putting up a fight versus them.
Well, right now, first time in this game, we've seen BGC move as a collective unit towards mid, and Chuck will take down Parker. That's a great start here for BGC, but how do they convert? How do they maneuver through Breeze? TN will propel himself up top towards Hall. Still a lot of intel left to be had here for BSU. They know if an inkling of suspicion, they could be a target, and they're going to wrap around. It will be very interesting to see how BGC play this one out towards this rotation. It's only going to be Jacorn here for the time being.
I've got your
TN behind him, but there's going to be the Seekers. That's going to be the go signal.
There's a signal to go in the guiding light, revealing that there's no one up close. They can take it from a distance. Also doesn't hear anything. The Seekers as well, going to reveal someone all the way on back of side, but the spike is going to be planted, going to give at least some comfort for this attacking team. As I see that Sean does get taken down, and it's going to be an interesting flank coming in. Is this Jet that no one is looking at, has no idea where she is, and now making some noise in Cosgrove live. Good for 1, makes it 2 as well. And the defuse is going to stick. We already know how this works. Actually doesn't even get half.
Doesn't get half. 12 HP on Anas. He's just gonna spray through the smoke. Half for TN. Trying to prolong this round. Can he get the defuse off? So much time being burned up. Anas trying his damnedest, but in the end, Ball State stay composed, win their 10th round.
Double digits now going for Ball State, and such a strong team as we see them performing better and better. They are making the right decisions, not only in the economy, but in those rotations that have to take place and when they have to take place. And that is a difference that we already see in a matchup like this one against Buckeye. Buckeye, a team that we saw twice today, and they were popping off. They were doing so well, all in the hands of Sean and Kamid, but now they have another challenge, and they're trying to figure out how to face it. It's gonna be vying this round to start it off, and the start, ideally a comeback for them.
Now TN, with the daggers available, could potentially aggress forward through mid. He's gonna use Jacorn with this blinded light. Will not spot anyone though, and that drone will force them to disengage immediately, but Kamei takes down Jacorn. Can he find one more TN? Gonna brawl with him, but for the time being, it's just going to be a 1-for-0 exchange going the way of BGC, and that's a good start to this round that they needed.
They absolutely needed, but not enough just yet. Turns around, but it's a little too late, and the Jet does get taken down. It's a 4v4, and again, that is what he said. A little bit more is going to be needed because you don't know what can happen in a matchup like this one. Everyone is just hiding in such unexpected places for teams that we've seen so many of them getting taken down because they're not shaking corners or just because they're flash when they're expecting it the least. So now, rotation once again towards A from mid. And Plant is trying to go down as the kills are going down too.
No, Parker can't find one there, and that's going to be Plant. Finally, BGC can play to their hand and play for this post plant, but TN, he's able to spot chop chops. This could be absolutely major. Here's the shots, knows someone is in that general vicinity, finds the headshot and finds the kill on chop chop. TN really failed himself. He'll look to go aggressive, find Kamei, pop the cloudburst down, concealing himself in mystery now. It's going to be TN with these daggers still available. Sean is looking for a flash. The timing for TN is absolutely immaculate. He's got the sheriff. He's looking for the shots. He can't find the kill. The abuse is coming in. And what a play out of TN, doing so much work here time and time again for BSU, winning them this round.
all the space that TN was able to get was absolutely insane. No one could even peek the way that they wanted to because TN was right in front of their faces and getting kills right and left. 21 kills that this player has right now and gives the 11th round to Ball State. Only 2 more that are going to be needed, a Blade Storm that is going to be available, and all the winning potential that they have, as this one is going to be yet another save for Buckeye.
Save and a nos. These
Revealing
daggers could
area.
potentially look to make an engagement happen, but it's so difficult for Ball State to really, or for BGC rather, to get really into these sites. And J-Corn rifles some bullets home on top of Kamei. That's good for one, and that's the main man on this BGC roster gone. Trying to, and it feels like when Kamei gets things done, when he's able to find some of these good engagements, there's not really much follow-up for BGC at all.
Yeah, and the follow-up is going to be crucial for anything that can be done. The guiding light is going to be revealed someone there, but they don't know exactly where. They don't know that there's a Blade Storm right into mid, right at double doors. Now, they get an idea, really good pick right there. This guy does get taken down, numbers advantage. Now, still pretty even a 4v4 in the trades that are crucial. Another one with the Blade Storm and 70 HP should be more than enough to even get another one. The spike does get planted and 2 members alive for the defense playing completely different parts. One of them coming in the flank.
They know where Sudi is as well. He's got a recon dart, he's got 2 shock darts as well, but once again, this Ian flank, it's a little bit late, but he is going to be able to get here in time. Chop though. Will drop. It's going to be Swoody looking for one more. He's going to be right in front of Sean, right in front of Yellow here. It's going to be so difficult now for this flank to come in. Sean, he senses it. Swoody going to be good for one more. Ian just going to go for the stick. He's going to go for the defuse. Anas good for one. He's got the 3K. Does he know the defuse is happening? He's going to use all his mobility to get over there. He doesn't find the shots, and Ian should have enough time. What a play out of Ian. Goes to the flank, and it finally works out, Dryad.
What a shot as well that they were able to connect right into the jet. It's so difficult in a situation like that. You know that she's ulted and you know that she can do something crazy, but shutting down the possibility and also getting half of the spike defuse was everything that this team needed. They are playing perfectly round after round to take this victory. So now it is a now or never situation for what Buckeye can do. 4 ultimates available to use whenever they want, and the one that they can capitalize the most out of is going to be the Viper's Pit.
BSC guessed right. They're going to use the Viper's Pit on B, and that's where each and every single member of BGC is. There's the Seekers as well, and they are just liberally throwing utility in front of B main, and here's going to be the engagement. BSU going to be good for one. Swoody takes down Chuck. Already the Viper gone and does an Anas, though. He's made his way on the site. He's in a great position. Chop finally finds it. That Viper's Pit gone, and it will dissipate, but Swoody still takes down one more. Tia going to be good, and it's only one remaining. Chop drops, and you can tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. Dryad 13-5. We're back to normal. Right, we're back to normalcy here in CECC. 5-13. It's the only situation that we deal with. But once again, great showing there from BSU. Really propelled themselves in a really good spot. And I mean, they're looking deadly. I mean, Druff said it in chat. They're looking dangerous.
Yeah, they're looking really good, and it is especially because we already saw Buckeye in 2 other situations. We already saw them in 2 other matches, and Buckeye was the one that was looking strong. So now when someone else is looking stronger than them, then you start questioning how the table is looking, how those group stages are looking for everyone here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, now one more match here for us here. It's going to be Northwood going up against Illinois. Haven't seen them on the stream yet. So this will be another first timer here for one of these teams. So excited to see how Northwood are able to play out against Illinois. But regardless, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the last game here for VALORANT coming your way in the CENC Midwest Invitational. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational. About to round out the day, but a quick interview here with Parker of Ball State University after a pretty emphatic win over Buckeye. Parker, welcome to the stream, and thanks for being on with us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So to start us off, you know, have you been able to see BGC before? Did you have any prior knowledge of them going into this tournament?
No, I think the only teams we've played in this tournament have been like IU and Ohio, maybe UKY once in the ECAC. Ohio's in our like main league, the ECAC or the ESC, sorry, which is basically the MAC conference, but for esports. So we've seen them before.
Yeah, and how did you feel then about jumping in and playing matches with teams that you maybe didn't have a lot of information on? Was that something that you're comfortable on, or was it kind of gathering information as the rounds went by and as you heard the results from other matches?
It's certainly little bit of both. We did some VOD reviewing for Minnesota. The VOD was a little bit like old though. I think they made a roster change after that, so we just had to adapt mid game. But other than that, yeah, we were kind of just going into this pretty dry. But that's something we're used to. Like scrimming all the time and playing in tournaments. So we just gotta kind of pick up on their tendencies like in the first couple rounds and then execute on that.
Yeah, definitely. You guys did execute and you guys did adapt over the course of that game. And is there any other team, in this group or the other group that you're, interested in fighting against or playing as the bracket continues?
We definitely want some revenge on IU. We lost to them, by the skin of our teeth in the battle for Indiana. So we definitely want some revenge there. And then I'm pretty sure Northwood was the Overwatch national champions, so I think it'd be pretty cool to beat them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of competition here. So, what about your team? Tell me a little bit about your team because I'm curious. How long have you guys been together? How is the synergy, do you think, and how much does it play a part in your victory?
So two of us have been playing together for 2 years now, I think. That's me and Jake Horn. We just got Ian, which is like our controller main, back in the beginning of fall, and then actually we brought up two guys from our like second roster, which is Corey and Colin, but that's like BSU Swooty and BSU TN. We just brought them up to our roster, so um, all things considered, we're like a decently new roster, but there's still like some synergy there.
Absolutely, definitely some promise with that roster, especially with what you're saying. If you guys have just started out, definitely a lot of room to grow. But Parker, thank you for being here. Is there anyone else you want to shout out before we head off?
I just want to shout out Dan Marino. He's the director of esports here. None of this would have been possible without him. He got us like 12 30 80s in the middle of COVID. I don't know how he did it, but we got him. Yep, thank you, Ball State Esports. Chirp, chirp.
Good guy, Dan. Chirp, chirp, indeed. Thank you, Parker, for being here with us, and congrats to BSU. And well, Dryad, one more game left to go here. I'm excited to say the least. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the last VALORANT game of the stream coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational, the last matchup of the day here. I am Camel. Alongside me is Dryad. I'm excited, to say the least, for this last matchup of the day. It's going to be an interesting one. It does have some, what's the word? It matters for the group. It actually matters. So if Northwood or Illinois wins this, or IU, excuse me, or Illinois, yeah, whoever wins this one does move on to that next stage of the bracket. So definitely an important game, to say the least.
Absolutely. It's going to be a good one to see what can be done in the early rounds. I feel like most of the matches that we've seen today has been a lot of dominance from the beginning, and it just stays that way into the second half, right? So the more that we see these matches and the more that, it's only one more to go for these two teams just to get it over with. It's how that is going to affect them and how close they can make that first half, because to me that is going to be crucial just to guarantee what can happen next and who's going to take it. Again, there's a lot at stake for both of them.
Yeah, and this is actually the first time. New map. New
Oh,
map.
yeah.
I mean, let's clap it up. New map. Let's
Yep.
go. We did it. New map. We're going on Ascent. So it's going to be Ascent with Northwood, I believe, just to double check. It will be Northwood, I believe, starting on attack or defense, excuse me. So Northwood's going to be on defense here for Ascent. And, with Ascent, you start to see Astra more of a priority as, it becomes one of the, must picks on this map.
Absolutely. Ascent gotta be one of my favorite maps to watch and even to play. I think it's such a good map for all the different possibilities. And I already see Killjoy being locked by one of the sides, and the side of defense more than anything. That to me, it is so nice to have on the defense a Killjoy just throwing the utility towards the B side, and it just makes it impossible for anyone to go in, for a Jet to dash in. It's just a complete nightmare. So that just forces that mid control, the A control more than anything for the attacking side, where everyone is going to be spread across, hopefully coming in on this defense. So overall, I think composition is looking exactly the same. And pretty standard as well. Like you said, the Astra is also another one of those must picks into a map like this one. You just gotta have it. Just has so much utility. It's one of the most complete agents that we have in the game.
Absolutely. Very fast agent select there. Both teams definitely know what they want, and we'll see if Dip can get things done once again, be that magic that this team so desperately needs. And we're actually going to see Ferbza on the Reyna, so a bit of a shift here between that Sova over to a more aggressive agent like the Reyna. I mean, how do you expect that to change how he plays, or, if at all?
I mean, I definitely do like the Reyna quite a lot, especially in a map like this one. I think it's kind of a mix, right? There's maps where the Reyna is going to be really good. There's maps where people are not going to play the Reyna as much, but this one is right in the middle, where it depends a little bit more on the player's performance. But overall, I think is a good pick, right? You're not gonna have a Sage, you're not gonna have a Sky, so even a little bit more of the Devour that you can get can do so much for a duelist. You continue trying to frag and trying to get some kills early on, as we see this defense that wants to push very aggressively everywhere.
Already Northwood taking a very aggressive position through A main, but B will be the target. Fortunately, though, Benji is on top of B. Karisu trying to get a bit of intel, can't spot anyone through the door. Tyler will be good for one. Tyler trades it back. Benji gonna go for one more. Magic Beams drops, and it's going to be a monsoon of aggression here towards B, and it will finally be released as Karisu takes down Benji, and the KJ drops. That's the utility gone, and Drakius will be good for one more. It's just chaos right now on B.
One enemy remaining.
An absolute mess, and only one player remaining, as we see on the side of Illinois. What can be done here? Good for one. Bossy Astra, but not able to connect that kill. The crouch messes up with the crouch replacement and does give the round for this defensive team of Northwood. We've seen what this team is capable of doing, and I like the changes that they bring now. This is, once again, a map where there's some agents that just are simply stronger, so I like to see also Tyler jumping into the Sova and seeing what he can do with it now.
He's going to be in a pretty decent spot. This could be potentially a B play, and if they walk through main, he's got that Ares, he's got those darts for intel. Could be big for Northwood if that does end up becoming the case, but for the time being, it looks to be a 5-stack towards mid. They'll use the recon dart to scout out, and they're going to propel themselves over towards Cat, and that looks to be the option.
And there's going to be a lot of members here. And the Spectre is doing so much there for the Astra. Good for two. The numbers advantage going for the side of Northwood again. In Illinois with two members where the enemy knows exactly where they're going to be located and making sure that no one's going to come behind them. No one's going to take them down too early on. But there's not a lot of hope for this one. And yeah, there's going to be Dip getting the Reyna. One duelist gets the other, and we finalize with the second round. Very much a transition one over anything, and pretty much going as expected for Northwood.
Absolutely, without this is the round that counts for Illinois. They have the gun advantage. They will be able to potentially try and gain some footing here in this game on attack. They're gonna hopefully get the spike eventually, but regardless, Illinois 2-0 down, looking to use this range advantage, use this gun advantage to gain some footing here in this game on Ascent. Every round counts between these two teams. Best of one, and both teams sitting at 2-1 here, tied in the group stage. Rizu, 10 HP, a sliver of health to get
You disappoint me.
and it will be Delian moving forward, prancing his way on top of B main. They'll find 2 kills. Both duelists gone there for Northwood, and that makes the defense a whole lot harder.
So much harder. They were not expecting this Reyna to be so into that side and able to get 2 kills, but 10 HP going in for this Jet, and it's gotta be a minute of a rotation that we saw. Now going back to B, hoping that there's some more utility as we see all of the Killjoy utility towards the east side, towards 3. So that means that the entrance for B should be a lot easier. That information is going to be revealed. That rotation now on the defense starting to take place.
When Tyler here is hearing a mad amount of footsteps, it could be massive. He finds one, can't find two. Lightus trades it back. There's a lot of KJ utility to go through. Here comes Spook and GJ trying to get this spike down. He does. He'll plant in the back of the site. Now Northwood in a 2v4. Sentinel and a controller. Not a lot of ways to get onto the site, especially considering what the gun situation is. They will be able to pick up a Vandal for Benji. That's a bit of good news there.
Time out.
He's got to play this one so carefully. He takes out Krisu. He's good for 1, good for 2. Can't find 3. Latest transfers it back, and now it's going to be a 1v2. This is definitely winnable. He can't find the flick, and Delane is going to be good for the 3K. And I mean, great round there for Illinois, and it couldn't come at a better time.
A good run for them, like you said, and it is difficult. I think if you are that Killjoy, you want to play into the B side pretty much every single time. At least throw that utility towards the B side, and it's just one of those predictions that you have to make. You don't know where the enemy will be coming from. You don't know if they're going to be rushing a site or not, but it's just a better bet to throw that utility towards B, as we see her doing, or as we saw her doing before. And as we see now, this attacking team of Illinois towards the mid information, at least mid-gathering before.
We'll push forward through Cat. Some of the smoke is dead with this operator. It could be massive, but he looks the wrong way. And Magic Beans, he's got some right now in his pockets. He's good for 2. And already Illinois in a 5v3, looking to barrel over towards A.
The 2 duels down. This is a catastrophe so far for Northwood, but they can still make it work. They still have a chance. They still have a chance into what rotation they want to make. But that utility makes things 1,000 times harder for them as they're trying to go in. Now they're trying to rotate their damage. Now they're trying to take as slow everyone playing together, and Rip and G know exactly. When he located, takes a little bit of damage, just down 3 kills going for Magic Beans.
Down A.
And this is pretty much the end of the round. One last chance. Tyler, the one alive. Where he is. Can't get a kill. The leader.
30 seconds left.
Flash him. And now he's going to try to spot where the last 2 members are going to be located. No, the one's his tail, but with 50 HP, things become so much harder. Good for 1, has to reload, and that causes him to get taken down. No bullets. And with that, this attacking team, they take another round.
Great try there from Tyler. Almost comes out of that 1v3 alive. Just didn't have the mag there. And unfortunately, it'll be now 2-2 here for Northwood. Had a good burst at the start, but they fall off slowly here, and now the ultimates start to become a factor. Dryad, we see, Magic Beans has that lockdown, which, like you mentioned, in the agent select can be so huge for one of these sites, especially over towards A and B. Can really make things happen and allow Delane to get onto one of these sites easier.
The delay is so much. The turret does get taken down, and all that kills your utility out towards B, like you mentioned before, where you can get a little bit more value, especially in the defensive side. In the meantime, the Blade Storm is going to be active, is going to be online for both of the teams, and Dip does get spotted. The turret is going to get shot down by one of their teammates, but the entrance to side has not happened yet. The Outrun, though, is going to spot. It seems like this Jet for a couple seconds going in the other way. It doesn't matter, still able to connect the kills.
Risu breaks off from the team. The Lone Wolf here. Now everyone converging on top of the site. Risu paints the picture around for Burza, finds the kill. And will be pooping, taking out Dip as well. And that's both duelists gone. Only controlling here the Astra Drakeus. The Sheriff to his name and 1 bullet. He's got a Vandal in front of him. He can pick that one up, but there's so many stars.
Pulling them in.
The like trying to dissuade him moving forward. Drakeus, there's nothing left to lose. So he'll make his way inside. He's got the Sheriff. That's about it. He'll look for the shots, but he gets barraged with bullets. It's going to be a bulldozing of attack here for Illinois. They pick up their 3rd round in a row. They're looking to really build momentum.
The momentum really does everything, especially in a map like this one. This is one of the maps that is the most momentum based over any other one. So Like I said, it is going to be very, very important what can be done here. 3 ultimates for each side, 3 ultimates available, 100 Spirit, more than anything that I'm looking at coming in for both sides to deny the plant, to deny the defuse. There's so many possibilities, even to get some information early on, even though we see some teams being hesitant about it. It seems like, at least for now, the 100 Spirit is not going to come out.
A massive amount of utility over towards A. That KJ will just be hunkered down on top of that site. No movement for the time being, and they will lead the spike back and dip. Potentially looking for an aggressive play over towards B main. That's going to be massive. He takes a rain of bullets and a rain of terror there, all from Poop and GJ. And now in a 5v4, you know, you don't have that Jet, you don't have that duelist with you. No way to re-get onto one of these sites. For Northwood, if Drakeus can maybe find a kill on Magic Beans, we'll spot him out. But that's about it as mid control. We'll go the way of Northwood for the time being.
The mid control pushing forward for the defensive side, but they're going to face the enemy right on their faces. Do get taken down right away. Both of the defense that was looking towards mid, they just pushed too aggressively. Now on this attack team, they have all the initiation to go right in. Northwood doesn't have the numbers, doesn't have the advantage. You have to make a long rotation to make this one work out.
Let's see if they end up just saving this one away as 2 alive. Not really much you can do in this situation. And Illinois, they've clearly figured something out, Dryad. They're playing to their tempo, they're playing to their strengths, and the rotations are really just what's allowing them to gain so much space in mid. Yeah. And it allows those rotations to be coming in so flawlessly. And for Illinois now, in a 5v2, they're actually going to be looking to find these players and go for these kills.
Definitely hungry for kills, and Illinois, they're looking for the victory in every way possible. It can be a kill, it can be a round, anything. They are hungry to take it. So looking for it is the best chance, but they're not even close. Getting a little bit closer to this Collegiate. Can definitely predict that she's hell, but no one's going to risk their lives too much. Or at least they're going to do it together. Has their idea, but doesn't really get killed. So yeah, 2 rifles that instead of Northwood, they are able to keep us. Now it is 4 in a row that we see going for Illinois.
It'll be a pretty awkward buy here going the way of Northwood. Got a Judge, a Guardian, a couple Vandals here, and Drakeus probably just buy a Guardian as well. So there you go. 2 Guardians here for Northwood, really trying to keep their distance from Illinois this game. Unless your name is Dip, he's got that Judge potentially. Actually just back over, go to the Marshall. So yeah, clearly Northwood want to play back. They don't want to be aggressed on, and Dip, you know, after that death towards B main, obviously he's readjusting, he's readapting, he doesn't want to play as aggressively forward. Now goes through mid though, instead takes down Magic Beans with that Marshall doing wonders. Furza trying to back him up as well, but Northwood playing a very aggressive angle towards main, and Tyler friendly fire right now with his own teammate.
The damage there, not the best thing to happen, but the numbers are not too bad for any of the teams. There's about a minute remaining. The attacking team still stands a chance to get that spike planted. And just gotta get close. They left it on the floor in the meantime after one of them down. The drone is going to get spotted, but that location for the Jet will get spotted too, playing over the street. And a little bit of information, anything is going to be beneficial for this team. That's sure that is heard on the other side though.
Soon, potentially we'll look to brawl here with Drakeus over towards CT. So to turn the corner, take his shots and dash into the wall, but it doesn't matter. Drakeus drops. Tyler right there with him though. It's a good transfer there for Northwood. Now a 3v2 opportunity. 20 seconds to go, and GJ will have this site all to himself for the time being. We'll get the plant down, so it's good money for Illinois, but in a 2v3, definitely a difficult task, but if anyone can do it, it is these 2 players in Illinois. They have the divide as well, along with 100 Fury, to play for a post-plant scenario, and it looks like they're going to do just that. But he is spotted. Now the Astra lying in wait, waiting for the time to shine. He will spot the Sova Adam Smoke. Tyler, though, crucially wins that 1v1 now lightest. He's got to make a move. He's got to make his way on the site. There's the 100 Fury, but he's just going to be taken down, split to the wall. No release. The turret's there, everything in the kitchen sink being used, and Benji going to be good for 1 there. Lightest drops, just not much you can do with a 3v1 like that.
Yeah, there's really not much they can do, especially even to use the Hunter's Fury. It is such a risky positioning, and you can even go back just looking at the architecture of the map itself and makes it so difficult to connect that Hunter's Fury. So it's not even the case, has to cancel and still gets taken down, running out of time more than anything. But Northwood being able to get away with that round to keep things close, and this is what I wanted to see at first half, where it continues to go back and forth. No one knows who's going to take the advantage towards the end, and even a potential leading us to a 6-6 to go into the second half.
In this game, I mean, deserves to be close. Both these two teams sitting at 2-1 in the group. This game so crucial for both of these squads to try and make it out of the group stage. Let's see if they can do that. CENC Midwest Invitational here, trying to do just that. Is Illinois pushing on the attack here, but Ferbza and Wine, Drakeus, a great position here in the smoke, but he pushes out. Only a pistol to his name, can't really get much done. Another smoke will be on top of it. Now Karisu, does he have any sort of idea? Ferbza's going to get the one. Latest drops already to the Sova gone. Tyler takes down Magic Beans. Drakeus in a great position. Will spot the head piece of the lane. He'll take one. Karisu, great intuition there, finds the spray, but it's really just so difficult now for Illinois in this safe position. And that drone will spot out Ruben DJ, and it's all but over here. Tyler takes aim and takes fire with a free kick.
A nice one going there for Tyler. I definitely like seeing him much more on the Sova rather than the raise that we saw earlier on. He is just doing so much more for the team, getting that information actively and doing a little bit more of what is required to take a victory like this one. There's so much at stake again, and everyone hungry for a victory like this one for a map where there's only one chance to take it all. So the 4-4 that we have right now, and it's a full buy for both of the teams. This should be a good one.
Should be a good one indeed. We'll see if Northwood end up opting in for this lockdown and divide. Illinois, same thing. Have that divide, have that lockdown to get onto one of these sites. So see if Illinois decide to play this one more quickly. But for the time being, the spike is back over towards Magic Beans, and they're content with just burning some of this utility off Northwood and making them wait for the right engagement. Illinois prowling and biding their time. You're going to see Creasy take space mid and look for a play towards market.
This time around for the defense, no one is peeking, no one's playing too aggressive. They're just going to wait for the attacking team to push them first, at least for the first couple seconds that we have. Now, less than a minute remaining. Dip able to connect that just in time. An immediate reaction for this player, for this Jet, to make it happen, to make the numbers go their way. Now, Northwood can have what it takes, but a 4-4 as the Astra does get taken down.
Karisu, big frag there, but they're walking away with the KJ utility. I wonder if the divide's gonna come out. Yes, it does. Two ultimate defense here in Northwood. Do they counter with their own lockdown? That's the question. 5 seconds remaining here. Magic Beans continuing to press forward, waiting to see if someone goes out of the divide. He actually gets spotted as well. Guilty is a new page. Do they check the backup site? That's the question. Magic Beans spots out Benji right between the eyes and takes off his beanie there, and it's going to be easy right now for Illinois to potentially Tyler. Does he have something to say about this? Ferbza as well on the rear. Looking to get things done. The health bars aren't there, Dryad. The utility isn't there as well. It's going to be so difficult. They have to use these leers from Ferbza to get onto the site.
The leaders is the only chance, but they get taken out immediately, and the kills can be connected with that. They wanted to wait good for one, but on the other side of the box, and just going in together. That is a way that they take the victory for this one. The leader created a distraction, and then we see the Reyna getting one right behind the box, barely able to see a pixel of the head, but that is all that they needed, and that is the 5th round that goes for Northwood. Very nicely done.
Wow. Northwood really,
I
mean, that was looking like an Illinois round, but like you said, they pushed together, they used those leers, and Ferbza, once he finds that kill over towards the triple boxes area, it's just easy pickings for Northwood, and they win their 5th round here. And still have that lockdown. They still have that divide. Remember, they didn't even use Benji's lockdown. He ended up just dying in the back of sight. So they have a plethora of options here, Dryad, on this defensive side to hold off Illinois.
a lot of options to work with, and the information immediately denied. The operator just started up and they want to peek it again. I wouldn't do that if I was you. Immediately backing up. The Hunter's Fury on the other side gave some information, gets that kill too, and it is on fire. What we can see for Northwood in every single play on this round has been exactly what it needed to be.
Gonna be good for one more. Northwood doing everything right here in this round, but finally
One enemy remaining.
Perhaps a kill. He's immediately taken now by Drakeus. Benji, good for the last. It's gonna be a team ace here for Northwood. Everyone getting involved and making this one real easy for him. 6-4 here at the end of 10. Dip still with this operator, still a thorn in Illinois' side.
This is one of those matches where everyone is just extremely even. It's just a matter of that decision making for a couple seconds to guarantee who's going to take it. We look at the kills, and that is already a massive difference, right? All the other matches that we had today, there's just 1 or 2 players that are popping off. Where they are doing a little bit more than the rest. But this one is just looking very even everywhere you look at, and it is so nice to see. That is why Northwood, they started in a disadvantage. They started getting rounds after they started finding their footing, and now it is up to Illinois to do just the same thing.
We'll see if they can do just that. And in this timeout, clearly have to be discussing what's going wrong here, because there were moments in this first half where Illinois looked to be running away with things and creating a sort of snowball, but every which way, Northwood have found counters and found advantages on Ascent. And with this timeout right, I mean, you have to assume they're talking about, how to maintain compose and bring this to a 6-6, and then what to do after that going into the next half.
Yeah, it's just one thing that builds to the other in order to take that victory. But for Illinois, a small disadvantage so far, not too bad. Definitely possible here. Just a decision making when in terms of the economy, I can do a little bit more for them, and that is what we're hoping for. Also, that utility, but to stop and do a fast push, at least for this jet that was aiming towards, peeking towards air, immediately gets denied. But everyone on this attacking team spread across all the maps, spread across just to get some information, and this is nice to see from them.
Illinois taking their time here with this push. They have the Empress available for Delane. That's the question of if he can get onto one of these sites and potentially get things done here. But only 1 player over towards B, but fortunately they have the lockdown. So that's kind of why Northwood are stacking towards A, because they understand that if a push comes over towards B, the lockdown can be used and they can just retake the site with ease. So very smart here from Northwood, putting their eggs in both baskets. And now Karisu gonna be spotted with that KG utility, and that's a good bit of intel going the way of Northwood. They know someone is at least lurking up towards mid.
They're taking a lot of time to push, immediately backing up after that information was given towards mid, and with that is going to be 30 seconds and
left.
There's no time to rotate. This time around it's gotta be B, and luckily for them there's no one in that area. Everyone else in the distance for Northwood, they thought it was going to be an A push, and now they're going to take longer to make that rotation. The door is going to try to get closed. It should be closed pretty comfortably as there's only 10 seconds remaining, and the kills start to come up for Sever Illinois.
Magic Beans actually pushed out and found 2 kills. Great play to him, and now Furbza will transfer it back. He finds 1. Furbza pops the Empress. This is his moment to shine here for Northwood. Trying to make something happen. There's the KG ultimate as well. Everything be used. Recon out will reveal Furbza. For the time being, he will be snuffed out. He's going to work around the corner. He actually reloaded during that time. Almost gets taken down. It's going to be Dip. Good for 1. Here comes Furbza. Out of the smoke. He'll be taken down. DJ is good for 1. Here comes the kills flooding onto the site. It will be Illinois as the debris settles, winning their 5th round.
Last
This
round
is
in the
exactly
half.
what I expected from them too. I expected this first half to be extremely close. After we saw the first 1 or 2 rounds, it was already an indication of what the stakes were for them and how they're giving everything that they have into this match. It's a 6-5. It can be a 6-6. Nonetheless, it's extremely close. Probably one of the closest ones that we can have. We have to see. Just looking at what's left. It's going to be the lockdown more than anything that can create a lot of space for pushing the enemy to go somewhere else.
Absolutely, and now Ben will look to play with Tyler here, but Risu takes his head off and gives him a good haircut there, and now 5v4 once again for Illinois. They put themselves in these situations time and time again. They find an early frag, and they play methodically dry, and it allows the rotations to come in seamlessly.
Everyone in the defense still watching out, not pushing, not making any mistakes just yet, as they're trying to get some information. And it seems like, at least towards the B, they're hungry to get that information. They're going to be pushing and potentially spotting one of these attackers.
Drakeus drops. Now more magic beans, inserts himself on top of A, and now the spike will be planted. No doubt about that. Lightest will be the one to do it. The door will close. Potentially, the door closes on Northwood's opportunity to win this round in a 4v2 with the lockdown available as well. Dryad, so many tools here for Illinois to use. They can use that lockdown as well, even if Dip gets a pick here with this operator. So much room to play with, but can he find the op shots? Can he work around this? Benji is going to be spotted as well, and now Dip thinks one's under health, thinks they're everywhere here, and there's going to be the lockdown being used. Now makes things so difficult for Northwood getting onto the site. Benji is going to look to play linebacker, but keep away. He's good for one, he's good for two. He can't find three, but Dip, he's just going to stick to the views. He can't. The KJ ultimate's there. Oh man, so unfortunate. Magic Beans plays it so well, and he'll shank Dip at the end of it all. 6-6 to round this out. Wouldn't have wanted any other way, Drag. Both these teams so neck and neck.
It is so close. 6-6. Magic Fiends was doing so much in that round, not only getting the kills, but knowing exactly when to use the lockdown, not too early, not too late, and guaranteeing that the defense, they had nothing to do. Even if they tried pushing long, it was so many different angles that they had to get the kills from, and that was just not possible. So a 6-6 really showcasing how close these two teams are in terms of skill and the potential that we have now into the second half. And I want to say this is also one of the best maps to have a 6-6 score, right? Because it is map that can be both attacker and defensive sided.
Firms up. Will force his way inside along with the rest of the team here of Northwood. Is going to be good for one on top of Dip. Is traded back, and as a start, lofts over towards the site. Northwood getting a ton of ground here, and actually forcing back Illinois for the time being, but they're still confident. They're still ready with these shots. Now a 3v3 scenario here for Northwood as they go for the plant. Well, look, post plant here.
The post is the only chance, but because so many kills happen early on, we saw 4 members of both of the teams already getting taken down. So a 3v3 is the only chance that we have here, playing towards Hell. Can be spotted, can be shot from heaven, and the situation just gets harder and harder to deal with. But it is the Astra, of course, that makes it look easy. Only a killjoy remaining. Magic Beans, he was able to be highlighted before. Can he do it again? Not a lot of HP to work with. And completely surrounded, nowhere to go. And Tyler would end up with the suffering once again. A 7-6, and Northwood once again, they get that pistol round.
Magic Beans doesn't have any more of that magic in that pistol round, but still very, very close. And, you know, we've seen, even in that last half, Northwood got those first 2 rounds, and it didn't matter. It wasn't even a factor. Illinois bursted back and scored 4 times in a row, and now put themselves here in a 7-6 deficit, but still plenty of time here in this game to look for a bit of a save here. Looking for some marshals and sheriffs, and will play aggressively towards A, trying to guess right, but they don't, and it will be a mid-push here for Northwood. All the control in the world for them as Drakeus gets a pick as well.
Blocking sight.
Very nice pick to start off this round. A round that can be pretty much just transitory for this attacking team, as they have the Spectres, they have the space, and they're going to be planting the spike towards B to have everything they could need. And in the meantime, Illinois trying to catch up, trying to all be together before going in and hoping to get 1 or 2 picks.
It's going to have to be first once again with these Lears gaining some entry onto this site, but every angle is how it's surrounded. Dip is going to be good for 1. Continues the spray. He's good for 2. Firmza and Benji backing up his teammate, and right now it is all Northwood galloping onto the site with ease. It's a flawless here. They're going to go up 8-6 right now. Confidence oozing through their veins, Triad. What a round.
1 or 2 picks, but they can't even get that. It is the flawless coming in for the side of Northwood, and a good way to start it off. But this round 3 is where the trouble started for them into that first half. This is where they started losing. They couldn't win that third round with the Spectres. The rifles were just better, and they couldn't get their pace back up after some of their time. So now I want to see how they change things up, especially as they are attacking. They want to take these goals up close and personal, having those Spectres and guaranteeing that they can happen very early on for them.
Tyler, that Owl drone will spot one over towards Garden. That would be the go signal to move on to the site. Benji not here for this push, so it's going to be a 4-on-4 here, as both KJs are not even close towards the site. And right now, Ferb's getting harassed here, sprayed down with bullets. He's got to be careful. The plant will come in and will ensue. Potential post plan here for Illinois, a must-win situation, and right now the corners, the angles are so close. Dip is going to be revealed. His location is spotted, but right now no push going to come through from heaven. He'll wait and move in under hell now. 8-6 here for Northwood. So much control over the site. They're waiting for the piece to come through. Here it comes from Berza. He's getting swarmed and harassed by so many members of Illinois. And now Dip, his location is known as well. Benji's going to be good for one. The flag is coming in from Northwest. But can they find more? Ruben GJ is getting so much done with this Astra. The look for the right click. The knife comes in from Benji. He can't find it. Now a 1v2 here for Dip. He's got the 3K. GJ, he's got no HP. The stick comes in. The updraft, the parachute up top. From the top rope, he slams his way down, and Dip is good for 4. Northwest, wow, Northwood 9-6. Oh my word.
And 4 kills that Dip was able to get. That is absolutely insane. What a player that he is for the team. The performance that he has on the Jet, it just makes sense. It just puts the team on top over and over again. In 9-6 around that Illinois was supposed to get at those rifles, but now it cannot have them. They lost them completely, and it's got to be a safe for them. Really perfect scenario more than anything for Northwood, just to continue getting more, just to get those double digits in this round.
Flying away on top of the smoke. He's got to be careful. Work his way out, but he's spotted by that KJ turret. Takes one more shot, but takes a good bit of chip damage for his troubles. And now 9-6 here. A couple of ultimates here from both sides, but regardless, another easy push towards B. Do they spot the KJ in the back of sight? That's the question.
Oh, and I want to see is gonna be Magic Beans getting 1 kill, but everyone all across the site makes things so much more difficult. The spike is going to get planted.
Spike planted.
The defense slowly pushing in, looking pretty comfortable to get something done. As one of them is to switch, the other one with that Blade Storm that Dip had was able to get from the last round after that 4K. It can do something. You just have to wait for the defense to take the first move.
One enemy
Massive
remaining.
Tyler gets so much information. And they spray through 2 and Dip. Easy shot there. Finds the tagger onto lane. Now 10-6 here at Northwood. Ascending up the mountain so far, Dryad. In the second half of play. Haven't lost yet 4 rounds in a row. This is totally different from the first half, as now after those first 2 rounds, they play that bonus phenomenally, and they put themselves in a great spot going into this next round.
Here.
The thing is that if you are Illinois, what can you, right? You have used so many possibilities to use so many resources that have been wasted. That puts your team at in so much more pressure for the upcoming rounds. The cosmic device is going to be available just to create space to bring that distraction that they need, but that is not going to be enough. What they need right now is going to be 6. The Empress is going to try to guarantee that one.
Inside of Wine, it is taken down instantaneously, along with the lockdown being used. Northwood primed and ready to look for this A site. Nobody is even close towards B. There's Hunter's Fury being used, and that's everything now in the kitchen sink for Northwood, committing towards this push as Heaven being barraged here with darts. Now Northwood trying to get the plant down as well. Firmsa gonna be good for 1 more. He's getting a ton of chip damage on him. He's gotta be careful. The plant will go down eventually. Tyler gonna be good for 1 more. Firmsa dismissing and tipping his way out of every single situation he puts himself in. He's so slippery, so slithery. As now Northwood in a 5v2 advantage, or just in complete control on the
Last player standing.
And only 1 more member alive, Hopping, having hope to get something done here. Good for 1. Dip does get taken down, but with that location, it just gets so much harder. They were about to surround him anyways, and that means that it is going to be the 11th round for Northwood. This second half has been all about them controlling sites, all about them getting kills, all about them being dominant and staying dominant in that position, to the point where Illinois, they have to either get a timeout as soon as possible or just go into the save round, take the save round the best way possible for what is to come next.
I called them Northwest before, but clearly they're heading west. They're looking for gold right now. They are clearly in control of this game. 11-6 right now, and everything going their way. All the shots are falling, and this Astro Divide available as well. It's another opportunity, another pathway Northwood can look towards to get onto one of these sites. And if he dies, it can be major.
Oh, and there it is. The Jet does get taken down. The utility going to stop everyone from taking mark just for a couple of seconds. But everyone, you see the desperation coming in for the defense. They are pushing in. They're going to find being taken down. They're getting no value out of their movement. As no one so far for Northwood has been taken down, and that is a 3K for Dip. He's hungry for more. He can get more. The Astro is too close, but the crosshair so far, it doesn't matter. He makes it look easy. An immediate reaction again with 4 HP remaining. That is all that he needs for a clutch like that one, a flawless like that one for Northwood. And at 12-6, this is a match point.
You know, credit to Dip. That's one of those kills. You know, when things are going your way, it's just going your way. And that's one of those shots where Dip finds that kill and just makes everything so seamless for Northwood. And right now, I mean, everyone contributing right now. Drakius with Russell Westbrook numbers is putting up a triple-double right now for us, giving us 12, 12, and 12. Great scoreline for him, but didn't even have to use that Astro Divide. Dip can go towards B and potentially get that orb for the daggers. And with the aggressiveness he's been playing at already, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for an aggressive play with those daggers as well. As right now, another mid-push tried, and this has worked so well for Northwood every single time.
Yeah, every single time is just all about the confidence game at this point and what can be done with it. The trade, yeah, it is going to connect right on. The numbers advantage will not be going for the set of Illinois. This is not something Northwood wants to allow. So the trade is doing so much as everyone on this attacking team is aiming towards that B side. The defense, they don't know if when to rotate towards mid, but it makes it look easy. The flank gets denied. Magic Beans gets taken down. The leer to make sure that no one is going to be peeking from market. Delian a little hungry for kills. Good for one, but a little bit more is going to be needed as the Empress is going to come out. But not knowing that the enemy team is going the complete opposite side too, though. Make it 3 for popping, changing the story here. What it seems like it could have been the last round, but it could have been the victory round for Northwood. Turns out to be denied just by that patience that the Astra was able to use there.
Astra duelist.
I should play some Astra stars in this
reality. Right now, Delane not having the greatest of games, not really able to find some of these kills, so he's got to step up, and he does just that right there. 18, 15, and 6 there on this Astra. Really, towards the end of that round, trying to make things happen, gets that 3K, and saves this game for Illinois. Remember, both these teams sitting at 2-1 in this group, so pivotal. And if you do end up winning this game, you knock your opponent out. So now, for Dip with this operator, if he's able to find a pick towards Cat, it could be massive, could open up the space. But right now, Northwood not going back towards mid. They understand that last round kind of confirms that potentially it's not really the greatest thing to go to anymore, and they'll look to play this one a lot more slower and methodically, because they do have 2 ultimates to use as well.
No more mistakes for Northwood. At least that's what they're trying to do, and is a good way to start it off. The Jet for the defense shooting a little too much and does get taken down. So that means on the other side, talking about those ultimates, is going to be that Blade Storm coming in, trying to get some kills, and we already know what this Jet or Dip can do. We've seen so many highlights, 4Ks, 3Ks, all over the place, all over this match alone, just because of how well he's able to perform and jumping right into side and gets a first kill. The Reyna does get taken down. The operator is going to be ready on side to use whenever, as the Cosmic Divide makes that visibility so much harder for this retake, and there's only 2 members alive for Illinois.
Oh, it's so difficult to push through the divide. Luckily, though, it does dissipate. So now it's gonna be one of the easier here. Magic Bean's good for one. He's traded back. Firms and drops. Last one standing here. It's the main man of this squad. He's in a 1v4. It's a daunting task. It's an impossible task. And Northwood win 13-7 after a bit of a scare. They come out on top. And now 3-1 in this group stage, put themselves in a really good spot. And congrats to Northwood once again. We cast them again, and they get another dub.
Yeah, really nice to see them getting that victory and changing that pace into that second half. It seems like we switched things around, right? The first and most of the rounds that we saw, most of the matches that we saw today, it was a very uneven beginning, uneven first half, and then a very we see how that changes into the second half. But this time around, it was extremely close first half, and then into the second, it was all about Northwood and what they were able to do, how much of an advantage they took. And I think part of it has to be Dip. He was doing an insane job with that jet, not only just going in and creating that space for the team, but the kills that he was able to get, it just seemed like it was unfair to the enemy.
Yeah, absolutely. And that concludes, the CENC Midwest group stages here for us. And 6 matches of, pure entertainment, to say the least. Some of them were closer than others, but, it was definitely all good Valorant teams, to say the least. And, definitely going to be a toss-up for those other teams in that other group to see who comes out on top. I'm interested to see how those bracket stages play out. It's going to be best of 3 tomorrow, guys, just to keep everyone posted at home. So tomorrow, me and Dryde will go back at it here. More Valorant action. I'm excited to say the least. No interview for this last game, so we're just going to be tuning off right here at Caster Camel here and at Dan Dryde as well. We've had a blast casting here, and thank you to KTAD in the back for pushing buttons and our observer as well. Let me get your name. Hold on. I didn't look at your name. Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Cool Scoots. I love you, man. Don't worry. I'm sorry. Okay, Cool Scoots. Thank you guys so much for being involved with us, and thank you for helping out in the stream, and everyone in chat. Thanks for being here. But regardless, Dryde, if you have nothing else to say, that can just do it.
Yeah, we're ready to go. We're just ready for tomorrow, so.
All right, well, that's going to be it. Everyone, have a great rest of your night. Bye.
One, and Polly's up.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the Collegiate Esports National Competition Southeast and Midwest Virtual Qualifiers, where we're going to be playing today, once again, Valorant and Super Smash Brothers Ultimate for this qualifier. Don't forget, all these teams here today are competing for that first place prize, $1,000, and also qualification to Nationals in Atlanta, Georgia, that first week of May. I believe it's 4th, 5th, and 6th. But this is going to be some amazing action on the day. We have some of the top schools here that have made it out of their pools and will competing in the semifinals. As we start the Midwest, we take a look here. The 10 a.m. slot are going to be Ball State going up against Northwood in their semifinal matchup. For the 12 p.m. slot, which will be noon Eastern, that'll be Indiana University, the upset there, Northwood in the pool play from yesterday. Amazing to see them in the semifinals, and they'll be going against the Buckeye Gaming Collective. So that'll be your 12 p.m. Midwest match, and you can join Camel and Dryad over there for that commentary. Over to the Southeast at 10 a.m., we have Clemson going against University of Central Florida Academy. Both UCF teams made it out to the Southeast pool play. And at the 12 p.m. Bracket, we're going to have a second semifinals matchup for the Southeast. That'll be UCF's other team, the Knights, going against University of South Florida in the Southeast. And the casters there will be Catinator 3K and Spicy Pyro. So once again, like always, I'm your host, Paulie Hype, on the day. Let's take a minute. Let's get hype. Let's get the energy going, because we have some amazing Valorant action coming to you all day long. So without further ado, the casters are prime, set, and ready. Let's throw it over to Camel and Dryad. If you're watching the Midwest, that'll be over on twitch.tv/esportsu. And if you want to check out the Southeast, it'll be Catinator 3K and the lovely Spicy Pyro on twitch.tv/esportsu2, the numero 2. So we'll see you guys over there. Thank you all so much, and I'll be back later on the day. Casters, take it away.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational. I'm Camel. Alongside me is Dryad today, and I'm excited for the games we have. Best of 3 action. Winner qualifies for that LAN. It's exciting stuff, and we start off with a pretty big banger. Northwood going up against Ball State University.
A good match for sure. We already saw all these teams yesterday, and there were some really good matches too. There was a lot of potential for the matches as well. I don't think there was a single one that it was a definitive winner. It was just everything that was defined towards the beginning, towards that first half, and then in the second half is where things really went down. So I think everyone has a lot of potential here, but this one would be one of the best matches that we've had yet.
Yeah, this could definitely go all 3, no doubt about that. We know how good both of these teams are, but that is, a blemish on Northwood's resume. That 12-7 turnaround that they did end up, throwing against Indiana will be something that they need to keep in mind about and just kind of, say, hey, we have had leads before in these games and we need to close things out when we do know we have an advantage. So we'll see if Northwood are able to do that. And I'm interested to see if they do bring out the same stuff that we did see the other day. We saw the chamber a lot from them. Do you expect to see that more?
Yeah, absolutely. Even though I know some of the teams, even in the interviews, they told us that they have some things hidden that they haven't shown just yet. So I think definitely a little bit of surprises, but the chamber so far throughout most of the teams has been one of those key parts that you don't want to change, and it has been effective and it has been getting results. So I wouldn't see why not bring that chamber again, and especially because I think chamber is starting to get involved in a lot of new compositions in a lot of maps in a way that we haven't seen before. So this is a good way to introduce the agent too into what teams feel comfortable playing and what they want to start changing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we do see more of that chamber. But in the meantime, just waiting a little bit longer here for the teams to be ready, and then we will get right into the game. Just going to wait from the producer here. Once we hear word from that, we'll get right into it. But regardless, best of 3 means you have more adaptation, more time to really decipher what's going on with your opponent, right? Do you think that benefits, Northwood or Ball State more, considering the fact that Northwood, it seems that they sometimes get overeager when they do have advantages. So maybe a best of 3 can calm them down and make them play more, cool, calm, and collected, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the fact that we're gonna have at least 2 maps today for all these matches because it's really gonna show, that it's not only that you're good at a specific map or you're good at when you're starting on the defense, but we get to see a little bit of everything, and that comes with playing aggressive and playing passive. And the decision making already seems pretty fast for what we're gonna be seeing in Ascent. The agent select, it seems like it happened so quick, but I don't think I saw any surprises over there. The Jet being locked at, and that is really what I like to see.
Yep, the Jet standard stuff here all around, and hopefully we can see some more different styles, some more different adaptations here as we get in game number 1 here, CENC Midwest Invitational bracket here. Northwood going up against Ball State University. Winner moving on further in this tournament, trying to solidify their spot here in go to the LAN in Atlanta. But regardless, start things off here. Do you have a neon? So that's definitely a thing I can see. And it's on TN. We saw what he did. We saw what he did yesterday. I don't even know if this was allowed. I mean, is this even allowed?
I mean, I guess it is. It'll be an interesting one for sure. And it's funny because they selected all the agents so quick that I feel like we didn't really get to talk about Neon. But yeah, that is going to be an interesting one. And talking about surprises, already getting taken down immediately. All State getting ahead. It is going to be a 4v3, but it's still very much likely in this pistol round.
Rudy make his way over towards the A site and get this bomb down.
Spike planted.
That'll be Joakius here, lofting in these arrows. The spike is already planted. We know Ball State has this very aggressive team, and already 2 early frags are going to be able to have this man advantages. Ali will trade things back, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't actually remember Ali being on this team last time. Am I trolling myself here, or do you remember that either? I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to look back.
I mean, I think that, you know what I think? I think they're bringing every single surprise that they can to this one. And the kills are already coming in. It is round 1, and it has been a million things happening here. From the early picks that we saw until a late DPS that we just get. And the side of Northwood, who will be starting to take the lead here, 1-0. And yeah, I think it's definitely been a couple changes, but
BYB fam.
I'm
going to
First round win,
Astro to
going
do
the way
them
of Northwood
Astro
here, and they're going to be
Guardian
able
things I do.
to buy up here. It's going to be the Bulldogs, a couple Spectres here, and a Sheriff for Dip, trying to preserve that economy here as we head in to round number 2 between these two teams. And BSU will look to stack over towards B. It'll be interesting to see how they do fare against this utility, as that arrow flies over towards A main, but won't find much success.
yeah, nothing just yet. And towards the B side, we see a lot of attackers waiting for the defense to push in to try to get some kills, but that is not going to happen just yet. Berbersa trying to get some information over there, then finally backing up, and those stars that can do so much. And so Flores is going to create a little bit of a distraction coming in.
Good distraction as they head all the way towards mid here through Cat. There is a couple of Astro stars to be of note, but regardless, Ollie lying in wait here. Still one more star to use just in case things go astray.
Pulling them in.
There's the first shot, there's the pull in. 3 members he spots, but there's so many bullets flying forward. Ollie gonna be good for 1, good for 2, and the rest are gonna come corralling forward, and BSU have to run for the hills.
There's 3 members in the meantime alive for the Ball State, and they're not hoping for too much here, but they definitely want to get a couple more kills just to mess up with the economy
30
as
seconds
much
left.
as possible. And it's a 3-3 watching the wrong side, and it's 3 kills coming in for Ali. We get a little bit more. That is what we expected for this matchup. Very, very intense gameplay and a lot of kills happening early on. Everyone's like, the time is running out, and the kills for Bendy will be coming in. The defense are able to win a last round just by hiding. Second round going their way, and now this is when we see the rifles coming in.
Now Dip gonna be able to pick up this operator here, and it's gonna
1
be a big value for Northwood. We saw what Dip was able to do last time around yesterday with that operator in his arsenal. Was able to get so much done and create so much space for his team, and especially considering, you know, now he has the ultimate range advantage with this operator. He can get so much done and really start to sway the game in their favor. We can see if that will be the case, as Ferb's already getting an early pick there on DSU. Jay Corn falling early.
An early pick, but it's not the first time that we see it already. It seems like every single round so far has been an early pick, and then everyone trying to adapt. Even the trades for this first one is really hard to make because everyone was spread a little bit across all the map now. Looking towards A for this attacking team of Boston and seeing what they can do with it, but they just have to face so much utility.
They're going to be the concussion grenades. So much space covered in such a little amount of time. There are the walls as well. Deanna Hill bursts his way towards the side. He's going to close the door as well. Benji going to get the one marker. Trades it back in the meantime, though, getting barrage with gold. He has 6 HP. He's got to go for the play. Drakey is good for 1. Filmsa good for 1 more. And the rest are going to start falling like flies. Unless Ian has something to say about it. He's good for 1. That's about it. Ollie cancels that one out. 3-0 for Northwood.
And try to make something happen, but it's so many duels that you have to take there, and it becomes so difficult. That is not a good round for sure for the Ball State. They had committed their economy onto that one, and it didn't turn out good at all. They couldn't even save anything. The kills, they happened so fast, and it seems like they started slowly getting some information, then they started rushing into the A side, but they were definitely not predicting all the Astra and Killjoy utility on that side. It's usually spread across the map like we're gonna see this round, so it became so much more difficult to get any sort of value out of it. But now it's okay. It's gonna be an eco round for them, and 1 or 2 picks can be enough.
Slips the margins here. He sees the tag and knows at least one is over in that direction. Though Cloudburst try to conceal himself. He'll go for the no-scope as well. The updraft, everything being used here for Dip trying to escape danger, and he takes out Ian on his way out. But here's TN. Palpatining his way forward, getting 2 quick kills. Now TN really feeling it now with this Neon ult. Provides so much value and so quick now on this site.
And a lot of damage that Ball State has taken already is going to be risky. But I think it's definitely possible. This out of Benji has to check every corner, doesn't know where the 3 members are, and might be actually running out of time to get anything done here. Now he's gonna go save the op, and then go all the way back. It seems like that is still not too bad. I mean, you get an op, and you already got 3 rounds, so just that patience and just waiting for this round to be over.
Decent amount invested here for Ball State. TN, no more. Here as Parker will just watch over mid just in case. A thrifty round win here for Ball State University. Couldn't have come at a better time, but still, you know, have to remember, have to have that lingering factor, Dryad, of the fact that Northwood are prone to throwing leads. We'll see if that's the case here, but like you said, they did keep that operator for dip, which is very crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be a good one just to keep, and they know they can still commit their economy. They know they can still buy. It's going to be rough. It's not the ideal buy scenario, but they can get away with it, at least for now. So the one thing that I was worried about is that they gave so much economy to the set of Ball State, right? And that was only their first round, but they got rifles and they got anything they could have needed. Now looking towards A, have Astra looking towards B, creating a little bit of distraction and making sure that in their full rotation is not going to take place. It's not going to turn out the way that they wanted to, because Dip is online, is ready this morning, and that operator will be getting that first pick.
Feel that they're giving Northwood that 5-4 edge, and with that kill gains that ultimate as well. So much value now for Dip, and seems like Ball State, they're taking the spike over towards A, but they're walking into a plethora of stars and KJ utility and the like, and it'll be so difficult to get onto this site as you don't have the jet there, you don't have the neon there. There's not really ways to get on besides maybe droning, but even then it's going to be so difficult. You need this neon to be the one engaging onto these sites. Otherwise, it's going to be so much more difficult for Ball State to actually make an impact with this new agent.
Changing the narrative a little bit too that we've seen for this attacking team. Now a lot slower, playing default, playing for information. Now we hear also the lockdown.
30 seconds
hoping
left.
to create some space towards A, but you see, because there's this little space, it's going to be the Reyna and the Sova staying towards the A side. As the picks are trying to come in, but they're going to come in from the defense, the operator, and everything else for Northwood. They are on fire. And this is going to be another round for them. A flawless round and a 3K coming in for Dip. We saw what he did yesterday, and we can only expect him to do even more today.
Yeah, he's picking up right where he left off here. 6-3, has the daggers available, has the operator available. So even if Ball State, you know, miraculously wins some sort of round, like you mentioned, the economy is all in the favor of Northwood going into this. They have, you know, safety nets in their credits here. So for the time being, 4-1 for Northwood as they have the divide along with those daggers. Ball State have a divide of their own. It'll be interesting to see if we do end up seeing parallel divides as the game progresses, but Dip once again holding over Cat with this operator. With that pull in from the Astra, so much more safety. The shot goes wide. Swooty able to escape danger. There's the end, trying to get back for one. First, they're going to take now J-Corn. In the meantime, though, Ian pressing forward, takes out Drakius, and a rampaging Ian looking for more kills, but Furbza pops this Emerson, is looking to go aggressive, finds one kill. He'll dismiss away to safety, dodging out the suck. Beautifully played by Furbza. Lear as well. Still has so much more Empress as well. So much more downtime on this, but he's going to get concussed. He's got to be careful as the smoke is giving him a lot of space and time to make a move.
And no one's going to push in, so we're going to see that opportunity, this Arena, to make sure that no one's passing, no one's under that smoke. Just waiting patiently again. There's a lot of damage, 3v3. 2 of the duelists alive, for one for each team. That can be crucial. Play a little bit more aggressive, Ryan, when they needed to, or at least to get that Reyna out, which she will be able to do just in time, as the spike is looking to head towards B, and the time is running out, so there's no chance for rotations anymore.
That's going to be the go signal here. Ali takes out Molly, and there's still 1-2 members over towards A. They're going to have to make the trek back towards B. Only one member currently on this site, that is Ali, but TN is already engaged, and Swooty will go for the plan as well. Ali thinks maybe a flank is imminent. He'll just spot the turret, and that's about it. So 3 players all on Cypher, and Swooty has this operator hawking down, waiting for his moment to strike, and that'll be a divide that cuts off 2 members in the back of Boathouse. Here's Moody now in a great position, but he whiffs the first shot. That could be massive. But look for one more. He finds the shot on Kali. He's got the Sheriff in his arsenal, but Firmsaw absolutely obliterates every member of Ball State. A 4K for the Reina. Clearly feeling it now, and Northwood pick up their 5th round.
Definitely feeling good about that one if you're on the side of that Reina. The Cosmic Divide 2 was a really good one. It's one of the most uncomfortable ones, if anything, for any team when they're paying for the post. You know, at least one of them is going to be in that area, and they cannot hear, they cannot see anything. It's a panic situation where you either have to get out and hope to get a kill, hope that the enemy team is not looking, or you're just gonna have to wait. The spike is not gonna get defused right in front of you. It's a tough situation. Versa makes it work right what the team needed to. Northwood now gets another round. It's a 5-1, and they want to keep it going.
Trying to sniff out any sort of approach towards B main, but Dip now with that turret kind of solidifies potentially that KJ is nearby, and we'll continue to watch over. But in the meantime here, it's going to be a slow and steady pace for Ball State University and Drive. They've opted in for rotations, they've opted in for full pushes, but it's so difficult to get through this KJ utility to actually work through mid. It's just been a timing factor for these players, and Ball State potentially need to play more together as a team, and looks like that's what they're going to do moving towards Cat.
The more rounds that we see, the slower that some of these pushes are looking like. But A is so risky. The Killjoy likes to throw that utility there, and going in seems impossible. They also have that Reina playing towards wine, and actually, I mean, it is vulnerable, but doesn't get caught, so he can still get a couple kills here. They definitely have a prediction that that was the case, but good for one. The trade coming in immediately for the rest of the team of Ball State. We're trying to get numbers, but it is just not possible. Northwood, 4 members alive. Now, only one more to go, and the operator that, even though has not been getting multiple kills in a single round, has been getting consistent kills round after round. So that is all that you can ask for a Jet, because everyone, I mean, if you look at even the scores that they have right now, everyone for the side of Northwood is doing just a little bit, and that is what it is getting them so many rounds.
Yeah, and the problem really right now for the side of Ball State is, like you said, there's that KJ utility, but also with that Jet operator, it provides a 1-2 punch. You can't go towards B, you can't go towards A, and you have to work together as a 5-man unit.
Take flight.
It's just tough comp for BSU to play with. No real flashes on this team, so you can't force Jet to rotate out unless you have a sort of Astro Star, something of that nature. Never really going to be able to displace Dip from this angle. And now Ollie is going to spot Parker. Be good for a couple of shots. That's about it here. Is now Parker advancing forward here. Dip going to be good for one on top of Smooth. That's the KJ gone immediately. Parker paints a picture around Drakeus and shanks him down for a good kill there for BSU to maybe get things rolling towards B.
Trying to get something going here, and that Blade Storm was really nice to get a pick. Lowers that switch, but nothing else yet. A little bit of passive, and the numbers once again not really working out towards the side of Ball State. We're fighting to get something going. Only the Blade Storm are alive. Only one hope alive for this round in the hands of Parker. Already is spotted. Dip with the 3K, and once again another round going for the side of Northwood. It is much stronger than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and much stronger indeed. 7-1 right now, and it's only going to go from bad to worse here. You have so many tools for the side of Northwood as well with this Empress on Furbza, the KJ lockdown along with Arthur's Fury. So post-plan options are plenty for Northwood here as they head into the 9th round of play. 7-1 up over Ball State, the best of 3 here. So for Ball State, I guess that is the one thing that they can look at. It is a long series and a long day for them, so there's plenty of time to work around this and adapt. And Furbza on top of the Empress, really feeling it, but that recon dart will reveal himself. There's the Hunter's Fury to counter for Northwood. It's going to be in a great position. Can Drakeus make it count? He will get a couple of shots down, but that's about it. Will potentially force a rotation for Ball State, though.
Yeah, it seems like that. Hunter's Fury just to create a little bit of space, ideally hoping to find someone. Not really the case, but still really good. And now you see Ball State, they're hesitant. They don't know if there's going to be a push coming in for the defense or not. And the kills that are coming in, they thought it could be an indication to just go in, but the trade happened right away. It's a 4v4. Verbsat gets away with it just in time, just to keep one of the kills alive. Now the lockdown that we talked about is going to be available, is coming into that A site.
There's the ghost signal. There's the neon walls. Everything being used here. Ali, though, immediately inserts himself in, takes down Parker. That's one of the main tools gone. There's the other one gone as well. Ferbza feeling himself here.
30 seconds
What a
left.
shot there from Ferbza. Ali finishes it off, and Northwood are impervious right now on A.
The fear that you could see for this side of Ball State, right? You heard the Empress. You don't want to go in knowing that you can get taken out immediately. Wait a little bit, and there's a Hunter's Fury. And then when you think it's safe, when you even think that the Empress is not longer active, that doesn't really matter though, because it's for the Ferbsat that is able to get that kill and continue getting those kills right into sight. It's a perfect positioning that he's taking every single time, and there we see the difference. Even though Northwood is playing on the defense, they have the better idea, and that is just because they have the double duelists, right? The double duelists are doing so much. You have the Jet with the operator constantly watching those angles, making sure that no one is going to push in. And then you have a Reyna that is able to play aggressive, but also know when to back up and play with the rest of the team.
So I think the one thing of note here, as this timeout expires is, we talked to Parker yesterday, and he mentioned that this is a new team, and this is a team that has been bringing up players from their secondary roster, and we saw them yesterday. We saw what they could do, what they could become, and now for this timeout, see if they're rejuvenated and recomposed, because right now it is not it. 8-1 here after 9, and that timeout will potentially give Ball State a little boost in confidence, but like we've said, Dip has had this operator nearly every round of the game so far, and he's made it happen. He's made it work. Now Ferbza once again taking the aggressive angle. He's good for one, good for two, dismisses the safety and eludes every other member of Ball State that was in B main, and now Dip will watch over with the operator. It's just clockwork right now for Northwood. Everything going their way, and Ball State can do nothing.
What a good way to open up the round 2 for Verbsat, predicting that it was going to be a bit pushed, because they realized that the attack team on A side, it just hasn't turned out the way that they wanted to. So a good prediction there. Turns out to be 2 kills coming in, and then everything else is destruction coming in for Ball State. 2 members alive, hiding, hoping to get some information, hoping for a couple kills here, but it doesn't seem like it's even going to be the case. This is going to be a flawless coming in, and it is exactly just that. Northwood, no matter what happens, no matter if the enemy team is asking for a timeout, that is not going to stop how strong this team is, how good they are. And that we saw it again, right? The Reyna being able to play aggressive, going in, getting 2 kills, but also just realizing that when everyone's pushing, they're trying to trade. That is when you back up and wait for the rest of the team to help you out.
This is where I'm expecting an aggressive push. I'm expecting TN to immediately pop his ultimate here and just go aggressive with the walls. It really hasn't been a good neon round here at all in the attack, and there it is. Here we go. Ferbza though in a great position. They'll spot one. Can he find this skill to be absolutely massive, but he cannot. TN obliterates the Reyna early on. There's one more though on site. Doesn't know it. He sees the Oppie. Here's the Oppie. He's gonna go charging forward, galloping inside, and takes down Dip. And already 2 duelists here gone for Northwood, and BSU finally getting things going.
Something going on here with 78. Not ideal for this neon. At least they were able to make it work, and it seems like for the first time ever, push the enemy team into a post-blunt scenario where they have to push, they have to retake the site, and the time is going against them to make it happen. So now, I want to see how this is going to work out. Maybe another round going for this attacking team, and all in the hands of Parker with a 3K. And shining a little bit more with the duelist, the neon that was able to open up the fight, to open up the site for Ball State, finally figuring out and finding an answer to all the questions that they've had. What, 6 rounds in a row, it seems like? Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, though, due to the economy being so consistent, so reliable for Northwood, they just rebuy up, and Dip will now take his hands off of that operator for what feels like the first time all game, and will now once again take an aggressive angle towards a main blitz. Ferbza as well, and the dash will be too quick, and BSU transfer 2 quick kills into an A push, and the Astro Divide will confirm it. Can Ali get anything done? He'll be barraged and pelted with bullets, but for the meantime, BSU have control of the site.
The 2 duel is down, and that is absolutely a win condition that Ball State has been waiting for the entire game, round after round, and now they need to work. They have the numbers advantage to work with, and the Cosmic Divide makes everything so much harder for the defense who's trying to retake. They cannot hear, they don't know where the enemy team is going to be located, and that lockdown is going to help a little bit, but Hunter Fury coming in, trying to destroy just in time. A pick coming in for Benji, can make it a second one, and can get even a little bit more. It's a 2v2 out of nowhere, but in the meantime, the spike is nowhere to get close to.
Concentrate, Sova.
He's gonna go for the defuse. He'll look to stick it. Ali will play keep play. Will play linebacker. He spots one, barrel spots 2. Ali, you gotta be serious. Drakeus gets the defuse off. What team coordination there from Northwood to get the defuse and go up 10-2 after the half.
Switching sides.
That was so nice, and the Cosmic Divide helping it be perfect. 4 of us coming in. That round turned out the best way possible, and I mean, even for what we saw coming in and the post-plant scenario, there were so many trades, so many kills that seemed like shouldn't have happened, but Northwood knows exactly what to do. Like you said, that teamwork was insane, especially even towards the end. The spike had to be defused. There was no time for anything else, and you could trust that one of your teammates and the last teammate alive was going to make something work out for them. So now, because of that, is a 10-2 as we jump into the second half. Double digits coming in for Northwood, and now all the win condition for them, as well as they go into an attacking side where I would say their composition is going to be even better.
Running into Ian. He actually leaps over him. Ian gonna be good for 1. Nice interaction there with Dip, but still, sight gonna be taken for Northwood. Now here comes the rain of shock darts and terror from the side of BSU. J. Cord finally gets a kill, and it's not even with his gun. Rotating Hanzo here, but for the time being, Northwood still in control of A, and we'll get the plant down, but at a man disadvantage, it'll be tough to get these kills.
Definitely possible here, the pistol round, where we see sometimes a lot of surprises, but not the easiest ones to make happen, especially in a post scenario where both State is fighting with everything that they got to make this even, to start getting this pistol round and then get as many as they can right after. But doesn't seem like it's going to be possible. Ali, there it is, the surprise factor that can come in with the pistol, but now we see it on the attacking side. We see it from this Astra. 4K coming in and really popping off, really proving how everyone on that team is so balanced. Everyone is doing a little bit just to make things even, just to take that victory, and they are doing so well.
His name's Ali for a reason. I mean, you have to look at the footwork there. He gets 4 kills. I don't know how he stayed alive for so long. 3 people were looking in his general direction, and Ali somehow is able to get all of those kills. Now 4 spying here along with Furza,
Yeah, you just gotta.
the Vandal and Phantom. And, I mean, why the hell not? It's 11-2. Everything's been going your way, but Swoody shutting things down really hard.
Good one so far for the defense, hoping to get more. The Jet takes a lot of damage, but manages to be alive, has to back up. Obviously, no supports here. No one that can trade back, and there it is. Talking about trades, Northwood is able to do just that. It's a 4v3, but pretty much it's a 3v3, just looking at that Jet, hoping to get a pick before at least getting taken down in security, just waiting for everyone, at least one member of the enemy team, to line up right into their crosser, and they might just do that.
He's got to know something is up here. Get an inkling of suspicion, sprays through and finds 2, and now Benji will propel himself up top. He's here. They'll switch the corner, take down Swoody, but TN there in the nick of time. And finally, BSU getting something done here on the defensive side, winning their 3rd round. Slowly but surely here, BSU starting to what looks like, be warmed up, because the first half of that game, just nothing was going their way.
It just seems like 9 times out of 10, a 4th buy doesn't really work out into the second round when you lose. But it's nice to see that this is the 1% chance to make it happen, is that 10% at least. And now they make it into a potential a little bit more that they can get, right? But even in that pistol round, I would be worried, because Northwood has been doing so well. I mean, we saw what Ali was able to do only with a ghost, so we can only imagine what potential they have now as long as they play as a team. And this is something that we saw from them yesterday when they were saving. They were playing together. They were at least 2 or 3 together. And this is what they're hoping to do. So again, getting some trades and messing with the economy of the enemy as much as you can.
Calling my
Seen this movie before here, just the early rotations, playing it slow and methodical here as Dip will joust here with Parker, position towards mid and market, but he's got the Phantom, he's got an escape route, will end up taking it, but so far, slowly creating space, working over through mid and picking and choosing their battles. That recon dart gives a ton of value to BSU when they know where this push is going.
Even though the rotation there is a little bit hesitant to see someone towards me, he does get taken down. It doesn't matter anymore. So now it's gonna be either quick rotation coming in, which seems like it's going to be the case from mid to B, just to keep the team alive, just to keep the side of Northwood alive, as they now don't have the numbers advantage to work with. That can be something that the team is going to benefit on. They absolutely will do just that. The last one does get taken down, and the first flawless as well that we see coming in for Ball State. We waited for it for so long, and now it just went exactly the way that they expected it. Now this is the question though. This is going to be the biggest risk for them to lose everything, because they're going to commit. Some of them are going to commit those rifles, and it seems like they're just deciding on that, but still just gotta be pushing everything that they got, pushing every single bit of economy to stay winning those rounds.
This could be dangerous here, TN.
You want to find it?
Angle, but we'll just wait for that drone and then decipher where he wants to go. But Divide will be used by Northwood, splitting off the B site and creating a bit of a canal here for Northwood to work with, as the shock darts are going to be in a pretty decent spot. TN is none the wiser. He'll fall down. J-Corn, good for one. That's going to be good, though, for BSU as this round progresses. A 4v3, definitely doable for Ball State.
Dip able to get 2 kills here. It was absolutely massive, and for the first time in this second half, it is going to be the numbers going for the side of Northwood. Every time they have numbers, they have wins. Every time they are getting those rounds, and now the lockdown is going to come in. That's just going to create even more space. No one can contest it. No one can take it down. So it's a moment, once again, of panic coming in for Ball State, as they have to wait, and they might be running out of time.
Time indeed, and Parker with this operator needs to find a better gun to work with. Finds the Bulldog here. He'll spray through, find Ollie, and she immediately converts. Swoody, gonna be good for one more. But Dip launches himself inside of Swoody, and that's gonna be it there. 12 rounds here for Northwood. Looking at one more to win this first game, and potentially just clean sweep this, because, I mean, the way it looks, Dryad, these teams are not even. Northwood's just feeling it so far.
They are doing so good on this map, and they started with a little bit of a slower start on the second half, but now they found what they had to do here, and they are definitely finding the answer. One more round to go for the side of Northwood to take the victory of this first map, and now if you're on the side of Ball State, more than anything, you're trying to get as many rounds as you can, but you recognize that a comeback, it's very difficult to make happen.
Very difficult indeed, as now Parker will turn the corner, and he spotted one there, so he's gonna wait for the barrel and then peek. TN will be good for one on top of Benji. Drakius will try to trade back. He is good for one. That'll be about it. Parker like a beeline back towards CT, but still will be a favorable scenario there for Ball State. They're up 4-3 here, and they have the lockdown just in case as a sort of release here, just in case things go a bit astray on A, and Slayer will be the go signal. They will make their way towards the site. Now Furbs up, will close the door. He's got one more lead to work with. Ollie gonna be good for one on top of Ian. That's the player that was watching over Heaven Down, and that means the spike will be initiated momentarily, and A is all in favor of Northwood.
Spike is going to be planted. Risky positioning as well, but it's going to be enough, and the lockdown that will be coming in on the side of the defense, that is going to force this attacking team out, and that can be detrimental. The Jed Dip cannot move. There's 2 players detained. The 2 players alive cannot do anything else. Now the Bladestormer, last hope here coming in. The spikes already have. Can get it and does it right on time. Dip with a 3K. How did he make it? Just a little bit too late, but 3K and just going in.
Here.
That is the confidence that the team was waiting for.
Oh my word, the slimmest of margins. That was, wow. Pros don't fake. Now we know for sure. Now we know for sure. 12-5 here for Northwood. And due to the fact that Northwood got so many kills in that last round, you see the economy, you see the gun.
Here we go.
Now it's looking at Tian, understand that he's got to move forward. He's got to go aggressive. He's looking so confident. He is good for one Parker. Going to be good for another. These duelists are feeling themselves here with these ultimates, but it's going to be traded back. And for all that, the dust settles as Ian on a flank takes down Ali, and the Astros trade blows. But after the dust settles and the debris is gone, BSU on top 3-2.
Sometimes you just have to catch the enemy off guard, but they both did. They were not expecting aggression coming in on both sides, and now they have to suffer the consequences. So many losses early on means it's a 3v2. Ball State has the advantage, and the 100 Spear is going to come in, is going to connect, and Benji will be taken down. 1v3, a very difficult scenario, but Dip can make it happen.
It will be a little difficult though. He does not have a dash to work with. Is spotted as well, so things are now ever more challenging for Dip, and he'll fall. Not really much you can do there. And honestly, it looked like Benji thought he had a play there, and I don't even think J-Cord meant to spot him with the 103. It just so happened that that was the case. He got found out.
Yeah.
It'll be a team ace here for Ball State, and slowly but surely. I mean, hey, Northwood did blow a 12-7 lead, and we'll keep it a $150 here, Drive. But Northwood definitely have, you know, what is this, 6 opportunities to close this one out. They can save if they want to here, but the options are all in Northwood's favor, and BSU have to make things happen here on this defensive side.
A lot of what we see very early on, it's really guaranteed that Ball State is winning these rounds. They are doing so much better because they're catching this side of Northwood or off guard, and they can't even trade in time. So that is why we went from a clear lead for the side of Northwood to, yeah, sure, they still have a lead, but now it's looking a little bit risky. It's going to be a lead round going for them. Parker also does get taken down early.
Well, here come the shock darts being flown in from J-Corn, floating over Ferbza as he maneuvers his way over. Doesn't spot anyone in the meantime, does spot J-Corn's skull and gives him a haircut there, and J-Corn falls now, and Ian watching over. This mid-push, Ferbza right over his head, but didn't pull the trigger. Ian will be good for one, now trying to look for two, spraying through the wall, everything now going this way towards Dip, but still nothing really for Northwood. They get 2 kills, but still haven't made their way and chosen a site. Now they will. They're walking right into the KG utility. Let's see if they end up moving back over towards B or if they just full commit to A.
That catwalk rotation is going to be an interesting one coming in. And yeah, trying to go into the A side as everyone, or instead of Ball State, 3 members alive are trying to make a rotation. And now 3 members alive, where we know that Northwood would be able to hide, would be able to get in the better positioning to plant the spike for that post scenarios. They have everything to end the round here, to end this match, to end this first map. The Cosmic Divide is going to come in as the defense wanted to push, and now they have no info. They either have to jump in or they have to get taken down to work with the utility for the killjoy. And throughout, they had an idea that she was going to be held. They're able to just connect that kill in time. It's a 3v3, a lot of damage. Northwood has taken in Dip with a 3K to end it all. That is a perfect scenario. That is exactly a way that we expected this one to end. Dip, a 3K just gets things over with and just wins the entire map for the team.
And it looked like they even knew. They were all about to check hell at the same time, and Dip just better. Just straight up better.
Yeah.
And that's going to be it for game number 1. Remember, though, best of 3, so Ball State definitely a way back into this one. Potentially, it was just the map diff. I'm not actually sure. Maybe we can get word on that, who actually chose that map. But assuming if that was Northwood, then Ball State will have their map selection here going into map number 2, which potentially will mean they have more comfort to play with. But that first half was definitely ugly to watch.
It was a very difficult one, and I think it just some of the players were not really feeling it. We talked about this yesterday. I think the fact that some of these matches are early for players, it can affect the way that they're going to perform, right? And maybe the more that we see them, and maybe as we also jump into their comfort maps, they have more of a chance to shine a little bit more, to start waking up, and to hope for anything. But this one, this first half was just not good, and I definitely feel it. That it just a little bit of warm up going on into that first half, and then a little bit more competitive towards the end.
Absolutely. We'll see if Ball State can bounce back here in game 2. We're going to go to a quick break, though. We come back. Northwood versus Ball State. Don't go into our quick break. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational semifinals here. I'm Camel. Alongside me is Dry to take you through the day. But after game 1 between Northwood here and Ball State, definitely questions for the side of Ball State, especially in that first half of play, especially considering, that was their map choice. I talked about it in the last rounds, if they did pick this map, definitely interesting if they did, but they ended up going with Ascent for themselves. And that first half definitely dictated that they did not know, really what the game plan was, especially with a new agent like Neon. I'm not surprised if you don't see that anymore.
Absolutely. I was not a fan of Neon. I think in ranked, I think everyone is talking about it. It's really fun. But when you're actually in a match like this one, it's hard, right? Because it is, how do you explain replacing Arena for a Neon? You know that the Arena is as strong as she is for a reason. She can flash in and she can help out so much for the team. And of course, yes, Neon can also do that, but it's much more difficult, and you need more utility that it seems like for Ball State they were never really able to get, because they never had the money to do so until the very end, where they had a chance for a little bit, but even then they had to force those rifles, and that was the number one priority. So a tough scenario for them, but I mean, I want to see what they're able to do in the second map.
Yeah, and the second map is going to be Breeze. So Northwood did make that selection. And we did actually see the side of Ball State on Breeze yesterday on stream. They ended up running Jet, Sky, Viper, Chamber, and Sova. So it'll be interesting to see if that Chamber does become sort of a factor between these two teams, if they do end up both picking it. But we're just about ready for the draft, just waiting on a couple more players to ready up here. But yeah, this agent select should definitely be, also, standard, but also definitely some different dark horse pick potentially. That Viper obviously going to be a staple on this map, definitely a controller you need. But we've seen adaptations, we've seen different picks. It'll be interesting to see if any changes come from either side.
Absolutely. And I mean, we already saw Neon right to start of the day, right? It doesn't get crazier than that, I don't think. So now a little bit more of standard, I hope so, at least for what can be those possibilities that we talk about in Breeze. And you mentioned the Chamber, and we talked about it earlier, right before we went into the first map. Chamber has to be a possibility. I am sure we're going to see it at least multiple times throughout the day because of the value that he can get. And also, we talked about it yesterday. Chamber is one of those agents that gets so much more value out of a map like Breeze, that where you're going to be taking duels from the distance. So yeah, there it is, locked in right away for Parker is going to be that Chamber.
Yeah, same composition we saw yesterday. So no surprises here from BSU. And with this comp, from what I remember correctly, it was a lot of mid control. It was a lot of aggressive pushes against Buckeye Gaming, who they did play with this composition, ended up winning 13-5. So in convincing fashion, BSU know this composition like the back of their hand. But definitely Northwood opting in for a KO, which is, I think, a pick that more teams should be picking up. I think KO is definitely a strong agent and can definitely work wonders, disabling that Tour de Force, disabling that Hunter's Fury. It could be massive for the side of Northwood, especially since they're starting on the defensive side.
Absolutely, yeah. See, you can get so much more value out of it, out of Sova than many other initiators, and that is why it's fun to see this agent being played in so much. And I think overall, from what we saw, the compositions coming in for this map, everything looks pretty good. I like to see the Viper too. You just have to play those agents that allow you to take a lot of space. And the Viper's Pit, of course, is going to do just that. It is amazing at controlling that space, controlling one of those sides, forcing the enemy to either make a rotation or to just go into the other side completely.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. Ball State University backs against the wall here. 1-0 down against Northwood University, who in game 1 on Ascent really took control and A stranglehold on this series for the time being. All-State know this composition, are feeling comfortable, feeling confident here as they look to split it 2 to 3 towards mid as they have that Sky as well there. Try and gain some control and gain some space, potentially moving towards A or B. That's why Breeze, such an interesting map, going towards mid. You have so many options on where you want to go next.
Yeah, it's so many options too, but that is why that mid control is so crucial, just to be able to make those rotations in time, just to be able to be up by 1 or 2 numbers early on. And it seems like talking about that mid control, that is what this attacking team now is looking forward to do on the side of Ball State now, starting on this attacking side and being spotted right away by Ali, playing this Viper this time around, but does put a little bit of damage. No kills just yet though.
Not being close, like gonna be good for 1, gonna be good for 2. Insane flick there, and Ali heading insult injury here for BSU and Ferbza. He'll go for the pop flash inside, work his way forward. He's good for 3. Can he make it 4? Dip is gonna be right in front of the flawless here for Northwood on round number 1, and it was that mid control that kind of fell apart, kind of didn't. We saw Ali just kind of poking at them and just being a nuisance there with that ghost, and the damage stuck, and it allowed Ferbza to gain control of double doors.
Yeah, that is a really nice one too. Just the help that the rest of the team was able to get, and especially with that early information, in a way that you're getting that information not even through your utility that we saw, or that we didn't really see early on, but more than anything, just speaking those corners, taking control of mid, or getting some information towards mid before pushing in. So now that is going to enable the economy for the side of Northwood. The second time they won that pistol run to start it off today, which is a really good way to start any map, really. So looking for these picks, looking and playing patiently as the rotation is starting to take place.
And pick elbow would be absolutely massive here as we see Ian even hunkered down. Was suppressed though, so was spotted. Ferbza trying to sniff out where this player is, and TN gonna be good for 1. Spots the roaming dip, and that'll be a good kill there. Start things off for BSU, and here comes Ian. Right click there on top of Ferbza. Gets a free gun out of it. Look what I found here, and now BSU gonna run over to the A site, and they have a man advantage as well.
It was also interesting. It was such an early rotation for the defense coming in. They thought that it was going to be a commitment towards B, but that wasn't really the case. And now they have to rotate again. Now it might be a little bit too late because the Viper is only towards mid yet. But the kills are trying to come in, the trades as well. And the Sova does get taken down. The spike is going to be planted here. And now Benji has the pass. And with the help of Ali, they might make it work here. But the Marshall is everything that he has. And it's a 1v3 scenario. Has to take his duels 1 by 1. Spots the jet. Now the Cloudburst makes it difficult. How does he get that? He barely even saw anyone towards there. It had just a prediction. It just turned out to be right.
Player standing.
Being spotted from 2 sides, actually takes down Ian with that no-scope. Can he do this? This will be absolutely fabulous for Benji. Can't find it. TN steadfast there on top of A. It's a thrifty round. It's a bit of a scare for BSU to come out on top.
A lot of damage coming in for both of the teams, and only 1 member alive towards the end. And difficult task, but it's a 1-to-1. And I think this is very standard nowadays, coming in a map like Breeze. Even when you're buying Spectres, I mean, connecting those kills we saw yesterday, it's a little bit harder in a map like this one. So the most important thing is going to be who is able to buy on that third round. And this time around, it is going to be on the side of Ball State. They're going to buy those rifles. They're going to be ready for the fight, and they are all going to be facing this A side. A couple of them are going to be suppressed, if not everyone.
I mean, that's a lot of information. You can see actually 3 members working their way through halls, and this will be difficult here for BSU. They're going to have to be able to pincer potentially as Ferbza will throw the grenade out as well. Everything being used to try to dissuade the approaching dip. Gets folded up like a lawn chair. TN going to be good for 1 with that Vandal. And Smoody going to be good for another. That's the KO. Dawn and Dustin here is now BSU feeling themselves, have the man advantage, have everything working their way. And J-Corn wants to get out on the front. Another flawless here for BSU.
A really good one as well. Flawless round right when they needed to. They do not give the enemy team any rifles to work with, any sort of economy. So now it's going to be an investment that Northwood has to make into this one, making things a little bit even when it comes to the gunpowder that we're going to be having in this entire lobby. But look at what Northwood is trying to do. It is 3 and a potential fourth members into that A side, and they might be making the right prediction here.
As long as they play this patiently. I mean, you have to do this with a KO out. They will spot one. So now there's an inkling of suspicion that could be an A-sided push, but you have to worry about Benji as well. So many angles. That dog will be good value, but he has to take it out of safety. Do they know Dip is here? That's the question. There's the flash catching two. And BSU waiting. Pressing forward, advancing now, but a massive flash as well. Ferbza gonna be down. In the meantime, though, it's another tool that now Northwood do not have, and BSU get the plant down, but TN goes too far forward.
Spike planted.
Benji does get one kill. It's a 4v4 scenario in a post that is very much possible, knowing that the rifles are going to be on the way of Northwood. Another pick coming in, a massive one too as well. The Viper does get taken down for the side of this attacking team for Ball State, and now they're on the other side. They have 2 kills, and it's just not gonna happen. The Sova Dip 2 absolutely on fire to get things over with on this round. They get to keep their rifles, and they get to make things even. Here is a 2v2 that we have right now.
An exchange here from these two sides, and what a post plan here to regain control of that site. Great retake there from Northwood as they win their first round after BSU's 2-round stretch. But Parker opting in for this operator, and this might be a read, potentially thinking that Dip would go for the op as well, but just sticking out with the Vandal, and Parker gonna have this long-range weapon. It'll be interesting to see wherever he goes, try to gain value with this weapon.
Yeah, any value that you can get from it is going to be interesting. We also see the potential ultimates are starting to come up online, even with a couple kills, and that is one way to do it. That is insane. The reaction once again for TN. We saw it yesterday, and it seems like finally we get to see it today. Immediately going in, immediately going to and getting the kill, and now just pushing an advantage only with the numbers for Ball State. Now it's a 4v4. One more was taking place towards mid, as another duel was taking place towards mid, and in the meantime, the spike is going to be planted.
The Seekers. Well, and there's going to be the null command here. That's going to be the ghost signal here for Drakius on this flank. Do they know he's there? He actually made noise now. They definitely know there's a flanker as well. Benji, though, going to be good for one on top of J-Corn. Ferbs are good for another. The flanker's still imminent here as Drakius. Going to be good for one. Going to be good for two. And it's a cookout right now on Northwood's side. A site is cleared. Benji going to give over the defuse as well. And it's going to be a free Hunter's Fear for Northwood. The options are limitless right now for Northwood as they move up 3-2.
Maybe not the best start coming in for Ball State, but it's already better than the start that they had in the last map. So, I mean, hey, you'll take anything here to start getting some momentum going, but not for this one at least. And at least it's going to be very unlikely, right? It's going to be an eco round coming from them, and the only hope that they have here, even though it's a big one, it is a lot of pressure coming in, is this Jet, the Blade Storm, and what the Blade Storm can do. If it can get 1 or 2 picks, that is not really for Ball State, but we know how aggressive TN likes to be, and we know how likely it is for him to get even more.
Yeah, I mean, this round already, Parker getting a kill onto Dip here, but Drakius immediately trades it back. Now, one at Nest is known. TN, he's got the updraft ready. Where will he go? Where will he move? The drone, I don't think, spotted him. So he's now on a stealth mission here. He'll spot Ali and take down the op user there. That's a great kill for BSU. It allows potentially an avenue towards B, but Parker, he's in no man's land right now. He's going to walk right into Ferbza and drops down immediately. And Ball State, they really have no idea where to go now. As the spike is just now in a desolate wasteland of mid, but Ian is going to be good for one. That could potentially kill things up, but it's going to be so difficult now for BSU.
Ian is able to get that operator that is massive too. So for either long range or close range, you're going to have the Blade Storm to use at any time, but the time can be running out as well, and it's a 2v3. It's a 2v2 actually. A really good eco round, but nonetheless a little bit is going to be needed to get that victory for Ball State to take us to a 3-2-3.
30 seconds left.
They're playing together though. I like this.
We'll spot out the daggers. We'll spot out TN along with Ian and everything now going to be used over towards this direction. TN with a great op shot, and he bounces away to safety now, and BSU, a 1v2, but definitely a winnable situation here for Drakius. He's got the Hunter's Fury as well, can buy time. He has no idea where this plant is coming from, so he's just blind firing inside. Will be good for one. Give it a chip damage on both, but now he knows the op shot's coming from the back of sight. He doesn't know where Ian is. That recon dart could be massive. We'll spot another shot there. We'll spot the headpiece along with TN.
One enemy
Got two
remaining.
shot darts here. He'll spot Ian and take him down. Now Drake is slow and methodical. Doesn't spot TN on the side. And the op shot there from downtown. A 3K for TN and a third round win for BSU. Really making this one an even playing field, and we're all tied up.
The biggest mistake there that entire round was just giving an operator to TN. Everyone was saving for the side of Ball State. Everyone had nothing but a pistol to work with. And so you give this player an operator, you know that he's going to perform with it. He gets 3 kills towards the end. He was in a really good positioning for that 1v1 that we saw, where you're not going to be expecting that Jet. You're going to be expecting her to be hiding. But with the operator, and it was able to play a little bit more aggressive. Now, on the other side, Benji is looking to do the exact same thing. That teleporter is going to keep him alive. The mid control is still trying to be decided.
That's one of the initiators gone for Ball State. Benji making good work here with this tour de force and potentially could find one more kill here. Narrow margins between these two players as Ian pull the trigger and move forward. The poison orb will be summoned to conceal his escape, and he'll get out scot-free. But in the meantime, Ball State, bit of a different look here. More of a slow, more balanced pace. And Dried, we haven't seen this yet really in this magnitude, but they have 2 ultimates, 3 ultimates actually to use. And with TN killing Ollie, that's going to be the ghost of it. So move on towards B, but Benji silences things immediately with that tour de force, and Ferbza good for one more. It's going to be an op battle here towards B, and it's Parker who wins out, but it's still a 3v1 in favor of Northwood.
It's a very difficult task this time around. The spike has to be planted, and he wants to get value. He wants to even get his operator back if he can, but it's going to be difficult playing also against time. 25 seconds remaining to plant the spike. It has already been spotted. The shock dart is not going to connect yet, but he's going to be surrounded, and Parker, yes, will be taken down. As the defense for the side of Northwood, they get another round. They once again get in the lead, but by only 1, so it's gonna be just going back and forth. Everything that we've seen so far, back and forth of that momentum. But I think now this is when Northwood has the potential to get another round as we see it next.
It's a good team now. BSU completely changed here. They've won, more rounds in this first half than already so far in 7 than they did in 13 last time. So that's a good start for BSU, but can they continue that success? And I think what you look at is, still Parker hasn't even gone towards defense yet. Once that chamber has more ways of escaping danger and can play more for the angles rather than pushing forward, it becomes a lot easier.
You want to play? Let's
see if
play.
Ball State can get things done towards defensive side once it comes down to it. But Dip making an aggressive angle through halls, and if Ian gets spotted here, B-Major, does he go the right way? Does he spot the arm? He does. Now Dip goes for the right click, dashes back to safety. And a great retraction there from Dip, and Ali gonna get one more. BSU now down to 3.
Spike
God,
down
just do it
A.
every time, just going in, playing so aggressive, but Dip is able to get away with it. Now only 2 members alive for the side of Ball State, and this is why I just had a feeling that this next round was going to go for the side of Northwood. They're making it happen, but the side of Ball State still having a potential here. Just gotta be peeking at the same time if they want to get another pick. The frag making things a little bit more difficult for them, and the operator on the other side of tour de force that is trying to get any value, it seems like this time will not be likely.
They have to worry about a flanker as well. You can see the Viper there on your minimap moving forward. Ali in a precarious situation, but if he's able to find 1 or maybe 2 kills in a rotation scenario, but with the pace that they're playing at, BSU definitely look to be committed. That blind light didn't spot out. Didn't get the visual cue, the audio cue there, and J-Corn now none the wiser as Ali slowly creeping his way forward, but Parker, timing game, checks it, takes down Ollie. That's the flanker gone. Still a 4v2 though, and the pace that they're playing at, 18 seconds, getting lower and lower. It might just be a full save. One more blinding light, that's not going to be it. And it looks like BSU are just going to, their tail between their legs, just save these guns.
That is just the best thing that you can do, and they do like the mentality here. No one peeking. As they say that though, peek a little bit, but they get away with it. It's fine. But they were really patient about it too. They knew that the Tour de Force was online, was active, and risking your life just to try to get the kill, just to be hungry for kills is not going to be worth it. So that gives the 5th round coming in for the side of Northwood. It is a 5-3 that we have right now, and a timeout that is being requested by the side of Ball State just to see what they can do next, because I think they have to save. They have to either save again, or they have to continue committing and kind of going back and forth with what run they can get rifles and what rounds they can't.
Now with a 2-lead cushion, Northwood put themselves in a decent position, but for Ball State, you have to imagine this timeout is discussing the strategy for this round. They were able to save those 2 guns and buy up here. So they have that Viper's Pit. They have Hunter's Fury. It'll be interesting to see if they end up trying to rush for a site and play for the post plant, as they have so much option, or so many options for that post plant scenario with the Chamber, with the Viper, as well as the Sova, just to buy time and space. And yeah, that last round just didn't go their way. J-Corn died early on, and the rest was history. You don't really have a flasher to get onto one of these sites. It's a lot more difficult and a lot more tedious. But for Northwood here, after that timeout, let's see if they have any strategies or any sort of cheeses to try to deny this sort of action here. It looks like it's going to be an A push, as all 5 members are stacked towards this area.
Everyone's going to be stacked towards A, so it should be an interesting one, getting some information early on, as we see the drone trying to do before pushing in. The wall can be activated at any time. It will be just now, just to go in, just to keep them safe for a little bit longer on the side of Ball State, and from that working towards getting those kills.
Will be initiated. The dog will be used. Furbza dies. That's going to be big. Parker gets 1 kill here. Now Ball State have this man advantage here for the time being.
Welcome to my world.
The Viper's Pit will be used on top of it all. So BSU now in their playground. Ian really can get things going here, especially when the utility has. Dip will release the hatchet here and look to move forward. Ali going to be good for 1 on top of Ian. That shuts down the Viper's Pit so early on. The Viper's duel is going to be crucial here to see who wins this round. And Northwood are able to get 1 kill, but Benji misses that shot from him, and now J-Corn going to look to advance forward. Now Ali in a 1v2, but the Hunter's Fury is available, and Swoody just has to wait for time.
And just waiting before knowing the Hunter's Fury is going to come out. That is all that you can expect. That is all that you can hope. Is going to try to go for it nonetheless. Stays alive, but only for so long, because the spike is going to explode right in their faces. And Parker also does get taken down with that one. A very interesting round, just running out of time more than anything for what we saw on the defense, and the picks were coming in. We saw also just the last chances of Benji missing a couple shots and just taking the advantage in any way possible for TN and Parker, that were really being highlighted just with their positioning. They were making the team uncomfortable.
Absolutely. Now, after that prosperous round here for Ball State, they've put themselves in a decent position. We'll see if they can continue the success. As already here, the daggers and the drone will be used to spot out the Viper. So now Ali is going to be revealed, and he's got to be careful for the time being. He will spray through and find 2.
What?
Oh my word, vac banned this guy. Ali.
No, what? That was also
my word.
headshots. That was 2 headshots through the Viper utility. How?
Felt different. Ali feeling himself here now with those 2 kills. He's got the Viper's Pit as well, so if he really wants to just shut off B completely, he can even go for that. Now TN gonna fancy his chance in a duel, and I mean, honestly, you just have to leave B. There's not gonna be much space, and with Ollie controlling, it's gonna be an elbow push, but you have someone watching Nest as well. Every angle right now being hounded, surrounded here by Northwood, and Ball State are none the wiser.
That is just insane. I mean, you're never expecting a kill like that to happen. 2 kills like that to happen immediately, and we'll get a 3rd one as well. Ali on fire, make it 4, flawless as well. All in the hands of Ali, popping off on this round, gets 2 headshots through the smoke, and then just guarantees that any push potential is going to be denied. Ball State cannot go in. They were so lost. You saw them just standing there, figuring out what to do, if they wanted to rotate or not, and I think even rotating had a better chance for them.
I mean, for Ball State, if you're the coach there, I mean, you're just saying, you know, unlucky. You know, sometimes it's going to happen. You have these players, and
You can't plan
knowing.
for that. You can't
Yeah,
plan
you
for the
can't. You just
Vipers
can't.
to
I'm
get
sorry.
2
You just can't.
headshots on the other. Like, what was that? That is insane. Probably one of the best plays that we've seen yet, and it's completely unexpected. I'm sure Leo was also surprised. Sure, you're hoping to get 1 maybe, and 2 after a little bit, but the 2 headshots that came in, just insane.
Just how Ali has been playing, and really has had a good showing on both maps so far. 10, 5, and 6 here. So we just have a bit of a pause here, just waiting on that to expire. But you know, the scary part is for Ball State is that, you know, Dip isn't even really doing much here. You know, he's in a lesser role with this Jet. He hasn't really been able to find kills. Not that he's missing shots or just muffing these engagements. He just really hasn't had time, or been accompanied by anyone to really get anything done. So for the time being, he's just the op player. He's just watching over Nest. He's watching over these long corridors, and the extremities are just being held by Northwood so tremendously well, and it's allowed a ton of space for Northwood to play around. But for the side of Ball State, you have to have Spoody, you have to have Ian start to step up here so you can win some of these attacking rounds and move to the defensive side with a better mindset.
Studi has had some good moments too, but it seems like they just come and go, right? It's a little bit difficult, and it just seems like over anything he's prioritizing giving information to his team, which is also completely valid, but you know that it just a little bit more is going to be needed if you want to make it even, and getting as many rounds as you can on the attacking side, especially in a map like Breeze, is a perfect scenario to start planning towards the second half and what you can do in the defense. I think Northwood definitely have the benefit here as they start on the defense, but also anything can happen, so they can and they have to get as many rounds as possible to deny any comeback chances that Ball State had.
Looks like just Dip potentially. Yes, we're just going to go back to camps here, just a little bit longer of a pause than anticipated here. But yeah, I mean, as we've seen, Ali stepping up in a big way, and the main parts here for BSU are just unfortunate circumstances and not really working together as a collective unit as much as I would have liked. And we'll see if that does change as they move over to the defensive side and they take better angles, and the onus doesn't sit on them to have that spike plan. We'll see if that does change anything. But in the meantime, 6-4 here in favor of Northwood. Great start for them. Let's see if they can continue it.
This is also another one of those now or never for Ball State, right? They already lost that first map, and they need to win this one if they want to stay competitive. They want to keep winning throughout the day. So it's definitely difficult, but they can make it happen. They've gotten more rounds that we saw towards the beginning in a map that I always recognize is extremely difficult for the attacking side. You have 3 areas that you can go in, including mid, but they're just so open that you don't know where the defense is holding. You don't know if they're going to be holding from cubby, from window, or anywhere else where you're going to be caught off guard. And we've seen a lot of those off guard kills that are happening and that are really affecting, it seems like, the gameplay and even the mentality a little bit of what Ball State feels like it can be a chance for a comeback and it can be a chance to win this map.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most soul-crushing moments is, that type of play that Ali makes where you just die, to, nobody, really, just in the smoke, just an invisible, just cast with a ghost. And it's unfortunate there, to say the least, but you have to regain, you have to just move on. There's always, another round to play, but for BSU, this is their potentially last map. If they want to head to split, if they want to go to game number 3, if they want to qualify for that land, they need to start picking things up and start getting things going, but still just waiting on this pause to expire. We're going to make sure that we get into the game as soon as possible for you guys, but still, we have seen, as these rounds have progressed, we'll see if Parker can get things done on the defensive side. Chamber and attack, not the greatest insight of how that Chamber player is playing. Once you get towards defense, it really starts to become a lot easier to get things done.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is why, right? That's why when you are attacking, you just have to hope to get as many rounds as possible early on, just to try to have a chance, just to have an opportunity.
Going A, going B.
Absolutely. So it looks like. Ooh,
on my way.
Yeah, so we're just getting heard that one of the players' mouses died. So looks like, it's unfortunate.
It
looks like, yeah, it happens. It looks like we're going to go to a quick break, small break. When we come back, we're going to make sure that everything's all set and ready to go.
On my way.
Welcome back, everyone, here after that quick little break. Mouse is recharged, hopefully ready to go. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully, but looks like, I mean, Dip needs that mouse, so the operator's been so crucial for him, and now, once again here, it's going to be the Viper Spin initiated on top of B in a very interesting position. Not for Northwood for the time being, just gonna wait things out, and that will be a couple of members spotted by that dagger, so good intel so far for Northwood on this next out.
A good one to start it off. There's a lot that can go down, especially as this attacking team is trying to take some mid control, and it's a little bit difficult than it seems like. TN is not the first time that we see him playing extremely close towards window and getting away with it so far. Yeah, no one had spotted him. He'll get away with it. The Sova has no idea Viper's Pit that we see activated towards B might be making things a little bit more difficult than they expected.
It's a good kill, though, for J-Corn. Still, though, this Jet lurking through the Viper's Pit. That's going to be something of note. If he gets behind him, it could be major. And he does! And Ollie drops. TN, going to be good for one. And now he will be sanitized and taken, though. But the bomb is so far away that Northwood should get here before the bomb is planted. So it'll be difficult for BSU to actually get this plant down.
30 seconds left.
You can maybe count on the kills that the Viper can get. Definitely expecting that push from the defense. And there's 4 in that same area, but the kills are already connecting. And it is actually killed. 3 kills going their way, making it now the numbers advantage to go exactly where the defense for Northwood wants it. It was not an ace, but a 4K. That is always nice to see.
We saw
Last
firms
round
on Marina,
in the
so
half.
now on the KO, this is nothing too crazy. Just understood as Roland takes aim and takes fire. Now 7-4 here. He's able to pick up that null command for this round. That's going to be major. Could deny one of these engagements, make it a lot more difficult to get onto a site, but looks like it's going to be a stack towards B. They're spam pinging it. They're going to put the wall up as well. Everything going to be used over towards this site. Remember, no Viper Spit as Ollie just used it last round.
And it didn't get anything at all, so a little bit unfortunate for them. But now some information that we want to gather, at least towards B before pushing in this attacking team. They are all looking towards this area, even towards mid. It's going to be a mid to B for this chamber. Just trying to get some information, trying to spot someone, making a rotation, trying to get a flank. But now this is a chance. It is now or never to go in. And the Seekers are going to get shot down right away.
Ollie is going to spray down. TN going to be good for one. There's Ricky is falling. Dip is going to be the next one dropped. For BSU now really feeling it. Have this null command up for Firms. So will it get any value? His 2 flashes as well. Everything on the utility department here. 4 Firms, but he drops. And Ali will trade it back. He's good for 2. Can he make it 3? Can Ali have the hot hand? He cannot. BSU take care of business here in the last round of play.
Switching sides.
I'm moving into this next half. It's going to be 7-5, still in favor of Northwood. Not a big enough lead to really make things stand out as opposed to that last, game when it was, 10-2 after 1.
Am I seeing that right? As TN is 17 kills. That is pretty much. Is that more than everyone else in his team? All together, by the way, all added up? It is. Oh.
Wow.
Wait, that is insane. TN has, I mean, we've seen it, right? We've seen 3Ks, 4Ks, he's been popping off, but it's gotta be, I mean, he's doing literally everything that he can right now.
Help the man out. Someone's gonna do something.
Someone's gonna do it. Oh, that is insane. It's more than anyone else. It's more than Northwood has for their top fragger.
BSU have to assist TN in some way, some sort of fashion, and now it's gonna be a slow lurk, slow push through mid here to try to gain some sort of intel, and Spoody was spotted, so Dip, nice bit of intel here, at least knows where one player is. That Spike, though, Madrid, still back over towards spawn, so they haven't even chosen which side they want to go to yet.
It's looking like A, at least for now, but no picks yet, so the entrance is going to be not ideal. I see that, though, in a good one that happens. The Sky does get taken down, but the trades that are going to also take place in this pistol round where damage is everything that you can get is a 4v2, and Ball State also doesn't have the advantage once again. Dip, that dash doesn't really work out the way that he wanted to. That was painful to watch, but still the numbers will continue to go for Northwood. I say that, never mind. I am just not speaking. It doesn't really work out anyways. 2v2, a lot of damage that we see taken 45 for though.
How much
They're
time
making
can
it-
they burn off the clock? That's the question. I mean, they do have a 2v1 here. Definitely a winnable circumstance, though, for Benji. Looking to steal some of the orb. He spots one. Can he spot two? Does Smoothie have enough time? He should. Maybe potentially the fuse sticking. He's going to hold it. And he doesn't have it. Clutch for Northwood. They haven't burning enough time. Oh, no. It's a travesty, Dryad.
0-0-18. That is so unfortunate. They almost made it work too. They had the numbers got taken down towards the end. The fight that we saw here was absolutely insane coming in. The fights, the duels that were taking place, and it really seemed like Ball State final and the biggest chance for them to win a pistol round. They've been having so much difficulty with it. They have not won a single pistol round throughout the day. It's been all Northwood, and that was the biggest shot. Now it's wasted, now it's gone, and now it is Northwood 8-5 with a second round where they have the better economy to work with as well. And Ian already does get taken down. This is a disaster.
Started 2 kills for side of Northwood. The plant is down as well. Just everything falling here for BSU. Every pillar they do have. And Benji going to absolutely annihilate TN. He's going to look for one more, but the Marshall, nothing Ray's going to have in this situation. And Parker will spray his way inside with the
Last player standing.
49 HP. It's almost a formality, and it will be. Firm's up with a 3K. Another win here for Northwood, 9-5, and slowly but surely snowballing this advantage.
The damage coming in. That was also a phantom second round, by the way. And it works out. Furbsam makes it work, of course. If not him, then who? And Northwood now 9-5. They have again the phantom that they decided to commit. They're also going to be forcing one vandal, and everything else should be just saving for that next round. So I like this mix of economy. I usually don't like it. I'd rather have teams synergizing on when they're gonna buy, when they're gonna save. But this one is really a good one. You don't want to give any other round for Ball State. You want to get this over with as soon as possible. You want to get to double digits for Northwood. It's gotta be going in right away for Dip.
Ian gonna be good for 2. That's good for Ball State now in a 4v3. Plant will be imminent here, and it will drop down. And now
Spike
Dip
planted.
to be in a decent position. Jay Korn will send the blinding light from downtown, try to gain some intel here. And now Swooty seeking out a flanker, but he doesn't spot the timing to be major for Benji. He takes down one. Swooty drops. Now things get a whole lot harder for BSU. They have to worry about a pincer maneuver as well. And Northwood gonna take it to him right now. Headstrong as BSU continuing to press forward. Here comes Ollie. Can't let headshots. He only is good for one. Dip takes out TN, and that's the hot hand gone for BSU.
Enemy remaining.
Now Benji in a 1v2, making a 1v1.
Report's broken.
Oh man, and now Benji in a great
Low
position
HP.
here. 13 bullets, low HP on Parker. Go for the tap. Look for the shots. 22 HP now on Parker. He's got to work his way around this. He can't really do anything right now.
There's no
He's just
time.
buying time here. Benji just gonna throw his gun. He's just having fun with it right now. He's playing with his food, and BSU lose their 10th round.
Nothing else that can be done. No one can even run away in that scenario. What a 1v1. The chamber is going off and giving everything that they've got, but it's just time every single time the biggest enemy for the defense. And an unfortunate round that was very much possible. Maybe with 10 extra seconds for the defense, it would have been more likely, but for Northwood, this was a good one to win. They are able to full buy again. The ones that got taken down, they're able to buy again. The ones that haven't bought can also buy this time around, and it is 10 now that they have. 10-5 that they're facing, and only 3 more to
Revealing
go.
area.
See what the target should be. That's this. Everwall gives him so much safety, and even spot one member here is now Dip. On his way out, should be good for one. Ali, though, gonna take his matters into his own hands. He'll be good for 2, but Swooty takes down 2 in 1 bullet. What a great play there out of Swooty, but he's taken down immediately. Instantaneously now as Firm's up. Looks to corral every
Player
member here of
standing.
Northwood towards BSU, and Parker is spotted on the flank. And right now for BSU, nothing is working. And with Ian, only a Marshall to his name. In a 3v1, it's possible, but everything's being hawked down right now for Northwood. Everything is going their way, Triad.
everything is working out. And that's what I meant about 42. Out of nowhere, he'll be popping up, he'll be getting kills, but unfortunate that that time was not enough, and they needed just more for Ball State, not really winning that round, going to a safe one that they had there, so only expecting to get a couple picks. But it is a very risky situation now, right? It is 11-5 that we have right now, and Northwood, they continue being able to buy. They have all the utility that they can dream of. They have even a couple ultimates available, and at this point, we know that Benji is going to use a tour de force. We've seen some really good plays only with that ultimate, so we can only expect it to happen again against the Meth.
And along with the tour de force being used here for Northwood, this is their explosive engagement here, and right now it is a lone Ian in the back of sight here. Will he be spotted? He will. And he is just done and dusted. Drakeus looking over the plan as well. Now Northwood, they get in the sight so swiftly drive. Now everything working the way, but that's a big op shot miss. So 4v5 still for BSU.
And the kills that are going to be coming in. The Soba that does get taken down to no drone, no utility that can be used for this agent. They have to wait a little bit more, and Ball State is fighting for everything. They have to play together, but the trades continue to take place, and that is everything that Northwood needs. 3 kills again. Dip makes it happen over and over again. And it was a good initiation for the retake. It was everyone on the defense playing together, but it was just also all of them getting taken down in the trades. Northwood, we saw this from them yesterday. They are amazing at trading the ones that get taken down. They're amazing at working together and making things happen. So this is what is going to take them to match point. They need one more to take the victory, not only of this map, but this entire match.
Major here to go 2-0 up, win this series against Ball State. Really prove to themselves that they can do this here. They're going to pop the daggers as well. Now TN, let's see if he is spotted with this drone. That'll be the question. He is not. He should get 1 or 2 kills. It's going to be the patience game here, but he whiffs the shots. He should be good for 1 anyway. And Parker takes down Benji as well, so that's the chamber gone, but Dip with 30 HP. He's got to be careful. The plant will go down. The Hunter's Fury is going to be there to deny, so good use of utility there for shooting.
Spike down
And
A.
a good use of utility in Parker getting 1 pick, a good opportunity for Ball State to keep things alive, but at what cost? They've suffered so many losses still. They suffered 2 losses early on that were going to be crucial for them, and now you just have to deal with a Dip still having the Blade Storm, still able to get maybe a 1-2 kills, only 30 HP though, so that makes things even more difficult.
Wally from downtown will be good for
1
1.
enemy remaining.
And Dip turns the blind eye, or Parker does, excuse me, and now Dip will be good for 1 more, and just like that, it's a 2v1 opportunity, and the spike is so far away,
30
and Ian
seconds left.
watching over it. 30 seconds left. He has all utility, all pieces of stalling power here, and now Ian, does he know something is happening? Does he know something is brewing? The spike will be happening. Taken here from Dip, and there's going to be an overspin as well. Ian now has to walk inside of this here to get the defuse. 13th round win on the line here for Northwood in a 2v1 opportunity, and for Ian, it's going to be so difficult to push forward. He's got the wall, he's got some snake bites, but walking in, just so difficult to do. He'll wait this one out. He's got all the time on his side. Like you said, Dip is very low on HP. That is something for BSU to hold on to, but he might not even know that.
It is very difficult, right? There's the Spectre, but look at where Northwood is playing. It's in the other side. Not even anything that can be done. The last kill, 1 Viper getting the other. And the last chance that fades away for the side of Ball State. It is Northwood all the way. First map and second map. And they are the ones that are going to come up on top today.
Yeah, I mean, great showing there from Northwood. All players really stepping up in a big way, and for Ball State, it was really just the TN show, and nobody could help out with him at all. He really was just a one-man wrecking crew. It was not enough, and at the end of the day, it will be Northwood taking this series 2-0 and moving on in this tournament. But regardless, Dryad, for Northwood, this is definitely a good game for them, a good series for them, because they've been up 12-7 before. They've been up, and they've had big leads time and time again, but this time they close things out in pretty dominant fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially the first map. That was an insane map for them, an insane first half that we saw from them. And even in the second map, they started kind of back and forth between the two teams. They found their way out, especially in the second half. And again, Northwood was winning every single pistol round, and that gives you two, potentially three rounds for each half. That already does so much by itself. And they recognize the potential, they recognize the value of those pistol rounds, and they capitalize from them every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be going to a quick break here. When we come back, we'll get our next matchup of the day, which, if I'm not mistaken, will be, I believe, Buckeye versus IU. I can double check though. Illinois versus Buckeye. So yeah, we're going to get right into that momentarily when we come back after this quick break. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational semifinal match. Be our second one of the day. We just saw Northwood take that first final spot. We're looking for one more here, Dryad. It's going to be Indiana going up against Buckeye Gaming, Ohio State. I'm excited to say the least. And I mean, this is one that could go 3, but I mean, do you have any predictions?
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. It's definitely a good matchup that we have in our hands, but we gotta see. I still think it's going to be two maps, but I'm gonna say they're gonna be really close.
Yeah, very close indeed, especially considering we're going to Fracture. Very spicy pick indeed for the first map, and that was Indiana who picked up Fracture there, and Ohio State will be starting on the defensive side. And for map 2, we're going to Icebox. That was Ohio State's pick, and if we do end up going all 3 maps, we will settle this on Bind. So the stage is set for these two rosters here to duke it out. And we did see both of these teams yesterday on Stream Drive. If I remember correctly, it was BGC who on Bind had a pretty dominant victory over Minnesota in that 13-4 win. So they do have experience in some of these maps, but Fracture is the first time we've seen this all tournament long. So it'll be interesting to see any strategies going into this game.
Yeah, I haven't seen Fracture just yet, but I mean, we already saw Neon in our first map of the day, so we can only expect surprises from there on to, I mean, now that we have Fracture, so any crazy possibilities, both for agents and for maps, are going to be out right away. And the decision making here for the agents so far, the ones selected, I like it. I think there's been a lot of conversations of the value that you can get with a breach on this map. We've seen it in all levels of Valorant, and I'd like to see it where there's that variety. There's a breach that we pretty much don't see anywhere else.
Yeah, so we're going to see a mimicked here on the breach, and it could be a chamber for Ted. Just to round out pretty standard stuff here, the Reyna and Smart Punch on that Jet. He was only playing Jet yesterday. He sticks to it today, and he had some pretty insane plays with those daggers. It'll be interesting to see if he does end up coming out with those in this game. Regardless, that breach, definitely interesting pick. It's the first time we've seen that all tournament long as well. Definitely an agent with a lot of value and a very aggressive agent. And considering how these two teams play, definitely fits their MO.
Absolutely. It's definitely going to be a good one. And I see a lot of similarities that are going to be interesting into how it's going to play out, especially because, again, Fracture is a map that we barely ever see teams wanting to play and even playing at all. So starting everyone to figure out what kind of value they can get out of each agent, and it goes back to like even what we talked about, someone like a Chamber and what he can do. I think in this map it can be difficult, but there's definitely parts where he gets more value, and it's just thinking back of what parts of the map that you usually go to when you have an operator. It's just those long entrances where I would see the Chamber more likely heading towards you more than anything. And just playing together with the team into those first rounds, we saw a lot of really nice highlights from what you can get right away with a Headhunter.
So it's going to be a push, though, through A, side of Halls here. Chops. Will he hear this noise? That's the question. Will he spot anyone moving towards A? And already Ted gets an early kill towards B. He's looking for one more potentially.
Trap destroyed.
He's concussed. He's got 2 bullets in the chamber. The catch will be destroyed. Does he have the headshot? He has one. He has 2. Good damage on Kame. Can he find the shots? He cannot. In the meantime, on the opposite side, Anas takes down Smart Punch. The spike was planted in Indiana. Get out scot-free, but a couple of members fall. Still a 4v3, still winnable. And after that, it's going to be now a 4v2, and it's getting more and more tough for Indiana.
to be a difficult one, especially if Buckeye wants to play together, and they definitely do. We've seen it before. We saw it yesterday. The teamwork was insane, but a kill coming in. The race is taken down, and it's a 1v2, almost making it work for Memphis, but nothing else can be done, especially when you go against Kamet, this player that we saw yesterday. We even got to interview yesterday, and such a good, confident player that was able to be highlighted multiple times throughout the entire stream. One that you have to keep an eye on, and luckily and hopefully there was some preparation for this. They received some bot review, whatever it takes for us out of Indiana to predict what Kevin and the rest of the team can do next.
See what they do indeed. I wonder if he's wearing the shades that he wore in the interview. You think he wears them while he plays?
Yeah.
That would be special. That would be insane.
I'm just gonna believe he does, yeah.
Yeah, no, he definitely does. We'll just go with that. Now Kame sitting at 3-0 here, so close here to getting that breach ultimate, really making do onto one of these sites. Now Memphis going to arrest forward, spots a couple of members, but so far A looks to be cleared, at least from Memphis's eyes. He'll wait for that Viper's wall to drop. The timing, will it be on his side? He's turned the blind eye. He's gonna walk over this tripwire as well. Chop chops knows exactly what's going on, but knows where the bullets are coming from as well. Memphis has an inkling of suspicion, but in the meantime, Druff will go for the plant, and it'll be the same case for Indiana, getting the plant down and making their way out of the site.
That's where you get value out of a Cypher, just denying any crazy push coming in. Now the kills are going to be everything in Bucket. They have the advantage. They're going to get 2 all in the hands of the Rays, and a little bit more than needed. They're going to make it happen fast as the last one goes down. Druff gets taken down in the defuse. Now that takes place, taking Buckeye to a 2-0 lead.
Not your day, is it?
Close to getting that rolling thunder here. 2 ult orbs away from that massive cooldown. Can really help in some of these retakes, because it seems like Indiana are content with going for these fast plants, especially in a situation where they're in a disadvantageous point. But this time around, they have the better guns. They have the longer range weaponry here. So Drive will see if they can make do on a pretty big purchase here and win this round.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
I see the commitment here coming in for the Buckeye, but just like yesterday, being very respectful of the enemy, not making any crazy or unexpected decisions. So you're going to keep the guns that they got from last round, the guns that they were able to keep, and besides that, is what Indiana can do now that they have rifles. First of all, is going to be getting that information, but the paint shows are going to get that first kill. Memphis does get taken down.
Hopefully for Smart Punch had that updraft, was able to be okay, and now is safe for the time being, and Dead will claim this orb using the Viper's wall as a good concealment tool there, and in the meantime will work his way underground here through tunnel. Still the spike behind, and Indiana playing in a much more methodical pace, and now being down a man as well. With these better guns, you know, the onus sits on them to make a move drive, and with BGC hunkered down on B, and 1 over towards A as a safety just in case, but in the meantime, Spike is over towards B. It's going to be 2A, maybe as a potential distraction.
Distraction that is taking place, but the Spike is on the floor in the meantime, leaning towards going to that B side, and no kills yet. No one has been taken down on the side of Buckeye, and that is the one condition here, making it even a 4-4 would be ideal, and the more they can get, the better here. But everyone is playing so patient as the J starts to come in, and the numbers that continue to benefit Buckeye could build into something more. The Spectres are going to get the kills that they need, and there's no time. There's 15 seconds remaining. The Spike is going to get planted. There's no one around, but the rotation for the defense is already taking place.
Difficult here for Druff in the back of sight. We'll use the Viper lineups here from Polly as well. He only has 1 snakebite here, and he's going to be in an altercation momentarily, potentially, as he has 3 members surrounded here. Really make the move. He'll go for the first shot. Find Sean right between the eyes. See him handling it out of this one. Scott free. He's good for 1 more. Kame brings it back in the meantime, and now Druff in a 1v2 situation. He's going to get rolling thunder. It does not matter. He's unfazed, he's unmatched, and he's unwilling to go down. 2-1 here for Indiana.
The Rolling Thunder as well makes things even more difficult, even the visibility, and you start doubting yourself. Do I want to push in? Do I want to wait? Because getting that information is so difficult, but Druff does exactly what he needed to do, plays it patiently, knows when to use and when not to use his ultimate, and to make sure that he's able to get the kills just in time. That is insane. Even stun, he's able to get that last kill right when he needed to. So now it is the first round that the side of Indiana is able to get, but how many more they can get in a row?
Right there.
Snowball. That is really the question here. And so far in Fracture, we've seen the rotations. We've seen more drawn out engagements. And Indiana seem content with taking their time and playing things slowly, especially now that they have a Rolling Thunder of their own. That could be used to get onto one of these sites. And if Memphis gets an early frag, it could really make things good over towards B as the spike is in that general direction.
A lot of information, and that is what you gotta do in this map, right? You know that the attacking team can come from literally anywhere. They can catch you off guard just like Sean does, and does get taken down as well. And so that information is going to be everything to make things even here. For the side of Indiana, now they have the advantage. They have 4 members alive, and they might be able to plan this fight towards B.
There's tour de force available, so many tools here for BGC to work with. If that plant does come in, they have options. Indiana, excuse me, as a Nos will be good for 1 on top of 10. Takes down the chamber here early on. It will be traded back to them. In the meantime, chaos ensuing on top of the site here. There's multiple kills going each way, and after the dust settles, 2v2 here. Rolling Thunder still available.
Last player
Looks
standing.
like that's going to be the play here, especially now that Smart Punch has a kill. You might not even have to invest that major of a cooldown. Also go for the tap. They will end up investing the Rolling Thunder here, and they bounce an off the bomb. He's concussed, he's dazed, and Druff has his number and has his mark here. It's going to be Druff taking another kill in 2 rounds here in a row for Indiana.
Druff as well, again, and it goes back to what we talked about him before. It is knowing when to use the Rolling Thunder, when to use his utility, when to get the kills. He seems to have all that down, all that very well understood, and it's been because of him that Indiana has been able to get 2 rounds now. And it is how far can he take his team, how far can he help out the team to take the victory. They are, because of those 2 kills, because of the ultimates that we saw as well, now they have even more to work with. And also here they convert all the tour the 4 that is going to get 1 kill. Has taken too much damage. Did he realize it was right in the middle of the snake bite?
I did not care. Nonetheless, though, Memphis will push forward, and now Indiana really playing with confidence here, playing with their feet. At this point is Buckeye Gaming in trouble, and us. It's disintegrated there off the map, and now Druff will go for the plant once again in a position.
Spike planted.
Buckeye Gaming in a 4v1 Sean with only a sheriff to his name. No wall to use as well. This area is being watched over as well. Memphis takes aim and rifles in some bullets. Sean will drop a 3K for the Reina in the 3rd round for Indiana.
Because it doesn't really work out at all really for the side of Buckeye, but again it was only that, it was only an eco, so they're not worried yet. Those rifles are going to be bought this time around. And yeah, that was a messy one coming in, the tour de force, and not, I mean, gets 1, that gets the only kill, but then you see that snake bite, and I don't think he realized that he was so low in HP that he had to move right away, and or at least he thought that he could make the commitment to get 1 more. So a little bit of an unfortunate situation, but we expect it to be more even this time around. As we see those ultimates once again available, see a Viper Squid, we see an Empress that could make things even once again.
Chuck will be good for 1 through the spray.
Pulling them in.
Throw house, they just start things off, and here comes the fault line. Everything being used now for Indiana. Try and work their way towards the site, everything they got here, but there's so much to work through. Now Sean will be good for 1. That's the hot hand gone. Smart punches down, no more jet here. And Ted, it's gonna be a timing game, and he just gets punished there. And I'm a 4v2 for BGC. Everything going their way on this round.
Everything that can be expected is going their way. Only suffer 1 loss for the side of Buckeye, so numbers are going to be their way. Like Indiana spots a little bit of mess going towards that B side. So Spike is going to be on the floor, making sure that if Druff gets taken down, the Spike doesn't go with him and doesn't get right, or it doesn't fall right in the middle of that site. While the rotation continues to take place, it seems like Viper is going to be the one picking the Spike up. And the information that can be running out of time is only 20 seconds left.
They have to move now. The space they're playing at. They need to get the spike down, and Sean's still over this tower. They're gonna get pulled in. It's just free real estate for Sean, and he's cashing in while the iron is hot. 4K for the Viper.
Sean and everything that he's able to do, right? He's able to play aggressive like we saw him do just now, like we saw him do yesterday, and also the flexibility of this player, right? Yesterday alone, we saw him playing a Sage and we saw him playing a Sky. Now he's bringing out a Viper and he's making it work. He does really everything for his team. He has the flexibility to play anything that is going to benefit them, especially in a map like this one where taking control of space is going to be everything. So now it is a 3-2-3, and it's going to be Buckeye once again holding the defense as hard as they can.
3 ultimates here as well, just in case anything goes astray. They have the neutral theft, which could be massive if an early frag comes their way. But for the time being, once again, a slow, drawn-out push. They're going to go towards B from 2 different sides as they have Ted working in the back half here of B. We have Chuck sitting in arcade, and Ted, this is going to be another timing factor, and he died here last time, so this is a chance for him to regain some control over in this area.
He has no idea the track is going to be here. Doesn't even look on the other side of the box and does get the kill. Chuck will be getting away with it. Now an Empress that is going to come out, hoping to get an extra kill, hoping to even trade a little bit of fear against the enemy team in the Viper's pit. Also hoping to clear some space. Would you just died? One of them gets spotted, but Smart Punch on the other side. Good for 2. Can get some more. It's a 2v2 that we have right now. A spike has not been planted just yet, but we know it has to be towards the B side. There's so much space control that this attacking team was able to get.
And 3v3, the dash is going to be used, and that's going to be here for Chop Chops, but Smart Punch right on his head. And now A is going to be a target. Only 15 seconds, but they have plenty of time to get over here. And it's going to be a 1v2 scenario. Left. Cosmic Divide is available. You might not even want to invest in here. That one looked like BGC just winning that one out, but the Viper's flip from Polly was insane.
And the value here that he's able to get, I don't think he has any idea. Tries to make a prediction, tries to watch those corners, but Polly will be getting away with it. Will be getting with that kill as well. And it is a 4-2-3. It is going to be Indiana getting ahead and keeping those rifles as well. A lot of interesting decision making, more than anything that we saw for Indiana to be able to get away with it. You know, they had the numbers, they had all that space that they were able to gain through the Viper's pit, and yet still they decided to make a rotation because they knew for sure the Astra was going to be waiting on side for them.
Get out of my way!
That's what this map provides, you know, easy rotations, that split area. And now Indiana, Smart Punch with the daggers. He's feeling so confident here, and the Ghost Signal will be the leader, and they'll make their way towards Rogue. In the meantime, though, nobody watching over. Now Chop Chop's going to be good for 1. Takes down one of the main engagers here on Indiana squad, and Smart Punch is going to be timing here. He does the dash, the up, everything being used, but he's just going to go down. Wild play there from Smart Punch, an erratic decision. Doesn't work out in his favor.
The updraft, it just didn't connect the way that he wanted to. So now his jet does get taken down and his 3 members alive. This is extremely close, and that is what we expected from a map like this one. Rolling Thunder coming out. Polly does get stunned, hoping that no one is going to catch her off guard. He will be able to get away with it with this Viper. Well, there's a 4v2 in the meantime. Maybe a little bit of a rotation once again that takes place. Just run away for your life. That is all that you can hope for. The showstopper actually does take her down at the end. It is a 1v2. The Chamber, the last one alive, knows exactly where the enemy team is going to be located. But the Viper didn't know though, and Uphead is away with it. It was a little bit of information that the defense had of where this Chamber could be. They didn't expect him to be that close. So a 2 kill at the end to guarantee yet another round for Indiana. It really seemed like he was gonna go for Buckeye.
Wow, and Indiana, this is their map choice, this is their selection, and it took them a couple rounds to get started, Dryad, but they've won 5 of their last 6, and really looking confident here, and embracing what Fracture provides, which is those rotations, which is those setup plays that are so crucial. And with this breach, excuse me, you know, they're able to get so much done with these fault lines. The rolling thunder is available too. That could be a go signal. And the last one, they didn't have Memphis at all. He died so early on.
The kills that can happen so early as well for this one, and the number that Indiana was able to get was something that Buckeye thought that was not going to be the case for the last round. So now they have to suffer the consequences. Everyone all together in that A area, but pushing in, that is where the difficulty comes in. They're going to try it. The wall is going to enable them to do that, but the kills are going to connect more than anything for the side of the defense. Cypher was just waiting for someone to get right into their crosshair, and that is exactly what happened. Again, trades that happen on the other side in a little bit of space. The drop is time to create for the rest of the team.
Insane shot. The rolling thunder will be used as well. Kamei gonna be propped up and have no idea he's in that little corridor there. The Cubby could be major. Okay, he's got the fault line. He's gonna flash as well. This could be major. This could be massive. Druff will go for the flash as well. Finds two. He's stuck in the corner here, and now Sean on this flank trying to get things done as well. Druff, he's exposed. He's blinded. He's so blinded. He can't do anything right now. And Kamei will trade it back. Smart punch, good for one more. He's got a 3K. Is there any timing for Sean to play with? There's just not. He has to go back over and save. What a miraculous turn of events for Indiana.
There was no time for Sean as well to work with, right? It was hoping that there were some trades going on that were going to benefit at least the side of the defense, but he was the last one alive, and Sean has to make the decision to save into that one, to run away for his life more than anything else, giving another round now for the side of Indiana, where they are in a tough situation, right? The economy for Buckeye is not looking too good, and making any forced decisions where they can make it still going to be risky. They have to half buy, if anything, to have a chance, to stand a chance here, and to deny that Indiana on the second half are going to be ahead.
So this timeout most likely will just be, you know, for the next round. This will be a save here for UGC, and this round after this one will be the one that counts for Ohio State. Need to figure something out here, and, you know, for them, this isn't their map pick. This is a best of 3, so plenty of time for Buckeye Gaming. Even if they do lose this, it's not the end of the world. This isn't a case, you know, Dryad, of the last game where the first map looks so one-sided. This is more of a situation where Buckeye Gaming have had chances, they've had opportunities, but they've just squandered them. These two teams are very evenly matched, and this series, you know, looks to be, you know, a 3-game affair between these two squads, and, you know, no one is really getting an edge over the other.
It's going to be either 3 maps or 2 that go as far as they can. That's kind of a prediction that is a fair one, just looking at the performance that each individual player has had throughout yesterday and throughout today. As they hope to do, and to get a little bit more, another victory that they're hoping for into this one. And it all starts in a map that is going to be Fracture, that we see happening already, into another round where Memphis not only trades, but gets an extra kill. That is more for Indiana to take and to get away with.
It's a good early start. Even CV's dropping off guns off of the map. That's so smart. Wow, okay, so really playing min-maxing here, and now it's going to be Memphis on this flank here, trying to work his way around, making sure nobody else is around, and Holly will go for the plant. Indiana, pretty early on, even after that early frag, they're unfazed, and look at this plant down, and with a man advantage, you know, BGC have to come to them. They're going to have to use this breach officially. Memphis still on this flank and waiting. Sean and Chuck slowly working their way over. There's going to be the dazed Memphis struggling to aim, and Chuck to take advantage and find a free gun here. That snake might gonna buy time for Indiana.
There's a little bit of time though, but how much can he get? Kame is able to get one, just the utility usage right here. It seems to be perfect, but more punch getting away, but another one. Can he make it 3? So close, but so far it is Sean actually, the one getting away and almost running out of time, but we will be connecting that defuse, the 4 to 6, and finally, after a couple of rounds, Buckeye is able to get away with one.
There, gonna come at a better time. Great start there from Chop Chops, gets that early kill, and, you know, yes, Memphis was able to find 2, but just was not enough. And now for Indiana, sitting at 4 to 6, closest one out, first half at 8 to 4. It will be pretty much a save, plus a couple members can buy. So just 3 will be with the pistols. Memphis and Druff will have the option to go with the rifles, and they do just that. so far here, BGC definitely a winnable round with the Viper's Pit. They're going to block off all of A and over towards Satellite, and you have 2 members going that way, so now Sean potentially could get things going.
The Viper Spit, and I really like the way that it just denies so much space. I mean, look at the area that is able to control and make it so much more difficult for whatever Indiana wants to do into that round. We have 2 of the duelists looking towards one side, and it seems like they're inside of a Viper's Pit trying to catch this Viper if they're able to find her more than anything before they're able to push together. And they're working together. They're trying to trade at least, if anything, and to get that orb that was crucial for them to be able to use that ultimate, to be able to use that Blade Storm as we see right now. A very, very slow round.
Mind games here. So thought process is that, you know, we're going to take the orb and they're going to think we rotate back. They're staying over towards A, and Sean is still not moved from his position. Just going to wait for this and make their move. 35 seconds, a snail's pace here for Indiana, but they can make this work.
30 seconds left.
And now Smart Punch slowly but surely working his way forward. Nobody inside of the Viper's Pit yet. Now Druff will peer his way out. Still nothing really for Smart Punch to work with, and almost gets decimated there by that breach utility. But for the time being, still Indiana with 15 seconds to go. They have to move now or never. The spike is over towards B, so A is just a diversion, a distraction. Does Chop Chops find one? A couple of seconds left, but they have to get the spike down. Chad, he's got to win this one with Chops. He can't get the spike down. There's not enough time. And it was a good idea from Indiana, you know, in the grand scheme of things, but it was just not executed well enough.
One enemy remaining.
It was risky as well. It all depended towards the end on if the chamber was able to connect that kill or not. And that is a lot of pressure, especially when you only have the headhunter to work with to connect it as soon as possible. You also don't have the high ground advantage to be able to connect that kill a little bit faster, to have even more visibility. So wasn't really the case, wasn't really playing the way that Indiana wanted to. So that is going to give yet another round for this out of Buckeye. It's a 5-6, and yeah, it continues to be extremely close. This is the last round. There's a couple ultimates available for both of the teams, so we can expect them to come online into this one.
Absolutely, and once again, we'll be in a push here. The bomb over towards that area, and once again, Ted on this lurk, on this flank route towards Arcade. If he can find 1 or 2 kills, it could be imperative here.
That works.
For Indiana, this could be a timing game, and has to know someone's over in this area. The blind will come through. Ted, he's got to back away. He's got to know he's been spotted, or at least note. Now Memphis, good for 1 to start the Indiana attack. Good start there, taking out the lead.
Out of charges.
The first test we see is going to come out, but getting no value. Was not expecting Sean to be right on the other side, already taking control of that space again, regaining control that was almost lost. The Viper is able to do it, and now a Viper's Pit coming in for this attacking team. On the other side of the map, it's going to be an A-10 coming in. The paint shells to create some space, but they're not going to get much, as the rifles are going to get everything. Indiana, they only have 1 member alive, is going to be the Viper, is going to be Polly. And the Cosmic Divide as well, making things even more difficult to be able to hear where this Viper is hiding and where everything is taking place. Sean actually taken down as well.
They're going to have to be together. 30 HP here on Polly. He's going to come in, and he walks right into the barrel of Chuck. A great Astro Divide there from Chuck here. Forces the issue and ties things up here at 6-6. All even as we head into the next half of play in the semifinals. The CECC Midwest Invitational. One of these 2 teams is going up against Northwood here later on in the day. Who's it going to be? Neck and neck. I love it.
It's a good one. It's a 6-6. I mean, it couldn't be better right now for this first map between Indiana and Buckeye. Everyone fighting to get ahead, and the kills are looking pretty even all across, right? Everyone has been putting what they have to put to get the advantage, to take any sort of benefit early on, but it comes down now to what takes down and what happens in this pistol round. We see those ghosts are going to be bought, happening for both of the teams, and I think a default more than anything for this attacking team. And it is risky, but they can get away with it.
Let's see. Toxins going up. The game plan here, what the story is for BGC here. Moments and spurts there where they look to be Just unmatched, and now Anas will press forward, but Druff has his number and takes down the Rays early on. Memphis good for one more, and now Indiana really starting to roll with this on the pistol round. And 2 early frags, it makes the defense so much more easy, but that's a good trade for Sean. Still 15 HP though, he's got to be careful as Kame. He's got a good knowledge of where this player is. Sean backs up his teammate, and one more kill going the way of BGC as they flood the site. It's still tied though, 3-3.
15 HP for Sean, but he can get some kills from behind. I have no idea what is going on, and now it's not even needed because Canada is online in another 3K that he's able to get. Really good gunfight every single time that we see from him, and it seems like he disappears for a couple rounds. He's just doing his own thing. He's using his utility, and out of nowhere he's able to get away with this one, especially in a pistol round. They know how much it matters. They know how much they can get away with it, knowing that it was 6-6, and now Buckeye is able to get ahead finally. It seems like in forever.
We know BGC style. We know how they play these next couple of rounds here. Very aggressive, very tentative of these angles. Spectres and full shields here. Just gets a couple of pistols and frenzy and the like, but Indiana could look for a couple of cheese plays. They will look to do just that, moving through halls as 4, and they're going to use Druff as the facilitator here for this play, but nobody even in that general direction. It'll just be a force out of utility, but look at the way Indiana is playing on this force round here from BGC. They're just pushing forward all the way through the map and trying to get things done. Ted is going to be good for one. He's got to reload. That's a good trade, though, nonetheless.
It's a good trade there, but now it is a 4v4. The spike is going to be planted by this attacking team for Buckeye. And what is the defense going to do? They have to play together. They're saving. They don't have the economy to work with. So now even a little bit of damage that they have to take as well. Kills are not going to connect. Everything is about the Spectres and what Buckeye is able to do on the second round. Only one loss that they suffered early on. But that is about it. So an 8-6. What can Indiana do now that they have rifles?
This has been the story after these first couple of rounds. We saw in the last half, it was a 2-round advantage, then 3 back in the way of Indiana. So Indiana more than capable of coming back from these disadvantaged states. There will be a chance here for BGC to really hammer this game out. If you're able to win this round, get those guns, really put yourself in a decent spot, but difficult, especially going towards A, where 3 members are bunkered inside in the wall as well. Everything going to be used here, going towards Smart Punch, and he's just barraged with ammo, and he can't handle it. And the Frenzy doing wonders here, taking out the General Leon.
Going to be doing a lot here, but now the Spectres have to take the duos up close, and that is exactly what Chuck the Human is going to be able to do against Polly. A rifle that is going to get picked up by Sean. And now, a little more potential that they can have. The defense has to be strong, has to play together, and they want to play fast as well. Trade, another one for Op, and only one remaining for Indiana. Will be taken down as well. Memphis, the last one, an extremely quick post-plan scenario that we saw unfold, and going right into the hands of Buckeye.
Around there for Buckeye. Kills exchanged back and forth, and Ted once again will look to go for this judge and will play over towards B as the lone wolf there. But in the meantime, 9-6 here, gun advantage for BGC. It does not get any easier for Indiana. They do have ways of getting back into this game, potentially if Ted can get an ult orb and get that tour de force. That could be a good way of stopping some of this aggression, but in the meantime, BGC are playing with so much confidence, and once again, Ted willing to take these aggressive angles towards tower, and if you can get 1 or 2 kills, it could be massive.
It will definitely be massive here, but how aggressive are they willing to play? And for the setup Buckeye, it is very aggressive. The Rays going in right away, catching the defense completely unexpected, catching the Cypher, this chamber completely unexpected, and with that, the spike like it's going to be planted already.
Spike planted.
Just down, and Memphis one kill here with the Sheriff. They'll spot May, but now can't find the headshots. 11 HP. He's got to be careful. It's so difficult for Indiana to make their way towards this site. Who's going to be the go man? Who's going to be the first one in? Memphis drops immediately, and Chop's on the flank as well. They're starting to fall like flies here. There's only one left. It's Polly, and he's longed for this world. He's taken down Chuck the Human. Will get that kill, and now 10-6 here for BGC. Starting to roll on the second half.
This is just another one where Buckeyes seem to be better at the attacking side, right? It's a timeout coming in for Indiana to figure out what they can do. Is just an economy that is not working out for them, different positionings all across the map that are not working out because they are getting taken down one or two so early in the round that it just denies any possibility for a retake. It denies any possibility to play for picks or for anything else that they want to bring. So Indiana really has to think this one out.
Definitely have to think this one out. Remember, this was their map choice. They should have some tricks up their sleeves here for this second half of play, but UGC now 3-round wins away from winning game 1, putting themselves in a very decent position, especially considering they chose map 2, which will be Icebox.
It's a good map too, but it's just looking at what can happen here. Even for Indiana, they just have to make a comeback for a couple rounds. It is not easy. So yeah, I think the decision here is going to be forcing with literally everything that they got. They're gonna try to use that tour de force as well to get some value, to keep some money as well, but knowing that the tour de force can get a lot by itself, and just going in hoping for some picks, and yeah, really preparing because you want to take advantage of this match, this entire match as early as possible, and that comes with the first map.
Bomb buddy out.
What Indiana have in store for us here after this timeout? BGC will play this one a little bit slower than usual. Now Ted forced to TP and vanish to safety as he spotted a plethora of members over in that general direction. He's got to be careful. Chopped up, watching the Anas will be flashed, but he turns away. What a play out of Anas. He's got the reaction time, and Druff falls. That's the breach gone, and Dustin now a 5v4. And the spike working its way towards me. The Viper's Pit will be engaged as well, and Ted just can't find any value so far with this tour de force. Nobody's giving him the option to.
There's just not any value that you can get from it, especially when there's barely any visibility that they're giving as well to this chamber. Now he has to go in, he has to jump in. He also has a headhunter to use for closer range if he needs to. But the kills now are coming in for the side of Buckeye once again, having the numbers, 3 members alive for Indiana, and the chances seem to be fading away for this one. The Vibes is not letting them get anything. We see the trade going in, but now there's only Smart Punch alive, and he has to take so many kills, playing against time. There's no time remaining for him to get right into the spike, and with that, that is 11 rounds going for Buckeye, playing so well into that side. Again, no matter what the enemy team is bringing to them, they always know how to overcome it.
Anything that happens, BGC have an answer for it. And now in this next round here, they're going to have the Rolling Thunder. They're going to have the Showstopper as well. That could be a good 1-2 punch that BGC potentially turn to. Also, note Chuck the Human, 1 ult away here from the divide as well. So a massive treasure trove of options here for BGC to work towards, and will be another slow, methodical push towards Arcade. Gonna have 2 roaming through satellite as well. There is a alert bot there, so they will know this is approached, but if I can get 1 kill, it could be massive with this operator. He does.
He does, and we use the trademark right away as a chamber just to get away with it, and he will do just that. There's going to be a boombot as well coming in, trying to get some information if there's anyone playing close. The Showstopper is going to connect right on, not even having visibility, not even sure of where this chamber was going to be located, but just taking a chance and getting away with it, getting with another kill coming in. Now on the other side, not expecting to push.
Wow, and that's a major cooldown they don't have now. The Rolling Thunder gone, and Chuck waiting for this flank as well. There's so many different pincer moves that they're looking for. Smart Punch is able to win out that duel, but Anas out of the smoke, he gets 1. Can he find 2? He cannot fall from up the hills, but Sean takes him out in the meantime. Now it's a 1v3 opportunity, and Chop Chops right between the eyes. Smart Punch falls. Chop Chops not only is a great sniper, he's a great barber as well. Great haircut there, and now Indiana down 12-6. And Kamei still has the Rolling Thunder. Chop Chop still neutral theft. Still all the tools from the last round. BGC are feeling very good going into this next round.
Buckeye just looks unstoppable on this second half. Has not lost a single round, and they've gotten close. There's never been close enough because Indiana, they just cannot figure out a way in. They are fighting with everything that they got. They're going to be forcing every single weapon that they can. But it is just such a strong
Here.
attack every single time, hoping to change things around, hoping to get something going on, especially with this Blade Storm, but playing so carefully, making the right decision to go right back up to stay alive so the Boombot doesn't locate this Jet, who is still very much hungry for those kills, but nothing yet.
We'll linger around B for the time being, as that seems to be the target. Kamei setting up for this rolling thunder play. Chuck has the divide as well. Here is the go button for Buckeye Gaming. They're going to spot Memphis as well. Sean knows where a couple members are in this divide, doing wonders here. The neutral weapon to use as well. Now know exactly where everyone's located. Now Smartpunch in trouble. He's going to be sprayed down and chopped up really good for one. And now it's all a formality here for Buckeye Gaming. They have the divide. They have everything
One enemy
used
remaining.
here. So much space cleared out. It's all on
Spike
Pauly.
planted.
There's so much visibility. He just does not have the smokes, the divide now gone, the Viper Wall, everything here. He's just looking at different colors. It's so difficult to watch it for Pauly. 1v4, 12-6. It's going to be a daunting task indeed, Drive, but hey, you never know.
You just gotta try everything that you can if you're on the side of Pauly, if you're one of the fans for Indiana, to see if there's any chance to talk the Cypher, but the kills are not gonna go their way, and with that, it is going to be Buckeye getting away with the first map in our second match of the day here on stream, and it is intense. It was extremely close. It was 66 in that first half, but now second half came in. Buckeye, they were winning pistol round, their Spectre round, and every single round after that.
Yeah, just second half players there on Buckeye Gaming. Ohio State winning game one and now move themselves towards Icebox here for map number 2. And they actually chose this map, and it will be Indiana starting an attack. And I feel like this, definitely can favor them in a way. This should be an option for them to set the tempo early and get things done offensively and start to feel themselves and get more confident, because so far, that first half of play was very good from both sides, very evenly matched. But like you said, the second half, different story. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, game 2 between Indiana and Buckeye Gaming. Winner moves on to the finals. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational Semifinal Series number 2 here between Buckeye and Indiana. Regardless of that first game, it was a very even matchup up to that second half. Not one single round win there for Indiana. What do they change going into Icebox?
I mean, honestly, I think for Indiana is going to be a difficult one as well, because Icebox, we talked about it yesterday. It's one of those maps where what compositions are most likely to be played. Besides maybe one surprise that we can expect from teams, really. Anything else than that just doesn't really make sense for a map like Icebox. And so because of that, because you already know what compositions you're going to bring to the table, you already know that the defense is oftentimes stronger than the attacking side. And I believe Indiana for this one, I mean, when they go into the attacking side, I start to worry about what they can do and how much ahead can they get.
We'll see if they do end up getting anything done on the attacking side. Indiana will start on the attacking side for Icebox. That's definitely something of note. As we mentioned, they can set the tone of the game early on, but as we are just a couple of minutes away here from Agent Select, like you said, the compositions are pretty standard. We're expecting, to see the Sage, maybe the Chamber as well, as we've seen that a couple of times before. But don't have to speculate anymore, Drive. We are heading into Agent Select now, so let's see what these two comps have in store for us here.
Yeah, let's see what it is going to be brought to the table this time around. Second map, Icebox, and it's a reminder, Buckeye did win the last map, so that means that they need this one to take the victory to move to the finals. So
the graphics lying. It's lying to us. Oh no. It's baiting all of us.
Yeah, I mean, when you do at least see what it is going to be the selection coming in, and there it is. There's a couple changes in the meantime, but yeah, again, no surprises anyways. I think, it doesn't even make sense to bring any surprises at this point in a map like Icebox. You just go to exactly what is expected, that Reyna, the Jet, and the Duelist role, and then everyone else supporting this to be able to get those kills.
I gotta ask, I think this is the first game Smartpunch has not played Jet, if I'm not mistaken, so he's gonna go for the Reyna. I'm assuming he's, very decent Reyna, but the
Mm.
overall, is he, conditioned on that age, and has he been racking up the games here today? Because he's been playing Jet the whole tournament long. It'll be interesting to see how he adapts, if he changes his play style, if he plays more aggressive or less aggressive. They're going to give over the Jet to Memphis, who is their other duelist here. We'll see if he can get anything done on that agent. But yeah, like you said, pretty standard stuff all around with the composition. Something too surprising here.
And I don't know how to feel about that Killjoy though. That is the only
Mm.
surprise here that we see. Everything else should be about the same, but you're replacing a Reyna with a Killjoy. And Sean is an amazing player. Sean is always at the top of the table when it comes to kills. He's always performing. So that is why I think he can get more value out of a Reyna. And I mean, it might be a decision that you make just because you're starting on the defense, right? For the setup Hawkeye, because you know you're gonna be on the defensive side. You know that the Killjoy utility can get just a little bit more to get ahead as many rounds as possible. But if not, I mean, if it's a 7-5, if it's a 6-6, that's when the trouble can start for the setup Buckeye. But it all really starts into this pistol round. It is going to be Indiana on the attacking side and already playing towards mid.
Ooh, they're going to spot Kamei there, jump peeking there. Spike still back towards spawn. This turret going to get a lot of value here as it will spot out members momentarily. We'll have to spray that one down. Now they know Kitchen is a target. And you see all members of BGC start to maneuver over towards that area. And, the fortunate factor for Indiana is they left the spike back. They're just trying to burn utility here and get utility.
As much as you can very early on. Yeah, nice one here for these two teams. And again, we want to see that third map, right? So we just got to see what Indiana can do on this one to take us to a third map. And again, it just starts with what can be done. And you see how careful they are playing, how much they are minding and respecting the enemy over anything. As the rotation starts to take place towards A, the spike is going to be planted. And the defense that had to go away now have to play a pull-up pros plan.
Such a long time waiting for that plant, but some members went towards mid. They didn't have anyone actually on the site, so now Indiana have the better positioning, but Anas, the better crosshair placement there, going to be good for one. Memphis drops, and now Anas looking to press forward. Chuck going to be good for one more, and they start just falling like dominoes here, one after another. The Sage Wall to keep this one simply for May. They'll just stick with the views out. Can they find multiple kills? They do. Drop though with a sliver of HP. Can he somehow gain some more footing here? But he just does not have any time. The views already went off, and it'll be some good kills for Druff, but still, BGC win map one, or round one after a long time. Indiana just waited, bide time, went for a rotation. Just didn't matter.
No pistol round then going forward instead of Indiana as of today and as of right now. So Buckeye is going to be getting ahead, is going to be buying those Spectres, and I think that momentum that they got, not only from that round, but from the last map, can be carrying over into what we're seeing from them right now. It is aggression, it is commitment to make crazy things happen, a defuse thanks to a wall that enabled them to do just that, and now a rush towards that B side.
Ed just willing to just push forward so aggressively, but he's getting destroyed by those mollies from Sean. It'll be good for one spot. One on the left he does. Memphis goes down. Almost spike down. Just so much time being burned off here for BGC and Kamei charging forward. Now it's going to be a 3v1 situation here for Spark Punch, but he just gets sprayed from the side. It's going to be one shot, one kill for Anas, and the fuse comes in as well. BGC feeling it here. First two rounds. Nothing too surprising as they have the good advantage, but keeping it simple, BGC 2-0 up.
The last kills that he plays, and that was all Sean. I mean, the use of utility, they're really coming up on top. The pretty much the only place where we see the spike planted. It is why the conversation even takes place. This is one of the reasons why about Icebox being always the same. I mean, not only compositions like we talked about, but also where you plant the spike, where you use ultimates. It's always the same area. So the Killjoy is able to predict just that, is able to get a kill just with the use of utility, and now he's able to put the side of Buckeye into a 2-0 lead, taking or trying to take the team as far as they can, even when the enemy has rifles.
Got a bit of intel there. Spot out Druff. Start things off here. Big round, and once again, actually, surprisingly, going towards B. And have to think that potentially with all that KJ utility they just have to deal with, they wouldn't want to go back, but they're confident, feeling themselves here. And Sean once again sitting up top on site, waiting for the bot to be triggered. They did destroy it now, and the swarm grenades will be issued for Sean. Now the sniper wall acting as a concealment tool. He's going to be sprayed down by Memphis. He has to drop down, but he plunges into his death, and it will be Memphis good for one here as now 5-4, making eventually 5-3 as they roll over towards Snowman. Kame drops, and Memphis good for one more. And now Indiana feeling themselves with better guns. They're going to get the plant down in the meantime.
Spike is going to be planted, and that utility that is going to be used while everyone gets in a comfortable situation for this post-plant scenario, or as comfortable as they can get, because the operator in the hands of one of the members of Buckeye is going to be online and active. You see the lineup in the meantime. Viper is waiting to use. She hears the defuse, and there it is. There's the sound. There's the lineup that is trying to connect just in time, but there's not even a need for it because the kills are coming in, and the attacking team finding a way into this map already as Indiana gets their first round here, and they also get to keep an operator.
That'll be huge there for Memphis. Let's see if he can gain some ground over towards Nest. That could be a huge opportunity if he gets an early frag there, and a very early timeout for the side of Indiana. I'm assuming this is a strategical timeout. I don't know if it's a tech pause. We would have probably heard a word from that, so I think this is a legitimate timeout.
An early one as well. Most of the time, it's interesting as well. It's kind of a meta for when to use the timeout. It used to be after round 6, like right when the round 6 hit. And recently, I've seen a lot that are coming into like the last round that you can. Like it's 12 and something, and you're using that timeout. Like couldn't use it early, but now we see that the teams, at least for the side of Indiana, they're trying to use it earlier, and yeah, we have to figure out exactly what is going behind their minds, because these early rounds should be pretty standard, right? We know who has money, who doesn't have money to work with.
Yeah, very interesting timeout call here. Maybe just to reset the nerves, go over the game plan, really understand what they're going to accomplish here. But nonetheless, will be a timeout burned here for Indiana as they make their way towards A. With that operator Memphis has acquired from that last round, you see how massive the economy is for Indiana, how diminished it is for Buckeye Gaming, and they're going to opt in for a very aggressive push through mid. So they understand that, you know, this round really can't go their way unless massive mistakes are made. They have only pistols to work with, and they're going to try to wrap around Indiana here.
I mean, so far, they haven't been spotted, but now they might have gotten some information towards mid as everyone is wrapping around this defense. And they have no idea. They're starting to realize that the trades have to come right in. That's exactly what's going to take place. There's a 4-4 right now, and the spike has not been planted. And even if it was, the attacking team has nowhere to run. They just have to get kills if they want to win this one.
It's a really awkward situation right now for Indiana. Still haven't planted the spike, but A will be exposed, so should get it off in time. Can Ted find any value here? 4 HP on the Viper. Chuck whiffs 2 shots, and Druff narrowly escapes death there. Paul will go for the plant. Now a 2v4, making a 2v3 opportunity as Chop's gonna be good for 1. Now the shock darts will come raining in, flying down over the A site.
No more Sova.
On the flank will be good for 1. Can he find 2? Should spot Ted momentarily. And Pauly has a hell of a lot of HP to work with, but Ted does not. One shot, one stray bullet. That could be major. And now a 2v1. 4 HP potentially here for Ted. He's got to worry about that. It's going to be 1 shot, 1 kill. Ted in a 1v1 here with Chop. Chop doesn't know it. Does he look around the corner? He'll lurk his way inside. Stutter steps forward and finds the kill on Ted. And he should get the defuse off as well. DGC using that flank through mid. That's a big round when considering the circumstances.
They sacrificed for nothing.
It is a really nice round as well. It was all also, once again, about Sean and the picks that he was able to get. Even the one that ended up being 4 HP, it was enough to hit the enemy, enough to make them suffer a little bit more in order to give that third round for Buckeye, and they wanted it. It was a thrifty round, and they absolutely deserved it. So now, a weird situation once again for Indiana into figuring out what they can do, how much they want to rush. They have a Viper's Pit, and I really want them to use it here.
End up going for that play, but they will destroy the recon dart at the time being. Viper wall will conceal any sort of approach. Memphis waiting for his moment here to strike. He knows at least potentially one player is over there. Doesn't know about Anas. We'll just slowly peek through B, but regardless, A is the target. B is just a distraction, and now Memphis gains a massive kill towards the Jet. They trade it back though, so we a 4v4. Sean takes down Ted, so now no more Viper's Pit to be used.
It's a massive kill as well. No Viper's Pit, like you said, and that was one of the biggest win conditions that they had potentially. The rest is going to come online, and the Jet for the set of Buckeye is going to be back up. So it's a 5v4 as the other racers are already coming in. Difficult one nonetheless, though. How are they going to push in? It's gonna be a down. It's every single ult with the 100 connect. That's not one of the members, and Smart Punch would be getting away with it. Drop that gets the enemy so far as well. And 4v3, the time is running out. The defense have to take action as soon as possible. But the best ability so low. And Jet gets away with it, but now so many lineups and the damage that it seems like Sean is able to make happen at 3k right at the end for this Killjoy, making it possible barely any time to work with. But they just all went in. They got that Viper's Pit down as soon as possible, and with that they were able to get away with the round.
As soon as Ted dies there, the Viper's Pit dissipates and everyone just gets exposed. It's just unfortunate there for Indiana. They played it correctly, and you saw there they used Understory to get rid of Sean's lockdown. Everything was played correctly, but just one frag changes the game, changes the ebbs and flows of Valorant here. And now 4-1 for Buckeye Gaming. Ohio State put themselves in a great position moving forward on defense. All 4 victories have been the diffusers, so they're willing to give Indiana a sight if they can go back with the retake. They have tools and weapons to make this happen.
The retakes so far have been working out, right? So there's no reason why you would want to commit and get taken down early on. But still, a little bit of precision coming up to the attacking side. The spike has not been planted, and they're going to push towards no man to get the kills. That is exactly what they're going to get. And Smart Punch with the Empress will be good for 2. Can't even get more. But Sean is already online as well. It's already on site and is ready to get something for himself.
Now Pauly against Chop Chops here. It's going to be so difficult here for these kills to come in. The recon art will be used.
One enemy remaining.
Drop takes down Sean. That's the hot hand for this Buckeye roster. And now the plant should be ensued momentarily. Can Chop Chops gain any value here? He gets 1, but that's about it. Finally, Indiana make do on this aggression and finally get the spike down and get the kills they need to win round number 2, or their first round number 2.
3 kills for Smart Punch to win that one, and it was difficult, it was risky, but they get a round that was crucial for them. They had to stop the momentum that Buckeye was slowly getting after those 2 rounds, after those 4 in total that they have. So you stop that, but now you know that Buckeye, not only they have enough to buy, but you know they can play aggressive here. There's 2 players, everyone kind of spread all across the map with that Blade Storm. Going to make things difficult towards mid.
Especially considering that they just spotted out 2 players of Indiana and Chuck. Pop that Viper's Pit, and Indiana will look to push into this, but now look at Anas. He's really postured forward, potentially wrapping around. There's no alert bots, there's no tripwires, anything of that nature, so this flank will be unknown. And if Ted dies here on B, it could be massive to force the rotation as well. The spike is over towards B. It's all going to be a diversion, and Anas is going to be in a great position, potentially go for these exit frags, and Sean takes down Ted. So the rotation's going to come in. Oh my word, Anas is in such a dangerous position. He will spot Spark Punch. It's right behind him here. The timing is massive, and he gets Spark Punch early. He's fighting with one more here. Pauly from downtown. The Viper's Pit creating so much space here for BGC and for Anas. Just be a nuisance in this back line.
This Jet doing so much, misses this time around, but Cam is the other way. It's a distraction more than anything. What the Blade Storm was to get those 2 kills, and helping might be a flawless as well. It's only Pauly remaining, rotating. He also gets spotted by that alarm bot. It's just a nightmare for the Sage Jet. Is going to try to plug the spike. Will be able to do just that. Because now there's nowhere to run, and Sean will be getting the last kill. Another round now going for the start of Buckeye.
Round there for Buckeye. May We'll get the defuse, one step closer towards that revive. And a flawless, like you mentioned there, for Buckeye Gaming Ohio State. 5 rounds here to 2 for Indiana. So far on the defensive side, they've looked very confident, and we questioned this KJ pick, and so far, Sean has been feeling it. It doesn't matter if he's on KJ, whatever the case may be, duelist, controller, whatever. You can put him on nothing and he'll still pop off. Sean really making it work here and has this lockdown as well, along with the Hunter's Fury from Chop Chop. So multiple post-plan options for BDC to work with.
There's a lot of options that, as we see, Indiana does not have. They are struggling to even get any kills. So the ultimates are not going to be an option for the next upcoming rounds. It's got to be all kills or nothing for them. And the damage, Karma takes a little bit, 72 HP, gets away with their life, and that is all that you can ask. It's going to be a wall to deny a little bit of space from them to make this attacking team a little bit more uncomfortable. But nonetheless, it's an aggressive push into this B side that so far could be working out. Memphis does take out Karma, that was still stuck in a tough situation. And a rotation that might be coming soon now for the defense that are able to trade just when they need it to.
Rotation potentially, and now the Hunter's Fury going to be used as well on top of it all. So really, there's a lot being used here right now for BGC to force Indiana off the site and force a rotation. They still have the spike for Indiana, and they're content with pushing on to B. No KJ utility to blade with, so BGC gonna have to go into this one with the Viper Wall down. One is inside of 2. They don't know it quite yet. Oh, it's gonna be so scary for Nas. 34 HP. Spots down Memphis, takes down the Jet. He's gonna turn the blind eye, and Paulie gonna get it from the rear.
30 seconds
now it's
left.
a 3v2 here, but just being sprayed down with bullets. Paulie, can he find some kills here? He is good for 1. Chuck the fall. There's a lockdown being used. Had to reload. And that'll be history. Lockdown used for good measure. It'll make things look pretty as the Vents wins their 6th round.
Lockdown that was not needed, but I mean, it's better to use it at some point if you think that it's going to be necessary. And it's just all the ults are rotating so fast for the setup Buckeye that I don't even think they're worried about it yet. I don't even think they lost anything because they can continue. I mean, they're gonna have rest soon, and because they continue to get those kills, they continue to get those orbs. They are just all in control of the situation and forcing Indiana over and over again into suffering some early losses, suffering after some early kills that happened to them. And it seems like it's going to be another quick rush into the B side. Only one member away is that Sova, making sure that no one is coming on the flank.
Yeah, good adaptation there. They've remembered the flanks here from BGC before, and now the Viper Wall will be summoned. Now Indiana get full access towards this B site. They have to go for the plant first. One molly there, and now Chuck takes down Ted. That's a huge kill here. Huge repercussions for BGC getting 2 kills. Now Smart Punch goes down. Chuck, insane flick right to the head of Memphis. Just like that, Dryad, 5v2.
The thing about Buckeye is that they are so good at controlling space, and it is just Indiana that is giving them so much space. Even when they're rushing into the site, they are not controlling any space. They're just waiting for picks, and the longer that they wait, the more of the defensive members that are coming back and that are also getting kills for themselves. Now pushing them into such a difficult situation is only Druff left playing towards yellows. It's even the worst situation than it could be because there's nowhere to run without getting spotted. Going to be good for 1 though. Chuck the Human does get taken down. Spike still too far away to get it, and it will not be possible this time around. Sean ending with Druff's life. And the defense, I get another round. This is a 7-2, and it's very much different compared to what we saw on that first map, on that first half, where it was 6-6. Now it is just all the control that Buckeye is getting, and I still think it's the momentum right from that first map and that pistol round that was just building into what it is now.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so difficult. That second half on Fracture, 0 round wins for Indiana. This round only 2, so they've really struggled to find success in this series so far. They will work their way towards A. The question is, can Anas find an op kill? That'll force potentially some utility to be used, potentially revive as well as Anas. Waiting for his moment to strike. Will get rid of the Owl drone. One is spotted here. going towards his reticle, and right now Anas waiting for his moment to strike. Still a flanker to be worried about, as Ted will watch over it, but Anas takes down Reyna. That's one of the main duels, one of the main initiators, and they're just getting the hell out of Dodge. They don't want any part of it.
4v5 right now, and once again, number is not really going for the setup. Indiana, a rotation that has to take place. Spike that is on the floor until it gets picked up, and they're trying to convince the enemy up. They can move and they can go away from A. Let Spike get planted safely. So far has not been the case. They have to deal with so many walls as well coming in from these Vipers, where the visibility is denied by so much.
So much vision now. Spike will go down. Rough.
Kill my
Not be spotted, but Kamei gets 1, gets 2, gets 3.
Ooh.
Oh man, an earth-shattering play there for Kamei. He's got 3 kills. Chop chops. Oh, chop indeed. He gets 1 more, and now it's all on Ted. He's just throwing his guns out. He doesn't even care anymore. He knows he's long for this world. 33 HP drive. The defuse is coming in, and he's just sitting there.
Even with the Spectre, I mean, he can't even save. He can't even run away. He get no value out of that. So, is Buckeye getting away with it once again? And now, camera that we continue to see kind of shy away from the kills for some rounds, and then out of nowhere, really get them right when the team needs him to. So, it is so nice to see the balance between playing for the utility, allowing the team for success, and knowing when is your time to shine, and knowing how much you have to shine. So far for Buckeye, they're able to do just that, and it's an 8-2, only 2 more rounds to go to make it ideally an 8-4 for Indiana.
Let's see now how this 8 push fares. They've tried time and time again, but they're just beating their head into a brick wall at this point, it seems, as Indiana looking for some sort of success here, as Chuck now hunker down on top of A, waiting for his moment. A lot of intel there with that drone, and Dart gonna be huge here for BGC. They have even 1 over towards B, so still, even if rotation comes in, the plant will go down momentarily. And now Chuck will work his way out of his little corridor here, waiting for any heads he sees. But the spike is down. That's what Indiana needed, and they're gonna look for more kills. Smart Punch gets 1.
Only 1 though. What else can the side of Indiana do? Because the trade happened so fast. The Reyna was located just like everyone else. Chuck the human spots and takes everyone down. 3 kills for this Viper. And now the Hunter's Fury, the last hope to deny the defuse, but there's no time. 4 kills going for Chuck the Human on this Viper. A really nice positioning that he had going on to make that into 1 by 1, denying any chance for Indiana. We saw an initial pick going for Indiana, the Reyna. Good for 1, but after that, it was just all about Buckeye and denying any sort of hope that slowly Indiana was trying to get.
Right now for Indiana, it's just, you know, more questions than answers right now. They really have not found any sort of value on attack. It really hasn't felt like BGC have been phased. They've had this KJ, they've had this Jet to work with the operator, and now the Vipers pit over towards A. Just another way of blocking off one of these sites here, and now moving through Kitchen. This could be a potential way of Indiana to get over towards B, as there is only 1 member over in that general area to make it. There's now KJ moves over, the Sova in mid as well on top of Boiler, but the Viper spike's over at A. So this is definitely a play that could turn out to be a rotation, and Kamei gonna be in trouble. Gets taken down, a good 1-for-1 trade there.
It is a push that we haven't seen before, and it seems like it was working for a little bit, but now Indiana are suffering way too many losses. I mean, too early on is already detrimental for the biggest potential that they could have here. The drone trying to get some information before pushing in, but Chuck the Human was ready to get them. The headshots connecting right into the heads of the enemy, and an Empress. 1 less hope for the set of Indiana on this first half. A 9-3 wouldn't be so bad right now, but it would not be the case. It's a 10-2 that we have right now, and Buckeye that look on fire on this map of Icebox.
Chuck, absolute madman. He tiptoes his way past 2 people. I don't know how he was able to avoid detection, but great play there through the Viper's Pit. The drone, it didn't spot Chuck. It only went towards the left, didn't clear the right. That's going to be a huge mistake there. Huge repercussions here. Now 10-2. And we know BGC and how they play these pistol rounds, aggressive and fast. Potentially they decide to change things up here. So it looks to be a 3-2 split with the spike being left behind. So BGC are going to look to burn utility and potentially to get that plant down with the Sage Wall. That it's so easy to get that plant down that the Sage is in the game and on attack. So we'll see if BGC can get things done over an attack, as they had massive success in defense.
Like you said, they know how to play aggressive on this pistol round. They won every pistol round, so that is only what you can expect from them to take the victory. And that's already the first kill. Attract the human. Feeling good about the last round and wanting to pass it over to this one will do just that. On the defense, they are more looking towards B, but it's still not really knowing where the push is coming from.
The drone will be used first here today. So now Memphis will conceal himself. Shrouded in darkness, good for one. Plunges down inside, he'll drop over. Now work his way around this Viper wall. Is he protected? That's the question. He is not. He misses 3 bullets though, and he's got to waltz away back over towards the B site, as right now Spike's still over in this area, and there's actually a player moving through kitchen. It's a Nas who finds one.
Finds one in the meantime. 4 members alive for the setup. Buckeye, as I see that one gets taken down, is a 3v3, but so much damage that the side of Indiana took early on this defense, and for a post or even to get
30
picks,
seconds
it's going
left.
to be difficult to get value out of it. The Viper, like we see, trying to go on the flank, trying to get some kills, but it might be a little too late. The spike might be planted too early on, and the Collegiate util can get some value here. 24 HP. Seems like they don't know. They have no idea that is coming from the air, but Chuck the human, insane. The reaction time, once again, it's over with it.
And that's just how things are going for Indiana. And that's a great representation of this whole game in a nutshell. It really has been chances blown.
So close, yeah.
So close yet so far. And now Smart Punch here in trouble. He's got really no plan here. He's just going to go W key his way inside. He'll try to find 1 or 2 kills, but with only a ghost. 3 hungry attackers here, walking right into the barrel of Kamei, who right-clicks. Takes the kill. Will be now just a ton of momentum. A barrage of momentum here going the way of BGC right now, having those Spectres now full buying up. We saw what happened last round for Indiana, getting closer and closer here, just becoming a whitewash. Right now it's 11-2. Are these the same teams, right? I mean, this was such a close exchange on Fraction in the first half. Now it's almost over, and we're only 1 round into the second half.
Only 2 rounds that the side of Indiana has been able to get. Definitely a tough one. And just not going the way that they expected. They had some potential towards the beginning, but after that has been all Buckeye. And Buckeye, to be fair, the rounds haven't been clean. They suffer some losses every single time, but it's just them being able to clean up the fights better every single time. It's 11 rounds where they've been able to do just that, and that is how they win rounds. That is how they win the game. They only have 2 more to go. 1 right now to take us to match point, and the way that they are playing is just a good indication of the way that they still respect the enemy. They play for that information, and that is how they start getting those picks.
Now they know Smart Punch is over towards A, and 4 players of Indiana were on top of mid and B, so now it's going to be a long walk back over towards A. You see a very fascinating plan here with the spike wall, or with the Sage Wall, excuse me, the spike down and the Maldi on top of it as well, so a ton of utility on that spike just in case Indiana find a flank here. His Ted will spot one. The Spectre to his name. Can he joust here with Chuck and win out? A bit of chip damage here. Now Sean with 5 HP. He's got to be careful. Look at the kill. A 3K here for Anas. A 4K looking to make it an ace, but Chop takes it away. And now 12-2. Everything working right now on all cylinders for BGC. They're 1 win away from winning this series 2-0. See if they can do it.
It's an interesting one because for the side of Buckeye, they were preparing for a very strong push coming in for Indiana to get that retake. So that is why we saw the wall, the spike, all the way up. And we also saw that the Killjoy utility being thrown there to deny any defuse from happening. But they didn't even need that because it was just the Jet being able to get away with 2 kills and cleaning up the fight, cleaning up the mess that the side of Indiana had left behind. And now there's only one more round to go. And it is going to be an extremely difficult one if you're on the side of Indiana.
Poison's off. Absolutely. And now potentially, once again, 2 over towards B. Spike will work its way, for the time being, just stagnated in front of Spawn. Not really going anywhere. Buckeye Gaming, they know they have every right to just take their time. They've been playing so smart, so confidently, and they know they can hit their shots. And once again, it will be Druff and Smart Punch over towards A. They're going to hear the utility. They're going to use that recon out for a bit of utility and info and intel, but Smart Punch is spotted. One more as well, so now they're just doing a free plan on site. Once again, the Sage Ball goes down. Everything being used here, but there's the force from Druff. He'll move his way over to the site momentarily. Gets sprayed down by Anas. It's good for one. And now the daggers are going to be used here for Anas as a safety valve just in case things go wrong.
Bladestorm, that is always nice to see, especially after that 4K that we saw from this Jet before. Can he do it again? Can he clean up the fight? Can he clean up this entire map to get it over with and be able to just die? Good for one. Can get more. Memphis all the way up, messing up, playing close to the spike, but nothing else is going to be necessary once you have a team like Buckeye. 13-2 on Icebox, an insane performance from them on the defense, on the attacking side. They just knew exactly what had to be done.
I mean, they picked the map, and this is definitely a wake-up call for Northwood to, you know, ban Icebox if you want to win, because clearly that's a free map for Buckeye. They've shown time and time again that they are so proficient on that map, and they do it once more, and just that whole game was just not really going Indiana's way, and they never really found their footing, never really found their groove, and that's why it was such a, you know, complete stomping. So we'll see now how Buckeye Gaming, you know, move from that first series into this final against Northwood, and I imagine their confidence is going to be insanely high.
Yeah, I mean, it was the matches have been really good, and it's interesting, right? Because we've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen really close first halves, and then we've seen a very uneven one. And the one thing that catches my attention the most is that even when teams are picking or choosing specific maps, you're not winning them. You're right for a scenario like this one. This is why you have to value, you have to really understand map after map what composition works best and what is not going to work out. We talked about it, for example, on the side of Buckeye, they decided to run with a Killjoy, but they were able to capitalize from it. So then it just makes sense. And on the side of Indiana, even bringing something new, if they think they're going to be more comfortable with it, would have been just better. It's just tough scenario for them.
Yeah, and Sean, you know, what a flex player this guy is. He's pulled out, you know,
He
so
plays
many
everything.
different. He plays everything. He's you know, a jack of all trades, if you will.
Yeah.
So for Sean, definitely to be of note in this final best of 3. We haven't seen a game 3 yet, Dryad. I don't know if it's just the mainstream curse or whatever. I mean, you know, the second stream's getting game 3, so why can't we? Maybe in the finals we'll get a game 3. We're gonna go to an interview here after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational. I'm Cam. Alongside me is Dryad. And after that game, we do have a post-match interview with none other than Cammy, who we saw yesterday as well with the shades. I wonder if he's rocking any other drip today. But regardless, let's introduce Cammy to the stream. How you doing? Doing amazing. There you are on screen. There's the shades. Love to see it. So
Yeah.
after that win, you move yourselves, you know, into the finals against Northwood. Do you have any experience against that team, and what are you expecting from that game?
Honestly, we never really heard of them until this tourney, so we're definitely a little bit uncertain how they're going to be playing, but we know they're pretty good since they're in the finals, so we're going to be ready.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what is going to happen. And so I have a question for you when it comes to the 2 maps that we saw, right? So, okay, so the first one being Fracture. And Fracture is a map that we don't see very often in Valorant, right? A lot of teams decide not to play it. How comfortable do you feel playing that map? Because it was very, very close towards the beginning.
We're pretty comfortable on the map. Honestly, we did not expect them to pick it against us. We were kind of expecting bind because Druffy boy, he usually VOD reviews, so we were expecting them to try to counter strat us, but I think they were trying to counter strat us in a different way and hope we didn't play fracture, but we're very comfortable on the map. At the beginning, it was just kind of we didn't really know what to expect from their pace, but I think we won the last 10 rounds to win it, so
Right.
obviously we adapted pretty well.
Yeah, and speaking of adaptation, Sean, a player on your team has played a plethora of different agents. He swapped over to the KJ this time. How does that affect your team when everyone's able to play different agents? You even yourself have played Breach, Sage, etc. Does everyone on the team just have a flex role and can play anything at one given time?
Honestly, well, first of all, Sean's just kind of a god at every agent, so kudos to him. But we've talked a lot and realized, we can play different agents with the same objective, like Sage, Breach, Reyna, Sky. They're all pretty much flashers / second duelists, so there's nothing really that changes between them. So we play the exact same with different agents, and we're all pretty comfortable doing whatever we need to win.
How's that egg?
How's the egg?
Yeah.
I mean, pretty good. I wish I had a napkin because a little bit got on my lip, but overall, I'm feeling pretty ready for the game against Northwood.
All right. That's good.
You should try it sometime.
Awesome.
I recommend it.
Okay. I will. I'll try it.
It's not as appalling as it looks.
Is that the preparation that goes behind that? Is how you prepare your entire team? You just
Yeah, I have another carton for them, so once I'm done here, I'm gonna drive over to their place and help them out, give them some protein.
nice.
Oh, good. The protein, hopefully, potentially, if you are an OSU fan, will give them that win against Northwood. Thank you, Kamei, for the awesome interview. As always, you've been a pleasure, and good luck in the final.
Thank you. Good talking with you.
Absolutely. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational Grand Final. Winner moves on, auto-qualifies for that Atlanta LAN and Dryad. It all comes down to this. Northwood going up against Ohio State here. After Ohio State's dominant performance over Indiana, they now have to face the force that is Northwood. These teams haven't played each other, I don't believe, and we haven't seen this matchup at all for the whole stream, days 1 and 2. So new matchup here, differences in styles. Let's see how these teams clash. We're going to be going to Breeze first, and after that, it's going to be Bind, and if it does prohibit it, we will go to Icebox to decide these two teams. But grand finals here. What are you expecting going into this one, Drad?
There's a lot of questions that we have for the two teams, right? A lot of the matches that we got to see from them were really high level, a lot of really good comebacks, more than anything to me, a lot of really good players as well that are highlighted over and over again. They just know exactly what they're doing, what to do, and how to solve the problems that they have in the mid rounds more than anything. But I think Breeze is going to be a difficult one to start, to be honest, because it is one of those maps that we don't see being very close towards the beginning. And it's just who starts on the defense, to me, that always has the most of the advantage. So on this attacking side, as we see it, I just would like to see a lot of aggression coming in, getting ahead, getting as many rounds as they can, so that the second half is a lot easier for them.
Remember, BGC played up against Ball State University on Breeze, and it was not a good showing for them. Ended up losing that one 13-5. So definitely looking for a different route here against Northwood University. We'll see if that is the case. But already the chamber locked in here for Benji and Dip. The pride and joy here on that Jet. Really don't see him going to anything else. He is such a confident player with that agent. And once again, Furbza back on this KO. We saw that previously in the day. It provided so much value and so much utility with those daggers.
Yeah, absolutely. The composition by itself, it can get a lot of value. And with the first time, I think, where we see a matchup where the chaos is going to be used on both sides, because there's usually only one of the teams wanting to go with it. But this time around, I like that we're going to be seeing for both, and it's going to be a mirror actually coming through for them, which is an interesting one. It's a nice one to see, and it's as balanced as it gets. The only difference here are obviously going to be the sides, but we can expect us again a lot of aggression, no matter if the teams are attacking or defending here.
Absolutely. Well, here we go to the game. grand finals time between Northwood and Ohio State here. Last two teams in the Midwest Invitational. One of them will go to that land here, but already anything started. It looks to be potential decided push for Northwood, but you know, both these teams can change on a dime, can play slower, can play quicker. It really will be interesting to see how over the course of this game and how over the course of the first half, Northwood decide to ramp it up or tone it back.
And what can be done here, right? So it goes back to the conversation of the Kaon and what can he do here instead of in the sky that we're used to seeing a little bit more, right? So the damage going to be key. The trades are starting to come in right into side, but it's getting a little bit more of Northwood as they wanted to play aggressive, and they get just that. Is a 4v3. The rotation for the defense taking place. They're going to take a little bit longer to get right into the B side, but they should be there just in time. Human, we saw it before. We see it again. 3K going on for this Viper, and a good way to start it off for this side of Buckeye. They are warm up, to be fair.
They are warmed up. They did play a game before this, so
yeah.
They were played the golf game, of course. Anyway, let's see how they can turn this one around. Northwood already down 0-1 here. The buy going to come in as per usual from the GC. They're going to go with the Spectres and Chops with the Marshall just in case. As he'll be watching Nest, so wants that longer range weaponry. We'll see if Northwood have any strategies here, if they're just going to throw caution to the wind and try to go aggressive and go for frags.
Well, the spike is on the floor, so we can definitely expect them playing for picks, especially towards the beginning as we figure out what is going to be the best entrance into side. There's no Viper wall going on for them into the A though, so there's a hesitation and maybe a little bit of a fake. They wanted to try as the rotation takes place into the B side, and everyone on the defense is spread all across the map trying to gain some information. The Kaon realizes that there's something going on. We'll be backing up. We'll be not too close to the B side as we see the side of Northwood starting to come in.
Very slow, steady pace here for Northwood. That dagger, a little bit of insight on where Northwood are placed, but another rotation. And really getting a good look at Breeze here as Northwood have gone through every different angle imaginable, and now Furbs up, move his way through elbow. He's spotted though by Chops for the time being. And with 35 seconds left to go, Dry, you know, the pace they're playing at, they need to make a move now. They need to decipher where they want to go, and A looks to be the target as they will page their way on top. Here's Benji, a little bit spotted by that alarm button, just destroyed. The angle being hounded and surrounded here. Benji gonna look for one kill. He cannot find it enough. He's good for one more. Trades all across the board, but after the dust settles, it's 4v2 and no time here for Northwood.
No time to get anything done here, and it becomes a lot more difficult. The 3K going on for the Jet. And get a fourth, and will do just that. Burbsat does get taken down in the hands of the Jet for Buckeye. And with that is 2 rounds, pretty standard going for this team, for this defensive team more than anything. I'm a little bit surprised of what we saw though for Northwood. They went A, they fake A, and they went back to B. They waited there to make some noise, and they just decided to make a rotation from mid to A again. So it was 3 rotations that we saw from them. A little bit unexpected. They could have pushed B, knowing that there was pretty much no one there, maybe 1 or 2 members looking towards that area. But the numbers they had in the area was something that could have given them a little bit more of the kills that they were waiting for. Still not the case. So now information, the spike on the floor, and everyone playing for default towards the beginning for this attacking team.
Must have been to get Benji those ult orbs. That's why they maybe rotated over. Remember, they did acquire that one. Now gets the one over towards A, and he's 1 away from that tour de force. You know, we're only 3 rounds in, so this is definitely a avenue for Northwood to work for, and we'll see if that tour de force ends up becoming a factor if Benji can get this plant down, because he's got the spike in his hands now, and so far, B seems to be the target, but Anas in a great spot behind elbow. If he can spot a couple members, it could be massive, and Kame already going down early in halls. It's a good frag and a good pick for the attacking side.
This first one to start it off, but how far can they get for the side of Northwood here? The better economy definitely going their way as they save 2 rounds in a row, or at least 1 for that Spectre that the side of Buckeye have and still have. The spike is going to be planted in the meantime. The kills are already taking place. Ali is able to take down the Jet. For the other side, the post-plant scenario here, the retake is going to be extremely difficult. The shots are not really connecting, not really getting as close to the spike as they thought it would. That means that the damage didn't really connect their way either. Marshall only at hand coming in for Northwood, but they can make it work. 2 going on for them. Only 1 more that is going to be needed and 1 more that they will be able to get. First round going on for this attacking team.
Good on Northwood there to capitalize on the gun advantage, and now Buckeye Gaming here will buy up, and even Anas can look for a save if he would like. He's got the daggers available, so could be a good route there to keep the economy up and here for this Jet. But regardless, good round for Northwood. Stay composed, and you know, it seems like, you know, rotating back and forth is how they're going to play this one out. We saw it there. They started today, got the orb, moved back over towards V, and those early frags and firms that were huge in halls.
Yeah, absolutely. And now even a Blade Storm available coming in for the defense that is going to push forward when he has a 2 spots 1, but is not able to get the kill. Definitely expects Benji to peek right there, and he will do just that. The frag and the flash actually coming in, not really doing too much to the Jet as he's able to get away with 1 kick, and no trades coming in. A little bit of an interesting positioning taking here, but the spike is going to be planted, and this attacking team, they have a task. They can get in position, in a comfortable position at least, for this post. They have to play really, really close to the enemy.
Toxin screen down.
It's going to be a 5v1. Ali 1 kill away from gaining that Viper's Pit. He's got it, he's suppressed for the time being. He does not need abilities, he's just a better gun player. And Dip gonna finish it off. 3 kills to the Jet, and Ali stands his ground now. 2-2 for Northwood.
The guns and what they can do, it is so nice. And here's the thing though, playstyle, it started slow for them, but it was expected. The pistol rounds didn't go the way of Northwood, then they started finding what to do, and it's just the rifles, as always, doing so much in a map like this one, enabling them to get a little bit more of the kills that they need, or even a Viper's Pit for the post plant. They can use that whenever they're able to find the spike, and that is going to once again deny so much visibility that the defense is trying to get, especially because they've been backing up every time. I mean, look at that. On the defense, there's no one at A.
Teleport's ready.
As well, 2 towards B is now really actually directly on this A site, but now with the Tour de Force available, he can now become so much more difficult for Buckeye Gaming, and this pressure that the Tour de Force provides will allow a rotation through halls, and you can even see Ali with the spike maybe tempted to go for a rotation. It'll be interesting to see how North will play this out, with so much time left on the clock as Dip getting very, very close here to a couple of players. Will they? Now the dagger will be used, and they are so close. Kamei's gonna know it. He's got Chops right there with him. Is the pop flash going to be used? 50 seconds here. Northwood waiting, prowling here. His Dip. He's got all the utility in the world. He's playing this one very slowly. He'll open the door, conceal himself. Kamei will go for the flash. Pops out. Drakeus takes down 1. Drakeus takes down 2. And the rest is history. They flood the A site and take everything they want and more. It's going to be a 5v1 after all that.
Only 1 member alive, and a tough task to ask for this setup. Buckeye. Not too many expectations. Maybe a kill with the Judge would be nice. Has a sense that someone was there, is able to run away. Almost. Now with the rifle, has to contest it, has to get another kill, and will be able to do just that. But even then, 3 more are going to be needed, and finally does get taken down for the side of Northwood. And now this attacking team, the side of Northwood, is able to get away with 3 rounds in a row. Economy as good as it gets. One of them was already maxed out, is able to spend with whatever they want and continue building that economy. I love to see what Diff is able to do every single time he gets 1 pick or 2. It is always the player that we're looking at, whether he's ulting, whether he only has a rifle. Even when he's saving, he's always surprising us with something new.
Standing ahead.
The Viper's Pit used over towards B, and out Chuck. His playground really gonna feel himself here. Let's see if he goes for any more aggressive plays, but just the idea that he could be in the Viper's Pit, that's the concern right now. Northwood don't push any further. really just signing their death warrant if they do, and worry about a flanker instead. You see where Kamei is really aggressively forward in mid.
Yeah, going for this pick very aggressively, and the question is, can they get them here? They're still trying to see if they want to go through Viper's pit or not. The first kill can just get taken down. Definitely in such an aggressive position and gets punished towards the end, which means a rotation is taking place from B to A. Not the first time that we see those rotations going on for the side of Northwood, and they made them work before. It's just playing careful here. There's a little bit of a potential for the flying, and Sean is just holding still, not moving anything, and waiting to see if they're going to go right next to them.
Oh, can find one, can find two with Sean. Great flick back over towards
30
Drakeus.
seconds left.
A gift.
The spray at the beginning, I thought maybe he would have messed it up, but he is able to stay composed and take those kills. That's good there for EGC. Now a 3v3 Viper's Pit available for Northwood, but Chuck is on this site. 30 HP on Dip. One blow of win, and he will drop, and a headshot will do the trick. 11 seconds here
left.
for Ali. He's got to go for the plant. He's got to get this one down. He will.
Spike planted.
Time. Chuck is none the wiser. He'll continue to spray forward with a 3v2. Honestly, eventually could favor Northwood as EGC have to push into the Viper's Pit.
So hard, even with the numbers, it can be so bad. 30 HP to work with, and towards the end, the defense actually find their way out. It was leaving the Viper's Pit for a little bit, and they just get taken down to get shot down immediately. With that, the spike is going to be defused, and with that, Buckeye is going to get yet another round. It's looking so far very close as we could get. Is a 3-3, and it seems like the defense are finding the answers, and this is good, right? They're finding them fast, they're finding them soon, they're not waiting too long into the first half to find an answer, and they're making those changes as fast as possible to make this a really good map, and it's turning out to be one.
Couldn't come at a better time here in this grand final. Both these teams definitely evenly matched here after the first 6 rounds, all tied up 3-3. Dip goes back to the operator here in Anas. Look for one as well, so now this jet duel becomes so much more influential. We're gaining mid spacing, but for the time being, it will just be over towards A as the Sop is now in that position. Dip, though, with a bit of a aggressive angle through cave, potentially get something done, but Anas on top of A. It'll be interesting to see if he decides to change his positioning based on how this game goes, and so far, BGC have been perfectly content with leaving Chuck over towards B and committing towards A.
But will they rotate again, though? That is the question. This attacking team, they already have a pattern of making those rotations, so that is why everyone on the side of the defense is spread across the map. You see the Viper's wall that is going to come up, and the ult that gets no value at all for Verbside, immediately getting taken down. Trades, though, that are taking place into this A side. It's a 4v4, and if you think they're trying to make this air come back up, they will do just that, and the Blade Storm is going to connect a headshot right into the head of Sean, and amazing pick here. Has to get away, but Dip is already going in. He has absolutely no fear to make this one happen. Has to wait a little bit. You see the snake bite is going to create some space, allowing them not to push, but the kill is not going to connect the way that they wanted to. Verbside good for one. Dip being able to get another one. And one last member remaining for the side of the defense. Check with an amazing task here. Is able to get 3 as well. 1v1. Time running out. Spike is going to be planted. And almost so close, but so far. Check the human. It seems like he dinked Ruckus, but it was just lacking a little bit more, right?
Just a phantom death.
Yeah, it really is.
It's just unlucky. It was a great attempt, though, nonetheless, from Chuck. But still, some decent kills. Does make the economy a little bit less for wear for Ali and Firmza. Regardless, still Dip, though, gets that operator, and that's what matters for Northwood. As long as he has that in his arsenal, it's going to be so difficult to match him, especially when he moves over towards cave and he has such an elongated area to work with.
It's really difficult to work with. Even, I mean, this is one of the things about snap, right? It's so open and the blades from coming in. Doesn't connect anything. Hunter's Fury on the other side will be getting that kill into Sean. Not having the last 2 rounds turn out the way that he wanted to, expecting someone to be in this corner. But the trade will be coming right in. The spike is going to be planted. It seems like there's no opportunity for the Nile here on the side of the defense. As Depp is already taking control, he has an operator at hand and he's ready to get some more.
This is the problem that BGC put themselves in. Once the spike goes down, you have Depp just watching over with this operator. The flash has to be used, it is, but Kamei, can he get anything? No, with only a sheriff to his name, it's not much to work with. But he'll take up the option. He'll undertake this challenge and attack him as well to use. He'll throw it down. Chuck on Oblivious. Now it's going to be a 2v1. Kamei, long for the world, and Dip takes aim and takes fire. They'll take down the KO there. 5-3 for Northwood, building an advantage.
The opportunities for the rounds, there are not too many. There's 4 rounds in this first half to see who is going to take the advantage. Could it be a 7-5, a 6-6? These 2 teams are very evenly matched, so anything can be expected from them. But I want to keep an eye on the defense this time around. We saw a lot of ultimates coming in for Northwood. Now it is the time for the set of Buckeye to shine with them more. And I'm looking at the Viper split that we hear already into the B side. I'm also looking at the Hunter's Fury that is going to be available. This is a really good ultimate to deny so much space control.
Here.
Northwood end up playing this one out because they've left the spike behind. If Ollie can find that kill through mid, that could be absolutely massive to get this going. They will be spotted, so that could maybe force a rotation over, but for the time being, it was only 1, so I don't think BGC will commit fully. As we see the spike slowly but surely creeping over towards B, potentially. There's no ultimates on Northwood's side, so they have no real way of countering this Viper's Pit. So on, just push through it. Now Benji trying to gain some space through halls. Can't really find much luck there, and now Dip moves over. Spots Kamei. Could be massive, and he does. Takes down the KO. And they have to imagine Chuck's over there in that area, and the bomb is going to move over there as well. They could be a target as well.
Yeah, and they're realizing that the mid control was so good that now they realize that A control is very much a possibility. But Sean on the other side has another story to tell. Benji does get taken down. Even the A push seems a little bit more risky, but it has to take place. There's only 20 seconds remaining. No opportunity for rotation and for the spike to go anywhere else. The wall giving them an advantage, but Sean with the 3 kills. Hunter's Fury that connected just
10 seconds left.
onto Sean. Spike going to be planted just in time. The operator on the other side will be getting Sean and still managing to stay alive. There's an idea where the Viper is, but is not able to connect the kill. Dip was doing so much at the beginning, but lost so many of his friends along the way that nothing else could be done. Another round, finally going for this defensive side, is going to take us to a 5-4.
Great from BGC. Use the Viper's Pit there from Chuck. Blocks off B, forces the A push, and even after that pick onto Kamei, it didn't matter. They weren't able to push through onto B due to that Viper's Pit being such a thorn in Northwood's plan, so they had to go towards A, and that's when Sean just had a field day with that tour de force, and he gets a handful of kills, and now 5-4, like you said. Let's see if Kamei can use this null command. Hasn't had the greatest of games so far. Still killless here after 9. We'll see if he can get things going and use that null command. Potentially block off or deny a push for Northwood.
An interesting one too is the Kamei. We've highlighted this player so many times, but this map has not been his. It's been difficult, but now hoping to change things around. The use of utility can be good here into a faster push into B, but Kamei, like I said, already does get taken down. It gives these attacking team a little bit more control to work with the defense. And this Viper hiding is good for 1, but that is all that she will be able to get here. The spike is going to be planted. The 4 versus 3, and the damage is already done. Barely any HP can be remaining for this defensive side. Sean has been doing some amazing things, has to do it again.
Before it's a very insurmountable task, especially considering where he is right now on the map. Can't find the shots from downtown, and Dip makes him pay. Punishes the chamber, and Sean drops here. 6-4 for Northwood. Now 2 more rounds here. We're going to get a timeout from BGC, the first of the final. And I think this is a good time to call this timeout. You don't want to call it too late to where you're down so many rounds to where you think that it's not possible. This is definitely a comebackable state for BGC. It really has just been Kamei not really hitting those shots because, if you remember correctly, Drive, he was, one of the main driving forces of this team, getting onto sites, getting flashes going. But in this game, he hasn't really been able to find kills.
It's been a difficult one, yeah, because the team, every single map that we've seen from them that has been relying so much on Cam and what he's able to do. Definitely a confident player. Definitely has shown us in his own playstyle and how aggressive he likes to play with so many different agents. But it seems like KO is just not really working out for him right now. Has been taken down early in multiple scenarios, and with that, even when you use your utility perfect, you're still going to need to get a couple of teams, give the advantage to your team, even with only numbers, as they're able to rotate, as you know they're going to be pushing your side. So it is a difficult one. It's still possible, definitely, for the side of Buckeye, but it's at least one round that they need to get into what is left of this first half.
Can do just that. Wonder if this timeout, not for this round clearly due to the save, but definitely next round, I'm imagining, a null command type of play. They do end up going towards one of these sites, but already we see Northwood playing towards this B side, and well, Ollie knows a lot about playing Viper on B, clearly, and Chuck now is going to be running away here as he's suppressed now for the time being. Now Ollie going to push in alongside every other member of Northwood. They're going to trample their way out of the site. Chuck in a whole world of trouble. He'll be taken down for the time being. It's going to be one kill for Northwood. Looking for much more. The plant already down. And Dip looking for more kills. Getting hungry with Sean. Trounces him out. And now first to go for one more. Trades it back. And as the dust settles, a 4v2 all in Northwood's favor. Making a 4v1. And now it's only the lone Kamei with a ghost in hand. It's just really difficult right now for BGC to retake these angles.
That is difficult to make it happen, but there it is, that first kill that we've been waiting for. But 5 XP is going to make it impossible for him to get anything else, and that is 7 to 4 rounds. Northwood taking the lead, taking all the advantage that they can, and it just seems like they learn how to read the enemy better. There is nothing else to it. Every time they've been going B, you know where the Viper is going to be located. Not only because she's been doing it every single time, but because you are also able to see her utility on that side. You're also able to see that wall, and she's hiding in the same area. B is a difficult side more than anything for the defense because there's not many places where you feel secure. So that was what really gave the round for them. But one more into this first half to see what can happen, and I think, to me, Buckeye has to give everything that they got into this one. They need that 7-5.
Maybe an option, just give oversight and use that null command to retake an angle. Torque Force is summoned right now for Northwood, and the flash will be used to get onto site here. They spot the one in back of yellow, but a Nas takes down Joikius there. It's going to be a good start to this round for BGC. Can they find more? That's the question. Nas waiting for the heads to peek out, but he just can't find anyone for the time being. Tries for the foot shot, can't get it. Confirms that good to be two. Now it's Kamei and Chuck trade it back. Right now, 2v2 for Northwood, considering the fact that the spike hasn't even planted yet. It's going to be a bonus here, or a plus for BGC.
Knowing that the KO is up there, but will he peek so that the kill can happen? That is the question. Toward the floors. And get those kills, playing towards double doors, playing really close to the double doors. The location to be revealed at any second. The spike is going to be planted, and it's still a 2v2. No one has been taken down. No one is until now. A little bit of information that is needed, and that is the team effort that we'd like to see for the side of Buckeye. One kill each towards the end will guarantee a 7-5, and is very much winnable for any of these two teams.
Absolutely, and it seems like Kamei is now coming into his own, trying to get things going here, along with Chops. We'll see if BGC now on attack get more done. The composition they have, but like we said, it's a mirror composition here, so it's really going to be about who can use this utility better, who can get these gunfight wins at a better time, and it will be now once again the same defensive setup here. And Northwood going the way of B, putting Ali over there. I just gotta say, Dryad, you know, I'm not gonna approach Ali if he has a poison orb in B main. I just want everyone to know, because we know he can shoot heads through smokes now. I mean, he's clearly gonna be confident shooting through that, so we'll see if that ends up coming to fruition here. But already, looks like BGC setting up a 5-stack over towards A.
To me, the biggest win condition here for the setup Buckeye has to be winning this pistol round, and it just means winning this map to me. And anything can happen, but that can give them so much momentum to work with. I just want to see them do a little bit of a distraction, and there it is. Around the boot, keeping Benji alive, but the kills have not connected just yet. The information that is starting to get gained for this attacking team. The first kill finally happening. Benji just taken down in camera. Using that flash as well to get a little bit more to help the team as much as they can. The drone as well. We saw early on, everything has been a distraction, but so far the defense remains strong.
Indeed, as Breakius hears his way out and trying to go for the shots. Kamei still on site. They have no idea. An awesome shot trade, 2 kills over, and the transfer here for BGC is wonderful. It's not even a 4v1 in favor of the Buckeyes here, and now they've spotted Drakius. He is a lone wolf now on top of A. There's not much he can do here. He's going to get taken down. Kamei gets the 3K. He is really feeling it out. That pistol round will definitely help the morale boost for BGC.
Absolutely, a lot of this game is the confidence that you have, and him slowly being able to pick up that confidence. It is nice to see for the setup Buckeye taking that pistol round and potentially getting this next one as well. Is going to make things even. It's going to, for the first time, potentially put a challenge into what Northwood can do and what they're going to be changing. Even though luckily for them, they're only even. So we have to see, there's a lot of high expectations for these kills to happen. At least for a couple of those specters to be stolen.
We'll see if that is the case here. We've seen crazier things before. For the time being, it will just be a slow, methodical pace for BGC. Have the better guns. They don't want to take any aggressive fights, so they don't have to. But a chip damage here on Chuck. And Drakius make that trade and no cash it in. It's good damage. Could become a factor later on. Up for the time being, it's going to be a full rotation back over towards A. And as you can see on the map, only one member of Northwood is over towards this site. So it's going to be a long journey to get back over here. And the angles are already going to be cleared by BGC unless there's something Drakius can do about it. He's got one reconner. That's about it. And then it looks like A will be the target. The wall's going to go up, and this is the go signal.
The defensive side not moving at all until now, and a lot of patience, but this time around at least they're able to play together. They can come from different angles too for this post-plant scenario. Is very much likely for them, but it's got to be what early picks are able to happen. Is a 5-5 for this post, so the damage, the early kill, the first pick can do everything.
You see now a 2-man flank here. Might just look for exit frags instead of actually going for the round win. Because right now, it's just so difficult to get onto a site. They know they have the gun disadvantage, so it's a smart play here from Northwood. Looks like they're just going to wait it out. Nobody gets spotted on that dagger, and here comes Drakius falling into an Os. Benji whiffs 1, whiffs 2, whiffs 3, and Os can be good for one more. Ali drops. Now firms up. Looking to keep the kills rolling, and it will be 1, make it 2. Not quite there for Benji. He'll fall in the end of it all. 3 remain alive for BGC, so decent frags for Northwood, but at the end of the day, it's still a round win for Ohio State.
That is all that matters, the 7-7 that we have right now. And it is the rifles that are going to be bought now for Northwood after they got those 2 kills. It gave them a little bit of the economy to work with this time around. It is definitely a risky one, but it must be done if they want to continue having the lead. If they want to get ahead once more as they slowly as well try to get some ultimates on their hands. So an interesting one here. I think a lot of information that this attacking team likes to play. So the denial of information can give the round for the defense.
Let's see here. Nos can do over towards B as the spike is in that area. Only one player on B for the time being. There's a Viper over towards Elbow, but a little bit of time here, and there could be a confrontation momentarily as Sean slowly making his way over towards Elbow, but he's going to back away for the time being. Right now, BGC have shown their hand, right? They're playing very slow, very carefully, and I understand it's the finals, and there's no mistakes. You got to make everything, every round count, and they're doing just that.
Every round seems to be slow. I think there's only 1 or 2 exceptions where we've seen a really fast round towards the beginning, really a proper rush. And now going into the B side, where this attack team wants to take control, the turrets are starting to come in, but first that good for 2 might give the numbers that the side of Northwood needed, and they will get ahead once more. It was a push that was expected for the defense, and 1 and 2 kills can do so much for them. Like we saw, they lost the rifles. They lost the majority of the rifles. But as long as they're able to keep those rounds, they know that there's a possibility for them to win this one.
Absolutely, and will be looks like just Kamei not being able to buy. He'll just go for the sheriff instead. So very similar economies here, but Ollie actually does have a Spectre and a Guardian there for Dip as well. So there are some differences here in the economy, but for the time being, once again, this has been the strategy for BGC. It's divide and conquer here, taking multiple angles at once, and if Anas get this kill here over towards Elbow, that could be absolutely massive, and Ferbza grabs it. So Northwood better early flagging as the defensive team. The onus sits on BGC now to make things happen, and if one more kill goes their way, including the spike as well. So Northwood play aggressively, and it works.
Oh, spike, but there's no one else on the defense that can contest, and they can deny for them to pick it up again. They have to back up. Like we see a very interesting pick as well that we saw the Guardian that can sometimes do a really good opening pick, give a little bit more of the advantage that the teams are going to be needing. And their rifles so far, they can do so much. Chuck the Human has been kind of the star of clutches. So there's a chance still here for the set of Buckeye.
Right now, they're just slow paced here from BGC. Understand they're in a 5v3. Null command is available just in case for Northwood. It's another lever to pull if things go wrong, but for the time being, forcing BGC to make a run on the site. They're going to get sprayed down, but it's good kills going the way of Chuck and Sean. That's immediately transferred back, though. And now a 3v1 here for Sean. The door will open as well, and he's got a flanker to worry about as well. It's only a matter of time before Sean drops down this Viper. Any moment here, he's going to be on top of the molly, slows, suppress everything. Oh, man, Sean. There's nothing you can do at that point. He'll fall 9-7 for Northwood after very early frags going their way, and it seems like they're playing more aggressively and going for these kills.
It was really a nightmare towards the end for Sean. He could have taken those duels, but needed at least one more teammate by his side, and everyone was taken down so early that wasn't really the case. It's a risky territory to be in if you are on the side of Buckeye, because those double digits might be going this time around for the side of Northwood. They have the economy, they even have an operator at hand, and they're able to suppress all the enemies that they want to. It's going to be a risky one, and that information, once it's given, you're going to go right into that site.
And it looks like Ferbza got all 5 there. There's the null command as well used, and now BGC going to be in a bit of trouble. Ferbza almost exposes himself, but he gets 1 kill. Can he find 2? Tries for the flick, and Dip trades it back. Should get the res off as well. Now Anas looking for more kills here with the sheriff, trying to get things going. Chuck is on a flank, trying to spray down this KO. Headshots there, and now Benji concealed in the smoke along with Ferbza, who's still down, who will drop. Now it's going to be a 3v1 opportunity here, and Chuck is in a whole world of hurt, and Ali takes the kill there, and Northwood put themselves in double digits for the first time here. Game number 1, and Dip on this operator, feeling himself here, creating space, giving opportunities for Ferbza to go to work. And that null command, that dagger, I believe caught all 5, and once that happens, it's almost confirmed, okay, they're coming here, I'm just going to ulti, and it just makes the push so much more difficult.
Absolutely. It's a risky one, and every single round after that, we start talking about what can be done on the side of Buckeye. They are in a big disadvantage now, and getting ahead is not the easiest thing to do at this point. The rifles are going to be bought, but you're still struggling so much that they need to win pretty much every round in a row. They want to finish hands here, and because of that, it's got to be a lot of information that it seems like you're not getting early on. Now they're looking forward to you once again towards A.
Welcome to my
kill. It could be major, and he does. He finds an Os. The Viper's Pit will go down. Perhaps one more there on top of Kamei. KO ultimate being used. He's going to get revived. He's way too far away from any other members he has. So for the time being, Dip, he's got the daggers. He'll look to prance forward. Don't worry about a flame as well. It's over there. It's going to be Kamei dropping just in time there. So now 7 to 10 here. Spike is down. Dip looking to parachute up top. He gets one dagger off, and now he'll float and plunge his way onto the site. He'll look to go aggressive. Find chopped up. Ali's going to be good for one. Chuck trades it back. 20 HP on Sean. Narrowly escapes death. Now it's all going to be a timing factor. It's going to be a 1-1. Drakis is spotted. The barrel is there. Drakis is there first. Doesn't have enough time here with this defuse. It looks like he has more than enough time to get this one off. 11 rounds here for Northwood, even through the Viper's Pit, through everything, and then all Command Dryad, unfazed, and they get that win.
All or nothing in that round, and unfortunately for the side of Buckeye, they just couldn't get the all that they needed so bad, forcing them into another eco in a situation where once they lose this, or if they lose this, it's gotta be a match point. Everything becomes so much more difficult. They are really hoping for some very early picks if they want to stand a chance on this round, if they want to stand a chance on this match. The early picks, especially with the Marshall, can do everything, but it is on the hands of that Silva, and is looking towards mid, looking towards that rotation. That Blatant can do something else. That is a good way to go in right on side. Doesn't connect the kill. The operator is the one who's going to get it. Dip managing to stay alive, managing to stay on point, 40 HP, but that is all that he needs right now. Hunter Tree as well. Misses. Dip gets taken down, but the Hunter Tree will be able to connect that kill right for the defense.
It's going to be a 3-on-1. Chop past the spike. His location is revealed, and now he is a very, very scared boy, and he will drop down. Drakis takes aim and finds the kill there. Right now, 12 to 7. I don't want to be this guy, but it was 12 to 7 last time around. And we've had these situations with Northwood where it looks all but over. It looks like this is done for, and teams come back. Granted, that was Indiana. This time it's Buckeye Gaming, so we'll see if Ohio State have anything in the store for us here. But Sean going to go for the operator who has the tour de force as well, just in case. The Dip right now, I mean, he has been so good, so confident with the operator. You saw there previously in a anime battle with Anas, ends up working in his favor. And the Viper's Pit's going to be used, and it might be an aggressive push actually from Ali. He's just going to throw the Poison Orb as well for more concealment tools.
A trademark, making sure that no one's going to get close to that area on the side of the defense. No surprises. I think Buckeye feels like they've had enough, and a good opening on the other side. Benji gets taken down, but still not enough. Everyone spread all across the map, and this attacking going to very much default here, which I feel like they haven't tried enough, right? Everyone is playing together into a side they're trying to rush, and this time around it's time to slow things down. It is the only chance they have in Dip. A very risky situation, a very risky positioning, but he's able to stay alive. Has not been spotted just yet. Is looking, is hungry to see where the enemy team is going to be located, as everyone, this attacking team, is looking towards A.
Oh man, Anas, he is in a very good spot. Nobody knows he's there for the time being. Now they do. That drone will be used there over towards Nas, and Furza gonna be flashed. He does not care. He is unfazed. He goes for one kill, takes down Chuck. Can he find one more? He does. Kamei turns the blind eye. Furza feeling it right now. Poetry in motion for Furza, but Sean holds him up like a lawn chair there and takes him down. Northwood in a plethora of kills, and now it's a 3v1 with only 14 seconds to go. Sean has no time. He's stepping on eggshells right now, and looks like they need more eggs right now. I don't know. Maybe Kamei can find more eggs. He ate them earlier in the day, and he's going to have to keep drinking, because right now, 1-0 with Northwood. It was just unfortunate there. Northwood come out alive. Furbza clutching that round out with 3 kills.
Yeah, it was a nice round, but it was just so many nice rounds, right, that they had in the second half. It was looking pretty close towards the beginning, but it was just a dominance, and it was really, to me, it was the way that they were reading the enemy that gave them the victory. Very good opening picks, going into sides right when they were defending too. It was knowing exactly what to do when they had to back up, to wait for the rest of the team to push together. And there it is, the victory that they've been waiting for, but they already still need one more.
Do need one more. We'll see if Northwood can get that second win. It will be on Bind, and this is Buckeye Gaming's map choice, so they want to go to this one. Northwood end up winning their map. Let's see if Buckeye can do the same and force this one to a game 3. And we're going to go to a quick break. And when we find out after that, we'll see who wins. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC Midwest Invitational final here between Northwood and Buckeye Gaming Ohio State here. So 1-0 going after that first map on Breeze. Northwood able to take that one. Now we go to Buckeye Gaming's selection, which was Bind, and we'll see if anything changes in terms of compositions. I assume maybe we see a raise or something of that nature, but for the time being, just going to wait here to get into agent select. Anything you're expecting, Dryad, going into this game?
I mean, it's going to be an interesting one, right? Because I believe we saw his teams already looking towards Bind yesterday. I believe even in the interviews they mentioned the possibilities of bringing new compositions into a map like this one. So it is an interesting one, definitely. But already in the last map that we saw, it was such a definitive victory that things can get hard. The mental, to me, is one of the most interesting things about this game, and is that that anything can happen depending on how the players are feeling. It can affect how they're going to start with a pistol round, how aggressive they want to push, and how much do they want to put, which hopefully is going to be everything. We know this is the grand finals. You have to give it everything you got and just reset the momentum. If you're one of the players that felt like you didn't perform to the level that you can, you just reset the mental and just try again.
Absolutely, and we will see if that does happen. If they do end up giving Sean more of a agent he can perform on, or if they want him back on, a certain other type of agent that wants to play back. But as we do head into agent select here, Northwood will be starting on the defensive side, and already we see Ferbza picking up the raise. So definitely a pick that you need to be confident on, and you need to be aggressive with if you want to see succeed.
Absolutely, and to me, all the times that we've seen the raise has been it either really works out or it doesn't really work out at all, right? So there's a lot of questions into what Verbzek can do here for the rest of the team and how he can perform, how he can make a difference early on as a duelist and potentially the only duelist as it is standard on this map.
We will see the compositions rounded out here. Dip hovering the Sova for the time being, but as we can look at the BGC comp, it's already decided Raze, Sage, Astra, Sky, and the Viper to round things out here. Just waiting on Dip's last selection. Has him playing a majority amount of the games on the Jet, but this time around, going to go with the Sova. So the one duelist comp here for Northwood, and they will have Benji over towards the Sky. So different styles here. Benji, known for that chamber. Now going over to the Sky, more of an initiating role here. It'll be interesting to see how they switch from the defensive over the offensive towards that second half of play. We'll have to see how this first round goes out.
This one to me should be a lot better too, because then there's no KO and you're gonna have that Sky. The Sky, obviously one of the better initiators that we have in the game, can get so much value out of every single ability. And it is interesting to see how that is going to complement the duelist, right? How that's going to play out. Because we've seen so much variety from everyone here. Everyone is so flexible and ready to play different agents. That is what they're feeling at the moment that is going to matter the most. And for example, how Cam is going to complement his race and how they are going to enable this race for success.
In the meantime, the Spike left behind. Pretty standard stuff here from BGC. They did it on Breeze, and we'll do it on Bind. Like to burn utility here from Northwood early on. We'll see if they can do just that here. It's already Recon Dart. They'll look to be destroyed. The stars are going to be used as an aggressive push through Hookah and Us. Has found himself in a dangerous spot, but actually it's Drake's for a amount of damage.
Nothing, just, the painters are going to put a little bit of damage, but not to match 91 HP to work with for this race. It's not being spotted, and still manages to stay alive. Playing for that information, everyone aiming towards that B side, which is always one of the safest ones to start off. That A can have so many angles where the defense is hiding. And now, whether they're going to play it out is going to matter the most. The kills have not connected just yet, but the guiding light is going to reveal some information. Some damage as well that is going to connect. Another guiding light. And the use of utility right now that just seems to be perfect. Crucial is connecting into the side of Northwood. Only 3 members alive for this defensive team, and they have to play back.
The rotation's gonna come through, but Ferbza grabs the kill on Chuck through the teleporter. Now we'll see if A site will be controlled here. There is one player over in that vicinity. Chop Chops will go for the plant. And now Sean trying to spot Ali. It's going to be a duel here. Is the timing on Ali's side? That's the question. He'll spot Sean momentarily in the smoke. He's going to wait. He spots him and takes aim and takes fire. Now Chop Chop's in a very dangerous position. He's going to get doinked and taken down. One more kill, potentially Kame and a sliver of HP. It's almost a formality here. 3 members converging. They'll find the kill. One more shot. The reloading from Ali. The paint shells come flying before they have to stick to the fuse. Now Nas.
One enemy remaining.
Zero his way out. He's going to be good for one. Can Ali find the kill? He does. He got half previously, and we'll get the rest. And it's going to be Northwood. After a bit of a scare towards long drive, they pick up that round.
Raze with only 35 HP. It was hard to make it work and had to back up after those paint shells. So going to get away, is going to get taken down, and Northwood will be taking the victory of that first one. Pistol round, once again, the first time that we see it, will be going their way. And that has to start building, once again, that synergy, that momentum that this team is so good at to take the victory. They are fighting from it, and so it has to start with those Spectres next. And whatever kills that they're able to get, playing aggressive, as we see very often into that second round.
Nasi's looking at stars right now, and he's taken down once again. This guy has been such a nuisance, and Benji looking to make things difficult right now for BGC. Looking for the pistol shots. Will he find the kill? He does! That's a 4K for Benji. Confidence oozing through his veins as that final light creates so much space. And Ali finishes it off, and it's a one-man wrecking crew for Northwood right now.
All the kills coming in, and that is why the Spectre round, it is so nice to play aggressive, and you can just capitalize from so much, as you know that those pistols are not going to connect in time, and only one Spectre, and what it is able to do, it is absolutely insane, especially in the hands of Benji. The 4K that he was able to get, a nice one, a 2-0 that we have right now for Northwood, as they continue to take the lead. But for how long? Every single map that we've seen from them is 2, and then they lose the third one as it is expected. It would be nice to see a change in pace here.
Or we'll give Benji the Seeker, so that could become influential later on in the round. If they're able to win this, grab some guns, it could be huge and really dampen that BGC attack. But for the time being, Anas will slowly work his way through, and he will be spotted, and that grenade will be a good bit of value, and the flash will come out and finds 2. Here comes the shots from Anas. He's good for 1. Can he find 2? Drakey is straight to back, finds Chop Chops. Drake is continuing to aggress forward. Sean gonna be good for 1. Kamei finds another, and now A's the target as the spike is reached all the way over. The TP is used, and Anas on the flank as well. Could be difficult for Northwood to get onto the site again.
One enemy remaining.
The kills are going to do everything that they need to. Only one member alive for the side of Northwood. This is why I said I like this change, but it's just so hard when you only have this time around a Bulldog, but for everyone else it was just Spectres and hands to try to do kills, and especially from a distance when you know those Vandals are going to shine brighter. Good one to get there. Sean just gets taken down, and you just want to mix up with the economy as much as you can. Gets 2. 2 more are going to be needed. The race so low. If Ali is able to spot her, that would be everything right now in the race, especially because she's feeling so aggressive around the Rainbow box. But they're surrounding this last Viper and nothing else that can be done. It was so close to make something insane happen there.
Forget about trying to take guns away. That could have been a round win going the way of Ali.
Yeah.
Didn't check behind him, and makes sense. I don't think he knows someone's coming over from U-Haul, and 32 HP on an Anas. 1 bullet would have taken him out, so great job there from BGC, stopping this little bit of momentum that Northwood built up over the first 2 rounds. But like you said, the same things happen. The first 2 rounds go the way of Northwood, BGC respond, and now on relatively even playing field, just 2 Bulldogs in the game for BGC. Now Ferbza, an early kill onto Kamei. That's the Sky gone. Same with Chop Chops. I mean, it's just clockwork right now for Northwood. 2 early kills, and the round has not even started pretty much.
It barely started, and the kills are already taking place for the side of Northwood. Once they get those rifles, they don't want to let them go, and they're committed to keep them for as long as they can. 3 members alive, and in the meantime, as we see for the side of Buckeye, as we start to find a comfortable position, the spike is going to be planted, and that full rotation to at least get some trade is going to be online for the side of Northwood, going from Hookah. Not a lot of visibility here, thanks to the stars of the Astra from the enemy team, but it's still very much possible. They're getting light. You're getting some information, and everyone going down. 2 kills. Sean gets another one. The last one is the 1v1. Sova managing to stay alive, but has to defuse the spike. Is playing against time, and any location is going to be revealed. Has no idea where this spike will be coming from, but just a little bit of information does everything dip. We'll be able to get the defuse just in time.
Gun here.
I mean, once again, another insane retake from Northwood. They had 2 coming from CT, the rest from Hookah. It's difficult for BGC to match all of that aggression, even with the guns that they have. And now, for BGC, it's going to be a safe, and probably next round they'll try to use their ultimates. Maybe Anos can look for one with the showstopper, but regardless, the spike will be left behind, and BGC, you know, they're playing slow and steady, but it plays right into Northwood's hand. They want this to be a slow-paced contest. They want this to be something where they can take their time, they can play the angles, because Ali's having a field day 7-2 already after 4 rounds.
Doing so much here in Northwood. This is the start of something that can be great into this map. This is a combined map that on the defense can do quite a lot, can get a lot of information. And the Boombot actually does spot someone. A little bit of damage that is going to be taken, but nothing else changes as well to guarantee that if someone is hurt, the kill is going to connect, even though that is not going to be the case. And Ali on the other side, getting one. Oh, that Astra utility, but the stopping of momentum is trying to take place here. 2 going on for Northwood, and what an insane fight that we're seeing here in Tower.
When the fake blinding light, Chop Chops has got to be careful. He already took a good amount of damage to that Boombot blinding light combo, and now it's going to be 2 peaked at the same time, and Chop Chops cannot do a damn thing. It'll be the Spectre kill there for Benji. Now 1 remaining. It is Chuck the Human. Called him Chuck the God before, and if he's able to do this 1v4, it could be absolutely insane, but it's just so difficult with the gun disadvantage. He's put himself in, and Ali will take the kill here as he pelts down the Astra. 4-1 for Northwood, picking up right where they left off.
The ultimates all available now for the side of Buckeye, but what can they do with it though? What it is the one that they can capitalize out the most. We look at maybe the Seekers, right? Maybe the Cosmic Divide, but none of them guaranteeing the kills. Besides a showstopper that most of the time, really 9 times out of 10, is going to be used just to create some space, and you're lucky if you get 1 pick. That information, because of that, it is going to be crucial. At least throwing that showstopper all the way to backside, as we see this race heading towards B, be an ideal situation, but the defense is not going to make it easy.
See what Anos ends up doing. He's got the double satchel, he's got the showstopper, but Dip is watching over Hookah. That smoke will conceal his position, but actually looks like he was spotted. Dip pings it off. Now the Astro Ult, the Divide will be used, and the shock darts will rain over towards Hookah, along with the Seekers. Everything being used to commit towards B. If this does not work for BGC, what will? And now the plant will go down for Chop Chops, and looks to be a lineup play for BGC. They get the plant down, and now they will back away to safety, and even Sean implanting the Viper's Pit on site.
And Spear is going to come out, trying to spot someone, but has no idea that they're playing all the way back, every single one of them. Question is the Viper going to go out? The kills are already taking place, and this attacking team is getting away with it. It seems like it was a good strategy. They hear the defuse, and they're not going to let it happen. Showstopper coming in is going to get ripped out on the other side. The damage is already done, and the defense tries to hope. He tried to get something, will not be the case. Almost got half of the spike, but a lot more was going to be needed. 4 members alive towards the end. They'll take some of those rifles that they found on the floor. They'll take some of their skins. And they'll also get away that second round for them.
And then that was around BGC, you know, expected to win, burning 4 ultimates there to confirm that B push, and they get it done. And now for Northwood, it's about recuperating and cleaning things up here. It's going to be Ferbza just going for that shorty. He'll save up. He's got that showstopper ready, so I wonder if he'll end up just going for an aggressive play with that. Once again, spike we left behind, and now this time around, Northwood, they block off A with the Viper's Pit, so now really a no-go for BGC. They could potentially wait it out, but now Benji lying away with this flash. We've seen this movie before. It worked out time and time again, but for the time being, BGC will be fooled by the antics, and we'll stay back for the time to wait out some of this utility and use some scouts here, find some intel on where these players are.
And the damage, Ash was going to be hit from those pain shells, and quite heavily. It's not enough to take her down, but it's quite enough to cause some damage in the air. It is the first kill coming in. The defense are already suffering some losses. The trades, they're trying to connect, but the numbers are not really there. The rest going to take him back to life at 18 HP. The Draxius has is so risky. Not able to take those dual chops. Will be also getting that kill, and only 1 member alive for the defensive side.
It will be Ali, who used that Viper's Pit previously and now puts himself in a 1v4. And if he can find this kill on Sean, that could be the start of something big. He'll turn the corner. The reticle right on top of Sean. Good kill there. Now a 1v3 situation. He's got the Viper wall as well. This could be winnable. He's able to find out where these players are. 8 bullets here in the chamber for Ali. He gets sprayed down. Good bit of chip damage there. And the blinding light will be used momentarily. You have to imagine Ali has no idea where these players are, checking every which way on site. There's the tap. There's the pull inside. There's the shots down. Standard stuff there from BGC. Chops get the 3 kill.
Everyone peeking at the same time as well to guarantee that kill, and they're able to make it happen. Now, it is what Northwood can do next, because this one is going to be a safe one for them. It's going to be playing to get 1 or 2 kills, as many as you can, really. But besides that, only 1. I think even in this entire tournament, we've only seen 1, maybe 2 thrifty rounds. It's just so difficult to make it happen.
Very difficult, especially considering the caliber of player here. When you have that massive gun discrepancy, you're going to take advantage. You're going to make good use of it. As now Benji, bit of a scuffle here with chops, and you get a bit of chip damage going towards the sky. Can't heal yourself, so that damage will stick for the rest of this round here. And once again, BGC play these slow. They don't want to take any sort of aggressive trades or angles that could be costly, and have the gun advantage. And now Ferbza will go for an aggressive angle, finds the shots on Sean, but can't get the kill. That could have been a huge gun for Ferbza to get.
I think they could have waited just a little bit longer to connect that kill, but Lee will be getting 2. And right into the head of the enemy. 3 members alive, and out of nowhere, it is definitely an opening solution that can happen for this side of Northwood.
And the showstopper going to be used as well just to force off these BGC members. Spike is still there with them, so they can opt in for a rotation. It looks like that's what they're playing for. And he is very close to that teleporter. 3 members trying to get to that spike, potentially for a save. It's so difficult to get in. Sean through the way of Hookah. Lee Ferbza right on top of him here. He does end up walking through. And Sean making his move on top of the site. Ferbza drops down almost. Messes that one up. He's going to look for more shots, more kills. He's going to find 1 more. He spots the headpiece. Can't find the kill though with 3K. Just got to play for time. That's all you got to do. 11 seconds here. It's going to be the plan. It's going to be the biggest here. Drakius taking 1 kill to make it in the other. The spike will go down. In the meantime, BGC win their 4th round.
The kills at the end do everything when you're running out of time, and because everyone was feeling so close that the kills were able to take place. Now it's 4-4 that we have right now. It is looking very close, and what happens in the next couple of rounds is going to be an interesting story to follow. Just looking at the EUs and how everyone is playing so aggressive when they need to, how they know when to go in for the kills. I think this attacking team is finding a way in to the defense.
Taking that back, covering it.
The slow pacing is finally worn off, worn out. Northwood, and BGC looking to use that momentum to gain more confidence and look for more aggressive trades, but also be chomped down on and dazed for a brief moment, but he'll be able to back away to safety. Furbza advances his chances in this 1v1. Will spray forward, and the paint shells conceal his own vision. Can't even find those shots on Chuck and the Star. Puts that teleporter. Nas watching over. There's the pull in. Indeed, looking to be a potential target or a distraction as the spike is moving towards A, and we see that Viper pushing through showers. Sean has gotten a ton of space, and if he's able to find a kill as well, could be big, but angles are being watched over and stars are being placed.
The stars are going to be placed, and there's 50 seconds remaining to get something done for this attacking team. Everyone is alive, so there's a big chance. 30 HP, Rip Benji, that takes a lot of damage, but manages to stay alive in that duel that he just took. The paint shield all the way back. Don't affect him too much. He was able to stay just far enough. They say that though, 3v2 that we have right now in this attacking team, the spike is planted, so they just have to play until they hear the defuse to make it work. Chuck the Human on a crazy flank here through Lamp. Can get more. The enemy team has no idea where he will be. Again, he can make a clutch happen, but this time around is not the case. Ali will be getting over with their lives, and now it is going to be the defuse finally taking place. A 5-4. Northwood once again gets ahead. It seems like it gets so close for Buckeye to take the lead, but it is just not enough.
It's a great try from BGC, and even Kame was able to stay alive. We saw the spray through the box. He almost dropped to the sliver of HP. Thought he potentially could have been in a decent enough spot towards Cubby to make things happen, but Northwood all over it. Ali all over it. 13-5. Once again, having one of these performances, just making it so difficult for BGC to make their way onto one of these sites. They're having good rotations, but after they get the spike down, that's where the problem lies. And now Benji, one minute will be the first one, very, very close. And Benji protects his team at an AIDS dip in safety, and it will be a great bait play. That'll be an Os dropping early.
What else can be done here, though? A lot of that information that we see early on in the early rounds. CECC, the spike is down 2. That is a massive round. That is a massive kill as well right now. Going for the side of Northwood. The Stars are going to put a challenge to take control of that, but it doesn't matter. The share makes it look easy. It finally does get taken down, but Ali has been the star of the game today. Has been getting so much done. And now could get one more kill into this one. It's only Chop Chops left. Has to run. You just gotta keep your gun. You gotta keep anything that you can. Take as many kills as you can get with you. And with a Spectre, there's a chance to get one more.
Chop Chop, here's the trade. The exchange is won by Benji. Says, look what I found. It's gonna be a free Vandal going his way. And Northwood, their 6th round win, and are looking to start this momentum building process and have a cushion, because really there hasn't been a chance in this first half for other teams to start building on their leads. It's been a back and forth contest, like you said, and BGC have found ways of winning. They won 3 rounds in a row, and it was on those rotations. It was on those aggressive plays. It was on those, multiple ultimate pushes. But for the time being, they only have the Dividing Seekers. Potentially, if they get the bomb down with Sean, they can get the Viper's Pit as well. For the time being, 3 on the Northwood side will be over defending A. An aggressive angle from Benji through showers.
There's also going to be a Hunter's Fury to deny the plant, right? So that is even worse, and even an early pick. Anything. It is just not looking the way that Buckeye wants it to. So he's got to be reformulating what they want to do here. Trying to get some information right there, but Seekers are also coming their way. They know that at least 2 of them are going to be showers, and all the way back in the flank. 1 kill is going to be enough. Rest that almost took place was almost a disaster. Well, completely surrounded. 64 HP. Chop Chops cannot run away with her life this time around, and it is the last Astra remaining, also taken down. Another round that we see going for the defense as Northwood.
Last round in
every single round, every single time that we think about this team has been all the rounds that they've been able to get and how well they are performing against the team of Buckeye.
They are performing so well, and now there will be another situation for BGC, where they have nearly all 5 ultimates, and Nos just 1 orb away from that showstopper. And this is where we're expecting an aggressive push. So I wonder if Northwood will understand that, see that, make an adaptation or a change, and play more defensively or play more aggressively, depending on how they feel or how they see fit. But Furbza will grab the orb over and shower. Now he's 1 orb away from the showstopper as well. So key ultimates here, very close for both sides. The question is who can find the kills and who can gain the space first.
Because every single time that space has been gained by Northwood, no matter if they're attacking or defending, I mean, we saw that. They were wrapping around the enemy so many times. They want to do it again. This is how they've been winning. And now an aggressive push is going to be needed as Buckeye is trying to do just that. Everyone vulnerable. Everyone could be taken down too fast. But the Hunter's Fury is going to deny. Just trying to get planted. And with that, the rest of the kills are going to connect. The showstopper as well, getting the enemy raised, but the numbers continue to go for Northwood. 1 more kill that is going to be needed. Sean, the last one alive, 89 HP to work with, and not even an ult can do what he wants to. Just completely denied of the last chance that he had.
And the spike was never planted, so actually Sean can use the Viper's Pit to get onto site. I mean, it's last round, he might as well, and Ali turns the corner. Now Sean walking on thumbtacks here. He's got to be so careful. 1 bullet, and he drops. Now Dip watching over. He's vulnerable. He's getting feasted on right now. 2 HP.
10 seconds left.
Man, 10 seconds here for Sean, and there's not much you can do in this situation. He'll just drop 8-4 for Northwood. Bit of a difference here this time around.
Switching
Stay
sides.
consistent. They don't give BGC an avenue back in the later rounds of the first half. Last time around it was 7-5. This time around 8-4. A lot bigger of a cushion and a pillow for Northwood to work with to potentially increase this lead. If they win this pistol 10-4, I mean, it's not looking good. Let's see how BGC play on defense, if they play more reserved or if they play aggressively like Northwood did.
It is something that they have to learn, and they have to read the enemy from early on if they have to stand a chance here. It's just all the reading that we saw happening for Northwood was what gave them so many rounds. They gave them 4 at the end in a row, and it was all the dominance that we saw from them, that they want to keep going. They have the momentum, they have the confidence, they also have the last map that they won. So I mean, hey, they just have so many winning conditions here for this one, that the pistol round can be a good one for them as well.
29 HP. Mac Decay's got to be careful. And Nos gets 1 early kill on Furbza. It's going to be the Rays gone and dusted. And you see all this gunk really in front of the spike. Can't really plant it for the time being. And Benji has put himself in a very precarious situation. Here's a ton of noise and is waiting for the shower peak, waiting for an enemy to approach. Could be a flank imminent as well. For the time being, Benji still concerned about U-Haul. Kamei on this flank, waiting for the prime opportunity to make his move, and it will be Benji moving forward. Takes 22 HP. It'll be Dip. Try his hand. More damage being exchanged here. The pull as well. Everything being used over towards U-Haul. Now Ali trade it back. The flank still coming in from Kamei. Nobody is watching over the flank. This could be Kamei's big opportunity to shine. He'll make his shots count, and he finds 2 kills. Now a 4v2 in favor of BGC.
And 1 more player here. That flank is absolutely massive for Kamei, knowing exactly what had to be done. The Viper managing to stay alive at 25 HP, and 3 players to deal with. This turns out to be too difficult this time around. A good pistol round, a good potential here now for Buckeye as they get their 5th round, as they are going to buy those Spectres, and they're going to look pretty comfortable just sprinting all across the map and seeing what early picks they can get. It's got to be those close range duels, though.
Northwood potentially 1/2 away here from qualifying for that LAN in Atlanta. BGC have something to say about that, though. They'll have this gun advantage momentarily on this round, and looks to be an aggressive push to A for Northwood. See if it does come back to bite them, but already we can see they've retracted that, and they're moving back over towards main, but you have 2 players on BGC watching over, a 3rd moving over there as well. So all the angles are surrounded here, and for the side of Northwood, it's about buying time, trying to burn some utility, and just looking for frags at this point.
Just as many as you can, of course. Every single second round, it's all about that. It's all about playing together, trading each other with those classes that they have at hand. But this time around, yeah, that is exactly what's going to take place. Having good for one, that's taken down 12 HP to work with for Draculus, but as long as they're able to plant the spike, that would be a dream. That would be ideal. It's gotta be a challenge that they have to face because Chop Chops is on the other side and he's not going to let anyone pass. And towards the end, it is 8-6, 2 rounds now on the second half, going for the side of Buckeye, and a good potential. I would like to see them even forcing if they can.
Good barricade set up there by BGC to deny the push from Northwood. A couple of kills, but that's really about it there for Northwood here. Now, we'll see how the Buckeyes respond after these first 2 rounds. Winning this bonus could be influential, really dictating how this second half goes. But Northwood have this gun advantage. We'll take a page out of BGC's book, play this one a little bit more slow and methodical. Sending Ferbza through Hookah to potentially gain a early pick if one member on BGC gets overeager.
Just waiting for someone to peek, but even though that is not going to be the case just yet, Chuck the Human is thinking about it, is looking, making sure that no one is going to take his Hookah. So in the meantime, it'll be a Viper's Pit coming in. That east side going to take a little more control for this attacking team, and it will allow them to go in just in time. Wow. Sean immediately taken down. It's just such a hard corner to deal with. You can't run away, you can't hide.
Great wherewithal there. Anas trying to look for 2 kills. Is good for 1. Drakius trades it back, and now it's going to be a 4v2. Ali is set up the Viper's Pit. He is in his playground here. Really going to feel it now. And now Chuck will spray forward. The spike is already down, and you're just walking into a death ball position if you are BGC.
Last player standing.
Ultra in the corner, Drakius has his number. He's good for 1, good for 2, and a 3K for Drakius to close things out here. 9th round win for Northwood, picking up right where they left off.
Taking as much as they can as well, even though the side of Buckeye didn't have much as well. They still have some of those Spectres at hand, most of those Spectres. So now, rifles against rifles, and who is going to get whose head first? That is
right here.
The question that I have. I love the performance that Ali is having on this one. 20-7 that this Viper has been absolutely everything for this team. Has been giving them so much to work with, so much space every single time, and he can be the win condition for this round as well.
Spotted multiple members there with that recon darts. That could be intel later on into the game. And Ali, a crucial pick. He takes down Anas, who's really been, one of the main forms of damage and kills here in frags for BGC, now gone. And it will be a 5v4, no revive available for the Sage for BGC. Take a look for the flash out of the smoke. He'll spray his way inside, but nobody in that area at all. With them as bullets, and the Sage will deny the hookah push. For the time being, though, it will drop down momentarily. Another barrel spotted momentarily. Ferbza has Chop's hand. He takes him down. That's the Sage gone. A 5v3. And now it's going to be Ali along with Ferbza springboarding their way out of the site. Kamei going to be good for 1. Can he find 2? Spike will be faked. Ali will look for plant 1 more. He will get it there. And now a 4v3 with already Kamei so low on HP. Dip spraying and praying.
Oh.
He finds the kill. And that's just how things are going right now for this Northwood.
Oh, just doing everything that you can, but this time around, double digits going for Northwood. That was a funny one. That was an interesting one to watch, if anything. And in Northwood, no matter what, they find an answer, forcing this time around an eco for the side of Buckeye. And Buckeye, it seems like their chances are fading away round after round. They are playing good, they're getting some kills, but it's just a little bit more that is needed. And all those opening picks, I would love to see even some stats about how Ali, every single time that he gets the opening pick, how many rounds he's giving to that team. Is just the opening, and the value that he gets out of it is insane for Northwood.
They spotted 2. Did see the barrel there of shots. They know at least 2 members are over towards A. The divide will be used as well, and the spike will be confirmed for Ferbza here, and this divide makes it so difficult for BGC to push in, especially over towards this U-Haul area. Sean just has to go blind. Now Dip in great position. Do they check this angle? They do not. Dip finds 3 instantaneously and shuts down any sort of retake opportunity. So we have 3v2 now. Dip has the Hunter's Fury to play for the post, but Sean, though, takes down Ferbza, and just like that, now 2v2, but Dip, all he has to do is play for time and uses Hunter's Fury at the right moment.
Nowhere to run.
Yeah, and there it is. It's going to come in right on time. Just waiting for the right kill to get. It will not be the case, but there's still time. Has to peek. Sean does get the kill, though. It seems like it will make it happen. Wait, that was an amazing play by Dip. 11 rounds, all thanks to that. It was a Hunter's Fury. Sure, it was a little too early, but he heard the defuse. He wanted to make sure that it was not actually getting defused. And then his teammate gets taken down. He has to run to get the kills, and he gets both of them right when they needed to. An insane clutch. One of the biggest clutches that we've seen on this entire tournament.
Just the wherewithal there from Dip. He knows there's no time left. The defuse has to come in, so he goes for the planter. He just runs and guns. We saw it earlier. Clearly, he is a very efficient running gun player. And now, with the Viper's Pit being used here for Sean on top of Hookah to lock down an angle of B. But you know, Northwood, they've done this time and time again. They play things slow. They play things methodically. Wait for Ali to gain one of these picks. And as soon as this wall goes down, no way, he spotted now. Wow, Ali. I mean, just sponsor this man. LensCrafters, sponsor this man. Where are the glasses? Well, blue light technology. Something's got to change here. Northwood are just feeling it. I mean, just everything is going their way.
Every time. I mean, it's a prediction. You know that oftentimes there's the duelist, whether a Jet or a Raze, they like to stand there. So even just knowing and being able to get the kill is insane. A Showstopper also taking action. Does take Sean all the way down, and his 3 members alive only for the Star of Buckeye. This can be the point. This can be a crucial point for them, but we hear TP on the other side. This spike has not been planted, but there's 40 seconds. There's plenty of time, and Top Chop is going to come in from Hookah. Does get a pick. The big pins here, but out of nowhere, and with the rest of the team, everyone on this side of Northwood working together. There's only Kamit left out of nowhere, and Drakis will be taking that player down. These attackers, another round that they get. It's 12-6, and Northwood is just unstoppable. They only have one more round to go to win this grand finals for CECC. They have all the potential here to win.
Wow, I mean, really, as we look at the scoreboard, I mean, what sticks out to me, you know, Ali, yes, 23-9 here. It's Benji, 15 assists here on the Sky. Really has been getting things done with those scouts, with those flashes. This facilitated a good amount, a good majority of this offense and defense. So now Northwood 1 round away here, potentially closing things out and winning CECC Midwest Invitational. And this kill here, this exchange could decide it. Ali is gonna spot Chops. And right now, Ali is just having a field day right now, feeling himself. And Sean, only a judge to his name. The range just is not there for PGC at all.
Ali with now 3 opening picks in a row. How does he do it? It is insane. He just knows everything. He just knows something that we don't, or I don't think anyone else knows, especially on this side of Buckeye, who have been in such a disadvantage from the beginning. The Seekers are going to come in, and now this is one last chance they have to take for this out of Buckeye, but it's already not turning out to be good.
Not being good at all. 12-6 here. The Viper's Pit will be used. The Seekers are used as well. Here comes Anas with the Showstopper. He shoots blind. Can't find anything. The bomb will be planted down. Can make it big for 1, but Anas being sprayed down. Dip in the rear. Dip for 2. Dip for 3. A shot so crispy the Colonel would be on. You tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. Triad for winners of the final CECC Midwest Invitational. Northwood taking it convincingly 2-0 over their opponents in Buckeye Gaming. And I mean, you know, it's just egg diff.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know how people ask what the players eat for breakfast. I mean, we have the answer, right? So now we know what's going on inside the minds of Northwood to take those wins, and we have that, and it is a weird one, but it works out. I mean, 2 maps in a row that they were able to win for the grand finals. No need for third map, and sometimes things got messy, but they always know how to clean up those fights. They always know how to clean up the mess and how to take that victory. One of my favorite things as well to see is that it's been so many maps that we've seen from Northwood where it is Dip the one closing it down. It is him with the clutch getting 1, 2, 3, like we saw for this one in this case, and just getting it over with, knowing that they just want to take the win. They just want to take some rest after a very, very long weekend.
Yeah, they want a break. Tomorrow's Monday. They got to get ready. They got to wake up early. So clearly, Dip changes from the Jet over to the Sova. We're going to go to a quick break. We have our last interview of the stream. So we're going to go a fast break, get the interview all set up, and get right back into it. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the CECC Midwest Invitational. After that grand final, we are sitting here with Ali, who is going to just break down the chaos of what happened in that best of 3 series. Ali, thank you for being with us, and thanks for taking the time to take this interview.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I'm not going to ask you the simple, like, oh, how do you feel about this win? Because that's a little bit of a generic one. But did you have any ideas of, how Buckeye were going to play going into this final? And were you surprised by anything that they did?
I didn't have any expectations, really. The collegiate scene, there's a lot of puck teams. There's a lot of teams that actually scrim outside of their tournaments. So just going into it, we just wanted to play the best that we could, make sure that we were following everybody's calls, and just playing together as a team properly.
Absolutely, and it worked out really well. I would say we saw multiple times, especially on that second map. You were the one that was getting the first kill in multiple rounds in a row. So how does that work? Are you usually the one seeking those engagements, or was it just simply working out for you today?
Part of that might be because I normally play duelist, so it's just that habit of going in first. But really, it just comes down to, it's not about the first bloods, but it's more so like the teamwork to get that kill, right? It was more so the teamwork that goes into getting that entry pick.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Teamwork, definitely a good word to use. So for you guys as team, how long have you guys been playing together? And like, is this like the first or couple tournaments you guys have been playing as a collective unit, or do you scrim guys, like you scrim a lot, or what's the case there?
This is our first week of playing together. Obviously, the Northwood roster has been around for a while, but this specific roster is still new. All of us playing together as 5 is still new. So we're just trying to figure out things with who's IGLing, who's on what role, and whatnot.
And from what I heard, it seems like you do have a knowledge on the collegiate team and all the teams in general. So now that you guys are qualified for that Atlanta LAN, is there a team maybe from another part of the US that you're looking forward to play against there?
Um, our biggest challenge right now would probably be University of Hawaii, but I'm curious to play against some of the western region, such as TMU. I know is one, and some of the teams in California. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's going to be an interesting one to play against those guys for the first time.
Absolutely. Well, good luck with yourself and your future VALORANT career and your team as well. Thank you so much for this interview.
Yep. Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely. Well, thank you everyone for watching the stream as well. Thank you, Dryad, for joining me on the cast. It was a pleasure for the 2 days that we were able to do some Valorant work. Always a pleasure, and can't wait to do more. But regardless, thanks everyone in chat, everyone who followed, whatever the case may have been. Thank you to KTAD and Ali as well for doing that interview. Thank you to Cool Scoots as well for the observing work, masterful stuff, and really, that's just about it. And it's going to be Smash coming up next. We have 2 amazing casters here. Max and Lyric are going to take it away. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be Smash for the CENC. Don't go anywhere.
one up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Competition VALORANT Super Smash Bros. Ultimate online qualifier here. That concludes it. Day 2, you have seen so much amazing action from a plethora of quality college teams. Let's go over real quick and recap the winners. In VALORANT, it's going to be the Midwest region representative will be Northwood University. Amazing pool play and also bracket play to wind up winning. Well done to Northwood. We'll see them in Atlanta that first week of May. Over to the Southeast region, we have University of Central Florida, the Academy team, which is interesting because that's actually their secondary team that wound up winning, advancing, and we'll see them in Atlanta that first week of May. That's the Southeast region VALORANT. Now over to Smash, it was pretty triumphant, but Michigan State is going to be the representative out of the Midwest, and it's UCF Smash out of the Southeast. So University of Central Florida has had a fantastic showcase. They're advancing in both games. They came runner-up in other parts of the bracket. Amazing stuff. Truly quality play from all the colleges, though, involved. So that's going to do it here for day number 2, guys, ladies and gentlemen. And I mean, what an amazing showcase of college talent. And thank you once again to our commentators, Max, Lyric, Cy, and Kilamiles. They brought it on both streams. So amazing. You guys did a quality job, and it was truly fantastic to have you here at the Collegiate Esports National Competition. Well, my name is Paulie Hype, and that's going to do it here from everybody over at CSMG, CENC. Thank you to all the players, college teams, production, everyone involved. We'll see you guys next time, hopefully at a live event, but maybe virtual. Anyway, we'll see you guys next time right here at the CENC. Have a lovely night.